Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook, Konoha Notes Summary. In Konoha Year 54, the Uchiha clan still existed, and Kumogakure was about to cease hostilities. One day, a man awoke, intending to live his ninja life to the fullest. Chapter 1-61 Shuji and Itachi. Shuji is a ninja. Itachi was also a ninja. Uchiha. Itachi? Shuji looked at the boy in front of him, who was wearing a dark blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts. He shouldn't be described as a boy, he should be called a child. At the age of 8, his tender face still bore traces of baby fat, but his dark eyes were like a deep pool, showing no trace of the liveliness and innocence that a child should have. Yes, Senior Shuji, the child replied softly. Although I have been in control of this body for half a month and have mastered everything that needs to be practiced. Although he was only 14 years old, he was already a ninja and had been killing people for several years. However, he was still not mentally prepared to take a child out to kill people. Even if this person is Uchiha Itachi. He showed no sign of anything unusual on his face. He simply took out the mission scroll and was about to explain the details of the mission when he smelled a sweet fragrance. It was 9 o'clock in the morning. Several sparrows hopped on the eaves, chirping sweetly. The air was filled with the scent of morning dew and earth, which was pleasant to the eye. The sun was shining brightly and warmly. Shuji followed the smell and saw a confectionery shop. The owner was very diligent, opening early and currently making mochi balls. Uchiha, cough, I'll just call him Itachi. Shuji's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Yes, senpai, Uchiha replied calmly. Eat something? Itachi finally raised his head, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and followed Shuji's gaze. Confectionery shop, dumplings. Uchiha Itachi hesitated, this. Shuji-senpai, the mission. The dumplings seemed to be freshly made. The boy turned towards the confectionery shop, took a step, and muttered to himself, freshly made food tastes the best, and what I ate in the morning wasn't enough. It's early in the morning, so eating more is fine. The senior is a chunin and the leader of this mission. Since he has made the decision, it is not appropriate to object. Thinking this, Itachi followed Shuji into the confectionery shop. After sitting down, Shuji ordered 4 skewers of dango, all 3-colored, and 2 cups of tea to cut through the richness. The 3-colored dumplings were served in a small blue dish, emitting a warm, sweet aroma. The glutinous rice dumplings were translucent, with pink cherry blossom flavor, green matcha flavor, and white original flavor neatly arranged, and the surface was decorated with fine powdered sugar, shimmering with an enticing luster in the sunlight. Shuji rinsed his mouth with tea first, but when he put down his teacup, he found that there were only 2 skewers of dumplings left in front of him. He blinked, making sure he wasn't seeing things, and then looked at Uchiha Itachi opposite him. His fair cheeks were slightly puffed up, and there was a bit of sugar powder on the corner of his mouth. His usually calm eyes were now slightly narrowed, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Boss, 2 more skewers, please. Shuji couldn't help but laugh, pushing the remaining dumplings in front of Itachi. Seemingly embarrassed, Itachi lowered his head slightly, but still reached out and picked up a string of dumplings. The meatballs are sweet, chewy, and delicious. Have another sip of tea, very good. Shuji let out a pleasant sigh. Itachi also put down his teacup with satisfaction, the barely perceptible glint in his eyes still lingering. Shuji unfolded the mission scroll and began to explain, this mission is to wipe out thieves. There are no portraits of the individuals involved. All we know is that they originally robbed on the border of the Land of Rivers. When the Land of Rivers was pursuing them, they crossed the border and fled into the Land of Fire. When the daimyo's residents received the news and dispatched soldiers, the enemy fled to the Land of Rain. When neither country intended to take any further action, the bandits reappeared on the border of the river country and committed crimes. In the end, the river country entrusted this task to the village. According to the intelligence handed over from the Land of Rivers, there are no ninjas among the bandits. However, they were able to evade capture very cleverly on several occasions, and escaped without any casualties. The number of bandits is between 15 and 20. Since there is no expectation of engaging in combat with ninjas, the mission is classified as rank C. Considering the large number of the enemy, the reward is 50,000 taels. After briefly explaining the mission details, Shuji pushed the scroll towards Itachi, indicating that he should also take a look. Although this is a temporary team, let me talk about my abilities. I am a ninja specializing in ninjutsu, and my ninjutsu range and power are both good. There is no need to consider combat issues in this mission. The original owner was from a border combat squad. During the last patrol mission, they encountered a large force from the Hidden Cloud village. 2 of his teammates were killed in battle, and he was the only one who escaped with intelligence after being seriously injured. As a result, he was sent back to Konoha village for treatment. The one who woke up in the end was not the original Shuji, but the one now. He wasn't sure if his situation was possession or awakening. In any case, he possessed all the memories of this body from the past 14 years, as well as the memories of an ordinary person from another world from the past 20 years. Shoji himself didn't want to dwell on these things, it was pointless. After recovering for half a month, I planned to find a task to do some rehabilitation exercises and also reintegrate into the world. Because the mission description indicated that the target was ordinary people, the difficulty actually lay in tracking down and finding them. He originally planned to do it alone, but the village still assigned a team member. Senior, there's no need to worry about me. Itachi straightened his posture and introduced himself earnestly. I can use ninja tools, have some knowledge of genjutsu, and also know some fire-style techniques. If you determine that I might affect the mission, you can abandon me at any time. His father once said that Shuji was a very good ninja. Although it's a C-rank mission, the fact that he can team up with a Chunin and a Genin at least shows that his strength is top-notch among Chunin and that he has no obvious weaknesses. Uchiha Itachi disagreed with his father Fugaku on some issues, but when it came to judging the strength of ninjas, he completely trusted the judgment of the Konoha guard captain. Upon hearing these mature remarks, Shuji's eyebrows rose slightly. Since you put it that way, you'll have to follow my orders completely for this mission, okay? Yes, senpai. Itachi nodded in response. Furthermore, regarding the task compensation. Senior, you don't need to worry about my part. It's already an honor for me to learn from you. Itachi was very humble, but for the Uchiha clan, this mission reward was indeed insignificant. But this does not conform to the principles of the sculptor. He tapped the table lightly, his tone calm yet authoritative. Since we're going on a mission together, let's not talk like that. The reward will be split 60/40ths. As a Chunin and captain, I'll take the larger share, but you won't get a penny less of what you're entitled to. Is that arrangement acceptable? Yes, senpai, Itachi replied softly. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,433 words. Chapter 2 Kozumi Town. The land of rivers, in Shuji's previous life's analogy, is like a non-military zone in the ninja world. It has a daimyo who rules the country, bureaucrats who operate the government, and even a group of samurai who carry swords. But it has no ninja villages. In a world where chakra power dominates, this is tantamount to walking naked among wolves. Once the trouble exceeds the scope of what a samurai sword can solve, the only option is to send a letter of request to Konoha, Sunagakure, or even Amagakure, exchanging money for foreign military power. This peculiar political environment gave rise to a deformed yet vibrant border town like Kozumi. The town has no towering city walls or imposing checkpoints, only a dirt road winds its way through it. Spices from the land of wind and delicacies from the land of fire converge here, and the air is always filled with the unique aroma of exotic goods. Uchiha Itachi sat upright in an inconspicuous restaurant, with a steaming bowl of fragrant stewed beef in front of him, but his eyes held a hint of confusion that was hard to detect. The journey proceeded smoothly. We arrived at the border without incident, completed the handover with local officials, received a briefing on the robbers, and then, as usual, visited the local chamber of commerce. They're just a bunch of petty thieves who can't amount to anything, said the head of the Chamber of Commerce, a well-maintained, smiling, and prosperous middle-aged man, stroking his neatly trimmed beard as he spoke casually. Although the raids on several caravans have indeed caused some minor trouble for trade, what followed was a lengthy exchange of pleasantries and empty wishes, the core demand being nothing more than the hope that the Konoha ninjas would resolve the issue as soon as possible. Faced with this almost perfunctory attitude, Senior Shuji's face remained completely unmoved. He routinely recorded the information provided by the other party, The information was exactly the same as that recorded on the mission scroll, and then naturally changed the subject. Koizumi Town gathers products from the 3 countries, so it must have everything you could want? Of course, the person in charge said with a smile. I've heard that the beef from the land of rivers has a unique flavor. Shuji's tone was as casual as if he were talking about the weather. The manager's eyes lit up, and he enthusiastically recommended, "You have excellent taste, ninja. If you want to taste authentic local flavors, Zayman's stewed beef is the town's signature dish, you must try it." At this point in the conversation, Senior Shuji seemed to instantly lose interest in continuing and politely took his leave. They were now sitting in this small shop called Zayman. The weasel's gaze fell upon the ceramic bowl in front of it. The amber-colored broth rippled gently, and large chunks of perfectly stewed beef were faintly visible within, their texture soft and tender, revealing distinct fibers with the slightest touch of chopsticks. The reddish-brown chunks of meat are soaked in a thick sauce, glistening with an enticing sheen, and garnished with vibrant green scallions. The rising steam carries the rich aroma of spices such as star anise and cinnamon, intertwining with the mellow natural flavor of the beef. The aroma alone is enough to awaken the taste buds. Senior, Itachi finally couldn't hold back any longer, his voice trembling, "Aren't you going to complete the mission?" "The mission must be done, of course." Shiosi replied casually, while steadily picking up a trembling piece of beef and putting it into his mouth. As the incredibly tender and succulent meat melted on his tongue, the rich aroma of meat, accompanied by a subtle hint of spiciness, instantly filled his mouth, and he couldn't help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. The ninja world was tense and oppressive, but after eating this bite of beef, Shuji suddenly felt that the world wasn't so bad after all. Itachi reluctantly picked up his chopsticks and muttered, "I'll start eating." Seeing this, Shiosi smiled slightly and gestured to the busy figure behind the counter, "Boss, please have another one." His gaze fell on the lean shop owner who was carefully wiping the earthenware pot, and his eyes revealed sincere appreciation. The control of the heat is superb, and the sauce is just right, neither overpowering nor understating the flavor of the beef, but bringing out its natural taste to the fullest. Upon hearing this, the shop owner, Zayman, had a radiant glow on his bronze face. He wiped his hands with his faded apron, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothing out. "You're a true connoisseur. My family uses only the finest beef delivered from the ranch every morning, slow-cooked for hours to achieve this flavor. Mastering the nuances takes just as much effort as studying a sophisticated ninjutsu." He glanced at the Konoha mark on the boy's headband and deliberately used a metaphor that ninjas could understand. "Would you like to try our grilled beef? We still have 2 portions of the best cuts left today," Zayman enthusiastically suggested. "Then I'll leave it to you." Shuji readily agreed. A small charcoal grill was quickly brought to the table. The owner personally served, laying the meat slices on the grill. "This is short rib, very fatty. This is shredded pork belly, very tender. Would you like me to grill it for you?" "Thank you for your help." Shuji smiled and nodded, his gaze falling on the sizzling, dripping slices of meat. He asked casually, "I've heard things haven't been very peaceful around Koizumi lately, with frequent robberies. Is your beef supply still running smoothly?" "Bandits." Zweiman skillfully flipped the meat slices on the net, grease dripping onto the charcoal fire, making a cheerful sizzling sound and sending up fragrant smoke. "It's true, but I heard that most of those who suffered were newcomers, out-of-town caravans unfamiliar with the area. My suppliers are all decades-old ranches, familiar with the routes and with wide connections, so they haven't been affected much. Don't worry. Moreover, caravans are now very cautious, usually setting off once they have enough people and rarely stopping along the way." Itachi's hand holding the chopsticks paused almost imperceptibly. The head of the merchant guild had never mentioned the crucial information that the bandits were selectively plundering. "Please enjoy your meal." Zayman divided the perfectly grilled beef into 2 plates. After Shuji leisurely finished his sumptuous meal, the two left the restaurant as the setting sun bathed the rooftops of Koizumi town in a warm orange hue. The streets were thinning out, and the distant shouts of merchants unloading their goods could be faintly heard. A gentle breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and trees from the edge of the forest, mingling with the comforting aromas of food lingering from the market. Shuji took a deep breath of this unique atmosphere of the border town. The food was indeed delicious, but the cost was also considerable. The bill of 750 taels was heavy, according to his memory of currency standards, it was roughly the income of an ordinary person working hard for several days. However, considering that the reward for completing the mission was 30,000 taels, this extravagant meal was still within an acceptable range. Senior, shall we investigate the attacked caravan next? Itachi quickly followed Shuji toward the edge of town. No need. Shuji continued walking, his gaze fixed on the direction of Shirakawa village, where lights were gradually illuminating the twilight. I discovered two things during my trip today. Firstly, the bandits deliberately avoided caravans with deep ties to the locals, so while the local chamber of commerce outwardly cooperated, they didn't really care about the matter, and their intelligence was naturally perfunctory. Secondly, those bandits had initially escaped to the land of rain, yet they risked everything to return to the border of the land of rivers, where they were wanted, to commit crimes again. Such unusual behavior points to only two possibilities. Shiosi looked out of the city, where the scattered lights of the distant villages resembled stars in the deepening night. Either they fled in such haste that they left behind extremely important possessions that they absolutely had to retrieve. His sharp gaze pierced through the twilight, landing on the familiar outline of the village. Or, the answer is simpler, they were originally from here. It's not that they didn't know the danger, but, their home is here. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,608 words. Chapter 3 The undercurrents under the light. The village of Shirakawa, nestled beside the trade route, lay quietly in the early twilight. Neat wooden fences encircled the village, and the heavy village gates were now open. Several villagers were chatting idly on the stone stools by the door, initially ignoring the approaching figure. However, upon recognizing the Konoha insignia on the newcomer's headband and attire, their expressions immediately became solemn. The leading man quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "A ninja lord has graced our village with his presence. What brings you here?" Shuji calmly swept his gaze over the crowd, then took out a scroll from his robes and slowly unfurled it. "Konoha ninja, here on the orders of the daimyo of the land of rivers." His voice was not loud, but it carried an official tone. The villagers' expressions tightened, they exchanged glances, and the leader immediately took a step back, saying nothing more. Itachi keenly noticed that Shuji's demeanor at this moment was completely different from his easygoing manner at the restaurant in Koizumi-cho. He remained calm, his youthful face maintaining the same composure as Shuji's, and quietly observed. "Where is the village chief now?" Shiosi asked directly. At home," the villager quickly replied, pointing in the right direction. The two entered the village. Although night was just beginning to fall, Shirakawa village was already lit up with lights, and the warm light shining through the paper windows outlined the houses, showing a carefully maintained sense of tranquility. The impressive inn in the center of the village is particularly eye-catching, with its flying eaves and brackets clearly visible under the lights. However, the porch is rather deserted, creating a subtle contrast with the lights of other houses in the village. Walking along the village path, Itachi could sense the gazes hidden behind windows and fences. He maintained a relaxed exterior but a tense interior, keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. Shuji, on the other hand, walked steadily towards the village chief's residence. An elderly man with white hair and beard, and a slightly hunched posture, was already waiting in the glow of the lantern at the door. Upon seeing the two, he quickly stepped forward and respectfully led them into the house. After the guests and hosts were seated in the simple hall, the old man cautiously began to speak. "I am Shirakawa Kasuke, the village chief of this village. May I ask what brings you two gentlemen here to investigate?" His calloused hands unconsciously clasped together. I thought the village chief should have anticipated this. Shiosi leaned forward slightly, his gaze falling on the old man's face, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips. "Your village must be familiar with the matter of the bandits causing trouble near the trade route." This Shirakawa Kasuke's forehead gleamed under the lamplight. Indeed, people from the daimyo's residence came to inquire, but this old man truly. "Oh." Shuji tapped his fingertips lightly on the table, producing a clear, crisp sound. "Then let me rephrase my question. Are all the registered villagers of Shirakawa village currently in the village?" Since Shirakawa Kasuke was about to speak. "Senior." Itachi's clear, childlike voice broke the brief silence at the right moment. "When I entered the village, I noticed that some of the houses had blacked out windows, as if no one lived there. The old village chief tensed almost imperceptibly, and hurriedly explained, a few families went out to make a living. Shuji's gaze slowly swept over the few pieces of furniture in the room, which, though not luxurious, were clearly made of solid materials and with exquisite craftsmanship. His tone was calm. From what I can see, life in your village is quite prosperous. He paused, implying something. With such a stable and affluent home, it's probably rare for young people to choose to leave their hometowns. Yes, yes. Shirakawa Kasuke dabbed his forehead with his sleeve. It's because the trade routes are so busy that merchants often stop at the inns in the village to rest. He tried to keep his tone steady. Young people see the outside world, and their hearts inevitably become more active. Those robbers must have had a significant impact on your village's livelihood. Shiosi's gaze seemed to pierce through the paper window, landing on the deserted inn in the village. Such a fine inn, yet now it is deserted. The old man lowered his gaze, his voice deepening. That is indeed the case. That is why I have been hoping day and night that you gentlemen could remove this scourge from the trade routes as soon as possible. Shuji suddenly withdrew the invisible pressure, his tone becoming calm. In that case, does the village chief have any clues he can provide? On this matter, our goals are aligned. He looked into the old man's eyes. Even the smallest detail might have value. Yes, yes, but this old man really doesn't know anything useful. Shirakawa Kasuke's voice was tinged with helplessness. Upon hearing this, Shiosi remained unfazed. He simply asked routine questions about the village's population and recent visitors before taking his leave. We will be staying at the village inn for now. Please let us know if you discover anything. Inside the inn room, the light from the oil lamp steadily filled the space. Itachi carefully checked that the doors and windows were closed and that the surroundings were silent before turning to Shuji. Did you discover anything amiss with the village chief, senpai? Shuji had regained his usual gentle demeanor. Sitting on the tatami mat, he asked with a slight smile, what does Itachi think? The 8-year-old genin pondered for a moment before answering clearly. Senior believes that the bandits are connected to this village, and that the village's higher-ups are aware of this, and may even be involved. This explains why Senior changed his attitude in front of the village chief at the village entrance. Since you've made that judgment, why not pretend you're completely unaware as soon as you enter the village, instead of adopting a stern stance from the start? Shiosi looked at him with interest. Wouldn't it be easier to find clues if you investigated discreetly? This is precisely the question that Itachi still harbors. Shuji had analyzed two possibilities at the restaurant in Kozumicho. The robbers were keeping important keepsakes, or they were locals. Now it seems that his senior had leaned towards the latter. Showing an unapproachable attitude at the beginning is a setup, Shuji explained. Being too easygoing can sometimes lead to unnecessary probing and trouble. The attention the villagers paid to us after we entered the village, which was far greater than that of ordinary merchants, itself conveyed the message that this village has such a luxurious inn, so people must come here often. And a village that is used to welcoming travelers from all over the world should not react so tensely to unfamiliar ninjas. Therefore, I decided to put some pressure on the village chief, showing that we had some information. If we were too mild, given the village chief's experience, he would likely use a more tactful approach to deal with the situation without revealing any flaws. He paused, and judging from his reaction, it's hard for the village to completely sever ties with the young people who left the village and the appearance of the robbers. Itachi nodded thoughtfully. These details of observation and judgment were not taught at the Ninja Academy. So, what are your plans next, Senior? He asked. Shuji didn't answer directly, but instead looked at him. If Itachi were in charge, what would you do? The young Uchiha pondered for a moment and replied, if it were me, I would try to use genjutsu to get more accurate information from the village chief, such as the possible hiding places of the bandits. Once I have the location, I can go and wipe them out. A very good tactical approach. Shiosi nodded approvingly, then changed the subject. So, after using the illusion technique, what are the possible scenarios we might face? He held up a finger. First, the village chief is indeed unaware of the core situation and the illusion technique may only provide limited benefits. Second, the bandits may be hiding somewhere in the village. Third, they may be lurking in the mountains outside the village. The latter two scenarios are particularly complex. Shuji sat up straight, his gaze calm. Without solid evidence and without the other party showing any hostility, those so-called bandits are likely just ordinary neighbors or relatives in the eyes of the villagers. As the mission briefing emphasized, the pursuit team from the Land of Rivers didn't even have a clear picture of their appearance. This means that even if we find the target location, we will likely see a group of ordinary villagers who work from sunrise to sunset. He gazed into Itachi's clear yet profoundly mature eyes. At that point, how do you plan to proceed? Taking direct action is likely to provoke a strong reaction from the local villagers. In the absence of conclusive evidence, people often choose to believe and protect those they know. How they question, defend, or even obstruct you is an unpredictable variable. The room fell silent, broken only by the occasional crackling of the oil lamp wick. The young Uchiha genius frowned slightly, lost in deep thought. This problem, involving human nature and rules, clearly went beyond his past experience of simply carrying out missions with force. The lamplight cast his long, focused silhouette on the wall. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,373 words. Chapter 4 Method. The glow of the oil lamp flickered gently in Itachi's eyes. He couldn't give an answer immediately. The Uchiha clan had fixed methods of doing things. Genjutsu control, forceful suppression, and direct intrusion into the target location to search for evidence, simple and direct. Whether this leads to conflict or harms innocent people is never considered. The weak don't need Uchiha explanations, and the strong disdain them. This is the clan's creed, and the norm in the ninja world for treating ordinary people. In the mission system, missions targeting ordinary people have a maximum rank of C, with a reward of no more than 100,000 taels. Once ninjas are involved, the rank immediately jumps to B, with the reward starting at 80,000 taels and having no upper limit. But this set of rules was never something Itachi truly accepted. Whenever he thought of his clansmen's ingrained arrogance, his stomach churned. He loathed the clan's ways, and even more so, he despised the destiny of gaining power only through the loss of loved ones. Especially when his clansmen traded their power for loss, and instead took pride in it, calling it the glory of the Uchiha. That twisted senility suffocated him. The dim, yellow light flickered, taking him back to that cold moment. When he awakened his Sharingan after the death of his comrade, his father Fugaku's approving words, as expected of my son, had plunged him into an icy abyss. I didn't stand shoulder to shoulder with them because of these eyes. This thought had lingered in his heart for a long time, but he had never spoken it aloud. Now, facing Senior Shuji's question, those suppressed emotions surged up again. He raised his head, the outline of the two tomo in his pupils appearing and disappearing in the light and shadow. I'm sorry, Shuji-senpai, he said in a low voice, I have no answer. Then, let's do it my way. The next morning, before the mist had fully dissipated, Shuji led Itachi onto the damp stone path of Shirakawa village. Morning dew soaked their shoes, leaving faint watermarks on the bluestone. Smoke curled from the village houses, yet it couldn't dispel the tension that permeated the air. They knocked on doors one by one. The villagers' wariness was as heavy as the doors, even when faced with the ninjas' somewhat distant attitude, their responses were mostly cautious evasive. Some, seeing that the two were quite young, one 14 and the other 8, simply shut their doors and refused to see them, not even bothering with pleasantries. Shiosi remained calm. He then shifted to the gentlest of everyday conversations. I heard the village's harvest is exceptionally good this year. The inn seems to have fewer guests than in previous years. These seemingly insignificant remarks, however, acted like tiny keys, gradually prying open the villagers' tightly closed mouths. Itachi stood quietly to the side, his dark eyes calmly observing every subtle change. He was not good with words, but he had the keen insight of a hawk. He noticed the villagers' shifting eyes, subtle changes in tone, and unconscious curling of their knuckles, and marked the degree of credibility in his notebook. As the setting sun painted the sky a warm orange, the two stood beneath the old locust tree at the village entrance. Itachi opened his notebook, his voice, still somewhat childish yet remarkably steady, flowing through the twilight. A total of 37 villagers are away from home year-round. 15 of them regularly contact their families, 6, though not frequently contacted, do have stable livelihoods outside, and their information is reliable. The whereabouts of the remaining 16 are unknown, although the villagers claim to have contact with them, their statements are vague and contradictory. It's impossible that they were all bandits, Shuji said, his gaze fixed on the outline of the village houses in the distance. Some were forced by circumstances to make a living, while others longed for the outside world. He paused. Shirakawa Kasuke lost his composure the moment he asked about the villagers' whereabouts, which in itself is a confirmation. Another point, Itachi closed his notebook with a soft snap. After the bandit incident, the number of merchants and travelers staying in the village decreased sharply. He recalled the helpless expressions on the villagers' faces when they talked about it. The innkeeper mentioned that his income had decreased by nearly 30%, and the amount of unsold goods in the village had also increased significantly. The villagers were full of complaints about this. A knowing smile appeared on Shuji's lips. If Shirakawa village were merely a barren and impoverished place, perhaps only the methods of ninjas could be resorted to. But this place is different. This is a village that has tasted the prosperity of trade routes, a place where people have experienced abundance. The pain of suddenly falling into dire straits is far greater than never having had it at all. Like falling from a mountain peak, even if you only fall halfway down, the drop is enough to leave an indelible mark. The current situation presents an opportunity to leverage cooperation from the village. With 8-year-old Itachi by his side, and while there were still options, he hoped to handle things more tactfully. So, the two stepped into the village chief's courtyard once more. This time, Shuji's attitude was even more indifferent than yesterday. Village Chief Shirakawa. He gently placed the neatly prepared investigation scroll on the table. Now, is there anything you wish to say to me? The old village chief's Adam's apple bobbed laboredly, and his withered fingers unconsciously tightened around the fabric of his robe above his knees. This old man is dull-witted and does not understand what you mean, sir. Shuji slowly walked around to the old man, the last rays of the setting sun streaming into the room from behind him, casting long shadows on the floor. He leaned down slightly. Shirakawa Kasuke, you should understand that we could have taken a more direct approach to solving the problem. The room fell into a frozen silence, and even breathing became a cautious affair. Every line on this scroll represents the restraint and respect we've shown. Shuji's voice was as calm as a deep pool. You can argue that we lack conclusive evidence. But often, evidence isn't the key. People only want to believe what they're inclined to believe. For example, if we submit this report to the Land of Rivers, letting the outside world know that Shirakawa village not only breeds bandits but is also suspected of harboring and condoning them. Ninja Master. The old man looked up abruptly, a flicker of panic crossing his cloudy eyes. Please, absolutely not. Our village has no. I made it very clear yesterday that our demands could have been aligned on this matter. Shoshi straightened up, his tone calm and even. We need to complete our mission and eliminate the bandits along the trade routes. You need to restore peace, welcome back the caravans, and clear out the backlog of goods. As for other details, such as the origins of the bandits, Shoshi adjusted his cuffs, his gaze sweeping across the deepening twilight outside the window. That's not something a C-rank mission needs to delve into. My time is limited. If you insist on wasting this goodwill, then. The unspoken words lingered in the air. The boy raised his hand, gently patted the old man's trembling shoulder, and turned to signal Itachi to leave. At this age, can't you still distinguish what is truly worth protecting, Village Chief Shirakawa? Let's go, Itachi. Shuji opened the paper door, and the evening breeze carried in the mixed scents of grass, trees, and cooking smoke. There's nothing decent to eat in this village. Tonight, we'll go to Koizumi town. Yes, senior. Itachi replied quietly, and before leaving, his gaze swept over the old man who stood frozen in place, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. As the two footsteps faded into the distance and eventually disappeared at the end of the village road, Shirakawa Kasuke slowly closed his eyes, leaving only the faint crackling sound of the oil lamp burning inside the house. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,630 words. Chapter 5 The Choice Under the Moon. Shuji and Itachi disappeared along the trade route. One of the lurking eyes withdrew, and a figure quickly ran into the village, followed quietly by several others. A boy dressed in dark green ninja attire leaned against the shade of a zelkova tree, with Itachi crouching quietly beside him. The two watched as the pursuers, following Shuji's shadow clone, gradually disappeared in the direction leading to Koizumi town. Inside the village chief's courtyard, the oil lamps shone much brighter than usual. Several respected elders of the village were gathered there. A tense and restless atmosphere permeated the air. I told you to report it immediately. When those bastards sneaked back, I knew they'd get themselves into trouble sooner or later. A rough, hoarse voice broke the silence, filled with barely suppressed anger. Initially, the villagers had no idea what the young men who had left were doing. Then news arrived that the Kingdom of Rivers was hunting down bandits, and coincidentally, a dozen or so young men were missing from the village. When these men reappeared, the looting resumed. This coincidence was enough for the key figures of Shirakawa village to piece together a disturbing truth. Across from him, a middle-aged man wearing round-framed glasses pushed up his slipped glasses, the lenses reflecting the flickering lamplight. When the pursuit team came to question us, we insisted we knew nothing. Now you're saying you did? What will the people of Daming Prefecture think? His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Besides, life is tough these days, but we're managing. If the outside world knew that there were bandits in our village. You've emptied your warehouse, so of course you can talk big without feeling the pain. A burly man with a fierce face slammed his hand on the low table, making the teacups clatter. I still have half a year's harvest piled up in my warehouse. If this continues, the whole village will have to tighten their belts and starve. His eyes were bloodshot with anger. Those two ninjas, we already guessed it. Shirakawa Kasuke, sitting in the main seat, spoke in a hoarse voice, as if he had used all his strength to squeeze out these words. The room fell into a deathly silence. Bang! An elderly man with white hair and beard, Shirakawa Susuke, slammed his hand on the table, spilling water from his teacup. His hawk-like gaze swept over the crowd, his voice carrying a heavy, authoritative pressure. We can't hesitate any longer, Kasuke. Those are ninjas who accepted the request. His withered fingers gripped the edge of the table tightly. Where are they now? Kasuke Shirakawa's lips trembled. I'll send someone to inform Koichiro, to tell them. The old man's calloused hands gripped the hem of his clothes tightly. That child was just blinded by outsiders. He was originally a good child. Enough, the burly man interrupted sharply, his voice like the grinding of gravel. Koichiro's hands are already stained with blood. He's no longer a child. Village chief, if you keep protecting him, are you going to drag the whole village down with you? Shirakawa Susuke slowly stood up, his hunched figure casting a huge, swaying shadow under the oil lamp, enveloping his younger brother. Kasuke, this is no longer a simple matter of a few outsiders dying. His voice was as deep as muffled thunder rolling across the ground. The ninjas have intervened, and there must be an end to this. We can't hand them over. The middle-aged man with glasses spoke after a long silence, his voice hoarse. Even more importantly, we can't let outsiders know that it was done by people from Shirakawa village. So what do you mean? The burly man suddenly turned his head, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Shirakawa Susuke slowly closed his eyes, the wrinkles on his face etched as if by a knife under the light. After the Warring States period ended, this trade route finally prospered, and we only had a few days of decent life. He opened his eyes again, and what he saw was a frozen lake. The village's reputation is its lifeline. Every household depends on the caravans for their livelihood. Kasuke, you must cooperate. Brother, but. No buts. The faint attempts to explain were completely swallowed by the crackling of the oil lamp wick, eventually turning into a few heavy, suffocating sighs. When the villager responsible for keeping watch returned and confirmed that the two ninjas had indeed left the village, the air inside the house seemed to freeze instantly, then surge violently again. The crowd fell silent, quickly and quietly dispersing, disappearing into the village night. Before long, on the threshing floor, more than 40 young men gathered under the cold moonlight. In their hands were no longer farm tools, but weapons gleaming with a cold light, sharply honed sickles, serrated pitchforks, and the hunters' tightly gripped bows, their strings taut. Familiar faces, usually so, were now tense and strained. Shirakawa Susuke stood at the front of the procession, with Shirakawa Kasuke standing beside him. Behind them were several loads of wine and meat. The moonlight, like water, cast long, twisted shadows of the silent team and their cold blades, winding their way into the depths of the forest. Only heavy breathing and the occasional clinking of weapons filled the air. This was not a truly peaceful era. Only 54 years had passed since the end of the Warring States period, and in that era, it wasn't just ninjas who were conscripted to the battlefield. The white-haired Shirakawa Susuke was a survivor who had crawled out of that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. He knew how to command a massacre. The column, like a silent serpent, moved silently towards the mountains behind the village, led by the old man. Did you foresee this, senpai? Itachi's voice broke the silence from the shadows of the trees. His pupils reflected the moving column below the mountain. Shuji leaned against the tree trunk, slowly shaking his head, his shadow casting a deep shadow on his face. I considered a few possibilities. They reached an internal agreement and confessed to us, requesting confidentiality. Some of them chose to tip off others because of personal relationships. They started to panic on their own. But they didn't anticipate this possibility. He gazed at the cold light shimmering in the moonlight below the mountain. Those were his usually kind and honest neighbors and uncles. For the sake of the village's reputation, and to keep their jobs, they chose to take matters into their own hands. A complex, indescribable feeling welled up inside him. Were these villagers too reckless? Or did he simply lack a proper understanding of the true nature of this world? However, it was the right choice. Itachi's voice rang out, calm to the point of indifference, a stark contrast to his 8-year-old age. He watched the procession disappear into the dark forest. They ended the evil that had bred in their own village with their own hands, which was both an atonement and a way to preserve the foundation of the village to the greatest extent possible. Shuji turned his head and looked at Itachi's still childish face, which was completely expressionless. Under the moonlight, those dark eyes were unfathomable. It seems that his own understanding of the world was ultimately too naive. He shifted his gaze back to the mountain forest, its jagged outlines etched by the moonlight. Halfway up the mountain, there was a secluded village enclosed by a natural cave and a simple wooden fence. At the entrance of the village, only 2 people were lazily guarding the fire. When they saw the village chief, Shirakawa Kasuke, leading 6 people carrying loads on their shoulders, they were not wary at all, but instead greeted them with familiar smiles. Village chief. Why did you come up here in person? And with so many things. One of them was Koichiro. His face radiated the energy characteristic of youth, and he even seemed to affectionately reach out to take the carrying pole from the village chief's shoulder, as if he were simply welcoming an elder he hadn't seen in a long time. Kasuke Shirakawa stopped heavily, a forced smile appearing on his deeply wrinkled face, making him look exceptionally old and weary in the flickering firelight. Koichiro. Yamashita. Yamashita has another investigation, and it's quite a commotion. Don't you really plan to leave and lay low for a while? Hey, village chief. Didn't I already promise you that? Koichiro waved his hand, looking completely unconcerned, even with a touch of youthful smugness. We're very careful with our actions. We only rob those unscrupulous out-of-town merchants who are just passing through, and will never touch our regular customers who have dealings with our village. Those heartless merchants deserve to be robbed. You can rest assured. Koichiro peeked into the basket and saw the wine jars and chunks of meat sticking out. His eyes lit up, and his smile widened. You even brought so many good things to see us. Wait here, I'll go call Shinyu right now. He was just complaining that the wine wasn't strong enough. Kasuke Shirakawa's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. That outsider known as Big Brother. It was this guy named Shinya who, with sweet talk and the promise of happy days, completely bewitched Koichiro, whom he had watched grow up and who was once the most sensible and hard-working boy. A torrent of anger, sorrow, and despair instantly overwhelmed the last bit of support in his hunched body. He knew that at this very moment, in this moonlit forest, some things had already been like arrows released from a bow, irreversible. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1973 words. Chapter 6. Blood deep within the village, Shinya sat on a smooth, worn stone. He appeared unremarkable, of medium build, dressed in ordinary coarse cloth, easily overlooked in a crowd. Only when he looked up at Shirakawa Kasuke did a fleeting, enigmatic glint appear in his eyes. The daimyo prefecture has sent people again. Shirakawa Kasuke's voice was hoarse as he stared straight at Shinya. You should go out and avoid the area. Koichiro and several other young men immediately grumbled in dissatisfaction, shouting, "What are you afraid of?" Shinya, however, nodded unexpectedly, his attitude even bordering on sincere. "You're right, we should avoid it." He bowed slightly. Kasuke Shirakawa's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, almost imperceptibly. It's not easy out there. Tonight. Have something to eat and drink before you go. He gestured for the people behind him to put down their loads. Thank you. Shinya's smile deepened, and a few lines appeared at the corners of his eyes. Koichiro, call everyone over. Eat your fill, rest a bit, and we'll leave at dawn. The village quickly became lively. Many people looked reluctant to leave again, but Shinya clearly had a way of calming them down. During the meal, Shirakawa Kasuke and his entourage were unusually hospitable, constantly urging him to drink and eat, and repeatedly reminding him to be careful on the road. After a few rounds of drinks, an unnatural blush appeared on Koichiro and the others' faces, and their eyes began to glaze over. Shinmi also drank quite a bit, but his eyes remained clear and bright, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. As Shirakawa Kasuke watched, his heart sank. Beneath that smile, something cold seemed to be hidden. The night deepened, and a pale moon hung in the treetops. As the sounds of snoring rose and fell from the village, Shirakawa Kasuke slowly rose and waved to the dark shadows of the forest. A faint rustling sound came from the bushes, like a snake slithering through fallen leaves. Led by Shirakawa Sasuke, the villagers, wielding their razor-sharp farm tools, quietly emerged from the shadows. At first, some people hesitated, but when the first short scream ripped through the silence of the night, their expressions quickly froze, leaving only a numb resolve. They chose this path themselves. Sosuke's voice was not loud, but it was as piercing as an ice pick. Robbing caravans drags the whole village into a fire. He scanned the crowd. Think about your empty rice jars, think about the goods you can't sell. Screams, the dull thuds of blunt force striking flesh, and the dying whimpers mingled together, and a strong stench of blood permeated the chilly air. Sosuke's voice was unusually clear amidst the chaos. Once the small caravans are all killed, they will eventually target the merchants who do business with us. Once people have tasted the pleasure of getting something for nothing, they can never turn back. This is retribution for their listening to the instigation of outsiders. The last sentence was almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. Under the moonlight, the villagers' sickles and pitchforks dripped with dark red liquid, each drop hitting the soil with a dull tap, tap sound. The old man walked to Shinya's corpse, poked it a few times with a pitchfork, and then stood up and said in a loud voice, "Pack your things." He didn't even glance at Shirakawa Kasuke, whose face was deathly pale. There weren't many valuables in the village, so Shirakawa Sasuke gave a portion to everyone who was going to work that night, and gathered the rest together. These, along with these. The old man pointed to the corpses lying scattered on the ground, his voice eerily calm. Take these and hand them over, Kasuke. Tell those two ninjas that these are all that's left, the rest have probably been squandered by the thieves. Yes, yes. Shirakawa Kasuke's voice trembled violently. This matter ends here. No one is allowed to mention it again. The old man's gaze swept across the faces of every villager like a knife. The thieves were wiped out by Konoha ninjas. Just tell everyone that. He only looked away after everyone nodded stiffly. The Shirakawa village troops, carrying their meager spoils, silently disappeared into the deepest darkness before dawn. Only deathly silence and the pungent stench of blood remained in the village. As a sliver of gray appeared on the horizon, a figure slowly sat up from the pile of corpses. Shinmi patted his blood-stained clothes, gazing at the faintly brightening eastern sky, a playful smile playing on his lips. I was originally planning to let it rest for a while longer. He muttered to himself, a hint of mockery in his voice, but now it's much easier. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the corpses of the villagers who had once obeyed him, and his smile deepened. Now you can go to the land of tea and live a peaceful life. Ninja? A cold voice suddenly rang out. Shinya froze, then abruptly looked up. A boy dressed in dark green ninja attire stood silently atop the dilapidated wooden fence of the village, his headband reflecting a cold light in the dim light. He fell as lightly as a leaf. Shinya's pupils contracted sharply, and he instantly retreated several steps, his muscles tensing as he stared intently at the leaf village symbol on his opponent's forehead. A group of ordinary people were able to slip from the land of rivers to the land of fire, and then to the land of rain. Sure enough, there must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. Shuji's voice was calm, but his gaze was like a probe. Shinya's Adam's apple bobbed, but his voice was surprisingly steady. A bunch of petty thieves causing trouble, at most a C-rank mission. Less than 20 people, the reward from the land of rivers won't exceed 50,000 taels. His eyes were fixed on Shuji's hands, on guard against any sign of hand seals. This money, he said, subtly adjusting his breathing, isn't enough to make two ninjas fight to the death. I didn't directly take action, and my name isn't on the wanted list in the land of rivers. If you report the truth and let me go, the mission will still be considered complete. He slightly spread his hands, indicating that he was not a threat for the time being. Why risk it for such a small amount of money? There are too many variables in a ninja battle. Looks like you know the ropes. Shuji's fingers lightly rested on the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Deliberately controlling the scale to ensure the bounty isn't enough to trigger a ninja conflict? Shinya's lips curled into a faint smile. The corpses on the ground are enough for you to get by. Theoretically, that's correct. Shuji nodded. Requests from the land of rivers are accepted by Konoha, Sunagakure, and Amigakure. To be able to pinpoint the reward so precisely. Sunagakure? Or Amigakure? Let me guess, being so cautious as you are. Before he could finish speaking, a corpse behind Shosi suddenly sprang up, splintering wood and revealing a cold, humanoid puppet underneath. The puppet's joints made a piercing click sound, and its mouth opened, from which dozens of senbon needles gleaming with a ghostly blue light shot out. Shuji reacted extremely quickly, turning around instantly to deal with the situation. The moment his attention was drawn to the puppet, Shinni's hands had already turned into a blurry afterimage. His wide sleeves resembled the open neck folds of a venomous snake, from which hundreds of poison senbon needles burst forth in the dim light. At the same time, his chest bulged high, as if the surrounding air had been instantly sucked away. Wind escape big breakthrough. A violent gust of air erupted from Shinni's mouth, whipping up a sky full of poisonous senpai. The power of the wind endowed the hidden weapons with terrifying speed and penetrating force, forming a howling net of death that covered Shiosi's entire back. Puff 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 puff. The dense sounds of flesh being penetrated were like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Shuji's body jolted violently, then began to tremble uncontrollably. Countless tiny blossoms of blood instantly appeared on his eyes, cheeks, neck, chest, and limbs. The dark blue venom quickly spread around the wound. He staggered, then fell straight forward, crashing heavily onto the cold, muddy ground, where he remained motionless. Shirakawa village was shrouded in a thin morning mist before dawn. The air was cold and damp, carrying the scent of earth and vegetation, yet it couldn't mask a faint, almost imperceptible, smell of rust. Itachi stood at the village entrance, watching the villagers silently walk into the village with a few simple packages. There was no sadness on their faces, only a heavy weariness and numbness. Kisuke Shirakawa walked at the back, his steps unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. Itachi's appearance was like a stone thrown into stagnant water. The group stopped, and everyone's eyes were focused on this small figure. Susuke Shirakawa parted the crowd and walked to the front. His wrinkled face resembled a piece of dried tree bark, and his eyes were sharp and cold. Konoha ninja sir, the old man's voice was hoarse, the thieves have been wiped out. There's not much left, it's all here. He pointed to the packages, the village chief will explain the situation to you. Itachi's gaze swept over the villagers' clothes and farm tools, which were stained with dark red dirt. His gaze finally settled on Susuke's face, his dark, jade-like eyes calm and undisturbed, his voice clear and penetrating the morning mist. Senior Shuji asked me to pass on this message to everyone. The village entrance was deathly silent, even breathing was hushed. First, Konoha already knows the whole story of what happened in the village last night. These words were like a piece of ice thrown into the crowd, causing several villagers to visibly sway. Kisuke Shirakawa suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with terror. Sosuke's face instantly darkened, and the veins on the back of his hand gripping his cane bulged. Itachi's voice remained flat as he continued, secondly, we must maintain a unified narrative. The bandits were tracked down and eliminated by Konoha ninja Shuji, myself, and Uchiha Itachi. The villagers of Shirakawa provided necessary assistance during the process. He paused, looking into Susuke's eyes. Third, your act of cleaning up your own house is a matter of village affairs, and Konoha will not comment on it or intervene. The premise is that this matter is completely resolved and there are no further troubles affecting the business route or the client. Suzuki stared intently at Itachi, his chest heaving violently. After a long while, he finally managed to squeeze out a voice through clenched teeth, "I understand." The sound was like sandpaper rubbing together. Itachi nodded slightly, said no more, turned around, and his small figure silently disappeared into the dissipating mist, moving quickly towards the village. The villagers stood frozen in place until the weasel's figure completely disappeared, at which point a suppressed commotion and whispers erupted, fear and lingering dread clinging to them like cold vines. Suzuki slammed his cane down and shouted sternly, "Shut up. Do as the ninja lord says. Clean up and get back to what you were doing. No one dares to utter a single word of what we said today." His bloodshot eyes swept over the crowd, and he didn't say the rest of his words, but the chilling aura he exuded silenced everyone. Kisuke Shirakawa looked at Sasuke, his lips moved, but he ultimately said nothing. His hunched back seemed to collapse even further. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,425 words. Chapter 7 Battle. The instant Shinmi completed the hand seal, the ground beneath his feet suddenly sank. A hand covered in wet mud burst from the earth and clamped down on his ankle like an iron clamp. Oops! His pupils contracted sharply as a tremendous force dragged Shinya's body down. The earth swallowed him whole, and in the blink of an eye, only his head remained above ground. He watched helplessly as Shuji, pierced by the poisonous needles, turned into white smoke and dissipated in the morning breeze. Earth escape, the art of beheading in the heart. And also, Shadow Clone, Jonin? The mud was pressing against his body, and Shinmi struggled frantically, but a sharp pain suddenly shot through his waist and abdomen. His face contorted. Several hardwood pierced his internal organs, growing wildly inside him. Wood fibers spread through his blood vessels, puncturing his organs. With each heartbeat, new branches sprouted from the wound's cough. Blood gushed out, staining the ground before him. Crimson blood seeped from his 7 orifices, and drops of blood dripped down his chin, splashing into the soil. Puppet technique, poisoned 1,000 needles, the style of Sunagakure. Shuji's figure appeared before Shinya's head, looking down at him. A rogue ninja? Shuji's voice was calm. The villagers of Shirakawa took only a small portion, right? Where did they hide the rest? They don't seem to have it on them. Is there anything you want to leave behind? Like the reason for your defection? It'll help with the report. Shuji didn't seem to care. Of course, if you don't want to say anything, I'll just make it up myself. As the branches within his body penetrated deeper and began to strangle him, Shinmi's eyes bulged out, bloodshot and bulging. He opened his mouth desperately, only spitting out blood and foam, making a hoarse, guttural sound from his throat. Two. The hoarse voice was like the grinding of gravel. It's been so hard, I can't see any hope. The sandstorms grew stronger year by year. Requests for service didn't increase, yet the military budget of the Land of Wind's daimyo was shrinking. The war seemed endless. Meanwhile, those weak merchants lived more comfortably and prosperously than ninjas like him. Why? The strong endure such arduous trials, still struggling on the brink of life and death, while ordinary people can enjoy peace. It's unbearable. He took advantage of the chaos of the Third World War to escape the village. He patiently waited for the secret agents who had confirmed his fate to leave, and for the storm to pass. He carefully assembled a team, selected targets, and amassed enough money to live out his remaining years in comfort. Then, he dealt with these followers. They were the seeds of unrest. To retire peacefully, he had to clean them up. When he realized that the Shirakawa villagers couldn't hold back any longer and decided to take action, he went along with it, and everything should have been flawless. Why? Why before the finish line? Damn villagers, they actually hid the fact that the people tracking them were ninjas. If only he had known they were ninjas, he wouldn't have been so careless. Why? If they were ninjas, it would be ordinary people who would come up the mountain to deal with the thieves. Ninjas don't operate this way. For them, chasing bandits simply involves following trade routes and investigating tracks. The traces are then detected by their warning puppets as they ascend the mountain, rather than being triggered by ordinary people. The Land of Tea, the memory is vivid, boundless green fields, warm sunshine, camellias swaying in the wind. He wants to build a villa there, white walls and a red roof, breathing in the salty sea breeze every morning. Now, everything has vanished. His vision blurred, and Shuji's figure blurred into a black silhouette in the morning light. A flash of cold light. The head fell to the ground. The decapitation technique in his mind was complete. Shuji took out a scroll from his chest pocket, unfolded it, placed Shinya's head on it, and formed hand seals. The scroll flickered with a faint light, the head disappeared, leaving only a fleeting sealing rune. Encountering a rogue ninja from another village, after dealing with him, it was tacitly agreed to bring back his head. The intelligence team would try to extract information. If the information was valuable enough, there would be a special reward. If there was little to no gain, there would still be a basic subsidy. The moment the seal was completed, Itachi appeared at the entrance of the stronghold. Is it settled? Yes. As requested by my senior, I have completed negotiations with Shirakawa Kasuke and the person in charge. I have clearly informed them that Konoha will remain silent about the matter of Shirakawa village as agreed, and will announce to the outside world that the bandits were wiped out by us. Itachi took out a cloth bag. This is the property they handed over, which I have accepted as instructed. Shuji took the cloth bag and put it away. Clean up the scene and see if this Sand Village rogue ninja left anything behind. These bodies can be disposed of by the villagers later, Shuji added. Originally, keeping the bodies was intended as evidence to the Land of Rivers for their mission. Now, that's unnecessary. The head of a rogue Sunagakure ninja is enough. The intelligence team has confirmed him as the mastermind, and Konoha guarantees the mission's completion. For a mere C-rank mission, killing a ninja has already far exceeded the mission requirements. Itachi approached the broken puppet on the ground, not daring to approach the main body rashly. He quickly formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone. The shadow clone cautiously approached the remains. The moment its fingers touched the wooden surface, the contact point immediately turned bluish-purple. The poison wasn't yet potent enough to cause the shadow clone to collapse, so Itachi manipulated it to speed up its movements, carefully retrieving a scroll from inside the puppet's chest cavity. The scroll itself was not poisoned. Itachi remained cautious, having his shadow clones examine it to confirm that no traps had been triggered before his main body approached for a closer look. Senior, this is a sealing scroll. A sealed item. Shuji nodded knowingly. The rest of the valuables should be here. He wasn't skilled in unsealing spells, so he could only take them back to the village. He took out a specially made small sealing tube, collected some of Shinya's blood, and carefully sealed it. This was the key to breaking the seal. Chakra is a mixture of mental and physical energy. After learning how to refine chakra, ninjas can retain a portion of it within their cells. Therefore, ninjas can use their own blood as a summoning medium. Similarly, blood, before it completely loses its activity, can also be used to break the seals set by its owner on items. Of course, this requires an expert who is proficient in sealing techniques. After putting the sealing scroll into his ninja tool pouch, Shuji carefully searched the entire village again. Confirming nothing was missed, he dusted off his hands, turned to the boy beside him, and smiled easily. The mission is basically complete. Now we just need to return to the village and submit the report. Seeing Itachi standing quietly in place, Shuji suddenly blinked. By the way, before we go back, how about we take a stroll around Koizumi town? Transform? 8-year-old Uchiha tilted his head slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Now that the mission is all done, how can we not relax a bit? Shuji smiled and reached out to pat Itachi's shoulder lightly. Yes, senpai. Itachi's voice was steady. Shuji crouched down, his gaze level with Itachi's. This is not an order. So you don't need to say yes, just tell me whether you want to go or not. Uchiha Itachi remained silent for a moment. The morning breeze swept across the ruins, carrying the lingering stench of blood and the fresh scent of grass and trees. His gaze seemed to pass over the broken fence, landing on the faintly visible trade route below the mountain. Meatballs, he asked softly. Great idea. Shuji stood up, stretched his limbs, and the morning light outlined his neat profile. Then let's go try the dumplings in Koizumi town. Since we're out and about, we might as well bring some local specialties back with us. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,556 words. Chapter 8. The way home and the routes. The dango in Kozumicho was far inferior to those in Konoha. The texture was slightly rough, and the sweetness was excessively cloying. Shuji reluctantly ordered a bowl of ramen to wash away the taste in his mouth. The local ramen is alright. While not as famous as Konoha Ichiraku, it benefits from excellent pastures, resulting in a rich broth and tender meat slices. The only downside is that the noodles aren't chewy enough. While munching on his dango, Itachi listened quietly to Shuji's comments. He didn't need the ramen to balance the flavors. While Shuji was enjoying his meal, Itachi was focused on writing his mission report. During the mission, Shuji was the main executor, and their rewards were split 60-40. Shuji got 60% and Itachi got 40%. Therefore, Itachi took on the task of writing the report without complaint. Even without the split, given his ninja instincts, he wouldn't have shirked his responsibility. In contrast, Shuji seemed different. Itachi didn't have the concept of Hiruzen in his mind, but he could clearly sense that this senior was subtly different from ordinary ninjas. Senpai, Itachi raised his head and called out softly. Shuji lifted his face from the bowl of noodles, a little soup on the corner of his mouth. What does a ninja mean to you? Work, Shuji replied crisply. This answer startled Itachi slightly. He had heard too many lofty definitions of ninjas, the guardian blade of the village, the inheritor of will, the cornerstone of peace, but he had never heard such a straightforward answer. I enjoy eating and having fun. Being a ninja is just a job to make a living, Shuji said, slurping up another mouthful of noodles. And you, Itachi? Me? Itachi was speechless for a moment. From the moment he was born, becoming a ninja was his predetermined destiny. He experienced the battlefield with his father at the age of 4 and graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, he had never thought about why he wanted to become a ninja. Being a ninja is just a profession. Stripped of that identity, what are you as a human? A genius of the Uchiha clan? A ninja on whom the village places its hopes? Shuji put down his chopsticks, his gaze turning serious. What do you truly yearn for? What do you expect? Seeing Itachi deep in thought, Shuji's tone softened. There's no need to rush to find the answer. One day, you will come to your own conclusion. In the end, the ninja, who is given so much heavy meaning, is just one of thousands of professions. Would you like a bowl of ramen? Shuji suddenly asked, interrupting Itachi's thoughts. No, no need, thank you, senior. Itachi shook his head gently, his black hair fluttering in the breeze. It's really delicious, Shuji said, pointing to his bowl with his chopsticks. Just eating dumplings won't fill you up. I guess we shouldn't. Itachi's voice remained steady, but a hint of wavering was revealed. Listen to me, Shuji explained earnestly, it's common sense that sweets need to be paired with salty ones to be truly delicious. Senior, Itachi finally raised his head, a rare stubbornness flashing in his eyes. A sweet dumpling, paired with a cup of tea is enough. This was the first time Itachi had explicitly opposed Shuji's opinion since the start of this mission. Shuji felt a slight regret, yet a relieved smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. A faint smile also appeared on Itachi's face, like a crack quietly appearing on a frozen lake. Officials in the land of rivers quickly confirmed that the bandits had been wiped out and spread the news widely. Shuji and his companion then returned to Konoha. Submitting the mission report at the Hokage building wasn't complicated in itself, but encountering a rogue Sunagakure ninja and handing over his head took some extra steps. The mission reward will be distributed after the intelligence team completes the extraction of information from Shinya's head. If they're lucky, the extra reward for this mission might be around 150,000 ryo. If the intelligence isn't valuable, it might only increase to 100,000 ryo. As for Shinya's sealed scroll, since the river country's request did not include the recovery of stolen money, this item could naturally be kept. Shuji entrusted the unsealing of the scroll to the village. Of course. Chunin Tori, who was in charge of registration at the Hokage building, nodded in agreement. If the items in the scroll involve the secrets of other villages, the village will take a portion for safekeeping or research purposes and provide appropriate compensation accordingly. Considering this, the village will not charge any extra for this unsealing service. Thank you for your trouble. How long will it take? Come back in 3 days. By then, the intelligence team should have finished searching for the head. After finishing these chores, it was nearly dusk. Itachi then bid farewell to Shuji. While on missions, he endured hardships and slept outdoors, but back in the village, even an 8-year-old child like Itachi had to return home for meals on time. Shuji watched Itachi's small figure disappear around the street corner before turning and heading towards the western outskirts of the village. His destination was an old-fashioned mansion, over 50 years old, which had survived the Nine-Tails rampage 3 years prior because it was far from the village center. Cherry trees lined both sides of the mansion, their blossoms nearing the end of their bloom falling in the wind, briefly touching his shoulder before quietly slipping away. Grandma Tawa, I'm back. In the courtyard, an elderly woman dressed in a dark brown kimono sat upright, her silver hair meticulously combed. Hearing Shuji's voice, she did not raise her eyes, but merely nodded slightly. Is your body all right? Yes. I have mastered this power. Shiosi raised his palm, a warm, emerald-green light flowing in his hand. A tender sprout stretched and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Initially, Shuji, who was critically injured and on the verge of death, was beyond saving. When the medical ninjas of Konoha were helpless, it was Granny Momoka who took him away from the hospital and injected the legendary Hashirama cells into his body, which was on the verge of collapse. The worst outcome is death. With this thought in mind, the elderly man, well past 70, performed a rudimentary operation on Shuji in this old house. It wasn't even an operation, but rather a powerful suppression technique after injecting cells, and then left it to fate. The body still vividly remembers how it felt back then. The violent power, like a burst dam, instantly engulfed him. The interstitial cells, like greedy beasts, frantically tore and devoured every inch of flesh. The excruciating pain penetrated deep into the bone marrow, exploding at the nerve endings. For several moments, he felt as if a giant tree was growing wildly inside him, its roots piercing his internal organs and its branches piercing his skin. Every inch of skin felt like it was being pierced repeatedly by thousands of red-hot steel needles. The bones made a teeth-grinding cracking sound as they were being reconstructed, and the blood boiled and churned in the veins. That was a torment that transcended the limits of language. Just recalling it brings a deep, dull pain to my body. That Uchiha, he's called a genius, what do you think? Granny Momoka's voice was calm and indifferent. He's just a child. Shiosi lowered his hand, the green light in his palm disappearing along with the tender sprout, and answered calmly. Upon hearing this assessment, Granny Tawa's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, like a gentle breeze across the water, fleeting and without uttering a word. Only the faint sound of cherry blossoms falling remained in the courtyard. She slowly stood up, her movements carrying the composure that comes with age and a hint of barely perceptible hesitation. Since there are no problems, her gaze passed over Shuji and landed on the cherry blossoms falling in the courtyard. Her gaze was distant and heavy, as if it had pierced through the dust of time. From now on, live well, Shuji. A gentle breeze swept by, swirling up a few fallen petals. The old man's voice deepened, carrying a weariness and desolation that had been buried deep within his heart for years. Our clan has already sacrificed too much for Konoha. She paused, her gaze still fixed on the silently falling petals. Her voice was as soft as a sigh, yet each word was clear, carrying a weight that seemed to transcend time, giving up life, giving up hatred, and in the end, not even the surname of our ancestors can be preserved. It was as if she wasn't speaking to Shuji, but to this courtyard, to those names lost in the dust of history, whispering, Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama. For the village, what is left of our clan? The whispers gradually faded into a near-silent soliloquy, dissipating in the deepening twilight of the courtyard, leaving only a heavy, lingering sense of melancholy, like the cherry blossoms that carpeted the ground, silently recounting their former splendor and present decline. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,671 words. Chapter 9 Glory fades into shadow. Konoha has been established for over 54 years. The Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, Inoshika-cho, many secret ninja clans still thrive in the village, maintaining their lineage and pride. Only the Senju clan remains, known to the world only for the existence of Tsunade, who wanders far and wide. The Senju clan did not perish, but rather chose to dissolve themselves under the will of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Senju Momoka still remembers that moonless night, the air so heavy it felt like it could be squeezed dry. The candlelight cast huge, flickering shadows behind the two adults, making the entire Japanese-style room seem like a ghostly realm. Lord Hashirama sat in the main seat, his usual gentle and tolerant aura completely gone, leaving only a suffocating silence. He seemed to still carry the lingering scent of gunpowder and dust, and deeper still, an overwhelming weariness and sorrow that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. Momoka knew what it was. Just recently, he had personally ended the life of Apocalypse, Uchiha Madara, the man with whom he had been entangled for half his life, both enemy and friend. That battle not only ended Madara Uchiha's life, but also seemed to have robbed Hashirama of a part of his vitality. Tobirama stood to one side, his silver hair gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen in the dim light, his red eyes sharp as knives, sweeping over every Senju high-ranking member present, including Momoka herself. A night breeze slipped through the cracks in the door, the candle flames flickered and struggled, the light and shadow swaying, mirroring the uneasy emotions of everyone present. After my elder brother, I will succeed him as Hokage. Tobirama Senju's voice broke the silence, as calm as ever. Madara is dead, there is no other choice. But the hidden dangers remain. His gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Hashirama with a hint of barely perceptible worry. He then turned to the others, his tone becoming more stern. What essential difference is there between Konoha, a village where the Senju clan has continuously produced Hokage and maintained a large population, and the Senju clan of the past, in the eyes of other ninja clans? They will only see Konoha as the village of the Senju. This suspicion will entangle the foundation of Konoha like a poisonous vine, causing other clans to lose the motivation to fight for a common future. The candlelight suddenly burst into a flame, casting flickering light on the profile of the man between the pillars. He slowly raised his head, and his eyes, which were once as vibrant as a forest, now looked like they had survived a devastating wildfire, leaving only ashes and bottomless weariness. He spoke, his voice hoarse and low, each word seemingly carrying the pain of an unhealed wound. Tobirama was right. His gaze was unfocused, as if piercing through the walls, seeing Madara's last look as he fell. I killed Madara, for the village. When ideologies clash, even the deepest affections and the strongest powers ultimately lead to only destruction. His voice was filled with the immense pain of personally killing his best friend, but this pain, in turn, forged an unprecedented determination in him. We established this village, Hashirama's gaze finally focused, sweeping over everyone present, to end the endless killing between ninja clans in the past, so that children would no longer have to struggle in mountains of corpses and seas of blood like we did. This village must transcend one clan or one family. It must be a place that carries everyone's dreams, a village that truly belongs to everyone. This is the best way out that I can find. He took a deep breath, his voice becoming resolute, for the sake of this village's purity, so that it is not seen as the Senju's private property, to eliminate the root of suspicion, and so that all ninja clans truly regard this place as their home, not just a place to stay. Hashirama Senju's gaze fell on Momoka. For the sake of the village, friends, brothers, even my own flesh and blood, as long as the future of the village is threatened, I can abandon them all. An indescribable torrent, a mixture of astonishment, sorrow, and bone-chilling cold, instantly swept over Momoka. As Hashirama spoke, his body emanated a tangible, surging energy. It was not an attack, but a silent declaration of absolute power and absolute will. Tao Hua clearly felt that in the face of this power, any one person present, or even all of them combined, would be like an ant trying to shake a mountain. Before the thought of resistance could even arise, it was crushed by that invisible force and the cold, iron-like resolve in his words, which came at the cost of killing his best friend. Lord Hashirama, this time he's serious. He's convinced that the ninja village system is the future, and for that, he's willing to pay any price, including the glory of the Senju clan. Therefore, we have decided to disband the clan, Tobirama continued at the opportune moment. This generation may retain the surname, but the next generation, even my eldest brother's children, my bloodline, will no longer be called the Thousand Hands. He took out a thick scroll from his sleeve and slowly unrolled it. Those who choose to leave the clan and change their surname will receive compensation from the clan's property. Tobarama clearly listed the terms: money, secret ninjutsu scrolls, land, ninja tools. Will all be distributed according to these detailed rules, which is enough to guarantee that any clan member can obtain resources and freedom for personal development far beyond what they could have imagined when they were dependent on the clan. The candlelight flickered, reflecting the complex expressions on everyone's faces. After the initial shock and anger, a subtle balance began to emerge. Losing the title of Senju? It was certainly heartbreaking. But Lord Hashirama's words were truly chilling. The compensation list was astonishingly generous. Many secret techniques and riches that originally required risking one's life for one's family are now readily available. The fact that Hashirama and Tobarama would become Hokage one after another meant that the Senju clan's influence remained, and no one would dare to bully the clan members who had changed their surname. Without a unified will from the top leadership and without a respected figure to lead the rebellion, the will to resist quickly dissipated in the face of enormous benefits that could guarantee or even improve their personal lives, the protection of the future Hokage, and Hashirama Senju's unwavering belief in the village ideal, forged in blood and fire. Some of the younger members, in particular, even showed a longing in their eyes for breaking free from the constraints of their ancient clan and starting a new life. Tao Hua gazed at the two adults, while the hooting of owls outside the window sounded like a lament for the Thousand Hands clan. They chose Ninja Village, a place that carries the dreams of the future, rather than Ninja Clan, a place of past glory. To dispel the suspicions of the Senju clan, to gain a true sense of belonging from other ninja clans, and to ensure that the ideal of a village could truly take root, they personally tore down this banner that had been stained with countless blood and glory. In the end, she bowed her head deeply. Resistance was pointless and unwise. During the era of the ninja villages, the meaning of ninja clans had changed. Without the pressure of survival from surrounding enemies, ordinary clan members, freed from the name of the Senju, might truly gain more freedom and opportunities. Lord Hashirama firmly believed this was a better system, and for that reason, he even killed Madara. They wouldn't be threatened by losing their title, because the Hokage was Hashirama Senju, and the next would be Tobarama Senju. They could easily obtain the secret techniques and wealth that previously required blood and sweat. From an individual perspective, this was even an easier, more prosperous path, and the way Lord Hashirama desired to integrate into the village family. Thus, the once glorious Senju clan silently disappeared into the streets and alleys of Konoha, like the receding tide. Some chose new surnames, scattering like seeds throughout the village, others stubbornly clung to their last pride, neither changing their surnames nor leaving the community. Momoka was the latter. Shuji's ancestors and parents were too. They were as inconspicuous as those who changed their surnames, because there were already many nameless people in Konoha. For this reason, the Senju brothers tacitly approved of it all and left the Senju old house to these last guardians, as a small consolation for the past. Now, only Momoka and Shuji remained permanently in the old house. After the first generation passed away, most of their descendants moved into the ninja apartments allocated by the village or bought new homes in bustling areas. Only during festivals do people return to the old house to briefly reminisce about the past glory, talk about village affairs, and exchange information. Shuji's father grew up amidst the stories of the Senju clan and stayed at the old house after starting his own family. After both his parents died in battle, Momoka took care of Shuji, who was only 9 years old at the time, and watched him graduate from the ninja academy at the age of 11, and be critically injured and on the verge of death on the battlefield of Kumogakure at the age of 14, before finally being brought back to the human world by Hashirama's cells. Looking at Momoka's profile as she drifted into distant and heavy memories, Shuji sat quietly beside her. Only when the old woman pulled herself out of her complicated thoughts and gestured for him to leave did he quietly take his leave and return to his room. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,609 words. Chapter 10 The Path of Cultivation. The next morning, as the sun rose, Grandma Tawa, who was an early riser, had already prepared breakfast: glistening white rice, golden brown and crispy fried sari, pickled radishes cut into crescent shapes, and a bowl of steaming soup. With no assigned tasks, Shiosi stretched his muscles briefly in the woods next to his house before starting to formulate a training plan. He knew the script of this world. Akatsuki, Madara, the divine tree, the Otsutsuki, these names hung like swords over his head. even a mortal like himself understood that in this world, becoming stronger was a prerequisite for enjoying life. The path to becoming stronger for a ninja is actually quite clear at its core. Temper your body, unleash your potential, and hone your physical skills. Hone your skills, master ninja tools, and be prepared for any eventuality. Study ninjutsu, expand your methods, and adapt to the environment. Among them, ninjutsu is the most effective, but its fundamental effect lies in physical strength. The process of tempering the body is the process of developing physical energy. Every painful breakthrough to the limit tempers the will. Physical energy and mental will complement each other, jointly driving the growth of chakra until both reach the peak of their current physical potential. Only after that can ninjas focus their energy on ninjutsu. From this perspective, aside from the existence of chakra and the astonishing potential granted by the 130 trillion cells of humans in this world, which far surpasses that of humans on Earth, the essential logic of becoming stronger is no different from that on Earth. As a descendant of the Senju clan, he naturally possesses more abundant chakra and a stronger physical energy foundation. Now, having perfectly fused with Hashirama's cells, his future potential far surpasses that of ordinary ninjas. However, this is far from enough. The power of the Kage level is only enough to deal with the Akatsuki. Beyond that, only those who surpass the Kage level and reach the six-path sage level are qualified to participate or survive disasters of that level. To reach that level, based on the original work, there are two paths to consider: the Otsutsuki system and the Sage system. The Otsutsuki, the source of chakra, are a race that plunders life energy from the stars and transforms it into chakra to strengthen themselves. Theoretically, the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga clans all clearly originate from the Otsutsuki bloodline. They can strengthen themselves by continuously plundering chakra, thus purifying and reverting to their ancestral form. In the original work, one of the paths for the Uchiha to revert to their ancestral form was to fuse with Hashirama's cells, obtain powerful Yang attribute chakra, combine it with their own Yin attribute chakra, awaken the Rinnegan, become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, advance to the bloodline limit, and transform into the Otsutsuki. As for the Senju, it is not explicitly stated in the original work, but the path may be similar: to obtain a powerful Sharingan. However, a crucial point is often overlooked. Madara Uchiha, who obtained the Rinnegan through this method, was the reincarnation of Indra, the son of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the founder of Ninshu. Hashirama Senju, on the other hand, was the reincarnation of Ashura, another son of Hagoromo. Both inherited the chakra characteristics of Hagoromo, who was once the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. This means that the stringent conditions for awakening the Rinnegan are likely not only the fusion of Yin and Yang chakra, but also the inheritance of some kind of power essence originating from the Ten Tails. This path is shrouded in mystery for the current Shiosi, so it will be put on hold for now. So, what about the Sage Mode system? The original work shows its upper limit is higher than that of ordinary ninjas, but lower than that of a fully formed Otsutsuki. The strongest known Sage Mode practitioner is Hagoromo Otsutsuki himself, followed by Hashirama Senju, a being who stands at the pinnacle below the Sage of Six Paths. As a native power system of the ninja world, Sage Mode, compared to the ninja chakra system, is closer to the cultivation logic of traditional Shinsha, fantasy martial arts, novels. The first, and most difficult, step is to cultivate ki sense, to perceive the existence of natural energy. Only after that does one absorb natural energy and merge it with one's own physical and spiritual energy to form Sage chakra. For ordinary ninjas, the barrier of perception is a huge hurdle. They must first know the existence of natural energy in order to intentionally perceive, absorb, and transform it. Shuji, however, does not have this problem. Therefore, the next step is perception itself. Natural energy is everywhere. Shuji even speculated that the giant creatures in the ninja world and the superhuman physiques of humans, which far surpass those of their Earth counterparts, are precisely due to the long-term nourishment of natural energy. He had attempted to sense natural energy during his initial familiarization with his body, but to no avail. Returning from this mission, he re-examined his approach. There were two main known lineages of sage techniques, the frog sage technique of Mount Myaboku and the snake sage technique of Ryuchi Cave. The frog immortal technique is a gradual process. Applying a secret toad oil helps one perceive natural energy. Upon entering immortal mode, the practitioner will develop frog-shaped pupils and eyeshadow. The Snake Immortal technique is brutal and direct. It is infused with natural energy by the White Snake Immortal. If one survives, one succeeds. If one cannot withstand it, one dies. The essence of both methods is to allow practitioners to directly contact with and adapt to pure natural energy. Are there any other ways? Yes, the Divine Tree. The Otsutsuki clan, in order to plunder the energy of planets, would plant a divine tree on the target planet, transforming its life essence into chakra fruits. The ninja world was once planted with a divine tree, and it has already borne fruit once. The divine tree must possess the ability to absorb and digest natural energy. Wood release, a secret technique created by Hashirama Senju, possesses the ability to absorb chakra. Shuji speculates that Hashirama, through his own bloodline and Ashura chakra, traced and imitated some of the characteristics of the divine tree, thus gaining a natural ability to suppress the chakra of tailed beasts. Therefore, what he should do might not be simply to cultivate wood release ninjutsu, but rather to deeply explore the original power of the wood release bloodline limit. Wood release, revitalization technique. With a low shout, the ground beneath Shuji's feet trembled slightly. A tender green sapling broke through the soil, growing rapidly at a visible pace. Sunlight danced on the bark, and the branches and leaves rustled softly as they unfurled. When the tree reached his shoulder height, he deliberately slowed his chakra output, maintaining only a faint energy connection. "Let it grow," he whispered, his gaze focused. Shuji connected his perception, like invisible tentacles, intimately with the spiritual world of the trees. The saplings displayed extraordinary sensitivity, their roots expanded underground, searching for energy like thirsty hunters. The ground rose unnaturally, and the soil churned. Even more alarming was the change in the branches. The once tender branches twisted and hardened under the sunlight. They danced in the air, then suddenly froze, all pointing in Shosei's direction. Shuji could clearly feel the primal desire emanating from the trees, an almost insane thirst for chakra. A stinging sensation instantly crept onto his skin. Sweat trickled down his temples. "Calm down," he muttered to himself, his fingers swiftly forming the C-hand seal. The jagged branch abruptly stopped an inch from him, twisting in resentment. Shuji desperately guided the tree's senses toward that omnipresent yet elusive power. He could sense the tree's emotions shift from rage to confusion. Then, it seemed to catch something, that natural energy permeating the world that Shuji himself had never been able to clearly perceive. Just when Shuji thought he was about to make a breakthrough, a sudden change occurred. The once short tree grew taller again, its trunk creaking ominously. However, after growing only 10 centimeters, its shape became drastically distorted. The branches twisted and gnarled at angles that defied the laws of nature, and strange, seemingly flowing dark patterns appeared on the surface of the bark. Shuji instinctively took a step back. In that instant, a deathly grayness rapidly spread from the roots of the tree. Like the invisible hand of death sweeping across, wherever the grayness touched, all life vanished. In less than 3 seconds, the entire tree transformed into a lifelike stone sculpture. Even the smallest leaves froze in their trembling motion in the breeze, forever frozen in time. Shuji stood rooted to the spot, a fine layer of sweat beading on his forehead. He had failed. And failed so thoroughly, so dangerously. The trees created by wood release were not strong enough, lacking sufficient foundation to resist the erosion of natural energy. Even with his chakra support, these ninjutsu creations were like sandcastles, utterly vulnerable to the onslaught of natural energy, crumbling instantly. But he didn't gain nothing. The moment wood release attempted to absorb natural energy, subtle fluctuations would occur in the surrounding air. Like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating almost imperceptible ripples. It was this subtle change that allowed him, someone who was originally completely unaware of natural energy, to gradually touch upon a faint aura. In the forest, Shosei closed his eyes and concentrated, repeatedly replaying that fluctuation in his mind. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,765 words. Chapter 11. Village. A few days later, when they met again in the somewhat deserted corridor of the Hokage building, Itachi's gaze lingered on Shuji's face for a moment. "You don't look too well, senior," he said softly, his gaze falling on the barely noticeable bluish tinge under the other's eyes. Cultivation." Shiosi rubbed his temples, almost yawning. The money's here, let's go, Q barbecue, we'll eat and share. Itachi was already used to this, and he told his mother where he was going before leaving. The two blended into the bustling streets at dusk, the air gradually filled with the enticing aroma of charred fat. Shuji walked ahead, humming an off-key melody, while Itachi quietly lagged half a step behind. This interaction gave him a strange sense of relaxation. Besides Shuji, there were no scrutinizing gazes as if he were a genius specimen, nor were there heavy expectations weighing on him. It was as if he were just an ordinary boy. The barbecue restaurant was filled with the lively atmosphere of smoke. The pork belly slices, just placed on the wire mesh, immediately sizzled happily, dripping oil and sparks flying. Shuji quickly picked up a slice of meat, its edges slightly charred and sizzling with oil, coated it in dark brown sauce, and eagerly popped it into his mouth. The scalding hot meat juices, mixed with the savory aroma of the sauce, exploded on the tongue, seemingly washing away most of the fatigue accumulated from days of training. Phew. He breathed a satisfied sigh, squinted his eyes, picked up another piece of meat that was also grilled to perfection, and placed it naturally on Itachi's plate. Eat more, you're still growing. Is Senior studying a new technique? Itachi asked, looking at the fragrant slices of meat on the plate. I guess so, it wasn't going too well, Shiosi replied vaguely, picking up another piece for himself. What about you? What have you been practicing these past few days? Taijutsu, ninjutsu, ninja tool throwing, Itachi picked up his chopsticks, and practiced with the seniors of the clan. Uchiha Shursui? Itachi paused almost imperceptibly, then looked up at Shuji, Senpai no Shursui? Besides you, the record holder for graduating in 1 year, his name is more well known within the Uchiha clan. Shuji calmly took a sip of barley tea. I've heard of him, but I don't know him. After several rounds of meat slices, the emptiness in his stomach was replaced by a solid sense of satisfaction. Shuji wiped his mouth and got down to business. The reward has been confirmed. The Sand Ninja's sealing scroll yielded approximately 10 million taels. This amount of money is enough to issue more than a dozen high-level A-rank missions in the 5 great ninja villages. For an ordinary chunin, it might not be possible to accumulate this amount in their entire career. Senior, Itachi put down his chopsticks, his eyes clear and focused. Why did that Sand Ninja betray his own village? Instead of answering directly, Shuji asked, in your opinion, what is a village? After a moment's thought, Itachi gave a textbook answer. It's a place where ninjas live, take on missions, and protect each other. Shuji nodded, his gaze fixed on the lights of countless homes gradually illuminating outside the window, as if piercing through the dust of time. Initially, Konoha was just a settlement jointly established by the Senju and Uchiha after they put aside their blood feud. When the two strongest clans in the ninja world shook hands and made peace, even living side by side, he tapped the table with his chopsticks. The other ninja clans within the Land of Fire had no choice. No single clan could withstand the alliance of these two powerful clans on its own. For survival, they had no choice but to join Konoha. The weasel straightened its back unconsciously. The glorious history of the village's founding, which he had heard in the Ninja Academy classroom, was stripped of its idealized veneer and revealed in Shuji's plain narration, exposing its cold and realistic foundation, the coercion of survival and the balancing of power. When the vast majority of the ninja clans of the Fire Country gather here, this place naturally became the nation's only and most powerful military pillar. Local lords, and even daimyo prefectures, could no longer easily incite the ninja clans to kill each other and reap the benefits, as they had during the Warring States period. On the wire mesh, a thick piece of fatty pork chop dripped its grease onto the charcoal fire, making a loud sizzle and sending up a plume of white smoke. So initially, Shuji turned his gaze to Itachi. The village was more like a platform. A platform that allowed these ninja clans to cooperate within relatively safe rules, while also competing within those rules. Back then, Konoha was essentially a settlement of a dozen or so ninja clans who banded together for mutual support. Until, Shuji's eyes sharpened, the Senju clan disbanded voluntarily, and the village began to absorb large numbers of orphans and wandering ninjas without clan support. After the second Hokage established the Umbu, he paused slightly, seemingly choosing his words carefully. The village truly possessed its own power base, no longer entirely dependent on the ninja clans. This power obeyed only the village itself. Outside the private room, the footsteps of a waiter carrying a tray faded into the distance, leaving a brief silence. This transformation is crucial. Shuji's voice lowered. The ninja clan is no longer the sole entity in the village. As the basic pressure of survival eases, the ninjas' suppressed personal thoughts and pursuits begin to surface. And some of these pursuits, he picked up his teacup, looking at the amber liquid inside, are destined to create irreconcilable conflicts with the village as a collective. The smoke from the barbecue swirled between the two, blurring their expressions. You said before that for you, being a ninja is just a job, Itachi pressed. So, what is your view on rogue ninja? Shuji's expression remained calm. Normally, I would consider them enemies. Because under the ninja village system, ninjas are strictly restrained and cannot attack ordinary people at will. He picked up a piece of roasted meat, which smelled wonderfully charred, and dipped it in the sauce. Ordinary people can farm, run shops, and live in peace, and the harm is kept within a certain range. The economy can develop, and life can get better. Good things like this, he pointed to the sizzling wire mesh and the food on the table, will become more and more common. And rogue ninja, like that sand ninja, Shuji changed the subject, he fled the village to pursue what he considered a better life, which on the surface seems perfectly justifiable. But in reality, he smiled faintly, a smile devoid of warmth. This is just a cautious Chunin who is wary of the village's power and doesn't dare to be too reckless. Shuji looked into Itachi's eyes and said clearly, word by word, if we encounter those who are even more unscrupulous, without any bottom line, and who treat human life like dirt. He paused, picked up his teacup, took a sip, and his Adam's apple bobbed. I just want to enjoy a peaceful meal. If someone insists on causing trouble, he put down his teacup, the bottom making a crisp, light sound as it hit the table. I will stop them as far as I can. Itachi listened in silence, his small fingers unconsciously stroking the warm rim of the teacup, feeling the delicate texture of the ceramic. Senior believes, Itachi said cautiously after a moment, his voice even softer, that the ninja village system can maintain this order indefinitely. Shuji turned his gaze to the window. As dusk settled, the streets of Konoha were illuminated by warm lights, outlining the silhouettes of people returning home. No system is perfect, Itachi. The key question is whether it has yielded better results than in the past. As for the ninja village system, from the perspective of ending the warring states period and reducing unnecessary killing, it is indeed more competitive than the fragmented ninja clans. Shuji withdrew his gaze and looked back at the boy across the table. The village platform gave ninjas a sense of belonging that they could call home, reducing the endless fighting and drain between ninja clans. But it also brought new constraints and new conflicts. Under any system, there will inevitably be contradictions that cannot be completely eliminated. Conflicts between the demands of individual ninjas and the village as a whole, friction between ninja traditions and the village's unified will. These are all problems that the village must face and cannot avoid, and they need to be solved and balanced by generation after generation. Senior, Itachi seemed to have caught something. Then in a village, is it necessarily that a powerful ninja clan should not exist? Not entirely, Shuji stated his point of view. In fact, the village needs the presence of the ninja clan to some extent. Especially for those clans with unique bloodline limits, the ninja clan itself is the most effective way to protect and pass on these precious powers. It could even be said that the existence of ninja clans actually relieved the pressure on villages in cultivating special talents and protecting secret techniques. To some extent, it also eased the potential direct conflict between individuals with powerful bloodlines and the overall rules of the village. He picked up a lettuce leaf, wrapped it around a piece of grilled meat, and said calmly but with unwavering authority, however, the power of the ninja clan must not become too great, much less surpass that of the village. After all, from a realistic perspective, many of the heroes who stepped forward to protect their villages amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood during the 3 Shinobi World Wars came from families without illustrious bloodlines. It was thanks to countless unsung heroes like them who fought bravely that the villages were able to stand firm in the wars and continue to this day. Itachi didn't say anything more. He looked down at the slightly cooled piece of roast meat that Shiosi had placed on his plate. The warm yellow light shone on it, giving it a slightly oily sheen. The only sounds in the private room were the faint crackling of the charcoal fire and the distant laughter and chatter coming from the next table. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,283 words. Chapter 12 Shadows and Stairs. Thank you for your hospitality, Senior. I'll take my leave now. Itachi did not participate in the distribution of Shinya's ill-gotten gains. He stated that he had not contributed to the distribution and was not included in the agreed-upon reward. He only took the agreed-upon 20,000 ryo. Conversely, Shuji settled the bill for Yakiniku Q. As dusk settled, Shiosi rubbed his aching shoulders, preparing to return to his cultivation. Around the corner, a figure wearing an animal mask appeared silently. The Hokage summons you. The Umbu ninja's voice was flat and emotionless. Shuji scratched his head helplessly and looked up at the sunset. This feeling was exactly like being suddenly recalled from working overtime in his past life. He followed the Umbu, his figure disappearing into the deepening night. Inside the Hokage's office, the setting sun bathed the room in a warm golden light. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood with his back to the door, the hem of his Hokage robe fluttering gently in the breeze. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around, the smoke rising from his pipe drifting softly in the beam of light. You did a great job on this mission. Thank you for your hard work. The third generation's voice was gentle, but his eyes, which had seen the world, remained sharp. He took off his pipe and exhaled a wisp of smoke. You flatter me, Lord Hokage. No, it's the truth. The third Hokage walked to his desk, tapping his pipe lightly on the edge, leaving a few specks of ash. You didn't show this kind of talent when you were on duty at the border. He changed the subject slightly. Shuji, what do you think of Itachi? Exceptionally talented, far surpassing his peers. That child has lost his partner now, and so have you. The third generation's voice was lower. Since you've been working well together, why not continue? As for the team's lack of personnel, I will arrange suitable candidates. Shiosi frowned slightly. With my qualifications, I'm afraid I'm not yet qualified to be a mentor. According to Konoha's usual practice, there are only two possibilities for this combination. Either he serves as the instructor and is paired with two genin, or he is transferred to chunin or even jonin, and the team's mission is directly upgraded to B rank or higher. This is Itachi's own wish. The third Hokage's gaze passed over Shuji and fell on the twilight outside the window. He doesn't want to team up with genin anymore. Before he could finish speaking, Shuji understood what he meant. The boy who witnessed his comrades' tragic deaths did not want to experience that again. If you are unwilling, I completely understand. The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. It is indeed not appropriate to involve genin in high-level missions, and it is not responsible to you. A brief silence fell over the office, broken only by the soft crackling of burning tobacco. Suddenly, the third Hokage rose, his wide robes billowing in an arc. However, the Hokage, who had been in power for many years, did not press the matter. He turned around, his eyes filled with sincere inquiry, and said, I hope you will consider this carefully. If you refuse, there are others within the Uchiha clan willing to take Itachi on missions. He paused, a complex look flashing in his eyes. But if possible, I hope that the children of the Uchiha clan will not forever limit their vision to the clan. Shuji asked cautiously, what is his father's, the Uchiha clan's, attitude towards this? Fugaku won't have any objections, Hiruzen Sarutobi said calmly. In that case, I have no objection. The wrinkles at the corners of the third generation's eyes smoothed out, revealing a look of relief, as expected of Shuji. How is Lady Momoko's health? Very good, Shuji replied briefly. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded and pulled a slightly worn file from the drawer. Shuji noticed it was his own file. The third Hokage, right in front of Shuji, picked up a pen and began writing on it. Don't take on any new missions for the time being. You can also start preparing for your promotion to jonin. A jonin? Shuji was genuinely surprised this time. Jonin hold a pivotal position in Konoha. They are the village's true core strength, second only to the Kage. Theoretically, every jonin is qualified to compete for the Hokage position. Therefore, this position is extremely difficult to obtain, and its number is strictly limited. Throughout Konoha's history, only a handful of people have been promoted to rank ninja in their teens, Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, and the future Niji Hyuga. Besides their exceptional talent and strength, Their promotions were often intertwined with special backgrounds or enormous sacrifices. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, died mysteriously. Might Dai fought to the death to save his son, crippling the 7 ninja of the mist, and Hisashi Hyuga volunteered to die in his place to avoid war. The promotion of the village was undoubtedly influenced by considerations of compensation and appeasement. Just as Special Jonin, Hiruzen Sarutobi added at the right moment, breaking Shuji's train of thought. Shuji felt relieved. Special Jonin, this was a special rank. They weren't promoted based on overall exceptional strength, but rather by reaching Jonin level in a specific area, or possessing indispensable special talents such as powerful sensory abilities, top-tier medical ninjutsu, or profound sealing techniques. Their authority and status were lower than regular Jonin, but higher than ordinary Chunin, and they were typically responsible for specific types of missions or served as expert advisors. This arrangement avoids potential controversy over qualifications that might arise from directly promoting someone to a full-fledged Jonin. Understood, Shuji replied calmly. The identity of a special Jonin was more suitable for him. Higher mission authority and rewards, and fewer daily management responsibilities, it suited him perfectly. The third Hokage placed the file back in the drawer, making a slight sliding sound. You'll be notified about the promotion process. You'll need 2 letters of recommendation from current Chunin or Jonin, and you'll have to pass an evaluation test. The test will focus on your area of expertise. He glanced at Shuji, meaningfully adding, with your abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. As for the recommendation letters. Shuji understood. His parents had died on the battlefield, his mentor, a Jonin, had perished in the Nine-Tails attack, and his comrades from the border squad had also sacrificed themselves on the Kumogakure battlefield. The most suitable candidates were all gone. If Shuji couldn't find anyone for the time being, Hiruzen Sarutobi could naturally find suitable candidates and provide letters of recommendation. I'll handle it myself, Shuji said. Granny Taohua should be able to contact some members of the Thousand Hands clan who are living in anonymity. Although they have changed their surnames and integrated into Konoha, as former core members, many of them hold the status of Chunin or Jonin. I have seen them during the New Year holidays. As for recommending books, it shouldn't be a problem. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly, go, and prepare well. As for Itachi's team, I will have the Umbu notify you once the personnel are complete. Yes. Shiosi bowed and took his leave. Stepping out of the Hokage building, Konoha was already bathed in the glow of streetlights. A cool evening breeze carried away the lingering smell of smoke from the offices. Promotion to Special Jonin. Shuji didn't feel much about the title itself, but he was satisfied with the practical benefits it brought, greater freedom, opportunities to participate in more core missions, and richer rewards. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,360 words. Chapter 13 Letter of Recommendation. The courtyard of the Senju house was bathed in the dim twilight. The evening breeze rustled softly through the branches of the ancient trees. The lanterns under the eaves cast a gentle, warm glow. Granny Peach Blossom sat as still as a rock, only slightly raising her eyelids as she saw Shiosi push open the door and enter. You're back? The voice was flat, revealing no emotion. But his weathered gaze lingered on Shiosi for a few more moments, as was his habit. Yes, Grandma. Shuji sat down on the veranda, his posture relaxed. The third Hokage summoned me regarding team arrangements and the promotion of Special Jonin. The reason for not mentioning the team formation was mainly to avoid worrying the grandmother, since he had agreed to become Itachi's captain, and then the third Hokage proposed to promote him to Jonin, which seemed like an exchange. No, in practical terms, it was just an exchange. Granny Taohua's fingers, which were holding the teacup, paused almost imperceptibly for a moment. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on a corner of the courtyard swallowed by shadows. We need 2 Chunin or Jonin recommendation letters, Shuji continued, speaking as if reporting official business, plus a specialized ability assessment. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with the recommendation letter. A letter of recommendation? Granny Taohua slowly turned her head, her gaze falling on Shiosi's face. That one word seemed to freeze the air in the corridor for a moment. She picked up her teacup, took a sip, and the scalding liquid couldn't completely conceal the deep meaning that flashed in her eyes. Those who can write recommendation letters naturally refer to those kinds of people. In the fragments of memories that Shiosi merged with, those people were like distant relatives with whom he had a detached relationship. At certain times each year, they would visit this somewhat desolate old house, bringing decent but not luxurious gifts, exquisite boxes of pastries, seasonal fresh fruits, or some rare little items from outside the village. The scene in my memory is somewhat hazy. Some faces carry a sense of nostalgia for the past, and their words reveal an obvious respect for Granny Taohua. Their gazes toward young Shuji were complex, as if they were examining a keepsake connecting the past and the future. They would gently pat his head or shoulder, asking casual questions like, "How's the ninja academy going?" or "You've grown taller again," their tone gentle, conveying a concern that was both paternal and distant. For Shiosi now, these distant relatives, who only exist in brief greetings during holidays, have little affection and little contact. But now that he needs them, he can only seek the coordination of Granny Taohua, the matriarch. From an adult's perspective, this is undoubtedly the most appropriate, proper, and convenient way. Having an elder make the contact is far more natural, efficient, and suitable than him, a 14-year-old boy, directly asking those uncles, aunts, and cousins whose faces he doesn't remember clearly and with whom he has a distant relationship for recommendation letters. Grandma Taohua put down her teacup, the bottom of which made a very light, crisp sound as it collided with the tray. Her gaze lingered on Shuji's still somewhat immature face. 14 years old, not young anymore, in the world of ninjas, this was already an age capable of shouldering heavy responsibilities. But for Granny Taohua, it was too small. A letter of recommendation is an attitude. When parents write a letter of recommendation for their child, it means they approve of that person as a representative of their family. When a chunin writes a letter of recommendation, it means they are willing to accept the leadership of that jonin. When a jonin writes a letter of recommendation, it means they acknowledge that the person has earned their approval in some aspect and is qualified to be their ally. So, should we get those people to write recommendation letters and let them make contact with us? Should we let him get involved in that circle now? After the passing of Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobarama, those people liked to gather at the old house, perhaps to maintain a bond that would allow them to help each other in crucial moments. Behind this bond lie expectations, burdens, and perhaps even calculations. This pool of water is far too deep and unfathomable for Shiosi at this moment. Regarding the letter of recommendation, Granny Taohua finally agreed, "I will take care of it. Do you need me to prepare anything? You just need to focus on the assessment." Granny Taohua casually pushed a ceramic cup filled with freshly brewed hot tea in front of Shiosi. "You don't need to worry about anything else." Shuji took the teacup, the warmth spreading from his palm. "Yes, Grandma. He should do it neatly." Since the old man intends to make the arrangements himself, Shiosi is happy to save himself the trouble. "The letter of recommendation will be sent directly to the Hokage's office," Granny Momoka added casually. As Shuji held the warm ceramic cup, his thoughts immediately drifted away. The original owner left behind a very solid foundation. She could master all 5 types of elemental techniques, and her chakra reserves were exceptionally high. Abundant chakra also meant a strong physique, and naturally, her taijutsu was not weak. As for genjutsu, Senju Momoka was a renowned genjutsu master during the Warring States period when she faced the Uchiha clan. Shiosi was raised by her, and even if he wasn't an expert in illusion magic, it was by no means a weak point. Not to mention now, both the quantity and quality of his chakra have reached a whole new level. Their spiritual perception became increasingly acute, and their 5 senses were also greatly enhanced. A targeted special jonin exam? It's not a problem for either the current Shuji or the Shuji of the past. For Shuji now, this is more like a test of his control, how to accurately grasp the scale of power, demonstrate the level of ninjutsu a jonin should have, pass the test smoothly, and not be so different from his past strength that he would attract unnecessary scrutiny. What truly lingers in my mind is the cultivation of the perception of natural energy. Through this period of dedicated training and enlightenment, Shuji has been able to vaguely sense the strange ripples that appear in the surrounding space when the wood-release tree attempts to absorb natural energy. Although it was still elusive and difficult to grasp, and he couldn't actively absorb it, it was still positive feedback, giving him more confidence and proving that this path was correct. All he needed to do from now on was continue practicing. At the same time, the in-depth development of wood release should not be neglected. Although the previous attempt to guide wood release to absorb natural energy ended in petrification, the failure itself was a valuable experience. The trees he cultivated were still too weak. So, should he focus on improving the strength of the trees in wood release, or should he expand the variety of trees? These are all problems that need to be solved. He must gain a deeper understanding of the essence of wood release and explore its profound connection with natural energy. With Hashirama Senju paving the way, he might just be able to find his own path. Only by truly mastering the immense power of the thousand hands can one stand firm in the coming era of uncertainty and chaos, as he knows it. The trial is but a ripple, only by becoming stronger can one become a pillar. As night deepened, the lamplight of the old house cast a hazy glow on the windowpanes. Granny Taohua watched the young man holding a teacup, his eyes vacant, clearly absorbed in meditation and contemplation. The tense lines on her shoulders relaxed almost imperceptibly. She picked up her own cup of tea, which had already cooled down, and slowly sipped it. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,434 words. Chapter 14. New team members. The air in the Hokage's office was stagnant and heavy, as if you could wring water out of it. The faint light filtering through the window slanted through the billowing tobacco smoke, making Hiruzen Sarutobi's face appear blurry in the haze. Danzo Shimura's voice was low and resolute, like a cold stone thrown into stagnant water. Hiruzen, that injury report, in black and white. That level of penetrating wound, blood loss, organ rupture, theoretically, there is no possibility of survival. His thin fingers tapped the Konoha hospital report spread out on the table, the knuckles striking the paper with a dull echo. Hiruzen Sarutobi remained silent, the embers in his pipe flickering in the dim light. The two understood each other without saying a word. The report described the path to the underworld, while the boy who should have been lying on a memorial stone was now walking alive in the sunlight. A vague and heavy answer, like the smell of smoke in the room, lingered. Most of the Senju clan's techniques are stored in Konoha's Forbidden Technique Library, contributed by the second Hokage, Tobirama. After the Senju clan disbanded, although some new techniques may have remained, the one that could have allowed Shuji to survive was so dangerous that Momoka didn't make a choice until the very last moment. What it was isn't hard to guess. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag on his cigarette, the pungent smoke swirling in his lungs. He looked at Danzo through the smoke and asked calmly, his tone revealing no emotion. He's not suited to lead Uchiha Itachi. Danzo went straight to the point without any beating around the bush. Hand over Uchiha Itachi to me. His purpose was naked and clear, Shuji was merely a prelude. Danzo's true target was always Itachi, the young genius of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi had a clear understanding of this. Impossible. His voice was firm and unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. Even if they considered transferring Itachi to the Umbu for special training, there was absolutely no way he would fall into the hands of Root. Fugaku will not accept it, he pointed out the key point. Every member of the Root has been marked with a curse seal, and their life, death, honor, and disgrace are all in Danzo's hands. Even ordinary Uchiha clan members fear the Root clan, let alone the clan leader's son, a genius on whom the Uchiha clan places great hopes. There's no need for Fugaku Uchiha to know. Danzo's voice carried a cold confidence, as if manipulating people's hearts was the most natural thing in the world. I have a way to get Itachi Uchiha to join voluntarily. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his pipe against the edge of the table, making a loud thud and sending a few sparks flying. No. They're already itching to make a move. Danzo's voice suddenly rose. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, as if to exhale the pent-up emotions in his chest along with the smoke, letting the swirling smoke temporarily blur the weariness and heaviness in his eyes. Kumakushi village has signaled its intention to negotiate, he changed the subject. The most urgent task is to resolve this matter. Danzo let out a short, cold snort, but ultimately followed up on the third Hokage's words. After the last operation failed, Kumogakure did indeed cease its activities on the border. The village is about to collapse too. Hiruzen Sarutobi calmly stated the reality, his fingers unconsciously stroking the warm pipe. For the Hidden Cloud village, the 3-year stalemate at the border was not just about the casualty figures of the ninjas on the front lines. The land of lightning is mostly mountainous with little flat land, and its limited arable land is used to cultivate a large number of cash crops in pursuit of economic benefits. After the falling out with the Land of Fire, food trade between the Land of Lightning and the countries within the influence of Konoha village almost ceased. On the surface, Konoha village is merely a military mercenary organization, unable to interfere in the affairs of the Land of Fire, let alone make any demands on other countries. However, Danzo Shimura's root organization was never bound by such superficial formalities. They launched attacks in all directions, not only precisely intercepting all caravans attempting to reach the Land of Lightning, but also turning these spoils of war into supplies to nourish Konoha. The complete paralysis of land trade routes forced the Land of Lightning to rely solely on sea transport. Food prices soared, essential goods were scarce, and the standard of living for ordinary people plummeted. Even though Kumogakure could barely maintain supplies to the front lines thanks to its reserves, discontent was already rampant in the rear, and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning had repeatedly informed the Raikage. The Cloud Village raid that led to the annihilation of Shuji's squad was a last-ditch effort. The silence that followed the failure in the Cloud Village was proof of their utter exhaustion. In contrast, Konoha, though not lacking in food and supplies, was worn down by years of war, which was like a heavy millstone, grinding away at the villagers' patience and hope. War weariness spread like wildfire, silently. With Kumogakure extending an olive branch, Konoha has reached the end of this war of attrition. The village has been short-handed these past few years, with too many backlogged requests. In the Land of Forest and Izuku Port, wandering ninjas are proliferating, and the situation is somewhat chaotic. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice regained its businesslike indifference. Root, send someone to check it out first. Stabilize the situation. I will make the arrangements, Danzo replied, his voice devoid of emotion. He turned, leaning on his cane, his wide robes billowing in a slightly chilly breeze. Two root ninjas, wearing animal masks and exuding an aura as still as stagnant water, silently emerged from the shadows and followed closely behind. The heavy door to the Hokage's office was flung open, and bright lights from the corridor flooded in, briefly dispelling the gloom and smoke inside. In that instant of light and shadow, Danzo and Shuji, who was about to knock on the door, met face to face. Advisor. Shoshi stopped and nodded slightly in greeting, his voice calm and even. Shimura Danzo did not even pause in his steps. His deep-set, hawk-like eyes swept sharply and coldly over Shoshi, as if trying to pierce through his skin and examine all the secrets hidden beneath. In the end, the advisor merely let out a faint, ambiguous hum from his nose, and then, along with two root ninjas, disappeared into the end of the corridor like three shadows blending into the wall, leaving behind an inescapable chilling aura. Shuji watched the three figures disappear completely into the darkness at the end of the corridor before turning his gaze away and pushing open the door to the Hokage's office. The smell of tobacco mixed with old paper wafted over him. He walked to the large desk and gently placed down the paper bag he had prepared, which contained records of his mission history and personal information from the past few years. Lord Hokage. His voice broke the brief silence in the room. Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to deliberately conceal some of the solemnity and weariness on his face. He put down his pipe and looked at Shuji with a gentle, elder-like gaze. They've arrived. Regarding the recommendation letters. He opened a drawer. Hayami and Kachi have already sent them. He took out two sealed scrolls and placed them on the corner of the table. The assessment task is a specialized evaluation of ninjutsu ability. Your ninjutsu skills have always been outstanding. So, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Yes, I will be prepared. Shioshi's answer was crisp and concise, without any unnecessary words. Also, Hiruzen Sarutobi seemed to remember something, and pulled out a thin document from the drawer, handing it over, about your squad members. This child, currently, due to some special reasons, has not yet been assigned a suitable squad in the village. After consideration, I think it might be suitable for him to join your squad. Shuji took the document and his gaze fell on the photo on the information page. A girl with short purple hair came into view, her eyes carrying a hint of untamed wildness, and the corners of her mouth seemed to be curled up in a nonchalant smile. Midarashi red beans. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,477 words. Chapter 15 Before the assessment. Midarashi Anko, a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, originally had a respectable background. However, after Orochimaru used villagers for forbidden jutsu experiments and she became a rogue ninja, her situation became awkward. Enko and Shuji were both born in Konoha in 40 and were classmates at the Ninja Academy, but not in the same class. The original owner of this body could only say that they had met, but were not close. After being imprisoned by the Umbu for several months and confirmed to be safe, Enko regained her freedom. However, this was likely just a formality. So far, Orochimaru's crimes are killing his fellow villagers and using them for ninjutsu experiments, crimes that even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could not conceal. The ninja clans gathered and transformed into ninja villages for over 50 years. The initial reason they were able to come together was that each clan had a basic safety principle: they could not harm each other. This was the most basic condition for the ninja clans to gather and survive together. Orochimaru's actions completely ruined this condition, making it impossible for him to stay in the village. Orochimaru's situation was complex. As one of the legendary Sannin, he had rendered great service and had countless former followers in the village. As the Hokage's disciple, he had a decades-long bond with his master. All these factors combined meant that Orochimaru could be killed or spared, but he could not remain in the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi chose not to kill him, gave him a beating, spared his life, and then allowed the village to proceed with the process of hunting down rogue ninjas, leaving Orochimaru to wander the streets. Since this approach was taken even towards Orochimaru himself, his disciples and former subordinates would naturally be treated leniently as well. Otherwise, given Konoha's nature as a military group, a thorough purge should have been launched, instead of the current situation of much ado about nothing. For Shiosi, the situation of the squad is now a bit complicated. The two team members are either too young or have just completed their background checks, and both have complicated backgrounds. There's no point in dwelling on it now that things have come to this. The assessment arranged by the third generation is still pending notification, as the personnel responsible for the assessment are reportedly still on duty elsewhere. Shuji then focused all his attention on his cultivation. In the old forest behind the Senju mansion, Shuji sat cross-legged. After a period of meditation and experimentation, his perception of the ripples caused by the wood release creation, the subtle spatial tremors produced when natural energy is unconsciously disturbed, has become increasingly clear. It was no longer a vague fluctuation, but a rhythm with the unique texture of primal energy that could be captured by the spiritual tendrils, like a silent undercurrent surging in the deep sea. Now, it is possible to try practicing the absorption of natural energy. The threshold of perception has been crossed. The next step is to try to guide this omnipresent power. But to touch this directly with one's body? That would be tantamount to playing with fire and getting burned. Without other cultivators of immortal arts to watch over them, the slightest carelessness would result in eternal petrification, turning them into a silent statue in the forest. In the original work, Naruto Uzumaki used shadow clones to train and absorbed natural energy through his clones to sustain his sage mode, which can be used as a reference. Compared to Naruto, Shuji has a greater advantage. As a wood release user, he can use wood clones. Compared to shadow clones, wood clones are not only more difficult to distinguish from the original body, but they also inherit the original body's power and are more flexible and controllable. Most importantly, the senses of a wood clone are shared with the original body. Shadow clones need to be dispelled for the original body to receive the clone's memories, but wood clones do not require such a complicated process. This means that when cultivating immortal arts, he can use his wooden clone to absorb natural energy. Even if it turns into a petrified state beyond his control, the loss would only be a wooden clone, and he would not be harmed. A sudden clarity dawned on him, and the wooden clone separated from Shuji's body. Shuji's main body closed his eyes, his mind highly focused, like a taut bowstring. He transformed his perception into invisible neural synapses, tightly wrapping them around the wooden clone, sharing every inch of its senses. His intention was clearly transmitted: attempt to perceive, guide, and absorb the pervasive natural energy in the surrounding space. The wooden clone did as instructed. At first, the forest remained tranquil, with only the rustling of leaves in the breeze. But soon, an indescribable sense of heaviness quietly permeated the area around the wooden clone. The air seemed to freeze, and even the dappled sunlight filtering through the branches and leaves seemed to carry a hint of slowness. Through shared senses, Shuji clearly perceived it. It is no longer a vague ripple, but as if you are in an invisible, gentle yet powerful sea of life. Countless tiny energy particles, imbued with the essence of primal life, flowed slowly around the wood clone, like transparent stardust. The wood clone cautiously attempted to use its own chakra as a guide to touch and guide a single wisp of energy within them. The moment that wisp of natural energy was introduced into the wood element's body, an indescribable torrent, both brimming with vitality and possessing a strong corrosive force, suddenly erupted within Mufan's body. It was as if scalding life essence had been poured into a cold container. The wood clone trembled violently, and the chakra structure that made up its body fluctuated wildly. Even more astonishingly, the clone's skin visibly revealed clear wood grain patterns, like ancient tree bark. Its body began to twist and swell uncontrollably, its joints emitting subtle crackling sounds as wood fibers grew, and its entire human form was rapidly transforming into the shape of a tree. Shiosi's brows furrowed, he groaned, and his face paled slightly. The impact of the shared senses was incredibly real, as if his own limbs were being reshaped and Wadinized by that violent force. He suppressed his discomfort and focused intently on observing the anomaly. Just as the wooden clone was about to completely lose its human form and transform into a twisted, grotesque tree, a withered, petrified hue spread rapidly from the woody parts like a plague. A chilling stillness quickly devoured the vibrant life force. It seemed the grayish-white color was about to cover the entire twisted tree. With a thought, Shiosi uttered a soft shout, "Untie!" Boom, with a muffled thud, the bizarre creation, half tree and half stone, transformed into a charred, decaying piece of wood, which slumped to the ground and then dissipated into wisps of energy and dust. Shiosi slowly opened his eyes, let out a long sigh, and raised his hand to wipe the fine sweat from his forehead. It failed, but the gains were enormous. After absorbing natural energy, the wood clone's inherent wood essence was drastically strengthened and highlighted, causing its structure to instantly become unbalanced and unable to maintain its human form. It first became woody and tree-like, and finally, due to loss of control, it was completely devoured and petrified by the natural energy. This confirmed a key point for him: natural energy is not amplified indiscriminately, but rather amplified and guided according to the fundamental qualities of the practitioner or the creation itself. The toads of Mount Mayaboku and the snakes of Ryuchi Cave are enhanced by natural energy, giving them power unique to their species. His wood clones are based on the power of wood release, which itself carries some characteristics of the divine tree. Therefore, when natural energy flows in, it prioritizes strengthening the essence of this wood, causing it to grow and mutate rapidly, eventually collapsing because the container cannot bear it. Shuji stared at the charred remains on the ground, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Just as he was immersed in these insights, a jet-black eagle glided silently down like a silhouette in the night, landing steadily on a low branch in front of him. Its eyes were fixed on him, and it held a small, curled-up letter in its beak. The mailbox was ordinary, made of common wood, with only a simple mark on it, the vermilion sealing wax unique to the Hokage's office. Unrolling the paper strip revealed Hiruzen Sarutobi's familiar, slightly hasty yet powerful handwriting: "Shuji, the examiner has returned." 3 days later, at noon, at the 3rd training ground. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,520 words. Chapter 16 Assessment 3 days later, at noon. Konoha's 3rd training ground. Under the blazing sun, the flat yellow earth was baked to a scorching heat. The air distorted and steamed under the high temperature, and the cicada's desperate chirping added to the oppressive heat. Shuji arrived on time. He was dressed in a standard dark green ninja uniform, his headband neatly trimmed. In the center of the empty training ground, 2 figures already stood silently. Both were dressed in the standard dark gray stand-up collar uniforms of the Dark Guard, and their faces were covered with expressionless animal masks, which isolated their identities and emotions. One of them was tall, with a slightly languid posture, and a few strands of silver-white hair stubbornly peeked out from the edge of the mask, standing out conspicuously in the sunlight. The other person was slightly thinner and seemed to be a year or 2 younger than Shiosi. He stood straight, like a javelin, and remained silent as if he were part of the background. Special Jonin Promotion Examination, Candidate, Shuji. The tall, silver-haired Umbu spoke, his voice coming through the mask, deliberately flat, but the unique, slightly drawn-out tones still revealed a hint of familiarity. The two of us will be responsible for the evaluation. The assessment will include demonstrating your mastery of ninjutsu. The evaluation criteria will be power, control, efficiency, and combat responsiveness. His gaze, peering through the eye holes of the mask, landed on Shuji. Start when you're ready. There were no unnecessary pleasantries. The style of the darker areas was simple and direct. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-haired member of the Dark Division blurred without warning. Shuji's pupils contracted sharply, and his body shifted to the right. Zila. A blinding blue bolt of lightning tore through the air where he had just stood, leaving behind charred marks and a pungent smell of ozone. The silver-haired Anbu appeared there, his right hand wrapped in leaping lightning, lightning release, lightning blade. Although the power was clearly restrained, the speed and fierce killing intent that burst forth in an instant demonstrated the oppressive power of an elite Anbu. Combat reaction is acceptable. The flat voice came from behind the mask, but the offensive did not stop. His left hand quickly formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. A huge, blazing fireball roared out, blocking Shuji's escape space. Shuji's eyes were focused, and his hands formed hand seals like a butterfly flitting among flowers. Water release, water wall. A thick, solid water wall rose from the ground, precisely intercepting the fireball. Hiss. A violent burst of water vapor erupted, and a thick white fog instantly spread out, obscuring a large area of vision. Using the water mist as cover, Shiosi retreated swiftly, while simultaneously changing the hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gale suddenly erupted from him, not only quickly dispersing the thick fog, but also sweeping towards the silver-haired Anbu with a sharp whistling sound, attempting to disrupt his rhythm. The silver-haired member of the Dark Guard moved swiftly, weaving through the gale like a ghost, his movements so fluid it seemed he could foresee the wind pressure's trajectory. He formed hand seals again, earth release, earth flow wall. A solid earthen wall instantly rose up, blocking the direct impact of the fierce wind. However, the moment the earthen wall rose, several sharp, knife-like wind blades attacked from the side blind spots. Tisk. A very soft click of the tongue came from behind the mask. The silver-haired Anbu twisted his body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly avoiding the wind blade, the hem of his robe being silently torn. Wind release control, excellent, he commented. Just then, another member of the Anbu, who had been standing quietly by watching, made a move. He quickly clasped his hands together in front of his chest, chakra surging, his movements carrying a rigid precision. Would release, the technique of silent killing and binding. Several tough vines, like venomous snakes awakened from their slumber, burst forth from the ground beneath Shiosi's feet without warning and swiftly coiled around his ankles. Shioji felt a chill in his heart. Would escape. Yamito? Earth release, rock collapse. Centered on his feet, the hard ground instantly cracked and collapsed, forming a shallow pit. The vines sprouting from the ground were hindered and compressed by the crumbling rocks, their binding force momentarily halted. Taking advantage of this brief opening, Shuji leaped into the air, his hands already forming hand seals. Lightning release, earth walk. Leaping blue arcs of electricity, like a spider web, rapidly spread along the cracked ground, their target the short Anbu member who had just finished casting the spell. The short Anbu remained completely calm, his hands clasped together in front of his chest once more, his movements as steady as a machine. Would release, wood wall. A row of thick, perfectly curved wooden pillars instantly arched up from the ground, protecting him completely. Lightning crackled and struck the dark brown wooden wall, leaving scorched marks, but it failed to budge it in the slightest. The silver-haired operative silently approached from the flank, his kunai wreath wreathed with fine, chilling lightning, like the fangs of a venomous snake. The kunai, accompanied by a piercing shriek, pierced straight at Shuji's vulnerable ribs. Shiosi was in midair with nowhere to lean on, but he remained calm and quickly formed two hand seals. Wind release, gust. A powerful gust of air erupted, and the reaction force pushed Shuji to the other side. Shiosi landed, slightly out of breath, with sweat beading on his forehead. The silver-haired dark figure also landed. Skilled in practical application of ninjutsu. Chakra reserves, plentiful. He gave an objective assessment. Based on the level Shuji displayed, his qualification as a special jonin was beyond doubt. However, the assessment was not over. The short, silent ANBU member stepped forward, his mask's empty eye sockets locking onto Shuji, and his hands once again formed a madra in front of his chest. Wood release, descent of the sea of trees. Rumble, the earth trembled violently. Countless thick, gnarled tree roots, like ancient pythons awakening, surged forth from the ground, growing and spreading wildly. The once spacious training ground was instantly covered by a rapidly expanding miniature forest brimming with primal vitality. The verdant branches swayed in the sunlight, yet exuded a chilling force of restraint and compression, converging and strangling Shosi from all directions. The silver-haired operative took a few steps back, his gaze beneath the mask fixed intently on the scene. Faced with such a display of power, Shuji took a deep breath, created a shadow clone, and simultaneously refined and transformed his chakra at an unprecedented speed. His main body formed hand seals so fast that they left afterimages. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. A crimson fire dragon, of moderate size yet incredibly condensed and radiating terrifying heat, roared as it spewed from his mouth, igniting the trees. At the same time, the shadow clone formed hand seals, and a powerful airflow surged forth. The wind helps the fire. Boom, the crimson fire dragon, infused with the extreme power of the gale, suddenly expanded several times in size. The intense heat of the flame soared to its limit, its color changing from crimson to a blinding incandescence. A raging, incomparably powerful fiery wind dragon roared as it charged headlong toward the right flank of the forest, where regeneration was relatively slow and the structure was somewhat weak. Boom, boom. A deafening explosion shattered the silence of the training ground. Wherever the incandescent flames of the wind dragon passed, the incomparably tough wood elemental branches were easily torn apart, burned, and turned into ashes and sparks scattered all over the sky, just like rotten wood and withered grass. A charred, scorching passage, filled with pungent smoke and terrifying heat, forcefully pierced through this vibrant yet deadly forest prison. Shuji's figure followed closely behind the trail of the blazing wind dragon, shooting out of the scorching hellish passage and landing steadily on the cleared, scorched earth that exuded a burnt smell. He was slightly out of breath, his ninja suit was charred and curled in many places by the high temperature, and his face was covered with soot. His calm eyes were fixed on the two ANBU in front of him through the rising heat. The training ground was a complete mess. The tiny yet terrifying sea of trees was forcibly torn open with a huge, charred gash whose edges were still burning. The broken, burning branches crackled and popped, and the acrid smell filled the scorching air. The flames gradually died down, leaving only wisps of twisted smoke and a mess of charred remains. The silver-haired operative stared at the passage torn open by brute force, and at the figure standing at the end of the passage. Ninjutsu coordination, timing, power, control, excellent. He put away the kunai wrapped in lightning, his voice returning to its deliberately flat tone through the mask. Assessment complete. Special Jonin qualification confirmed. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,209 words. Chapter 17 Undercurrents and Choices. The setting sun bathed the courtyard of the Senju family mansion in a warm orange-red glow, lengthening the shadows cast by the eaves. When Shuji pushed open the gate, Granny Momoka was standing with her back to him, intently pruning the branches of a potted pine tree. The subtle sound of the pruning shears cutting and slicing was exceptionally clear in the quiet air. "Grandma, I'm back." Shuji's voice broke the silence. Granny Taowa didn't stop moving, she merely nodded very slightly as a response. "How did the assessment go?" Her voice was flat, revealing no emotion. "Passed. Special Jonin qualification." "Ah." After a brief silence, Shuji spoke again, his voice lower. The examiners were two from the Umbu. One had silver hair and was very strong in both lightning release and taijutsu, the other used wood release. This time, Granny Momoka stopped. She put down the silver scissors, turned around, and faced Shuji directly. Her eyes, which had suddenly become sharp, locked onto him with an unprecedented scrutiny. "You used wood release to deal with it?" "No." Shuji shook his head, meeting her gaze. "I only used ordinary escape techniques." Granny Taowa remained silent. Only the rustling of leaves in the evening breeze filled the courtyard. After a long while, a sneer escaped her lips. "Hiruzen, Hiruzen," her voice was not loud, "you've gotten so old." Grandma, you knew about this would release ninja all along? Shuji asked. Granny Taohua did not deny it, picked up the scissors again, but did not continue trimming, only unconsciously rubbing the cold metal handle. That child, his codename in the Umbu was Tenzo, and before that, in Danzo's root, his codename was Ko. He was a defective product, built up by Danzo and Orochimaru with human lives. Her voice lowered. Although he survived by sheer luck and can produce some useful material, he is worlds apart from Lord Hashirama. And you, her gaze fell on Shuji again, carrying a complex and unreadable meaning, are also different. Shuji's pupils contracted sharply. Orochimaru and Danzo's would release experiment. Kabuto. Tenzo. The old woman clearly knew these code names. You were involved? Shuji's voice lowered unconsciously, carrying a hint of disbelief and inquiry. Granny Taohua stopped scissors in her hand. She raised her eyes, her gaze like a quenched blade, piercing deeply into Shosei's eyes. This scrutiny was sharper than before, carrying an implication of assessing his resilience. The air in the corridor seemed to freeze, and even the evening breeze discreetly avoided the area. After a long silence, Granny Taohua slowly spoke. In the initial Hashirama cell implantation experiment, most of the volunteers were outstanding and trustworthy people, that is, us. However, the sacrifices were too great, and the village could not bear it, so it was stopped in the open. However, the village still wants a way to control the tailed beast. If they can't use it themselves, they'll use an outsider. In the end, we tacitly allowed Danzo and Orochimaru to do it. As for us, since it's a cell experiment by Lord Hashirama, we'll inevitably participate in some way. Her words were like a cold hammer, striking Shuji's heart again and again, revealing the festering sores beneath Konoha's glossy exterior. However, to Granny Taohua's surprise, Shosei's face did not show the intense emotional fluctuations she had anticipated. His brows remained slightly furrowed, and although his eyes held solemnity and contemplation, he strangely maintained an almost cold calm. There were no angry accusations, no disillusioned sorrow, only a quietude, as if it had been foreseen and was being processed and understood. Granny Taohua's heart stirred slightly. This child's reaction was strange. Too composed. What should a 14-year-old boy feel upon suddenly hearing such a dark secret? Looking at his calm profile, the thought that had grown stronger since his return from serious injury, the desire for him to live safely, instantly overwhelmed all other complex thoughts. You. Granny Taohua's voice carried a hint of inquiry, but her tone softened unconsciously, tinged with the worry of an elder. Aren't you angry about what the village has done? Aren't you disillusioned? Shuji was silent for a moment. His gaze passed over Granny Peachblossom and fell once again on the stone lantern standing silently in the corner of the courtyard in the twilight, the dark green moss climbing on it appearing particularly tenacious in the dim light. Individual moral standards cannot be used to constrain a large group that prioritizes survival and power. Similarly, they cannot be used to simply judge a leader who has to make choices in a harsh reality. He paused, his gaze returning to Granny Taohua's face, his eyes deep. Survival and development themselves are the greatest right. Whether something is dirty or not, depends on what it is ultimately for, and whether there are less dirty options. Private morality can neither restrain the behemoth of the collective nor serve as the sole yardstick for measuring leaders trudging through the mire. These words, like a stone thrown into a deep pool, stirred up violent ripples in Granny Peachblossom's otherwise calm heart. The profound insight and almost coldly pragmatic rationality contained in these words made Granny Taohua realize for the first time so clearly that the child she had raised with her own hands seemed different. That composure, that understanding of the world's complexity and cruel rules, far surpassed his physical age. A genuine surprise, mixed with indescribable complex emotions, swept through her heart. The village needs power to keep the tailed beasts in check, that's true. But aren't the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan supposed to be able to control tailed beasts? If it's a matter of great importance, could they? Uchiha? Granny Taohua looked as if she had heard something utterly absurd, her eyes filled with the gaze of someone looking at an innocent child. In the 54 years since Konoha was founded, their Sharingan, which they are so proud of, has been used to control tailed beasts twice. The first time was when Madara Uchiha attacked the village with the 9 tails. The second time was 3 years ago, during the Ninetales rampage. The Sharingan once again took control of the Ninetales, wreaking havoc in the village. The village lost the fourth Hokage, more than a dozen Jonin, and hundreds of Chunin and Genin who died trying to draw the Ninetales' attention. This ability to control the tailed beasts, in the hands of the Uchiha, is like a sharp blade hanging over the village, ready to fall at any moment. Shuji fell silent. He couldn't refute the bloody truth. Leaving aside Madara Uchiha, the impact of the Ninetales rampage 3 years ago is still expanding. Do we need to respond to this probing? Shuji steered the conversation back to the more pressing reality, his tone returning to its previous calm, as if the heavy conversation about the Uchiha had never happened. Granny Tawa's sharp gaze seemed to pierce through his calm exterior, trying to discern his true thoughts. After a long while, she sighed. Never mind. She waved her hand, as if brushing away invisible dust from her eyes. I will make the arrangements. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,729 words. Chapter 18 Uchiha Clan Territory 3 years ago, the Ninetales' claws and flames tore the heart of Konoha to pieces. The devastation, however, unexpectedly provided a convenient means for the village's reconstruction. Originally, Konoha was just a settlement established after the Senju and Uchiha clans made peace. Who could have imagined that it would expand into the behemoth that houses tens of thousands of people today? The territories of the various ninja clans that joined later were intertwined and scattered, like stubborn bone spurs, deeply embedded in the fabric of Konoha's development, making the planners feel constrained. The Ninetales rampage was like a brutal surgical operation, removing the obstructive bone spurs and finally allowing Konoha to grow anew according to a more reasonable blueprint. The village is now centered around the Hokage building, with residential and commercial areas clearly separated. The ninja clan territories, once scattered throughout the village, have collectively migrated to its outskirts. In this reshuffling, the Uchiha, Konoha's most powerful clan, has been relocated to the most remote and peripheral location. The stated reason is quite plausible, to facilitate the duties of the security forces and maintain public order. However, every Konoha ninja who experienced that bloody night has the image of those crimson Sharingan eyes spinning in the Ninetales' pupils etched in their hearts. This irrefutable evidence silently proclaimed the inextricable connection between the Uchiha clan and that disaster. Faced with this almost explicit exile, the Uchiha clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, despite his overwhelming anger and profound humiliation, could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger in silence. At the entrance to the Uchiha clan compound, a small figure was already waiting. Itachi Uchiha wore a dark blue clan robe with the symbolic fan-shaped clan crest on his back, his calm black eyes watching Shuji approach. Shuji-senpai, Itachi bowed slightly, his voice clear and calm. My father instructed me to wait here and take you there. Thank you for your trouble, Itachi. Shuji nodded, his gaze falling on the boy. He could sense that Itachi's demeanor today was more calm and reserved than usual. Having secured his status as a special jonin, Shuji began fulfilling his duties as captain. Itachi's joining the team is a done deal. Allowing an 8-year-old child to be exposed to dangers above rank B is unacceptable. Therefore, it is necessary to have a meeting with his parents, the head of the Uchiha clan. Although he himself had been fighting on the front lines since he was 11. In the unspoken understanding of the ninja world, 8 and 11 years old are the dividing lines between children and formal ninjas. The former should be studying at the Ninja Academy, while the latter are already ready to take up arms. Is this your first time visiting the Uchiha clan's territory, senior? Itachi led the way, his voice still calm. Yes, I've been fighting on the border for a long time and rarely have the chance to return to the village, Shuji replied, his gaze following Itachi while subtly scanning his surroundings. The Uchiha clan's territory seemed to be surrounded by an invisible wall. Passing through the somewhat deserted entrance, the interior reveals a completely different world. The streets are clean and tidy, and the houses on both sides maintain a traditional Japanese style. Unlike the bustling commercial street in the center of Konoha village, the shops here are small in scale but have a wide variety of products, general stores selling ninja tools and daily necessities, izakayas with the aroma of food wafting out, and even a dessert shop with an elegant storefront, displaying delicate mochi and sushi in the window. There weren't many pedestrians, mostly Uchiha clan members dressed in dark blue clan clothing. They nodded to each other, talked in hushed tones, and formed a close-knit and self-contained social circle. There was a sense of alienation in the air, as if this were a miniature village independent of Konoha. Shuji keenly noticed that the occasional glances cast his way carried scrutiny, curiosity, and even a hint of barely perceptible indifference. The eyes of ordinary women and children were mostly filled with curiosity and a little unease, while the Uchiha ninjas who brushed past him had eyes as sharp as knives, making no attempt to hide their wariness and scrutiny of outsiders. Just as he stepped into the entrance to the clan's territory, Shiosi paused almost imperceptibly. It wasn't a gaze from within, but rather a more distant and covert sense of surveillance, firmly locking onto the direction of the Uchiha clan's gate. Brother! Brother! A childish, clear, and excited voice suddenly came from a nearby alley. A small figure, about 3 years old, dressed in an adorable dark blue miniature clan uniform, burst out like a small cannonball, its target the Itachi who was pointing the way. It was Uchiha Sasuke. Completely ignoring the stranger beside his brother, his small body, brimming with energy, plunged into Itachi's arms, hugging his legs tightly. He tilted his head back, his large, dark eyes sparkling with pure dependence and joy. Brother. Play with shuriken with me. Now. Itachi's face, usually so composed beyond his years, instantly melted away. His eyes softened with tenderness as he bent down slightly, gently stroking Sasuke's soft black hair, his voice gentle. Sasuke, your brother needs to take you to see father now. I'll spend more time with you later, okay? Sasuke's lips immediately pouted, his little face filled with grievance, and his big eyes seemed to glisten with tears. He obediently nodded, reluctantly letting go of Shuji's hand. His gaze lingered curiously on Shuji before he ran back into the depths of the alley, turning back every few steps. Fugaku's figure had appeared at the entrance of the mansion sometime earlier. He watched this scene quietly, his face expressionless, but when his deep gaze fell on Shuji after Sasuke had run off, a hint of indescribable complexity appeared in his eyes. Itachi straightened up, nodded slightly to Shuji, signaling to continue forward, his face regaining its usual composure. The two quickly arrived at the magnificent mansion. Itachi stopped at the entrance and respectfully stepped aside. Senior, my father is waiting for you inside. Fugaku's gaze fell directly on Shuji. Shuji nodded his thanks, took off his shoes, and stepped into the entrance hall. Itachi stood quietly in the shadows of the outer corridor. Fugaku Uchiha stood in the inner hall of the entrance hall. He stood tall and straight like a pine tree, his face calm and serene. He wore a dark clan robe, and his gaze was calmly fixed on Shuji, with a condescending scrutiny. Shuji Jonin. Fugaku's voice was deep and steady, revealing no emotion, simply confirming his identity. I have long heard of your outstanding achievements on the border and your recent promotion to Special Jonin. You are a truly formidable young man. Clan Chief Fugaku is too kind. It is my duty, and I dare not slack off. Shuji nodded slightly, his manners impeccable, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. Fugaku stepped aside and made a pleased gesture. The two entered the guest room and knelt facing each other on the tatami mats. Itachi's mother, Uchiha Makoto, served them tea and then left, leaving only the lingering aroma of tea and an invisible, slightly tense atmosphere in the room. Fugaku did not discuss the risks of Itachi's participation in the mission or give him any instructions, as Shuji had expected. He picked up his teacup and began the conversation in a calm tone. I've heard that you've been living in the old house on the western outskirts of the village. By Lady Momoka herself? Yes, I've always been taken care of by my mother-in-law, Shiosi replied calmly, picking up his teacup as well. Fugaku set down his cup, the bottom of which made a slight clinking sound against the low table. I've heard that Jonin Shuji's ninjutsu is excellent, mastering all 5 elemental ninjutsu. The trials at the border are indeed the best way to temper a person. The circumstances force me to practice more. Fugaku nodded slightly, saying no more. He changed the subject, turning his gaze to the courtyard outside the paper door. Shuji-kun, what are your impressions of my clan's territory when you came in with Itachi? Shiosi's mind stirred slightly as he carefully considered his words. The environment is serene, the clansmen live in peace, and all their daily needs are met. It's clear, the clansmen are quite self-disciplined. Self-restraint, Fugaku repeated, a faint, ambiguous smile seemingly curving his lips. His gaze remained fixed on the courtyard, his voice slightly lower. Yes, it's self-contained, which is quite peaceful. However, being far from the village center, it's less noisy, but it also inevitably means less interaction. He paused, as if it were just a casual remark, then naturally looked away and turned back to Shuji, his tone regaining the composure of a clan leader. I'll have to trouble you, Jonin Shuji, to take good care of Itachi when he carries out missions in the future. His talent is decent, but his experience is ultimately shallow, and he will need your guidance. It is my duty, please rest assured, Chief Fugaku. Fugaku gave Shuji a deep look, and a deeper consideration seemed to flash through his eyes, too quick to catch. He didn't say anything more, and stood up. Itachi, see Shuji-kun out. Shuji then rose to take his leave. Fugaku escorted him to the entrance and stopped there. Stepping out of the Uchiha mansion, the afternoon sun was somewhat dazzling. Itachi waited quietly under the eaves, and upon seeing Shuji emerge, silently led the way to his side. The two walked out along the street they had come from. Shuji could clearly feel Fugaku's gaze behind him, as if it were a tangible presence, weighing heavily on his back, until it disappeared as he turned the corner. The air within the tribal territory still carried that self-sufficient tranquility and detachment, with the faint aroma of glutinous rice balls from the dessert shop wafting through the air. Itachi's steps were steady, but Shuji could sense a subtle air of confusion emanating from the boy. My senior has another identity that makes my father particularly concerned. Itachi thought to himself, but didn't voice the question aloud. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 2,279 words. Chapter 19 Old Traces and New Forms of Maruko. After visiting Itachi's side, the next stop is Mitarashi Enko. She lives in the ninja apartment in the center of the village, which is a cheap rental provided by the village for the ninjas. It has one bedroom, one kitchen, and one bathroom, which is just right for one person. Enko has no parents. Or rather, due to years of war, many ninjas of this generation, except for those from ninja clans, are orphans who were sent to the village's orphanage. When they reach the age for the senior ninja academy, they leave the orphanage and live in apartments provided by the village. During their time at the ninja academy, the village does not charge rent, and the administration sends someone to their home every month to provide living expenses and check on their well-being. For the past 3 years, the ninja apartment has been overcrowded. Boom. Boom. The knocking echoed in the rather empty corridor. After a long while, dragging footsteps and a muffled, weary voice came from inside. Who is it? The door was pulled open a crack. The girl behind it was completely different from the lively-eyed figure in the mission file photo. 14-year-old Mitarashi Enko now appeared somewhat emaciated. Her signature purple hair was messily sticking up, and she wore a loose black mesh short-sleeved shirt and faded athletic shorts. The moment the door opened, a pungent, sour smell mixed with the stench of rotting sweets, unkempt garbage, and the stale odor of a long-sealed room rushed out. She squinted, adjusting to the light in the corridor, and looked at the person standing outside the door. That handsome face seemed somewhat familiar, especially the slightly aloof features of his eyebrows and eyes, which instantly evoked memories of her time at the ninja academy. Shuji? Hongdo called out the name uncertainly, her brows furrowed slightly, with a hint of obvious confusion. Something wrong? The excellent student in her memory, who always had a cold expression and seemed to be carrying some kind of heavy mission, seemed to have an undeniable difference from the calm and composed person in front of her. The village should have sent you a notice, Shuji said calmly, looking at his former classmate who seemed to have all his energy drained away. You've been transferred to my squad. Hongdo scratched her messy hair, trying hard to recall, her eyes filled with the bewilderment of someone who had just escaped a long interrogation. I think there was something like that. She stepped aside, her movements casual and somewhat dejected. Come in. But, don't get your hopes up, it's like this inside. She seemed too lazy to even bother with pretense. Shiosi nodded and stepped into the entryway. His gaze quickly swept across the small space. There was absolutely no hint of girlishness here. Several empty instant noodle bowls lay scattered on the tatami mat, next to a half-eaten, shriveled and hardened glutinous rice ball. A few snack bags were carelessly discarded in a corner. Several empty cans of carbonated drinks lay askew beside the low table. It wasn't exactly a garbage dump of filth, but it was clear that the owner hadn't taken care of it properly in a long time, and a sense of neglect and dejection permeated the air. Shuji's gaze fell on the broom leaning against the corner of the wall. He said nothing, walked straight over, rolled up his sleeves, picked up the broom and dustpan, and began silently sweeping up the trash on the ground. His movements were practiced and natural, without a trace of self-awareness of being in someone else's home. Hongdo was taken aback by his sudden action, and then saw him about to sweep away the half-eaten skewer of meatballs. She hurriedly shouted, "Hey! Don't touch that. I haven't finished eating yet. Hey! No matter what, this is too impolite. Go boil some water." Shiosi didn't even look up, his tone flat but with an air of matter-of-fact. "When guests come, a cup of hot water is a must. Do you have any tea? Plain water will do too." He casually tossed a few empty beverage cans precisely into the trash can in the corner. Hongdo choked for a moment, watching the other person start tidying up her room with complete ease. A strong sense of unease welled up in her heart. How could the model student Shuji, who always stood tall and had sharp eyes in her memory, be cleaning her room? And so, naturally? She opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She muttered resignedly, I know, and turned to go to the kitchen to boil water. The sound of a kettle being placed on the stove came from the kitchen. Shuji worked quickly, soon cleaning up the trash on the floor and gathering the scattered dishes together. He walked to the window, pulled back the tightly closed curtains with a whoosh, and opened the window, letting the sun-kissed breeze blow in, dispelling the stuffiness inside. Sunlight instantly filled half the room. When Hongdo came out carrying 2 steaming cups, the room was much fresher and the air was circulating better. She placed 1 cup of water on the low table in front of Shosi, took the other cup for herself, and sat cross-legged opposite him. Looking at the newly renovated space, her expression was somewhat complicated, a mixture of awkwardness at being taken care of and bewilderment at the huge change in the person in front of her. Here you go. Shosi placed a paper bag on the table and pushed it in front of Hongdo. The bag was open, revealing several strings of translucent tricolor dumplings coated with fresh icing sugar, emitting an enticing sweet aroma. Hongdo's eyes lit up for a moment, like a lit candle flame, but then dimmed again, looking at Shiosi with a hint of wariness and complicated emotions. What? Trying to bribe me? You're not quite like before. She couldn't help but voice her doubts. I bought it on the way. Shiosi picked up a skewer of meatballs, took a bite, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face as he savored it. Soft, chewy, and sweet. Want to try some? It's much better than yours that's dried out and hard. His tone was casual, as if he were just sharing an ordinary delicacy. Looking at Shiosi's undisguised expression of enjoyment, and then at the tempting dumplings, Hongdo's stomach growled. She hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the sweets and her curiosity about this unusual treat. She reached out, picked up a skewer, and carefully took a small bite. The warm, springy glutinous rice ball, coated in sweet icing, melted in her mouth. The long-lost delightful taste made her squint her eyes and let out a satisfied sigh. It tastes pretty good, Red Bean mumbled, eating the dumplings while secretly glancing at Shiosi. The boy in front of her, calmly eating dumplings and covered in dust from cleaning the room, seemed both unfamiliar and strange to her. Is this all you've been living on lately? Shiosi gestured with his chin towards the instant noodle bowl and snack bag on the ground. His tone wasn't accusatory, but rather an affirmation of his current situation. What else? Hongdo chewed on a meatball, her voice slightly muffled, carrying a hint of resignation. There aren't any missions to do. Eating out isn't cheap, and I'm too lazy to go out. What she didn't say was that she didn't want to go out and face those gazes, whether of pity, inquiry, or wariness. The border conflict has temporarily subsided, but there's a backlog of trade route missions. Shuji swallowed the food in his mouth. Clearing out wandering ninjas, escorting caravans, border patrols, both C-rank and D-rank missions are available. Didn't the village assign you any? Hongdo paused, her eyes flickering slightly as she stared down at the glistening bamboo skewer in her hand. They assigned me tasks like finding pets and weeding. I don't want to take them. Her voice trailed off, it's boring. Is it that you're not feeling energetic, or do you just feel unable to muster the energy? Shiosi's gaze fell on her hand, which was tightly gripping the bamboo skewer and whose knuckles were slightly white, but his tone remained calm. Hongdo suddenly raised her head, a hint of annoyance at being exposed flashing in her eyes, but more so a sense of weariness and confusion. What difference does it make whether I can get motivated or not? Anyway, it's all the same. She turned her face away, looking at the sunlight streaming in through the window. When I was before, I always felt I had a goal, to become stronger, to learn even stronger techniques. Now. She gave a self-deprecating smile, revealing a bitter grin. It feels like my bones have been removed, I can't muster the energy to do anything. Orochimaru, teacher, why? She swallowed the rest of her words, letting out a heavy sigh filled with intense hatred and resentment. Shuji listened quietly, without interrupting or trying to comfort or console him. He simply picked up another skewer of meatballs and ate them slowly, as if giving her time to compose herself. Only Hongdo's slightly rapid breathing and the occasional birdsong from outside the window remained in the room. His attitude of not rushing to express his opinion and simply listening quietly made Hongdo feel less pressured. Anger and hatred are normal. Once Hongdo's emotions had calmed down a bit, Shiosi spoke slowly, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. But life goes on. Locking yourself up here and getting moldy, filling your stomach with instant noodles and leftover meatballs, what can you gain besides making yourself worse? He put down the empty bamboo skewer, looked directly at the red bean, and said bluntly, no matter how boring the tasks the village assigned before were, the reward was enough for you to eat a fresh, hot meal and buy the meatballs you wanted. On a task, at least your mind wouldn't have time to think about anything else, and your body could still move around. It's better than wasting your time here. Hongdo stared at him blankly. If someone else had said these words, she might have thought it was easy for them to talk without understanding the situation. But coming from the mouth of Shuji, who had become pragmatic, even a little worldly, and who had just cleaned her room and brought her fresh dumplings, they had a strange persuasive power. There was no feigned sympathy, no condescending preaching, only the simple truth that life goes on. Your way of speaking has changed so much. Hongdo pouted, her tone complex, but the deathly stillness in her eyes seemed to soften a little. She looked down at the half-eaten dumpling in her hand, the fresh frosting glistening enticingly in the sunlight. Yes, fresh dumplings are indeed so much tastier than dried ones. She shoved the remaining meatballs into her mouth and chewed them vigorously, as if she were trying to chew up and swallow some kind of emotion along with them. However, you're right. She swallowed her food, wiped the sugar frosting from the corner of her mouth, and looked up. Although her eyes still held weariness and pain, a faint glimmer of light had been forcibly ignited within them. We have to keep moving. It's really pointless to rot here. She looked at Shiosi, her eyes filled with inquiry, but also with a sense of resignation. Captain, when is the next mission? A C rank or a B rank? Shiosi looked at Hongdo, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips upward. I won't let you be idle. Specific tasks, we'll let you know later. These next few days. He stood up, glancing around the room, which, though tidied, still felt empty and simple. I'll give this place a thorough cleaning. At least, next time I come, he pointed to the bright, clean windows and tidy floor. I hope it'll still be like this. Also, hot tea. Hey. You're so demanding. Fine, I know. Hongdo grumbled, but strangely, there wasn't much real resistance in her complaining tone as she watched Shiosi walk towards the door. Just as Shiosi opened the door to leave, she suddenly called out to him, Hey, Shiosi. Shiosi turned around. Thank you. Hongdo's voice lowered, her gaze shifted elsewhere, she paused, and then added, the dumplings and the cleaning. Shuji nodded, said nothing more, and closed the door. The moment the door closed, Hongdo sat alone in the suddenly quiet room. The sweet aroma of fresh dumplings and the scent of sunshine still seemed to linger in the air. She looked down at her empty hands, then glanced up at the clean and tidy room and the open window. Sunlight streamed in unobstructed, casting bright, warm patches of light on the floor. She took a deep breath of the fresh air blowing in from the window, carrying the scent of grass and trees, and then slowly, exhaled, as if trying to expel all the pent-up air from her chest. She stood up, walked to the corner, and picked up the broom that Shiosi had just used. This time, she gripped it tightly and began to actively clean up the trash that Shiosi had gathered to one side. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,318 words. Chapter 20. Team. With the team members largely finalized, Shuji's thoughts turned to a more practical level: squad tactical construction. This was no longer the basic squad his predecessor had been in, one specialist in ninja tools and intelligence, one in taijutsu, plus himself, a ninjutsu-type chunin responsible for suppressing fire in complex situations. This current team had a unique structure and was full of variables. He spread out paper and pen, the ink spreading across the paper, outlining clear entries: Uchiha Itachi. Strengths: exceptionally talented, far surpassing his peers. Mastery of ninjutsu has reached chunin level, fire release, genjutsu, and ninja tool control are particularly outstanding. Sharp combat awareness, with exceptional observation and analytical abilities. Possesses a two-tomo Sharingan, indicating immense potential. Limitations: only 8 years old, body not yet fully developed. Physical strength, explosive power, and sustained combat ability are far inferior to adult ninjas. While chakra reserves are better than peers, they are still insufficient for prolonged battles at the chunin level. Practical combat experience is relatively lacking, especially in high-intensity, high-stakes complex battlefields. Positioning considerations: unsuitable as a primary attacker or core player in prolonged battles. More suited as a tactical core/support/controller. Utilizing the Sharingan's insight, genjutsu interference capabilities, precise ninja tool throwing, and powerful fire-style techniques at crucial moments, this character provides key support, creates openings, and controls key enemy units from the periphery or mid-range of the battlefield. It is crucial to strictly avoid engaging in prolonged, high-intensity taijutsu combat or chakra-intensive melees. Mitarashi Izuko. Strengths: standard elite chunin template. Solid taijutsu foundation, balanced speed, strength, and flexibility. Comprehensive ninjutsu mastery, especially proficient in fire release, earth release, and the hidden shadow snake hand series of secret techniques. Extremely resistant to venom, due to long-term exposure to snake venom, excellent stamina, and unwavering willpower. Extensive combat experience. Limitations: current status: due to Orochimaru's defection, he suffered severe mental trauma and fell into a period of depression and confusion. His fighting spirit is low, and his reactions may not be at their peak. His overall combat strength is unstable. Positioning considerations: theoretically, he should be positioned as the team's main attacker/frontline assault soldier. His explosive power, combining taijutsu and ninjutsu, is a powerful tool for breaking through enemy defenses. However, his current psychological state needs to be considered. Temporary strategy: before confirming its true status, avoid placing it in close-quarters combat positions where it will immediately bear the greatest pressure. Consider using it as a flank support/second wave of attack force, or utilizing its ninjutsu and secret techniques to create chaos and damage at mid-range. Shuji's pen paused near the name Enko, leaving a heavy ink dot. No matter how clear the analysis on paper, it was still just a theoretical deduction. The information about the third Hokage and the decadence he witnessed firsthand were vastly different from the image of the spirited, elite chunin in the files. Did her taijutsu still retain its sharpness and ruthlessness? Was her snake-style ninjutsu still fluid? Were her instinctive reactions in the face of danger still reliable? These were all unknowns. A non-standardized, problem-solving team. He put down his pen and rubbed his temples with his fingertips. Itachi's genius was limited by his youthful body, while Enko's sharpness was covered in the rust of trauma. Tactical coordination, trust building, combat capability assessment, everything must be based on reality. Talking on paper is pointless. He decisively added a line at the end of the plan. First action, in-team combat drill assessment. Only in a real confrontation can one truly see the quality of the blade and the stability of the hand holding it. Hiruzen Sarutobi leaned back in his chair, listening to the report from the Umbu. The silver-haired ANBU ninja, Kakashi Hatake, removed his mask, revealing his signature deadpan eyes, but his reporting tone was unusually clear. Target, Shuji. Special Jonin, Ninjutsu Specialist, promotion assessment completed. The third generation nodded, signaling him to continue. In terms of actual combat performance, Kakashi's voice was calm, yet every word was clear. His combat skills can be classified as those of a master. For his current age, mastering 5 chakra nature transformations is enough to make him a genius. The third Hokage's voice remained largely unmoved. Core assessment point, chakra control and endurance. Kakashi pointed out the key point. During the assessment, he continuously used 5 different elemental ninjutsu, totaling no less than 6, including a wind and fire combination ninjutsu to deal with the arrival of the Sea of Trees. Throughout the process, although his aura fluctuated, there was no obvious sign of chakra depletion, and his mental concentration remained excellent. His total chakra volume far exceeds that of an ordinary jonin. He paused slightly, more than me. Hiruzen Sarutobi had his eyes closed, but Kakashi Hatake had plenty of chakra. Even with his Sharingan holding him back, he was still able to perform at a level stronger than that of an average jonin. He knew Shuji's background and that his performance in the village a few years ago was recorded. He had not yet reached the level of being able to use 5 different ninjutsu in a row without getting out of breath. It was not a matter of the number of techniques he used, but rather that the difficulty and consumption of purifying different types of chakra in a short period of time was far greater than that of using chakra of the same type. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi did not press for details, but simply asked slowly, the 5 nature transformations. How are they used? Skilled. Kakashi gave a clear evaluation. The timing of the basic ninjutsu, water wall, great breakthrough, earth movement, is precise and the transitions are smooth. The combination ninjutsu, wind release, fire release, combustion assistance, demonstrates excellent ability to combine chakra form and nature transformation, with considerable instantaneous burst power. The choice of techniques focuses on practicality and battlefield adaptability, with no obvious weaknesses. Physical skills and adaptability? He possesses solid taijutsu fundamentals, high efficiency in movement and dodging, and can effectively coordinate with ninjutsu activation or disengagement. He has excellent battlefield awareness, and when facing surprise attacks and complex situations, he makes calm judgments and decisive decisions, finding the optimal or near-optimal solution under pressure. Kakashi recalled the figure that shot out of the fiery passage on the training ground. Based on comprehensive evaluation, his ninjutsu proficiency and practical application ability fully meet, and even exceed, the standards for special jonin, ninjutsu specialist. Granting him this qualification is well-deserved. A brief silence fell over the office, broken only by the faint crackling of burning tobacco. The third generation's gaze drifted into the distance. How did he react to Tenzo's wood release? The third Hokage asked from a different angle. Kakashi recalled the scene. Initially, the response was mainly based on conventional ninjutsu, and the reaction was swift. When facing the Sea of Trees, I chose the wind and fire combination ninjutsu, which had both risks and rewards, to forcefully break through, without trying to use other secret techniques to counter or defend. Throughout, I never revealed any trace of wood release. He added, the control of his facial expressions was very good, but at the moment the Sea of Trees was activated, there was an extremely brief pause in his aura, which should have been because he recognized wood release. The subsequent choice to launch a strong attack to break through the stalemate was tactically reasonable, but it may also have implied an intention to avoid exposure or comparison. However, not commenting on wood release is itself an attitude. Hiruzen Sarutobi grunted in response and said nothing more, simply waving his hand. Kakashi understood, put his mask back on, and his figure silently blended into the shadows of the office corner, disappearing from sight. Amidst the swirling smoke, the third generation's gaze fell upon the deep twilight outside the window. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 2,735 words. Chapter 21 Adjustment and Aftertaste. The sandy ground of the third training field shimmered with heat under the afternoon sun, the air itself seeming to distort. Shuji stood in the center of the field, his gaze sweeping over the 2 people in front of him. Uchiha Itachi stood ramrod straight, clad in his dark blue clan uniform. Sweat streamed down his youthful yet taut face as his eyes were fixed intently on his opponent. His 8-year-old frame appeared particularly slender in the empty training ground. Mitarashi Enko wore a faded black mesh t-shirt and shorts, her purple hair plastered to her forehead with sweat. Her hands were in her pockets, her posture casual, as she glanced at the alert Itachi. A practical test, Shuji's voice cut through the scorching air. To see how well we can coordinate. Rule, stop when it's too late. Begin. Boo. Ha. Ha. Itachi moved first, leaving only a faint afterimage in his wake. His speed, which was considered ghostly among his peers, was still clearly discernible in Anko's eyes. 3 shuriken tore through the air with a piercing whistle, aiming precisely at the non-lethal joints of Anko's shoulder and knee. A soft hum escaped from Hongdo's nostrils, and her body was suddenly released like a compressed spring. Her movements were swift and fluid, carrying the unique unpredictability of Orochimaru's taijutsu. With just a precise sidestep, the shuriken whistled past her clothes and dug deep into the sand behind her. Fire release, flame bullet. The moment she landed, Anko formed hand seals with lightning speed. 3 condensed orange-red fireballs, like cannonballs, hurtled towards Itachi in a triangular formation. Extremely fast, with a straight trajectory, carrying scorching heat and a muffled whooshing sound, it instantly blocked his escape route. Itachi's pupils contracted slightly. His Sharingan had not yet been activated. Facing this swift frontal attack, he took quick steps and his body suddenly dodged to the right. The fireball whistled past the outside of his left arm, the scorching air stinging his skin. The impact made him lose his balance, and he staggered backward. Humph. Taking advantage of his unsteady footing, Hongdo's right hand suddenly shot out from her sleeve like a venomous snake. Shadow serpent hands. 2 thick, grayish-brown venomous snakes, carrying a strong fishy smell, shot out like arrows from a bow, biting at the ankles of the weasel who had just dodged and landed, and had not yet regained his footing. At the critical moment, Itachi's pupils turned crimson, and 2 jet-black tomo spun rapidly in his blood-red eyes. The trajectory of the venomous snake's attack and the subtle tremors of his muscles suddenly became clear and slowed down in his field of vision. He twisted his body forcefully, in an extremely awkward and almost unbalanced posture, narrowly avoiding the 2 venomous snakes that grazed the outside of his calves. The cold touch of their scales made his hair stand on end. Although he avoided them, he lost his balance and staggered backward. Red Bean exerted force with her feet, her body rushing forward like a cannonball, intending to completely suppress the unbalanced Itachi. In that split second, the tomo in Itachi's eyes spun wildly. He didn't try to steady himself and take the hit head-on. Instead, he used the momentum of his staggering fall to lean backward as if his body had broken. Then, in the instant that Anko was rushing forward and his spirit was far from its peak due to days of decline, the Sharingan Genjutsu was unleashed. Anko's forward-leaning fist was only inches away from Itachi's ribs when the sharpness in her eyes suddenly froze, instantly replaced by a blank, terrifying sight. The cold petri dish, the stark white light, and those snake eyes that turned and left without a trace of regret, the terrifying image buried deep in her heart flashed by. Although the illusion lasted only a moment before Hongdo forcibly broke free, her physical movements inevitably became slightly sluggish and disorganized under the mental impact. She was actually affected by an 8-year-old child's illusion? It's this moment. Boom. With a soft thud, the Itachi struck by Anko's fist transformed into a piece of substitute wood, tumbling and flying away. Meanwhile, the real Itachi, taking advantage of the precious, tiny opening gained through Genjutsu and the visual illusion created by the substitute technique, silently appeared in Anko's blind spot to the side and behind. The cold metal blade tip rested steadily and gently against the back of Hongdo's clothing, without piercing her. It was merely a cold point of contact. Time seemed to freeze. Hongdo froze in place, her punching stance frozen. The cold touch on her back and the soft breathing of a child behind her were crystal clear. That's enough. Shuji's voice broke the silence. Itachi immediately withdrew and retreated, the tomo in his eyes disappearing. His face was flushed from the intense exertion, his chest rose and fell slightly, but his gaze remained calm. He silently wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked to the edge of the arena, picked up his water bottle, and took small sips. Hongdo slowly turned around, her movements as stiff as a rusty puppet. A wave of defeat washed over her like an icy tide. She lost, she actually lost too. Is this your reason for abandoning me, Orochimaru-sensei? She suddenly raised her head, her face drained of color, her lips pressed together until they were deathly pale. Finally, all her emotions turned into a punch that slammed hard into the training stake next to her. Boom. A deep fist mark was clearly visible on the hard surface of the wooden stake. Shuji glanced at Itachi, who was silently drinking water, and then at Enko, who was standing frozen in place, without rushing to speak. He walked to a corner of the arena, picked up the cloth bag he had brought, and slowly opened it. Inside were not ninja tools, but several rice balls carefully wrapped in bright green leaves, and a small bamboo tube of clear tea. Take a break. Shuji's voice broke the suffocating silence, carrying a calm, everyday quality. He took out 2 rice balls, handed one to Itachi who had just put down the water bottle, and took the other, walked over to Enko, and without looking at her, simply handed her the rice ball. Hongdo's body trembled violently, but she didn't move, her shoulders were as stiff as a stone. I steamed the rice before leaving home. I made it myself, with chicken filling and teriyaki flavor. It's pretty good. Shiosi's voice was low, as if he were chatting casually. After the game, I need to eat something. Hongdo abruptly turned her head, her suppressed frustration and embarrassment almost bursting forth. I don't. Before she could finish speaking, a rich, savory aroma of rice and juicy chicken, mixed with the enticing scent of sweet and salty sauce, wafted into her nostrils. That warm, substantial food fragrance was completely different from the sour smell of instant noodles and expired meatballs in her room. Like a soft feather, it unexpectedly brushed against her extremely tense nerves. The rest of the words stuck in my throat. Shioji didn't try to persuade her further, but simply pushed the rice ball forward a little more, stopping it steadily beside her. Then he sat down against the wooden post, opened another rice ball, took a bite, unscrewed the bamboo tube, poured a cup of tea, and placed it on the ground beside him. His movements were as natural as if he were resting in his own backyard. The weasel ate the rice ball in small bites, the savory aroma of chicken making him chew faster as he quietly replenished his energy. Looking at Shiosi's calm profile, then at the tempting aroma of the rice ball beside her, and then at the fist marks on the wooden stake, Hongdo's turbulent emotions were somewhat diluted by the warm scent of the rice ball and the other party's indifferent, almost dismissive attitude, leaving only a deeper, more helpless weariness and confusion. She was silent for a few seconds, and finally, with a hint of self-abandonment, she grabbed the rice ball and took a big bite in a fit of anger. The salty and sweet sauce and tender chicken burst in her mouth, and the satisfaction brought by the meat unexpectedly suppressed some of her turbulent emotions, but the shame of being seen as mentally weak still weighed heavily on her heart. The 3 of them ate their rice balls, the only sounds on the training ground being the chewing and swallowing, and the soft rustling of the wind blowing through the sand. Shuji made no comment on the previous battle, simply eating quietly, occasionally sipping his tea, as if the fierce clash and explosive embarrassment had never happened. After finishing his rice ball, Shuji tidied up the oil paper, stood up, and brushed the sand off his trousers. He walked to the center of the field, his gaze sweeping over Itachi, who had recovered considerably, before settling on Enko, who had silently finished her rice ball, her eyes still dark and complex. You've recovered? Shiosi's voice was calm, with a hint of inquiry. Now, the 2 of you, come at me together and try. He stood there casually, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, without forming any hand seals or assuming any defensive stance, as if he were simply inviting someone to a normal practice session. Enko abruptly raised her head, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, quickly replaced by a rekindled surge of intense emotion, a mixture of resentment, probing, and a burning desire to prove something. She glanced at Itachi beside her, then at the overly calm captain in the center of the arena. Itachi's gaze sharpened instantly. Although his Sharingan wasn't activated, his focus returned. He looked at Enko, and their eyes met briefly. Without a word, a subtle, temporary understanding born from their shared goal was instantly established. All right. Hongdo shouted in a low voice, choosing not to launch a direct attack, but instead instantly forming hand seals, ninja art, snake gaze curse binding. Several grayish-brown energy snakes made of chakra shot out like living creatures. They did not attack Shuji's body, but instead swirled and coiled as if they were alive, instantly blocking most of Shuji's dodge space to the left, right and behind. At the same time, her hand seals changed again, fire release, dragon fire technique. A condensed orange-red line of fire, like a scorching spear, pierced straight towards Shuji's front with a piercing shriek. Snake shadow blockade, fire line piercing, a standard ninjutsu suppression combination. The moment the fire burst forth, Itachi's figure vanished as if merging into the shadows. Instead of immediately following Enko's ninjutsu attack, He used his speed and the perception granted by his Sharingan to instantly circle around to Shuji's side and rear, placing him in a blind spot. With a flurry of movements, several shuriken, tracing treacherous arcs, silently shot towards Shuji's knees, ankles, and other support points. The timing was impeccable, precisely at the very moment the fire was about to strike Shuji, and the snake shadows contracted to close in. Ninjutsu suppression, sneak attack from a blind spot. The teamwork was absolutely brilliant. Faced with this sudden double attack, Shuji's expression remained completely calm. Just as the fire was about to reach his body, his hands instantly formed a hand seal. Water escape water formation wall. A thick, solid wall of water instantly rose from the ground, blocking their path. Laugh. The dragonfire technique struck the water wall, unleashing a massive cloud of billowing white mist. The water wall rippled violently, yet stubbornly blocked this piercing fire technique. Almost at the same moment the water wall rose, Shuji's body, like a weightless willow catkin, took a small half-step to the side under the cover of the water vapor. The movement was so small that Itachi's shuriken, which were aimed at the support point, just grazed past his feet and embedded themselves deeply in the sand. At the same time, he casually waved his right hand, which was hanging at his side, to the side and behind him. Wind release, wind reversal. A flexible yet powerful swirling airflow instantly formed beside him. The energy snakes controlled by Red Bean, which attempted to coil around the area from the side and rear, crashed into the airflow. As if caught in an invisible vortex, their trajectories were forcibly twisted and torn apart, and they dissipated after emitting a hissing wail. Ninja art, hidden shadow serpent hands. This time, 8 thick, solid venomous snakes, accompanied by a strong fishy smell, attacked Shuji from different angles as he emerged from the water vapor. Shio-si remained expressionless. Facing the venomous snake that lunged at him from the ground, he leaned back slightly, completed several hand seals, and simultaneously lifted his foot, seemingly taking a casual step downwards. Earth release rock pillar. 2 sharp stalagmites burst forth from the ground in an instant, like precise traps, pinning 2 venomous snakes close to the sand. The snake writhed violently and hissed in pain. Just as Shuji was dealing with the poisonous snake, Itachi's attack came again. Taking advantage of the moment when Shuji was restrained by the venomous snake, he closed in again like a leech, his Sharingan locking onto Shuji's movements. The kunai in his hand gleamed with a chilling light as he thrust it straight at the gap in Shuji's ribs exposed by his backward lean. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Shuji twisted his body at an incredible angle just as the kunai was about to hit him. The kunai's blade grazed his ribs, only cutting through the air. He spun around and faced Itachi, who was hot on his heels, and instantly formed hand seals again. Wind release, wind cut technique. Several invisible yet extremely sharp wind blades, like transparent scythes, slashed towards Itachi's limb joints with a piercing sound. Alarm bells rang in Itachi's mind, and his Sharingan activated instantly. The several wind blades suddenly became clearer and slowed down in Goyu's vision. He could only lean back as far as he could and cross his hands with kunai to block them. Chang. Chang. 2 crisp sounds. The force of the impact made Itachi's arms go numb, and he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, leaving clear slash marks on his kunai. Hondo seized the momentary opening, a ruthless glint in her eyes, and rapidly changed the hand seals. Fire release, Serpent Fang Barrage. This time, she condensed and compressed her chakra, continuously spitting out more than a dozen fist-sized, condensed orange-red fireballs shaped like snake fangs. These fireballs weren't a blanket bombardment, instead, they seemed to possess a tracking ability, carrying scorching air currents and sharp whistling sounds, shooting from extremely tricky angles at every vital point on Shio-si's body like venomous snakes biting. Their speed, accuracy, and lethality far surpassed the previous fireballs. Despite the barrage of unpredictable and dangerous fireballs, Shio-si remained calm. His hand seals moved even faster. Tu dun tu liobi. A thick earthen wall rose from the ground, protecting him completely behind it. Bang bang bang. The fireball struck the earthen wall, bursting into flames before finally dissipating into wisps of smoke. Red Bean was breathing heavily, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Continuously using ninjutsu was still too much of a burden for her. Stop. Shuji's voice rang out calmly. The earthen wall collapsed with the sound. Shuji dusted off non-existent dust from his sleeves, his breathing as steady as ever, as if the series of ninjutsu attacks and intense offense and defense just now were merely a stretch. I have a general idea. Shiosi's gaze swept over the two who were slightly out of breath. For the next few days, we will continue to gather here and practice tactical coordination. Of course, this kind of training is physically demanding, Shuji said, raising his index finger. As the captain, I will take responsibility. Having already experienced this, the weasel sipped its water calmly, waiting for what was to come. Let's go recharge later, it's on me, Shuji said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Anko and Itachi. You've used up so much energy. How about some meat? End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1646 words. Chapter 22 Hot Pot and the Sound of the Wind. The streets of Konoha were gently bathed in the soft twilight at dusk. The air was filled with the aromas of dinners from countless families, mingled with the fresh scent of grass and trees carried on the evening breeze. Shioji led the two into a quieter alley and stopped in front of a shop with an indigo-blue Norin curtain hanging in the air. The door curtain is embroidered with the ancient character 4-pot in white silk thread, and warm yellow light and faint, sweet-smelling steam emanate from inside. Lifting the Norin curtain, a rich aroma of soy sauce, sugar, mirin, and high-quality beef fat wafts towards you like a warm embrace. The shop is small, with a natural wood color scheme. There are cushions around a few low tables. There aren't many customers, and the conversations are kept low, making it feel particularly warm and quiet. In stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of a barbecue restaurant, this place is filled with a comforting, homey warmth unique to hot pot cuisine. Welcome. The woman in the plain-colored kimono smiled gently and led them to sit down at the back. In the center of the low table was a black earthenware pot, with a small gas stove underneath. 3 people, Sukiyaki, Shuji said to the female general, his gaze sweeping over Anko and Itachi across from him. Is that all right? He knew these two preferred sweet flavors. Red Bean nodded vigorously, her eyes glued to the menu. Yes, yes. Of course. Itachi also gave a soft hum, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. This kind of restaurant with a home-cooked atmosphere made him feel a rare sense of relaxation. Special selection beef, tofu, konjac noodles, shiitake mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, garland chrysanthemum, scallions, and udon noodles. Shiosi skillfully ordered the side dishes. 1 egg per person, to dip the meat in. Okay, please wait a moment. The female general noted it down, smiled, and withdrew to prepare. Soon, a black casserole was placed on the stove and filled with a dark brown, oily, sweet broth. The gas stove was lit, and blue flames licked the bottom of the pot. The broth began to bubble and produce tiny bubbles, and the rich, sweet aroma rose with the steam, spreading even more freely and tantalizing the taste buds. The female server brought over neatly arranged side dishes, thin slices of top-grade Wagyu beef, with its red and white stripes and snow-like marbling, tender tofu cubes, grayish-white konjac noodles, plump shiitake mushrooms and delicate enoki mushrooms, vibrant green chrysanthemum greens, and tender white scallions cut diagonally. There were also 3 bowls of clear raw egg liquid. The broth in the pot began to boil, steam rising from it. Shuji used long chopsticks to pick up a few slices of Wagyu beef and placed them in the boiling broth in the center of the pot. The pink slices of meat quickly curled up and changed color in the dark brown broth, the fat melted, and they released an even more enticing aroma, perfectly blending into the sweet and savory base of the broth. Eat the meat first, Shiosi gestured. Red Bean couldn't wait any longer. She picked up a perfectly cooked slice of beef with slightly curled edges and quickly rolled it in the raw egg mixture. The warm beef, coated in cool, smooth egg yolk, was placed in her mouth. Instantly, its exquisite tenderness melted on her tongue, the rich meat flavor enveloped by the creamy egg yolk, while the unique sweet and savory flavor of sukiyaki sauce layered and assaulted her taste buds. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction, letting out a muffled sigh. This sweetness is amazing. And the beef is unbelievably tender. Following Anko's example, Itachi carefully picked up a slice of beef and dipped it in the egg yolk. The rich, savory beef, the silky smooth egg yolk, and the sweet, fresh broth blended perfectly in his mouth, creating a warm and satisfying feeling. He chewed quietly, but noticeably faster than usual, his dark eyes appearing especially gentle behind the rising steam. Seeing the two looking satisfied, Shuji also picked up a slice of beef. As the egg-coated meat entered his mouth, the distinct sweetness of the mirin melted on his tongue, and he subtly furrowed his brow. He took a sip of tea to wash away the sweetness in his mouth. When it comes to hot pot, he prefers either clear broth or a slightly spicy flavor. He's not really used to sweet hot pot. 3 guests, the dishes are ready, please enjoy. The female server brought out the last udon noodles and vegetables, and her smile deepened as she saw the steaming pot and the 3 people's focused expressions. Thank you. Shuji nodded. Just as the woman was about to leave, Shuji casually asked, the shop is quite busy today, is something good happening? The woman stopped, a warm smile spreading across her face. Thanks to you, business has been going well. But these past few days, everyone seems to be in a better mood. She lowered her voice, her tone filled with joy. Everyone's saying that the Hidden Cloud Village is finally sending a formal delegation to negotiate peace. After fighting for so long, we finally see a glimmer of peace. Everyone feels much more relaxed and is more willing to go out and eat something good. She pointed to several tables in the restaurant where customers were clearly having family gatherings. Look, there are more people bringing their children out now. The Cloud Hidden Envoy? Has the news already reached the ears of ordinary shopkeepers? Shiosi paused slightly as he picked up some food with his chopsticks. An envoy? Red Bean asked vaguely, her mouth stuffed with a mushroom soaked in soup. Is the information accurate? Those Cloud Ninja were quite fierce before. Absolutely right. A woman with a child at the next table couldn't help but chime in when she heard the conversation, her face filled with simple anticipation. My husband works odd jobs in the administration department, and he's heard about it. They say the delegation is of very high rank, led by a close confidant of the Raikage. They can't be here to fight, can they? They must genuinely want to negotiate. She gently patted the child's head beside her. If only the war could end, the children could grow up in peace. Yes, it's always good that it's over, an elderly man at another table remarked. Too much blood has been shed on the border. Peace is more precious than anything else. The shop was filled with anticipation of the arrival of peace and relaxed whispers. The conversation was quickly diverted by the aroma and steam from the bubbling food in the pot. The woman and the other guests returned to their respective tables. Kumakuya. Red Bean swallowed her food, licked the corner of her mouth which was still covered in sweet sauce, and the satisfaction in her eyes faded a little. The Raikage's confidant is leading the team? Quite a big entourage. I just don't know what they're up to. The trend is general. Shuji placed the perfectly cooked tofu cubes, soaked in the sweet and savory broth, onto Itachi's plate in a calm voice. Kumakure cannot win. Negotiation is the only option. As for sincerity. He paused, looking at the bubbling broth in the pot. It's not about what you say, but about what you do next and what price you're willing to pay for it. Itachi quietly ate the tofu that Shuji had picked up. It was tender and smooth, and the sweet and savory broth had completely permeated it. His gaze fell on Shuji's calm profile. Although he had lost his teammates during the mission at the border, the senior did not seem to have any particular feelings towards Kumogakure. Hongdo pursed her lips, clearly uninterested in this pragmatic argument, but didn't say anything more. Her attention was quickly drawn back to the konjac noodles bubbling in the pot, coated in a sweet and savory sauce. Forget it, why think so much? These konjac noodles are absolutely amazing after absorbing the broth. Boss, another serving of konjac noodles, please, she waved and called out. For more servings of meat, please, Shuji added. Ninjas have big appetites and can always finish their food. Outside the window, the lights of Konoha gently illuminated the deep blue twilight. Inside the sukiyaki restaurant, a warm and inviting atmosphere prevailed, with the clay pot bubbling and releasing a sweet aroma. The 3 sat around the hot pot, focused on the food in front of them. The warm broth, tender beef, and vegetables soaked in flavor brought a comforting satisfaction that went from their stomachs to their hearts. The fatigue and tension after training seemed to be dissolved by the rising heat and rich, sweet aroma. The last bit of udon noodles slid into her stomach, and Enko let out a satisfied sigh, leaning back on the cushion. Itachi also put down his chopsticks and quietly sipped his tea. Shuji picked up his teacup, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Anko's faded black mesh short-sleeved shirt with slightly worn cuffs, and then over Itachi's neat but clearly everyday clan attire. Are you full? Shiosi put down his teacup, his voice breaking the post-meal tranquility. Perfect timing, we still have some time. He stood up. The team has just been formed, and as the captain, I should do something to show my support. Both Anko and Itachi looked at him with slight confusion. Go buy something. Shuji's tone was very casual, as if he were naturally arranging the next training session. It's a gift from the captain, you can't refuse it. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,583 words. Chapter 23 Ninja Tools Aoki Ninja Tool Shop. The store was not brightly lit, and various ninja tools were neatly arranged on the shelves against the wall. Behind the counter sat an elderly man with gray hair and a lean build, wearing a single-lensed spectacle. Under the light of the desk lamp, he was patiently sharpening the edge of a kunai with a small file. Hearing the curtain rustle, he raised his eyes, his gaze lingering for a moment on Shuji's headband, then sweeping over Itachi and Anko behind him, before finally settling back on Shuji's face, and he nodded slightly. 2 sets of combat suits. Shiosi walked to the counter. They need to be made of thicker, more durable material, with built-in cushioning layers at the joints. The old man put down his file, got up, and took out several rolls of thick fabric in different colors from deep inside the shelf. Dark gray, indigo, and dark green. Indigo and dark green are new products, mixed with better fibers, with more than 30% stronger stretch and protection, and the price is also 50% higher. Shuji looked at Anko and Itachi. You two can choose the colors yourselves. Anko, you also need new weighted leg wraps and arm guards, the old ones are badly worn out. He added to the old man, give her a standard Chunin level suit. For Itachi, the protective gear should be lightweight to ensure his mobility. In theory, genin don't specifically purchase combat uniforms like vests, since these things are expensive. Genin generally don't need protective gear for their missions, but Itachi has now joined a team that handles high-level missions. Hongdo glanced at the dark fabrics, pursed her lips, but her gaze was involuntarily drawn to a dark purple hooded trench coat hanging on the nearby shelf. The trench coat features a unique matte fabric, a clean cut, and reinforced shoulder and elbow areas, exuding a rebellious and sharp feel. That can also be considered protective gear, right? She asked tentatively, pointing to it. The old man followed her gaze and said, Combat Windbreaker, the outer layer is specially treated to be lightweight and breathable, and its protective power is slightly weaker than that of a vest. That's it, purple, and my size. Hongdo's eyes lit up. The previous dejection was greatly relieved by this dress, as if the vibrant purple could pierce through the gloom in her heart. Itachi quietly pointed to the roll of indigo fabric and then gestured to show his own height. The old man noted down the requirements and turned to go to the back warehouse to retrieve the goods. While waiting, Itachi's gaze fell upon the rows of specially made shuriken displayed under the glass counter. One of them had fine, reverse-serrated edges that gleamed with a cold blue light under the lamp. He stared intently at it. Want it? Shuji followed his gaze. The new Fuma Shuriken has increased armor-piercing and tearing effects, requiring a higher level of throwing technique. With your current wrist strength, you can barely use it, but you won't be able to unleash its full power, and you'll easily hurt yourself. Next year, when you've gained some strength, you can switch. Itachi silently withdrew his gaze and nodded. The old man soon came out carrying clothes and several sets of brand-new protective gear. Hongdo eagerly took the dark purple trench coat, her fingers stroking the fabric. Itachi also received his indigo combat suit. Thank you, 178,000 taels. The old man announced the price in a steady voice. Hongdo's arm holding the new trench coat stiffened almost imperceptibly, and her gaze towards Shiosi instantly turned to surprise and doubt. She was well aware of the enormous expense of ninja tools, but this price, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, Captain, you're not some kind of hidden tycoon, are you? Not only did you treat me to dinner, but this gift. She weighed the exquisite paper bag in her hand. Shiosi took out his money pouch from his pocket, counted out a thick wad of banknotes, and handed them to the old man with a swift movement. He glanced at Hongdo sideways and said in a flat tone, if you feel guilty, I don't mind if you pay for it yourself. I made quite a bit extra from the last mission. Hongdo gave an embarrassed smile, tightened her grip on the trench coat, and remained silent. The old man finished counting and nodded. The three walked out of the ninja tool shop. It was completely dark outside. Red Bean's face was a little tense as she draped her new trench coat over her arm, while Itachi clutched his own. The lights of the commercial street shone even brighter. Since we're talking about money, Shuji's voice rang out clearly amidst the noise, it's time to set some rules for the distribution of mission rewards. He didn't stop walking, his gaze sweeping over the two. 40% of the proceeds from subsequent missions will be kept as team funds to replenish ninja tools, medicines, and other supplies. The remaining 60%, Shuji continued, I'll take 40% and you two will each take half. Any questions? Itachi nodded almost immediately, his youthful face showing no objection. Shuji was the captain and the strongest of the three, it was only natural for him to take a larger share. Moreover, the team's public funds will probably not be spent on Shuji in the end, as the captain's fighting style does not consume much ninja tool. Hongdo visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile returned to her face. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony today. Thank you, Captain. The three of them reached a fork in the road leading in different directions. Red Bean, clutching her new gear, casually waved to the other two before disappearing into the flow of people heading towards the apartment complex. Shuji looked at Itachi, do you need me to escort you to the entrance of the clan compound? No need to trouble you, senior. Itachi, holding the indigo paper bag, bowed slightly. Shiosi said no more and turned to walk towards the west of the village. The weasel, carrying the paper bag, walked steadily in the middle of the road. Just as he rounded a bend, and the iconic outline of the clan's high walls, which appeared particularly solemn in the night, came into view, a clear, cheerful voice, seemingly without warning, rang out from the deep shadow cast by an old tree by the roadside. Itachi, you're back. Itachi didn't pause for a moment. He raised his head and looked into the shadows, sure sway. The shadows of the trees swayed, and a figure, as if emerging from the night, silently took a step forward and stood at the edge of the dim yellow glow of the streetlight. Uchiha Shursui wore a dark blue high-necked clan robe, with a short sword slung across his back and a headband neatly tied to his forehead. He wore a gentle smile, the corners of his mouth naturally turned up, and his gaze was fixed on the paper bag in Itachi's arms. How was the team practice today? Shursui walked to Itachi's side, and the two naturally stood side by side. Itachi, holding the paper bag, calmly recounted, Shuji-senpai is very strong. After training, he treated Enko-senpai and me to sukiyaki and even bought us ninja tools as gifts. He added, combat uniform. What a kind and generous senior. Shursui said gently, with a hint of surprise. Generally speaking, the captain is not obligated to provide equipment for the team members. As one of Konoha's top jonin, he was well aware of the village's practices. Equipment upgrades were usually paid for by the ninja themselves or by their clan. Itachi knew this. His previous jonin instructor was good, but he had never cared for his subordinates like Shuji did. Shuji-senpai is a kind and gentle person, Itachi said softly, his gaze fixed on the road stretching out beneath his feet. Does Itachi like him a lot? Shursui turned his head, his smile deepening slightly. Itachi paused almost imperceptibly for half a second, as if he were seriously considering the question. After a moment, he nodded, his voice still steady but carrying a sense of confirmation, yes. Being with Shuji-senpai, he seemed to be searching for the right word, felt very relaxed. There was none of the heaviness of the family gathering, none of the tension on the training field, and none of the invisible pressure he felt when facing his father. Being able to eat in peace, receiving clear guidance, and a seemingly predictable daily routine. Oh, I see, Shursui said with genuine relief. That's wonderful to have met such a companion. Originally, I wanted to ask the Hokage to let me become your captain. Itachi didn't reply, but simply walked on quietly. Only the soft sound of their footsteps and the faint chirping of insects in the distance remained in the air. The silence lasted for a few moments before Itachi's voice rang out again, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of confusion. However, it seems that Shuji-senpai has another identity, which father is very concerned about. He raised his head and looked at Shursui, who was both his brother and mentor, with a questioning gaze. Shursui, is there any special clan in the village? One without a surname. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,522 words. Chapter 20 For the shadow of 1,000 hands. If I had to say, it would only be that clan. The 1,000 Hands clan. 1,000 hands? Lost in thought, Itachi took off his shoes, leaving the paper bag of his indigo combat uniform in the shadows of the entryway. Walking down the corridor, the sliding door to the tatami room was silently pulled open a crack, letting in a soft, warm light that illuminated Fugaku Uchiha's figure. You're back? Fugaku's voice rang out in the quiet mansion, less solemn than usual as a clan head, and more gentle like a father. Yes, father. Itachi stopped in his tracks. Fugaku's gaze fell on the paper bag. Did you buy something? A gift from my senior. Itachi picked up the paper bag and handed it over. Fugaku took the bag, his fingers rubbing the fabric against the paper bag, then hefting it in his hand. Oh, this must have cost quite a bit. He looked up at Itachi. Did you only buy this for you? Senior Red Bean also has one. Is that so? Fugaku handed the paper bag back, his movements steady. Since it's a gift from the captain, accept it properly. He paused. I'll arrange a return gift later. Father, Itachi's voice rang out, tinged with inquiry. Okay? The Senju clan. Itachi looked directly at his father. Where has the Senju clan, who were once on par with our Uchiha, gone? There's no record of their clan's territory in the village. The last vestige of gentleness on Fugaku's face vanished, replaced by a deep solemnity. He remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. They, the Senju, are outside the clan territories of all the other ninja clans. Itachi's pupils contracted. Fugaku continued, that clan declared its disbandment during Hashirama's time, so naturally, Senju clan territory is not on the village's map. His gaze was profound. However, every outstanding ninja you've met who isn't from a major clan could potentially be of Senju blood. He paused, his tone becoming even more serious. Even Tobirama's disciples, the current advisors Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado, it's hard to say. Father, do you mean the Senju clan hasn't actually disbanded? Itachi's voice was very soft. Fugaku slowly shook his head. The disbandment is a fact. It was overseen by Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama, and all the ninja clans witnessed it at the time, decades ago. He then changed the subject, but after Lord Tobirama's death, there was still a very prestigious figure among the former Senju clan. Therefore, there is a connection between them, an invisible but strong connection. Is it Lady Tsunade? Itachi asked. No, Fugaku denied the guess. Tsunade has been away from the village for a long time. He took a deep breath, his gaze deep. She was the former deputy of the two Senju lords, Senju Momoka. Peach Blossom. The name stirred something within Itachi's heart. He instantly recalled his father's seemingly casual inquiry when receiving Shuji-senpai. I've heard that you've always lived in the old house on the western outskirts of the village? And were you personally raised and taught by Lady Momoka? The trajectory suddenly became clear. Senpai, Itachi's voice carried a hint of confirmation. If nothing unexpected happens, Fugaku's gaze fell on Itachi's face as if it were a physical object, the person who can still maintain those connections and influence after Lady Momoka. He paused, each word clear, should be your captain. The air in the room seemed to freeze, the lamp wick crackling softly. Fugaku leaned slightly forward, his voice deep and powerful. Itachi, this is an opportunity for the Uchiha clan. As dawn broke, the thin mist above the third training field pierced through, casting a pale gold hue over the sand. Several days of tactical practice had imprinted the field with the marks of the Shuji squad. Left flank. Itachi, disrupt. Don't let that guy form hand seals. Red Bean's voice carried a long-lost sharpness. Her swift figure left after images on the sand, the hood of her brand-new dark purple trench coat billowing like a leaping bolt of purple lightning. Her fingertips flashed with hand seals, hidden shadow snake hands. 3 grayish-brown venomous snakes shot out from her sleeves, not directly targeting the wooden stake, but cleverly blocking her left and right escape routes. Almost the instant she made her move, Itachi's figure appeared like a ghost in the blind spot behind the wooden stake. His 2 Tomo Sharingan silently activated, and without a word, a short genjutsu was unleashed. The shadow clones simulating enemy ninjas beside the wooden stake froze abruptly. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shuji's voice rang out calmly, but his position had already shifted from the initial command point to the optimal attack angle. A massive, blazing fireball, accompanied by a whoosh, slammed precisely into the shadow clone, whose escape route was blocked by venomous snakes and whose illusions had been disrupted. Boom, flames erupted, the intense heat distorting the air, and the shadow clone vanished as white smoke. The tactical coordination was executed flawlessly. Stop, Shuji signaled. Enko stopped, panting, wiping the sweat from her brow. Her initial dejection was gone, replaced by the gleam of a ninja in her eyes. Itachi deactivated his Sharingan, his breathing steady. He walked to the sidelines, opened his leather notebook, and quickly jotted down the details of their previous coordination and chakra consumption. The snake's attack angle could be made a little more tricky, compressing the opponent's hand seal space, Shuji commented as he walked over to Enko. If the hood of your trench coat obstructs your vision during high-speed movement, you can fix it or remove it. Practicality is paramount. His gaze fell on Itachi's notebook. The notes are very detailed. The timing of the genjutsu release is good, and the chakra consumption is more stable than yesterday. Red Bean tugged at her trench coat hood and muttered, "Okay, I'll be more careful next time." Her tone, however, lacked any resistance. Itachi softly hummed in agreement and continued refining his notes. The past few days of working together had been like an invisible file, gradually smoothing away the initial awkwardness and distance. Take a 15-minute break. Shuji walked to the shade of a tree and sat down cross-legged. Enko immediately ran to get her water bottle and gulped down several mouthfuls, then grabbed a biscuit and chewed on it. Itachi, on the other hand, sat quietly to the side drinking water, his eyes fixed on his notebook, repeatedly considering several tactical points. Shiosi closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his body. These past few days, he had led the team in training during the day, but his nightly cultivation had never ceased. His attempts to draw natural energy from his wooden clone continued with an extremely high failure rate, 7 or 8 out of 10 times. The clone's structure would become unbalanced, lignified, and ultimately petrified by the violent backlash of natural energy. But each failure gave him a slightly deeper, albeit vague, sense of that omnipresent and elusive power of heaven and earth. Natural energy. It is not like chakra, which originates from the spirit and body of life itself, but rather more like the more primal and grand foundation that constitutes this world. It is violent, yet it also contains an ineffable vitality. Perhaps, the direction is right, but to complete the cultivation, something is still missing. Shiosi pondered in his heart. The Senju bloodline and Hashirama cells endowed him with a foundation far exceeding that of ordinary people, but there was still a gap between him and the ability to absorb and transform natural energy. Senior, Itachi's clear voice interrupted his thoughts, regarding the cooperation just now. If the opponent is a sensory ninja who avoided the genjutsu in advance, should the subsequent fire-style suppression points be adjusted? Shuji opened his eyes and took the notebook Itachi handed him. It contained a simple formation diagram and analysis, clearly drawn on it. Very good question. The contingency plan needs to be expanded. Training continued with repeated refinement of tactical details and simulated combat. The sun gradually rose higher, shortening the shadows of the three on the sand. Enko's snake ninjutsu and Itachi's Sharingan genjutsu flowed more seamlessly together, while Shuji's ninjutsu support always appeared at the most crucial moments. A rough but effective tactical system, based on mutual understanding and trust of each other's abilities, was slowly taking shape. As the midday sun grew scorching and blinding, a figure appeared silently, as if blending into the light, beneath the shade of a tree at the edge of the training ground. The newcomer wore an animal mask and the standard uniform of the Dark Guard, his aura almost imperceptible. Jonin Shuji. The flat voice came through the mask, not loud, but clearly drowning out the training sounds. Shuji stopped correcting Enko's taijutsu movements and turned to look. Itachi and Enko also immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at the newcomer warily. "The Hokage summons you," the ANBU ninja said succinctly. "Please proceed to the Hokage's office immediately." End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,616 words. Chapter 25 Leaving Mustard Harbor. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi was smoking as usual, handling official business. He looked at Shuji as he entered, and without any pleasantries, went straight to the point. The team building work is excellent, and your teamwork has been good during this time. The third Hokage's voice carried a hint of approval as his gaze fell on Shuji's face. Based on your judgment, is it ready for a mission, Shuji? Mitarashi Anko's mentality has basically recovered, Shuji replied cautiously. Therefore, my assessment is that our team can handle a rank B mission. He specifically emphasized rank B because it was their first official mission, and he needed to give the team some breathing room. He didn't want the village to throw a hot potato at them directly. Hiruzen Sarutobi's wrinkled eyes twitched almost imperceptibly. The old Shuji had been more direct and forceful, rarely showing this kind of near weakness when faced with a difficult mission. Was it the shadow of losing his comrades in the previous serious injury? Or the sensitive 8-year-old Uchiha in the team? Or perhaps a fleeting thought crossed his mind, but it didn't affect his actions. The third generation responded, precisely pulling one scroll from a stack on the table. With a flick of his wrist, the scroll arced through the air and landed in Shiosi's hand. Rank B mission, escort a caravan to Chujia port. A guard mission? Classified as B, the core risk lies in the possibility of engaging in combat with ninjas. Shuji picked up the scroll, untied the rope, and quickly scanned the neat handwriting on it. Client, Hongshan Chang. Occupation, cloth merchant. Goods, a batch of high-quality fabric from the Land of Fire. Destination, Chujie Port. Task level, B. The content itself is clear and concise, seemingly just a routine cross-border trade escort mission. However, the B-level rating is the biggest problem. Izuku Port is located on the southwestern coastline of the Land of Fire, and is nominally part of the Land of Tea, a country with a rather unique geographical location. The Land of Tea has two unconnected enclaves on the continental plate, located in the southwest and southeast corners of the Land of Fire's territory, separated by the vast territory of the Land of Fire. In addition, it owns two large islands overseas, Nagasaki and Ozu. Its total land area even exceeds that of the Land of Water. However, the Land of Tea has no ninja villages. Its unique geographical location, bordering only the Land of Fire by land, and its lack of military power have made it a stable mission reserve for Konoha, with almost all important missions within the country flowing to Konoha. Mikoto Hirayama's caravan is currently stationed at Minaminokami Post Station, south of Konoha Village. Traveling from the heart of the Land of Fire to Izuku Port in the Land of Tea, which is also under Konoha's influence, carries the risk of encountering ninjas. Shuji raised his head and looked calmly at the third generation. Are there any other objectives for this mission? The risk of the guards themselves is not enough to justify a B-level rating. There must be unspoken additional factors. Truly perceptive. Hiruzen Sarutobi was not surprised. He picked up his pipe, took a puff, and the smoke he exhaled blurred his expression for a moment. A group of wandering ninjas have recently appeared at Izuku Port, and they are quite troublesome. I understand. Shuji nodded. This explanation made sense. Does the village have any detailed information about this group of rogue ninja? A team of 5, the third Hokage said, taking 2 thinner scrolls from the drawer and placing them on the table. They call themselves the Black Eclipse Clan. They are elusive and possess some rather insidious secret techniques, making them not easy to deal with. He pushed the 2 scrolls forward. In addition to ensuring Mr. Hongshan's caravan arrives safely at Chujia Port, I hope your team can also investigate the background of this Black Eclipse clan. He pointed to the 2 scrolls. Level A mission, expel or annihilate the Black Eclipse. Level B mission, reconnoiter and obtain detailed intelligence on them. You can decide which one to complete based on the actual situation of your team in the area. He paused. If the on-site assessment determines that the risk is too high and you are unable to complete it, you are allowed to complete only the core caravan escort mission and return safely. Also, Hiruzen Sarutobi added, your squad number will remain the same as your previous squad, Squad 5. Shuji's gaze lingered for a moment on the scroll cover that bore the inscription Squad 5. The squad number of his predecessor, the one with whom he had fought side by side on the border, the one that ultimately escaped with only him and the intelligence. He silently put away the 2 scrolls containing the Black Eclipse's mission information as well. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, walked around the large desk, and went to Shuji's side. He reached out and patted Shuji's shoulder with a consoling gesture, but his gaze was fixed on the bustling scene of Konoha outside the window. His voice lowered. The quota entrusted by the land of tea is crucial to the village's current finances and cannot be lost. He withdrew his hand, his tone tinged with helplessness. The Kumogakure delegation is about to arrive, and the village is short-handed. Both the Umbu and regular troops need to prioritize the delegation's safety and the peace talks. I can only trouble your Team 5 to go to Izuku Port and check the situation first. Shuji nodded slightly, his face revealing no extra emotion. Yes, Hokage-sama. He put away the 3 scrolls, turned, and left the Hokage's office. The heavy wooden door closed behind him, shutting out the smell of tobacco and the weighty entrustment. The corridor was dimly lit, but Shuji's steps were steady as his mind raced. The Black Eclipse clan, the rogue ninja, investigation and even expulsion, the mission's difficulty is clearly not low. Itachi's genius is limited by age and stamina, and while Enko's condition has recovered, she has not yet returned to her peak. Their first official mission involves venturing deep into an area potentially harboring powerful enemies with dual objectives, significantly increasing the risk factor. But the Hokage's meaning was also very clear. In the past 10 years, the village had only been peaceful for 1 year between Konoha 50 and 51. No matter how wealthy Konoha was, it was under great financial pressure, and it was even more important not to abandon the land of tea. Class 5, Shiosi murmured the newly reactivated number, and that memory surged back. Although he hadn't experienced it firsthand, it still made Shiosi feel somewhat complicated. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his distracting thoughts, Shuji quickened his pace, heading towards the 3rd training ground. It was time to prepare for the new journey of Class 5. On the training ground, the sun was already scorching. Enko was practicing the angles of her hidden shadow snakehand's attack repeatedly against a reinforced wooden stake, sweat soaking the back of her dark purple trench coat, but her gaze remained focused. Itachi, on the other hand, stood in an open area nearby, eyes closed, seemingly simulating some kind of chakra manipulation technique. Seeing Shuji return, Enko stopped what she was doing, wiped her sweat, and asked with a hint of anticipation, "Captain, what did the Hokage call you for? Is it a big mission?" Her eyes were eager to try, and the training of the past few days had clearly helped her regain some of her form. Itachi opened his eyes and quietly looked at Shuji. Shuji walked to the center of the field and spread the 3 scrolls out on the sand. Rank B mission, escort a cloth merchant caravan to Izuku Port in the land of tea, he said succinctly, pointing to the core mission scroll. Leaving Akuta Port? Red Bean raised an eyebrow. Isn't that place pretty peaceful? Rank B? Are there foreign ninjas causing trouble along the way? Peace was in the past. Shuji's voice was calm. Now, a group of ninja calling themselves the Black Eclipse clan has appeared near Izuku Port. They possess secret techniques, act mysteriously, and threaten trade routes. He pointed to 2 other scrolls. Additional mission, investigate information about the Black Eclipse clan, rank B, or, depending on the situation, expel or even annihilate them, rank A. Red Bean gasped, A rank? Such a huge undertaking on their very first mission? The Hokage has given us the choice, Shuji emphasized. Our priority is ensuring the caravan's safe arrival. Whether to investigate or expel them will depend on our local situation and our own circumstances. His gaze swept over the 2 men. The mission is quite risky. Our opponents are naval ninjas whose intelligence is unknown, so we must be careful. He paused, his voice steady. The 5th squad's objectives are, first, to ensure the Hongshan Cheng caravan arrives at Shujia Port unharmed. Second, to gather as much intelligence as possible about the Black Eclipse clan without endangering our own safety. Third, he looked at Enko and Itachi, is to expel the Black Eclipse clan, understand? Understood. Hongdo suppressed her previous surprise, her expression turned serious, and she nodded vigorously. Itachi responded clearly, yes, senpai. Very good. Shiosi put away the scroll. Destination, Nanshui. The caravan will depart tomorrow morning. Dismissed now. Go back and prepare your luggage, ninja tools, and medicine. Meet at the village entrance before 6 a.m. tomorrow. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 2004 words. Chapter 26: The Suspicions of the Southern Post Station and the Cloth Merchants. Nanshuyi. As dawn broke, the town was already bustling with activity. The neighing of packhorses, the groaning of overburdened carts, and the rough shouts of caravan guards mingled together, the air thick with the pungent smells of livestock, dust, sweat, and cheap oil. Wagons laden with goods crammed the already narrow streets, with porters and merchants hurrying about, a scene of bustling activity as people rushed about for a living. Shuji led Itachi and Enko through the bustling crowd. Following the address on the quest scroll, they found their client, cloth merchant Hirayama Mikoto, in the backyard of an inn with an old Matsuke's sign. Hong Shanchang was a typical middle-aged merchant. His slightly plump body was wrapped in a dark brown silk shirt of good quality but covered in dust. A pair of round-framed glasses sat on his round face, and behind the lenses, his eyes were quickly scanning the workers carrying goods. 6 workers carefully loaded bundles of brightly colored, finely textured fabrics onto a reinforced cart, their movements revealing their deep appreciation for the goods. As Shuji and the other two approached, especially when their gazes swept over Enko, who was wearing a brand new dark purple trench coat and looked impatient, and Itachi, who was carrying a ninja tool bag and had a still childish face, Hirayama Mikoto's professional smile froze instantly, and a trace of undisguised astonishment and doubt flashed in his eyes. 2 adults and 1 child? These are the guards sent by Konoha? That girl doesn't look easy to deal with, and this little boy, is he even 10 years old? My batch of southern weaving. Countless thoughts raced through his shrewd mind, and his anxiety about the goods intensified. However, his instincts honed over years of trading allowed him to instantly suppress all his emotions. Hirayama Mikoto quickly plastered an exaggerated enthusiasm on his face, strode forward, and said in a deliberately loud voice, "Oh my. We've been waiting for you, esteemed Konoha ninjas. You must have had a long journey." He rubbed his hands together, his gaze sweeping quickly over the 3 men's headbands before finally settling on the leader, Shuji, with an inquiring tone. "This distinguished-looking man must be the captain? May I ask your name?" "Special Jonin Shuji." Shuji's gaze passed over him and landed on the 6 carts of obviously expensive fabrics. "So it's Captain Shuji. My apologies for not recognizing you." Hirayama Mikoto quickly bowed, his smile still warm, but his businessman's shrewdness hadn't faded. He glanced at Enko and Itachi again, seemingly casually, and tentatively asked, "And who are these 2, these dashing young ninjas?" "Mitarashi Enko, Uchiha Itachi." Shuji's answer was concise and to the point, without any further explanation. Upon hearing the name Uchiha, Hirayama Mikoto's eyes behind his glasses visibly brightened for a moment, and his smile seemed slightly more genuine, but the doubt about his age and experience hadn't truly dissipated. He greeted them warmly. "The 3 ninjas must be weary from their journey. You probably haven't had breakfast yet. There's a ramen shop at the post station with authentic broth and chewy noodles." "All right." Shoshi nodded naturally. Traveling takes a lot of energy, so replenishing it is necessary. Hong Shanchang immediately turned around and shouted at the loading workers, "Hurry up. I'll leave as soon as I get back with the important guests." Red Bean pouted, unimpressed by this behavior. Itachi, on the other hand, stood quietly in place, his gaze calmly sweeping over the busy workers and stacks of goods, and said in a low voice to Shuji, "Senpai, I'll stay and look after things." Shoshi nodded, and with Hong Do in tow, he followed Hong Shanchang away from the noisy backyard. The so-called authentic broth ramen shop was nothing more than a simple stall on the side of Eco Road. A few greasy low tables were crowded with merchants and porters on their way to work early in the morning, and the air was filled with the rich smell of pork bone broth and cheap soy sauce. Hong Shanchang familiarly asked the owner for 3 bowls of the signature tonkatsu ramen. The noodles were served in a murky broth, with a few thin, translucent slices of char siu and wilted bamboo shoots floating on top. Shoshi picked up his chopsticks, took a mouthful of noodles, blew on it to cool it down, and then began to eat it in large bites. Seeing the captain start eating, Hongdo also picked up her chopsticks, but frowned at the greasy soup in her bowl and still started eating the noodles. Hongshan Chang, on the other hand, seemed absent-minded, symbolically stirring the noodles in his bowl, his mind clearly not on the food. Captain Xiaoxi, Hongshan Chang put down his chopsticks, leaned forward slightly, and put on the expression that was typical of a merchant, a mixture of worry and complaint. "As you can see, This time we are escorting the finest southern woven textiles from the land of fire. They can fetch an astronomical price when they are sent overseas. To be honest, I, Hong Shan Cheng, have staked my entire fortune and my life on this shipment. He paused, observing Shuji's reaction, then lowered his voice, conveying a heartfelt sincerity. So, for this mission's reward, I gritted my teeth and scraped together 100,000 Rio. I originally thought that although the journey was a bit long, the route from the land of fire to the land of tea was always safe, so it would at most be considered a C-rank mission, and having a few Chunin escorts would be enough. But I never expected. His face showed just the right amount of gratitude. The Hokage is so kind and compassionate, understanding the hardships of us small vendors, that he even classified this request as a B rank. And he even sent a Jonin like Captain Shuji to personally lead the team. This is truly beyond words of gratitude. Shuji swallowed the noodles in his mouth, picked up the bowl and took a sip of soup, the movements natural and fluid. He put down the bowl and looked calmly at Hirayama Makoto. The information in the merchant's words, like scattered puzzle pieces, quickly pieced together in his mind. A reward of 100,000 taels. They went bankrupt because of the goods. Originally expected mission level, C. The reward range for a C-level mission is 30,000 to 100,000, while for a B-level mission it's 80,000 to 200,000. Hong Shancheng is willing to offer 100,000, which is the maximum for a C-level mission but the minimum for a B-level mission. He specifically emphasized that he was gathering 100,000, indicating that this was his limit and also implying his initial assessment of the mission's risk, it was insufficient to reach the level of a B-level mission. His gratitude was directed at the village for voluntarily upgrading the mission level. What does this mean? Defining a mission's rank is no small matter. A rank C mission means that the mission executor assumes the expected risk does not involve hostile ninjas, and is usually assigned as a Chunin leading a genin or a team of experienced genin. A rank B mission, on the other hand, explicitly involves the possibility of engaging in combat with hostile ninjas, and is generally assigned as a team of experienced Chunin, or even possibly led by a special Jonin or a Jonin. Makoto Hirayama's words and actions reveal a key contradiction. He himself does not seem particularly worried about the core threat that prompted the village to upgrade the mission to B rank, the Black Eclipse clan, or rather, the object of his concern is not the ninja. If Hong Shancheng's real concern was that the Black Eclipse clan, possessing ninjutsu abilities, would rob his caravan, given that he had staked his entire fortune on this shipment, he would not be satisfied with merely the maximum reward for a C-rank mission, nor would he be pleasantly surprised by the village's upgrade. He would at least try to scrape together a few thousand more taels to ensure the mission remained firmly within the B-rank category, thus justifying a higher level of escort. The amount of 100,000 taels seemed more like a top-tier C-rank guarantee he was paying to deal with significant risks beyond the ninja realm. Intelligence from the village indicates that the Black Eclipse clan is threatening trade routes, thus raising the mission level. However, Hirayama Makoto's anticipated enemy is likely someone else entirely. Is it that he is unaware of the Black Eclipse clan's existence, or? Boss Hongshan, Shuji's voice clearly pierced through the surrounding noise. What was your biggest concern? Or rather, what made you think this shipment was worth spending 100,000 taels of silver to hire Konoha ninjas to escort it? Hongshan Cheng was taken aback by Shou Si's direct question. He paused for a moment, then gave a wry smile, his eyes gleaming behind his round glasses. Captain Shou Si has a keen eye. To be honest, this road to Chujia port has always been relatively safe, without any major banditry. But as the saying goes, every forest has its share of all kinds of birds. There are always some petty thieves, in groups of 20 or 30, who, relying on their familiarity with the terrain, specifically target lone merchant caravans. My goods this time are of very high value, and I'm afraid that some fools might target me and try to rob me outnumbered. I'm afraid an ordinary guard team wouldn't be able to withstand that. He paused, seemingly hesitating for a moment, before lowering his voice to continue, and as we approach the border of Jaegung, we'll pass through an old forest called Wild Tea Slope. That place has been rather unsettled for the past few months. There's a local thug called the Tea Mountain Gang who's gathered a group of desperados, supposedly 200 or 300 strong. Tea Mountain Gang, Shiosi murmured the name. A band of 200 or 300 men would indeed be a devastating blow to an ordinary merchant caravan, enough to bankrupt a merchant and force them to hire ninjas to intimidate them. This was probably the true top-tier sea-level risk in Hongshan Cheng's eyes. As for the Black Eclipse clan, that name didn't even appear in his mouth. There was a clear discrepancy between the village's intelligence and the client's understanding. This was no coincidence. Either the village's intelligence was incorrect, or the Black Eclipse clan was extremely secretive and had not yet aroused widespread panic among ordinary merchants, or the Black Eclipse clan's area of activity or target did not completely overlap with the route and value of Hongshan Cheng's shipment, and there might even be other hidden details. Understood. Xiaoxi didn't ask any further questions, but simply nodded, picked up the bowl, and finished the rest of the noodle soup. He put down the bowl and glanced at Hongdo, who had almost finished eating. Once you've finished eating, go back to the backyard. Get ready to leave. Red Bean had long since lost interest in the greasy noodle soup, and immediately put down her chopsticks upon hearing this. Hirayama Saya also quickly stood up, his face beaming with a smile again. Yes, we're leaving. With Captain Shuji here, I can finally relax. When the three returned to the backyard of Songfeng Inn, 6 carts were already loaded, and sturdy tarpaulins completely covered the brightly colored fabrics. Itachi stood quietly beside a cart. When Shuji returned, he nodded slightly to indicate that everything was normal. Let's go. Hongshan Cheng gave the order. The axles creaked, the packhorses snorted, and the heavy caravan slowly drove out of the inn's backyard, merged into the bustling main road of the post town, and headed southwest, embarking on the long road to Izuku Port, the land of tea. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,754 words. Chapter 27 City Gate Tax. Within the Land of Fire, the headbands of the Konoha ninjas served as their greatest guarantee of safety, thus the caravan's journey was not hindered in any way. It wasn't until they left the Land of Fire and set foot on the territory of the Land of Tea that the caravan's crew began to perk up. Xiaoxi began sending his shadow clones to scout the road ahead of the caravan. Some small bandits hiding in the woods along the trails were dealt with by his shadow clones before they could make a move. Shuji's shadow clones occasionally brought back some battle spoils, which made Hirayama Makoto's smile even more sincere. However, as the caravan gradually approached the old forest called Wild Tea Slope, the relaxed atmosphere seemed to be swallowed up by the shadows in the forest. Wild Tea Slope is just ahead, Captain Xiaoxi. Hongshan Cheng spurred his horse closer, his voice tinged with barely concealed tension. That Tea Mountain gang. The camp on the hillside is empty. Xiaoxi's voice was calm as he looked at the lush green hillside in the distance. The information brought back by his shadow clone was that a large bandit camp that could accommodate hundreds of people was deserted, with no signs of fighting, and it seemed to be an organized evacuation. Hongshan Cheng's face turned even paler. Empty? Then, where did those people go? I don't know. Xiaoxi's answer was crisp and decisive. His gaze swept over the increasingly dense forest belts on both sides of the official road, his vigilance as taut as a fully drawn bowstring. The whereabouts of the hundreds of bandits who had vanished were unknown, like a dark cloud hanging overhead. His senses, like an invisible spider web, quietly spread out. This pressure continued until the caravan safely rounded Wild Tea Slope and embarked on the last smooth road leading to Chujia Port. Hongshan Cheng's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, eased halfway, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness we're through. Thank you, Captain Shuji. He thought the threat was over. Shuji silently gazed at the gradually emerging outline of the port city, Izuku Port. Gray-white city walls nestled against the mountains and faced the sea, masts standing tall in the harbor. However, the closer he got to the city gate, a symbol of security and trade, the more acute the sense of unease stemming from the empty camp at Nochapo became. The caravan approached the towering city gate with the flow of people. A checkpoint stood at the entrance, guarded by several men dressed in leather armor resembling that of the Tea Kingdom's local garrison, wielding long halberds. Their posture carried a superficial air of languor, but their eyes, scanning the goods, were sharp as eagles, revealing scrutiny and greed. It was Hongshan Cheng's turn to lead the convoy. The head guard captain was a wiry man with a shallow scar on his face. He casually glanced at the tarpaulin-covered carts and customs documents, a forced smile playing on his lips. A cloth merchant? Hongshan Chang? The guard captain drawled. According to the city's new regulations, goods entering the city must pay a special passage tax of 40% of their value. WH. What? Hongshan Chang's face drained of color instantly, his voice shrill. 40%? There has never been such a rule before. Sir, are you mistaken? The screams served as a signal. Dozens of similarly dressed, armed men surged out from the shadows at the city gate, swiftly surrounding the 6 carts and Hongshan Chang's group. The atmosphere plummeted, a silent threat filling the air. Hongdo stood beside Xiaoxi, her muscles taut beneath her dark purple trench coat, her eyes blazing with fury. This was clearly robbery. But she forced herself not to move. Itachi stood at the end of the convoy, coldly scanning the positions and details of the surrounding guards, the calluses on their hands gripping their guns, the faint tattoos beneath their leather armor, the lingering ferocity in their eyes. These details were subtly different from those of a true guard. Hongshan was sweating profusely. His merchant instincts overwhelmed everything, and he forced a fawning smile and bowed repeatedly. Sir, please calm down. It was my fault for losing my composure. This 40%. I have exhausted all my wealth and really cannot pay it. Could you make an exception? Or allow me to go into the city to sell goods and then pay the rest? He did not expect the ninjas to fight against the government of the land of tea. In other words, any commission that a ninja village can accept from the outside world never includes anything involving confrontation with the state's administrative organs. Especially after Tobarama Senju, the second Hokage of Konoha, established the Umbu system, those kinds of missions that looked very undignified would no longer appear on the village's official mission list. The tasks are usually handled by the village's high-ranking officials who personally negotiate with the relevant individuals and then directly assign the mission to the appropriate squad in the village, or the ANBU will carry it out directly. The missions that ninjas can receive at the mission center are all seemingly legitimate missions such as guarding and exterminating. Make an exception? The guard captain sneered, his gaze greedily sweeping over the carts. No money? No problem. He waved his hand dismissively. Leave 2 cartloads of goods to offset the tax. Move it. Yes. The surrounding guards responded excitedly, pouncing on the tarpaulin like hungry wolves. Stop. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a cold quality that pierced through all the noise, instantly freezing the sweltering air in front of the city gate. Shuji's figure moved like a ghost, firmly blocking the 2 locked carts. He didn't adopt a fighting stance, his hands even hung at his sides. He simply stood there calmly, like a rock embedded in the ground. Sunlight slanted down from behind him, lengthening his shadow and casting a heavy shadow over the approaching guards. The 2 men at the front were startled by the silent obstruction and paused in their tracks, their fierce momentum momentarily halted. The scarred captain's triangular eyes narrowed dangerously as he sized up Shuji, especially noticing the clearly visible Konoha insignia on his headband. His face twitched, and he forcefully suppressed his anger, deliberately raising his voice. Konoha ninja? Look closely. I'm the captain of the city's guard. Collecting taxes according to the rules is my duty. What? Are you Konoha ninjas interfering in the land of tea's internal affairs and attacking officials performing their duties? We've accepted the mission, Xiaoxi said calmly, but his gaze was sharp as an ice pick, piercing the scarred captain's eyes. The contract is to escort this caravan and its goods safely to their destination, Chujie Port. Or rather, you're now planning to openly rob the property of those who commissioned missions from Konoha village. The moment the last word was uttered, an invisible, chilling aura, seemingly emanating from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, suddenly spread out from Xiaoxi's center. The air seemed to be sucked out, and the temperature plummeted. The guards who had been lying beside the cart turned deathly pale instantly, as if an invisible pressure had gripped their throats. They staggered back a few steps, barely able to hold their weapons. The scarred captain's arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by a pale, bewildered expression. His Adam's apple bobbed laboredly, and a chill ran down his spine. This seemingly calm young ninja before him felt 100 times more dangerous than the most ferocious bear in the forest. He had no doubt that if he gave the order to attack again, the other would unleash a bloodbath without hesitation. Red Bean moved silently, positioning herself perfectly at a possible flanking angle from the other side. Itachi, behind the caravan, kept an eye on the guards positioned further back. A stifling silence enveloped the city gate. Only the restless snorting of the pack horses and Hongshan Cheng's heavy breathing could be clearly heard. A few onlookers exchanged glances, and one of them quickly left. The scarred captain's eyes flickered violently, and a fine layer of cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Those few seconds felt like centuries. Finally, his bluffing official air was completely crushed, and he forced a weak smile, his voice hoarse. A misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. He waved his hand frantically. Everyone, step back. Step back. Don't disturb our distinguished guest. The surrounding men, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly put away their weapons and retreated. Hongshan was about to lead his men straight in when Shioji stopped him again. Give them the same as before, however much they are entitled to. Xiuxi's voice remained calm, withdrawing the suffocating pressure. Hongshan, as if waking from a dream, hurriedly and shakily counted out a few bills from his purse and offered them with both hands. The captain snatched them, stuffed them into his pocket without even looking at them, and said with a fawning smile, "Let him through. Let him through quickly." He thanked Shioji profusely, almost kneeling down. Wiping his sweat, he still felt a lingering fear as he directed his men to the dock. Shuji didn't leave the vicinity of the city gate immediately. Instead, he led Enko and Itachi discreetly into a relatively quiet back alley. The alley was damp and filled with the smell of the sea. "Captain, just now, it felt good to force the guards to submit," but Hongdo frowned, her voice low and full of confusion. "Won't the village think it's inappropriate for us to do this?" She was worried that Xiuxi would be held accountable afterward. Shuji leaned against the wall, the light streaming in from the alleyway casting a half-light, half-shadow on his face. He didn't answer Enko directly, but turned his gaze to Itachi, who had been silently observing. "Itachi, what did you see?" Itachi raised his eyes. "Most of those guards have tattoos that can't be completely covered up. The patterns are common among bandits in the T-Mountain area. They are more like bandits than regular guards." Hongdo was taken aback. After thinking carefully, the details immediately became clear in her mind. Shuji laughed and said, "Exactly. Newly promoted bandits are always being chased and killed by ninjas, and they haven't adjusted to the mindset yet." End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,298 words. Chapter 28 Wasabi Family. The caravan finally stopped in front of the designated dock warehouse. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy smell, hit them in the face, and the unique clamor of the port, the sailors' shouts, the ship's horns, and the metallic scraping of the cargo being hoisted, created a noisy background. The crew began unloading the cargo, while Hongshan Cheng was busy with the handover, a smile of relief plastered on his face. Shuji found a relatively quiet spot on the stone steps near the warehouse, a place from which he could observe the movements of the docks and the main street, and sat down. Enko crossed her arms, the hood of her dark purple trench coat casually draped over her shoulders, her sharp eyes scanning the passers-by, while Itachi sat quietly on Shuji's other side. The T country's management of the two lands on the mainland is actually very loose. As long as taxes are paid and no trouble is caused, they don't care who manages them. Shuji continued to explain the situation to the two of them. "So, those bandits probably obtained management rights from the daimyo of the T country and became officials of the T country. However, for mere bandits to be officially recognized, even if there are 200 or 300 of them, there must be other reasons. The point is, in another world, they might be considered recruited because of their sheer numbers and strength. In the ninja world, soldiers can't even form a proper formation against ninja techniques, let alone a group of mountain bandits. Give an ordinary genin a little time, and they could use their transformation techniques to destroy the Chayama gang's structure and cause them to collapse on their own." Based on the differing perceptions of Konoha and Makoto Hirayama, Shuji already had some ideas. It seemed that Hongshan Cheng had finally settled the preliminary matters. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and jogged over, his face filled with almost fawning gratitude and barely concealed anxiety. "Captain Shioji. My lords. You've worked so hard. You've really worked so hard. The Haifengting Inn at the dock is quite clean, and the rooms have been booked. Please do me the honor of staying here, so I can treat you well for a few days as a token of my gratitude. All expenses are on me." That's the official explanation. In reality, the goods handover will take a few more days, but they've already entered and exited Jaegang port. The fifth team could actually have finished their mission, especially since they just helped resolve the city entry tax issue. However, Hongshan is worried that the guards will cause trouble if they find out that Shiosi and the others have left, so he can only keep Shiosi and the others here. It's his own fault for not considering the risk of losing the goods after entering the city when he issued the mission. Okay. Shiosi agreed after a moment's thought. Hongshan Cheng thanked him repeatedly and personally led the three of them to the inn. Heifengting Hostel is located on a relatively quiet street on the edge of the pier area. It is a 3-story wooden building with a simple but fairly clean facade. The owner is a taciturn middle-aged man. When he saw Hongshan Cheng enter with 3 ninjas wearing headbands, his eyes showed a hint of awe. He quickly arranged for the 3 rooms on the top floor with the best views. Shuji's room was on the outermost side. Opening the window, he could see most of the dock area and the distant Azure Sea. Enko and Itachi went back to their rooms to rest. Shuji stood by the window, his gaze calmly sweeping over the bustling port and the somewhat chaotic streets below. The Chayama gang's henchmen, now in guard leather armor, still loitered in small groups nearby, their eyes scanning the direction of the Sea Breeze Pavilion with hostility, but none dared to approach. A short while later, Hongdo came over dressed in light, dark-colored clothing, her hair casually tied up, and a hint of impatience on her face. "Captain, there are a few suspicious guys watching downstairs. Should I go and take care of them?" After learning about these people's true nature, Hongdo had no more worries. Itachi finished packing his things and went into Shuji's room. Just then, a slight commotion arose downstairs at the inn, followed by the innkeeper's slightly nervous voice. "Wasabi-sama? Why are you here personally?" A gentle yet authoritative voice rang out. "It's all right. I heard that a distinguished guest from Konoha is staying here, so Jirocho has come to pay his respects. Please inform him." Wasabi, if I remember correctly, there are actually 2 major families in Izuku Port, the Wasabi family and the Kazuki family. For a long time, one of these 2 families has been in charge of local management. The addition of the Chayama gang has inevitably squeezed out one of them, or both have been affected. "Red Bean, let Mr. Wasabi come up here." Yes, Captain." A moment later, steady footsteps echoed down the wooden stairs. A middle-aged man in a dark gray silk kimono followed Enko in. He appeared to be around 40 years old, with a steady gait and upright posture, clearly possessing a solid foundation in martial arts. His hair was meticulously combed, his face lean, and his eyes, while gentle, revealed a shrewdness born of experience. This was none other than Wasabi Jirocho, the head of the Wasabi family. His gaze swept quickly over the 3 people in the room, lingering briefly on Enko's impatient expression and Itachi's calm face before finally settling on Shuji by the window. Although they looked to be the same age, Shuji possessed a completely different aura from Enko. The fact that such forceful methods were used at the castle gate, yet the real person remained so composed, made Jirocho quickly realize such actions were definitely not impulsive. "I apologize for the intrusion." Jirocho smiled politely and bowed slightly. "My name is Wasabi Jirocho. May I ask how you are addressed, esteemed guest?" "Shuji." Shuji's voice was calm and even as he pulled out a chair. "Mr. Wasabi, you're too kind. Please have a seat." Jirocho thanked him and took a seat, then said, "Shuji-kuen's behavior at the castle gate was quite reckless." "Tch." Hongdo leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed, letting out an undisguised sneer. Shuji remained expressionless, tapping his fingers lightly on the wooden tabletop, producing a very soft click. "Oh. I'd like to hear more." His tone was flat, as if he were merely discussing the weather. "The Hokage of your village originally had something else he wanted me to convey to you after Shuji-kuen entered the city." These words made Itachi, who had been quietly observing, turn to look at Jirocho, a hint of contemplation flashing across his youthful face. Shiosi remained seated, his face showing no surprise, as if he had expected this. "I would like to hear the details," he repeated, his gaze calm and serene. Jirocho said, "Our Wasabi family and the Kazuki family have been competing for control of Akusa Port. The 2 families were evenly matched until half a month ago when the Kazuki family suddenly took in the bandits from outside the city, and the Wasabi family lost control of the town. If that were all, we could tolerate it for the sake of port stability. But to win over these wolves, the He family is allowing them to act recklessly. They're creating pretexts to impose heavy taxes and exploit passing merchants. If this continues, the town will decline. Therefore, I have asked the Hokage for help. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,409 words. Chapter 29 Test Red Bean. Itachi, you two will be in charge of watching over Mr. Hirayama's warehouse from now on. After Itachi and Anko agreed, he looked at Jirocho and said, I understand what you said. As you said, Wasabi-san's situation is probably not very safe. After all, Wasabi Jirocho's initiative to approach the Konoha ninjas would be noticed and perceived as a threatening move. Shuji had assumed that Jirocho would invite him over, but after hesitating, Jirocho said, I'm fine on my end for now, but I have some things to arrange. If you don't mind, Shuji, please wait a moment. I'll come to apologize in person after I've finished taking care of them. Then, I won't disturb you any longer, Mr. Wasabi. Please go ahead. Jirocho excused himself and left. Shuji watched him leave with a few guards from upstairs, feeling a little strange. That guy is the one who needs help, but now that you, Shuji, are offering to help, he's making excuses. Anko understood what Shuji meant. He wanted to go directly to protect her, but Jirocho's attitude clearly indicated that he was refusing. He's probably been protected, but it's inconvenient for him to meet, so we need to go back and make arrangements first, Shiosi said calmly. This mission is really complicated, Anko sighed. As expected of someone who can become a jonin, Shuji's brain works really well. He doesn't seem to be bothered by this at all. As she spoke, she threw herself onto the bed, looking very tired. The weasel glanced sideways. Since the Hokage accepted the Wasabi family's request, why couldn't he just say so when assigning the mission? Instead, he was being secretive, Anko complained. If we had known about this situation earlier, we could have taken care of those people at the city gate. The youngest member of the group finally couldn't help but say, as ninjas, we can't deal with government officials openly, Anko-senpai. Is that so? Then why bother with that cloth merchant? The mission is already complete, right? Since we can't do it openly, why not just do it at night? They're just a bunch of ordinary people anyway. Because the village assigned 2 extra missions, those bandits are in contact with those wandering ninjas, or there are ninjas among the bandits. Itachi recalled the first mission he did with Shuji, which was just a group of a dozen young bandits according to intelligence, but in fact the leader was a rogue ninja. That's why the captain decided not to act rashly. But would you like some water? Shuji poured himself a glass and looked at the two of them. I want it. Hongdo stood up and sat opposite Shuji. As Itachi said, the fact that the Chayama gang could be recruited means that there is another force behind them. As for why the Hokage doesn't directly assign missions, there are similar cases in the original work. For example, in the first mission in the Land of Waves at the beginning of Naruto, Tazuna couldn't afford the reward for the anti-ninja mission, so he cleverly issued a C-rank escort mission in Konoha. Before becoming a ninja, you might not think much of this, but after becoming a ninja, especially a jonin, you will understand. The village has its own review mechanism. It's not that you can define a mission's level just by saying so. Tazuna is connected to the entire Land of Waves, so Konoha couldn't possibly be completely unaware of it. From a realistic perspective, Kakashi Hatake must have realized something was wrong when he encountered the Oni brothers, Chunin from Kirigakure. Kakashi continued with the request, which led to his fierce battle with the S-rank rogue ninja from Kirigakure. It's hard to say that he didn't have other intentions behind it. It's true that ninjas from ninja villages can deal with rogue ninjas, but that refers to low-ranking rogue ninjas, which is easy for them to do. So they just do it casually. But someone of Zabuza's rank, with 3 students in tow, would definitely have to act cautiously. The most likely explanation is that Konoha was recovering from the shock of the Uchiha clan massacre and was looking for new sources of mission requests. They were also trying to probe the situation in the Land of Waves, so they pretended not to know what Tazuna was up to. In the Land of Waves incident, it is actually more reasonable to say that Konoha and Tazuna went to each other's aid. This escort mission wasn't a two-way trip, rather, it just so happened that Hongshan Cheng had assigned a top-tier C-level mission. Taking advantage of the opportunity, and seeing that the reward was about right, the village raised its level to B and dispatched the 5th team to handle the affairs of Jiegang. Since the role of the Black Eclipses is uncertain, the 2 additional quests are optional. This escort mission for a rank B is the only one that absolutely must be completed properly. As for not saying it outright, the person being tested is probably me. Shuji probably knows that. His behavior was different from that of the previous Shuji. From the first mission he chose after recovering his health to his attitude when accepting the second mission, it was not in line with the original Shuji who was determined to prove that the glory of the Thousand Hands bloodline still existed. Even in my past life, when a company's model employee suddenly stopped working as hard, the boss would personally come down to talk to them and find out what had happened. That's why this is the task. There is actually no difficult task involved. How well it is completed depends on Shuji himself. He can complete only the minimum escort mission for the caravan, and the village will not hold him accountable for not helping Wasabi Jirocho, since Jirocho has no token to prove that the village accepted his request. This B-rank mission was considered a reward for a war hero, adding another insignificant entry to his resume. Afterwards, the village assumed that Shuji had lost his spirit after his near-death experience, and planned to make other arrangements for him. This is probably the path that best meets Granny Taohua's expectations. This also aligns with Shuji's own thoughts. He was just an ordinary person who was both unfortunate and fortunate, with neither talent nor wisdom. However, the future will not allow him to make such a choice. Take the possible Uchiha clan massacre as an example. This would essentially weaken the village and worsen his living environment. To prevent these things, he cannot be too powerless in the village. It's always inconvenient to talk about ninja villages interfering in the daily affairs of other countries. We can make arrangements according to the situation ourselves. That's why we let the Jonin team with decision-making power take on this mission, Shuji explained to Enko. Hehe, then I'll leave everything to the Jonin-sama. Enko chuckled. Someone like me is only fit to obey orders. The lazy look of the purple-haired female ninja made Shuji glance at her. If he could, he would prefer to only use his hands. As Jirocho finished his visit to Shuji and the others, the current captain of the guard at Izuku Port reported the events that had occurred at the city gate to a tall man wearing a brown kimono and a white haori, who was carrying a samurai sword. Lord Jubai, what do you think we should do with those ninjas? And what about the city gate tax? Keep an eye on them. Don't let them clash with the Konoha ninjas. Put aside the city gate tax for the next few days until they leave. Jubai looked at the guard captain with a sinister gaze. Keep an eye on your men, understand? The guard captain trembled and knelt down, quickly agreeing. Meanwhile, Jirocho, who had returned to Wasabi's house, was talking to another person. Oh. Jonin, Shuji. It doesn't matter. Since he's willing, let him come. In that case, I will go and invite him over again. My previous refusal probably made Jonin Shuji quite suspicious, and he might even be worried about whether I am trustworthy. Jirocho smiled at the person in front of him, and then stood up. Ah, it's all right. He'll understand once he sees me. That's natural. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,364 words. Chapter 30. Tsunade. Having made up his mind, Shuji first communicated with Koyama Makoto. Although he was not happy about Shuji's departure and pleaded repeatedly, Koyama Makoto had no choice but to agree in the face of Shuji's unwavering gaze and the fact that he had left behind 2 ninjas. Not long after, Wasabi Jirocho visited again, inviting Shuji to the Wasabi family's home. Wasabi family is both the name of the family and the name of the manor. It's not luxurious, but it houses dozens of the core members of Wasabi family, plus their relatives. The manor is heavily guarded, equipped with guns and bows. Before entering the backyard, you can see several watchtowers, with many people on duty. Jirocho was highly respected by his family members, and Shuji, whom he had introduced to the family, also received a lot of respect. Passing through an exquisite paper door painted with pine and crane patterns, the scenery before him became even more serene and elegant. A corridor surrounded a small dry landscape garden, connecting several more private tea rooms and residences. Shuji paused slightly and asked, this seems to be the inner quarters? Jirocho did not stop walking, but said, indeed, there is a master whom Jonin Shuji may wish to meet. Upon hearing this, Shuji felt a sense of unease and prepared himself. Arriving at a secluded courtyard, nestled among a few tall bamboo stalks, Jirocho stopped and bowed to announce, the Konoha Jonin, Shuji, has arrived. The courtyard gate slid open silently. A young girl dressed in dark blue casual clothes, with neat short black hair, peeked out. She looked about 17 or 18, with delicate features and a gentle gaze carrying the calmness unique to a doctor. The moment she saw Shiosi, a very faint surprise flashed in her eyes, which quickly turned into a polite scrutiny. Silence, sound? Shiosi suddenly realized that Jingyin was here, so it seemed that the person inside could be known. The heightened vigilance was lowered once again. Please come in. Shizun stepped aside to make way, her voice calm. Jirocho did not follow them inside, but bowed deeply to Shuji before quietly retreating to the outer corridor to wait. Shuji followed Shizun into the courtyard, his gaze immediately drawn to the figure beside the stone table in the center. Sunlight filtered through the sparse bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on the carefully raked white sand. A woman in a long green robe sat casually on a stone bench, her dazzling golden hair cascading loosely over her shoulders like flowing molten gold, shimmering in the light. Several sake bottles lay before her, some empty. In her hand, she held a sturdy earthenware saucer, tilting her head back to gulp down the crisp sake with an almost greedy, satisfying gusto. The lines of her profile are stunningly sharp in the light and shadow, her skin is firm and smooth, and her bright eyes show no signs of aging, making her look like she is only in her early 20s. It really is Tsunade. Tsunade put down the wine dish, casually wiped the spilled wine from the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and then slowly turned her head, slightly drunk. Her amber eyes were misty with alcohol, and her gaze swept over Shuji somewhat unfocusedly. Lady Tsunade, you've had too much to drink, Shizun whispered a reminder. Shuji-kun has arrived. Oh, she drawled, her voice sticky and hoarse, with a heavy nasal tone, that brat? Grandma Taohua, you're not dead yet, are you? Shiosi's face twitched involuntarily. He respected the old woman greatly, she was someone who genuinely cared for him. Grandma is in very good health and has a vigorous spirit. She is probably even healthier than you are now. Heh, that's good. The last princess of the Thousand Hands seemed completely unconcerned by Shuji's slightly barbed retort, or rather, her current state had filtered out most of her external emotions. She swayed slightly as she raised her right hand, casually pressing it against the stone table beside her to support herself as she stood up. Swaying slightly, she took a step forward, her breath, heavy with the smell of alcohol, almost hitting Shuji's face. Her hazy eyes scrutinized his young yet composed face. I heard you were dying. Granny Taohua even sent me a letter asking for help, she let out a small hiccup. Now you look lively and energetic, it seems you're all right. She reached out a finger, seemingly wanting to poke Shiosi's chest, but then withdrew it, her tone becoming somewhat indistinct. Since you've survived, wouldn't it be better to stay in the village? She's already 78, she can't afford to worry about so many things. A strong smell of alcohol mixed with a fragrant aroma wafted over. Shiosi frowned slightly, took a step back, and replied, the village has assigned me a task, and I have to complete it. The village, you still can't let go, even Grandpa. Tsunade muttered softly, as if chewing on those two words, one after another, but what's the point in the end? Suddenly, without warning, she approached again, moving faster than a drunkard. A slender, white hand, yet containing terrifying power, slammed down on Shuji's shoulder. Shiosi groaned, feeling an overwhelming force suddenly pressing down on him. The bluestone slab beneath his feet groaned under the weight, and spider-web-like cracks spread rapidly from his footing. The drunkenness in Tsunade's previously hazy eyes vanished like a receding tide, leaving only a sharp, piercing clarity and scrutiny as she locked her gaze on Shuji. You. Granny Momoka. You used that on you, didn't you? Faced with the suppression of the monstrous strength, Shuji had no choice but to refine his chakra. A condensed, almost tangible blue chakra flame, carrying a surging life force, suddenly erupted from every pore of Shuji's body. Boom, the bluestone slab beneath their feet shattered completely, sending shards flying everywhere. An invisible wave of energy suddenly spread outwards from the two of them, causing the white sand in the courtyard to churn and the bamboo leaves to dance wildly. Xiuxi's body stiffened under this explosive force, resisting the terrifying pressure, but the pit beneath his feet deepened even further. Humph. Tsunade let out a knowing sneer tinged with a complex emotion, instantly withdrawing her hand from Shuji's shoulder. The mountain-like pressure vanished abruptly. So, what important mission is it? Tsunade crossed her arms and leaned back against the stone table with an air of nonchalance, as if the thunderous attack had never happened. She picked up the wine dish, took another sip, and her amber eyes regained their previous languidness, but her scrutinizing gaze was still palpable. What made the old man willing to send you out? You've misunderstood. Shuji patted non-existent dust off his shoulder, his voice still steady, as if he hadn't just been nearly shoved into the ground. Grandma Momoko's attempt was just a coincidence and was never made public. The third Hokage may have had some guesses, but they were just guesses. As for this mission, Mr. Jirocho should have already told you about it. Tsunade's beautiful amber eyes narrowed slightly, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath them. The courtyard was filled with the rustling of bamboo leaves in the wind. Shizune stood to the side, her brows furrowed, her gaze shifting between Tsunade and Shuji, a hint of worry barely perceptible in her eyes. He finished the last bit of wine, casually tossing the wine dish onto the stone table with a soft clatter. Tsunade didn't look at Shuji again, but waved her hand somewhat listlessly and picked up another wine bottle. All right, go do what you're supposed to do. Her voice became sticky again. Shuji said no more, bowed slightly and said, Yes, Lady Tsunade. He turned around, preparing to leave with Shizune. As he reached the courtyard gate, he paused slightly without turning around, his voice clear. Grandma misses you very much. If you have time, it would be good for you to come back to the village and visit. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,276 words. Chapter 31 Tea Mountain Gang. Lady Tsunade, you are so rude. After Shuji left, Shizune finally couldn't help but complain, you said such things right away and even hit me. Hey. That brat wasn't exactly being polite either. Princess Thousand Hands waved her hand. Besides, the brat himself doesn't seem to care, so don't complain. Go back to the village, what good would it do? Tsunade's gaze fell on the swaying bamboo stalks in the courtyard. It would only mean facing those heavy gazes again, those silent, scorching expectations. What could someone who couldn't even bear the sight of blood do? She couldn't shoulder anything, she couldn't bear anything. So she wanted to see Shuji to confirm whether the child truly possessed that power. The brief conflict in the courtyard did not cause a stir outside. When Shuji came out, Wasabi Jirocho was still standing respectfully under the veranda, his face bearing just the right amount of humility, as if the muffled sound of the stone slab breaking was just a piece of tile blown off by the wind. He led Shuji through the winding corridor to an elegantly furnished reception room in the front house. Does Mr. Wasabi have any more specific information about the Tea Mountain Gang? After taking his seat, Shuji got straight to the point, not mentioning Tsunade, and steered the conversation back to the mission. Jirocho sat upright, his expression serious. The terrain of Nochapo is complex, and it has always been a hiding place for ronin and fugitives. In the past, it was not a large area, and my family and the Kazuki family would regularly send people to clean it up, barely maintaining the peace of the trade route. He paused, his brows furrowed. Until 4 months ago, the situation suddenly changed. A wandering samurai suddenly appeared, and with forceful means, he consolidated all the forces entrenched in Nochapo, rapidly growing in strength, and even openly built a stronghold on the hillside. At that time, both our families realized that the situation was serious and that we could not solve it on our own. We sent a request to Konoha to exterminate them, but there was no response for a long time. Jirocho's tone was tinged with helplessness. With no other choice, we could only do our best to send more people and strengthen patrols on the main trade routes to barely keep things going. The turning point happened half a month ago, he said, his voice lowering. The Hajia family suddenly announced that they had successfully wiped out the bandits of Yachapo. At the same time, they claimed to have recruited a group of elite guards to ensure the safety of Chujia port. Almost simultaneously, the Daming Prefecture sent an envoy who severely reprimanded our family for poor governance, allowing bandits to grow stronger, praised the Hajie family for eliminating violence and maintaining peace, which is a great achievement for the local area, and transferred the port management rights for the next 4 years to the Hajie family. After gaining the approval of the daimyo, the Kazuki family appointed a man named Jubiai as the castle's garrison commander. As for what happened next, I'm sure you understand, Mr. Shiosi. Those newly recruited guards were actually the original members of the T-Mountain gang, and the Beast Guard was the wandering samurai who integrated them. Shuji listened quietly, his fingertips tapping unconsciously on the smooth edge of the low table. The situation was more complicated than he had anticipated. How strong is that Jubiai? Jirocho's expression was grave, and he spoke cautiously. This man is extremely dangerous and ruthless. As for his specific strength, I'm sorry, we've tried our best to find out, but we've only obtained some vague rumors. It's said that he displayed superhuman strength and speed during bandit suppression, and some even mentioned that he might possess some kind of technique-like ability. But we haven't been able to obtain any conclusive evidence. He bowed slightly, with an apologetic expression. Shuji pondered for a moment, then turned the topic to another crucial point. So, what about the Black Eclipse clan? Has Mr. Wasabi ever heard of this name? A fleeting, almost imperceptible hesitation crossed Jirocho's face, as if he were weighing something. After a few seconds, he slowly spoke. I have indeed heard about it. It happened about 2 months ago. At that time, the sea route from Izuku Port to Naki Island was frequently harassed by a group of fierce pirates, suffering heavy losses. The daimyo was quite furious about this. Soon after, news came that a group of wandering ninja called the Black Eclipse clan had accepted the daimyo's request and successfully dealt with the pirates. He paused, observing Shiosi's reaction, and continued, after this incident, the Black Eclipse clan vanished as if they had disappeared from the face of the earth. We haven't heard of them operating in or near Ichigo Port since. Perhaps they left after receiving their payment. Again, it's his famous name. I understand. Shuji nodded. Thank you for the information, Mr. Wasabi. It's very valuable. I'm glad you were able to help. Jirocho bowed slightly, then tentatively asked, what are your plans next, Shuji-kun? If you need any assistance from the Wasabi family, please don't hesitate to ask. If possible, please continue to gather information about the T-Mountain gang. Shiosi stood up. I need to return to the inn first to arrange some things. They originally came out of concern for Jirocho's safety. Now that Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, is here, even if she can't act herself, there's still Shizune, a Jonin-level ninja. This force is enough to deal with any assassination attempts targeting Jirocho. In case of emergency, we can send someone to Haifeng Pavilion to inform them at any time. Yes, I understand. Jirocho replied and personally escorted Shuji out of the reception room. At the dock, Mitarashi Anko leaned against the wall, the hem of her brand-new dark purple trenchcoat fluttering in the wind. A blade of grass she had casually plucked dangled from her mouth, her gaze seemingly casually sweeping over her surroundings, porters shouting as they unloaded goods, a few men in leather guard armor patrolling lazily, their eyes always lingering on the valuable piles of cargo. Several fully loaded horse-drawn carriages rumbled toward the dock, followed by a few guards. The cargo owners were talking quietly with a dock official, who quickly waved for laborers to process the goods first. Hongshan Cheng looked resentful and muttered something to himself. Red Bean pricked up its ears and overheard a few words. Damn it, they can put us on the ship as soon as we arrive. My goods. I should have bought some weapons too. Upon hearing the word weapon, Hongdo immediately became alert and walked over to Hongshan Cheng's side. Mr. Hongshan, who are those people? They're weapons dealers. I don't know why, but it seems like someone is buying weapons. These things can be shipped out first, but my goods will have to wait a few more days. Miss Hongdo, please. Then Hongshan Cheng said something about asking for help and favors. Now that Shuji is gone, the safety of the goods depends entirely on Anko and Itachi. Itachi is still too small, so the cloth merchant can only bother Anko. Hongdo answered absent-mindedly, her hand behind her back subtly flipping. Beneath the wide sleeve of her trench coat, a slender, finger-like gray shadow silently slid down, skimming the ground, and swiftly disappeared into the shadows between the cargo box and the vehicle. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,628 words. Chapter 32. Guess. After leaving Wasabi's family, Shuji realized that someone was secretly following him. He didn't care, simply strolling around the city, stopping at a few shops to chat with the stall owners about market prices, then finding a tea house by the street to sit down and order a pot of local coarse tea and some sweet rice cakes. The tea was bitter, the rice cakes sticky, the taste ordinary, but the few words he uttered during their conversation silently confirmed that what Jirocho had said was true. The resentment that the Tea Mountain gang members, disguised as guards, had accumulated over half a month was like smoldering embers, needing only a spark. When Shuji returned to the Sea Breeze Pavilion, it was already dark. Hirayama Makoto was pleasantly surprised. After chatting with Shuji for a few minutes, he returned to his room. "You're back so soon, Captain." The purple-haired female ninja knocked on the door, stood in the doorway, and tapped her forehead playfully in greeting. Wasn't the information about that Wasabi family interesting enough? Shuji looked up at Ako. She chuckled, "I've discovered something." Shiosi smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Lady Hongdo to tell her." "Captain, when you went to Wasabi's place, a batch of weapons arrived at the dock. I checked them out, and they were ninja tools," Anko said. "Kunai, shuriken, and some protective gear. Do you know where it's being sent?" Shuji asked seriously. "I've already sent Itachi to investigate. Itachi is young, so he won't attract attention after taking off his headband. She, on the other hand, is far too conspicuous. To be fair, Anko is quite pretty, which makes her stand out even more in a place like a dock. Therefore, after confirming that the goods were ninja tools, she immediately notified Itachi. Itachi also returned at this time. Shuji-senpai, Anko-senpai." Itachi Uchiha was as polite as ever. "We've investigated and found out that they were all sent to Naki Island. It's said that Naki Island has been secretly buying ninja tools all month." Shuji then asked, "Has anything happened to Mr. Hirayama's goods?" "No, I watched all afternoon. Although the guards were sneaking around and peeking, their attention was on us. They seemed to have lost interest in the cloth merchant's shipment." "I see." Shuji then told the two of them the information he had obtained from his conversation with Wasabi Jirocho. Of course, he omitted the matter of Tsunade, only saying that Jirocho had just hired a capable person, so there was no need to worry about safety. After Shiosi finished speaking, all three of them looked thoughtful. Shuji, Hongdo frowned slightly. "The Chashan gang is blinded by greed, the Black Eclipse gods are elusive, and Naki Island is secretly buying ninja tools. These things are like beads scattered on the ground. I feel like they can be strung together, but where is the thread?" "The one connected to the Black Eclipse clan should be that Jubi," Itachi said. At this moment, Hirayama Makoto came upstairs and said that dinner had been arranged. Shuji looked up and glanced at Izuko. I know. Red Bean immediately understood, sighed dramatically, stood up, and patted Itachi's shoulder. "Let's go, kid. Go help that unlucky cloth merchant move the plates, so he won't have a long face that will ruin his appetite." Itachi silently got up and followed Enko out of the room. The door closed gently, shutting out the sounds from outside. Shuji was the only one left in the room. He got up and walked to the window, pushed open the wooden window, and the evening breeze rushed in, blowing the hair on his forehead. Kunai and shuriken are called ninja tools precisely because ordinary people don't usually use them. Even for ninjas, in close combat, swords are often more direct and deadly. The standard equipment of ANBU members is proof of this. Ordinary forces, except for ninja villages, would rarely procure such special weapons on such a large scale. Considering the Chashan gang's blatant money grabbing since taking office, they are clearly short of cash. This shortage isn't solely due to their bandit nature, there are other motives at play, as evidenced by their focus on ninjas. The door opened, and an innkeeper entered carrying a tray. Dinner was typical port cuisine, a large bowl of thick, milky white stewed mixed fish, topped with vibrant green scallions, a plate of golden brown, crispy fried small sea fish, and the inn's specialty fish paste cake, white and chewy, garnished with a few sprigs of red pepper. Hirayama Makoto also prepared a plate of sliced seasonal fruit for the ninjas. "Is everything all right?" Shiosi asked casually as he sat down. No problem. Red Bean deftly helped set out the bowls and chopsticks, while Itachi quietly placed the fruit plate in the center. Shuji's gaze swept over the delicious-smelling food on the table. The mission is over. I'll find another opportunity to try some local specialties. I'm going to give the captain a good beating then, Hongdo said, her eyes lighting up without any hesitation. The innkeeper's cook was quite skilled, the fish and meat were fresh, and the cooking time was just right. After the meal, Shiosi developed a better impression of Chujia Port and decided that he would stay for a few days after completing his mission to properly experience the local customs and culture, provided, of course, that the current mess could be untangled successfully. After the meal, the dishes were cleared away. Let me share my speculation, Shuji began, his voice exceptionally clear in the quiet room. The Black Eclipse clan's goal is probably to establish their own ninja village in the land of Tea, and the Tea Mountain clan is the one they're supporting. A ninja village? Anko nearly choked on her saliva, her eyes widening in disbelief. Just a few rogue ninjas? Are you kidding me? Even Itachi Uchiha showed a hint of surprise that he could not hide. This isn't without precedent, Shuji said calmly, as if stating an objective fact. The ninja world isn't just comprised of the 5 great ninja villages. Many smaller nations have their own ninja villages. As long as their core interests aren't threatened, the 5 great nations have neither the will nor the ability to completely eliminate all the smaller ninja villages. After all. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the two men. When a great war breaks out, major powers will be preoccupied with their own affairs, and a vacuum will naturally arise in their requests outside their sphere of influence. However, the needs of the powerful and wealthy in smaller countries will not disappear as a result. If they encounter an emergency and do not have an armed force at their disposal, their safety is out of the question. Forming a ninja force that is controlled by their own country, or at least rooted in their own country, becomes a realistic option. But, Anko still found it unbelievable. What about guardian ninjas? Can't the daimyo recruit powerful ninjas as his personal bodyguards? Isn't that the same? The nature is different. Shuji shook his head. Guardian ninjas are private soldiers, dependent on personal power, and are easily drawn into political vortexes, turning against their masters. Ninja villages, on the other hand, he emphasized, are products of institutionalization, possessing legal status and financial subsidies to maintain their operation. The scope of action and rules of ninja villages have relatively clear boundaries and consensus from the very beginning. Moreover, after much thought, I believe this is the only possibility that could make the Tea Kingdom ignore the Tea Mountain Gang's actions in Chujia Port. Hongdo opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to refute, but couldn't find a more compelling argument. In the end, she just scratched her head in frustration. Then. Shiosi, what do we do next? She looked at Shiosi. Should we get that unlucky guy Hong Shan's goods onto the ship first, and then immediately go back to the village to report? Let the old man and the others have a headache? Shuji didn't answer directly. Instead, he took out the mission scroll marked Rank A, which had been personally handed to him by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and gently placed it on the table. The dark scroll gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the light. The village, he tapped the scroll with his finger, his gaze calmly meeting that of Anko and Itachi, has already granted us access and has taken a stance to expel or annihilate the Black Devourers. From the perspective of the land of Tea itself, having a ninja village rooted in its territory would naturally be a good thing. Resources are given to whoever benefits, so giving them to someone who can prioritize its own interests seems more worthwhile. However, from the perspective of Konoha, the situation is quite different. Those smaller ninja villages that were established around the same time as the 5 great ninja villages were either too far away, or Konoha didn't have enough manpower in its early days, and the Land of Fire's generous mission quotas and funding were sufficient to handle them. However, times have changed. The village now has thousands of registered ninjas, and their numbers continue to grow even in peacetime. The Land of Tea, a territory that Konoha considers a stable source of missions, is not something they would willingly relinquish unless absolutely necessary. A night breeze swept in through the open window, carrying the coolness unique to the harbor, causing the edges of the scrolls on the table to curl slightly. Under the lamplight, the shadows of the 3 people stretched long on the wall, silent and still. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1507 words. Chapter 33 Plan Beast Guardian has no fixed abode, he never had one before, and he doesn't now. Even though he is now the garrison commander of the town of Akushi Port, he still changes his residence every day, and even the subordinates of the T-Mountain Gang can never find him before he shows up. Bear with it for a little longer, this is the last bit of time. Those Konoha ninjas will leave soon, they were only there for a guard duty. Thinking this way, he still felt somewhat uneasy. The Wasabi family has approached a Konoha ninja, and that ninja has returned the visit. This is not a good sign, but now is not the time to take action. Jubai felt some regret. Kazusa Yuma had long hoped that he could kill Wasabi Jirocho, but at that time Wasabi Jirocho was very well behaved. Even though he was dissatisfied, he still behaved himself and did nothing. We cannot rashly attack the ninjas of Konoha. We can't just do nothing. So, Jubai made up his mind. The next day, Shiosi got up early and strolled around the city as usual. As the sunlight dispelled the last vestiges of mist, bathing the port in a dazzling golden glow, Shuji returned to the inn. Hirayama Mikoto, who had been anxiously waiting, greeted him like a savior, urging repeatedly, "Captain Shuji. Good news. The port has loosened its grip. My goods can be loaded onto the ship today. Thank you all." Having received approval, the cloth merchant immediately made arrangements, eager to leave Chujie port as soon as possible. The dock was as noisy and bustling as ever. Hongshan Cheng's workers carefully carried the tightly covered, valuable fabrics out of the warehouse and loaded them onto the cargo ships moored at the berth. The shady-looking guards just watched, but the three ninjas could tell that they weren't looking at the expensive goods, but at the ninja squad. Shuji walked steadily toward Hirayama Mikoto, who was speaking in hushed tones with a port official. AKO, understanding his unspoken message, followed half a step behind him, seemingly casually. Their figures blended into the narrow passageway filled with dock workers and stacked cargo containers. In that instant, several guards watching from afar instinctively focused their gazes. It's now. The weasel, who had been sitting quietly on the cargo crate, raised its head seemingly unintentionally. Its crimson twin tomo flashed in the sunlight, like a pebble thrown into a deep pool, creating silent ripples in the unfocused pupils of the guards. Just a fleeting moment. When their gazes refocused, Shuji was already standing next to Hirayama Mikoto, pointing at the cargo ship and saying something, with Anko standing beside him with her arms crossed. The two of them? Where was that brat? A guard subconsciously turned his head to search, only to see the black-haired boy wearing a headband still sitting quietly in the same spot, his gaze calmly fixed on the busy laborers. He felt a slight sense of relief, thinking it was just his eyes playing tricks on him. With Itachi and Anko providing cover, and leaving a clone behind, Shuji concealed himself and quickly made his way to Wasabi's house. The fact that Hirayama Mikoto had left Izuku Port ahead of schedule earlier today indicated that those people were already on guard, therefore, they needed to speed up their operation. The Wasabi family's backyard remained serene. Tsunade leaned against the porch, a plain white wine dish in her hand, gazing at the changing light and shadows in the courtyard, lost in thought. The crisp aroma of sake mingled with the morning breeze, carrying a touch of languid decadence. Wasabi Jiro sat a little further away. "Jirocho, someone is looking for you," Tsunade said calmly. Wasabi was slightly taken aback, then quickly rose to take his leave. He walked through the winding corridor and, sure enough, saw Shuji at the courtyard gate. Without speaking at the entrance of the courtyard, he led Shiosi back into the reception room. "Let me be frank, Mr. Wasabi, have you already realized the significance of the T-Mountain Gang's existence?" Jirocho didn't reply directly, but instead said, "My family were originally fishermen and peddlers from Izuku Port who spontaneously banded together to defend against Ronin raids. The Wasabi family has always only been responsible for matters concerning Izuku Port, as for other matters. Izuku Port has rarely suffered from ninja attacks, thanks to Konoha. The current chaos is merely some unscrupulous individuals trying to profit from it, and Izuku Port dislikes their greed. So the Wasabi family is a local faction of Izuku Port? If so, relatively speaking. The Kazusuke family doesn't seem to think that way," Shuji said. "The Kazuki family are outsiders, they're only interested in money. The middle-aged man lowered his eyelids slightly. Those people were originally relatives of the wife of the daimyo's chief retainer. They are different from us. Mr. Wasabi should have evidence that the Tea Mountain gang has not been eliminated. Of course. Jirocho's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Everything is ready. Shuji tapped his fingers lightly on the table and said slowly, would you be willing to explain this matter to the people of Izuku Port? Would the Wasabi family be willing to report what has happened during this period to the daimyo? The man frowned. Introduce the daimyo? What was the point of this action? This was all tacitly approved by the daimyo. This ninja before him, though appearing mature, clearly couldn't grasp the complexities of human politics. Shuji smiled and said, the daimyo of the tea country has never allowed a bandit gang to become the guard of Izuku Port, nor has he ever agreed to allow a bandit gang leader to become the garrison commander responsible for the security of the town. They won't accept this evidence. The leader intended to explain the consequences of doing so, and even. Yes, they might even rebuke you, calling you a narrow-minded person, and then take the opportunity to attack Wasabi's family. The young jonin said calmly, if it weren't for Konoha. A sudden silence fell over the reception room. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting sharp shadows on Shuji's young face. Meeting Jirocho's bewildered gaze, he spoke clearly, each word distinct and distinct. You only need to state in your report to the daimyo, with the assistance of the ninja squad dispatched by Konoha village to carry out the escort mission, it has been confirmed that the Chayama gang bandits who originally occupied the Wild Tea Slope have not been truly wiped out. Perhaps due to their eagerness for merit, or perhaps due to the deliberate deception of the Chayama gang leader, Jubi, the Kazuki family misjudged the situation and recruited these vicious bandits as guards of Izuku Port, causing the port's order to collapse and merchants to complain bitterly. We earnestly request the daimyo to investigate thoroughly, restore order, and reassure the people. Wasabi Jiro's confusion, doubt, and even a hint of subtle disdain vanished instantly, like thin ice being thrown into boiling water. In its place was an almost shocking realization. He took a deep breath, his body involuntarily straightening up, and he shook his head, you, Shuji-kun, you don't seem like a ninja. He exclaimed, to come up with such a strategy at this age is truly admirable. The daimyo of the Land of Tea did not want a direct conflict with Konoha. For the daimyo, the establishment of a ninja village was essentially a matter of whether it succeeded or failed. Shuji's words pointed out this point, and Jirocho also came to his senses. Why was this judgment made? First, the Black Eclipse clan needs the Tea Mountain gang to amass wealth. Given the economic strength of a nation, if it truly wanted to provide full support, it wouldn't need to resort to such an unseemly method. Second, the way the Tea Mountain gang was officially recognized was itself very respectable, which also means that the tea country itself wanted to leave room for maneuver. In other words, the Land of Tea can provide limited assistance until this matter can be accomplished, and ultimately the Black Eclipse clan must do it themselves. On the surface, the Land of Tea also needs to appear unaware of these matters. Given this assessment, the fastest way to gather intelligence on the Black Eclipse clan, which has been hiding all along, is to destroy the Tea Mountain gang, which is used as a tool for raising funds, thus forcing the Black Eclipse clan to take action. Can we take direct action? Yes, but the risk is very high. With the Wasabi family involved, even if the Konoha ninja cooperate with Jirocho as witnesses, the Black Eclipse clan won't immediately become more vigilant. So Shuji asked again, is the Wasabi family willing to step forward? Jirocho's expression turned solemn, this is the meaning of my family's existence. Please tell me what to do. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,700 words. Chapter 34 Undercurrent Hiroyama Mikoto stood beside the gangway of the cargo ship about to set sail, his face beaming with smiles, though the fine beads of sweat on his forehead glistened slightly in the sunlight. He held Shuji's hand tightly. Junior Ninja Shuji. I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you this time. His voice was loud, but his eyes darted uneasily towards the shadows of the dock warehouse not far away. Several men in leather guard armor stood with their arms crossed. The goods are finally on the ship, and my heart can finally rest. He wiped his sweat, his voice suddenly lowering, but, are you really not going with the ship? I think those men are holding a grudge against you. About what happened at the city gate. Shiosi smoothly withdrew his hand, his face as calm and expressionless as ever. "Don't worry, Mr. Hongshan." His gaze swept over the guards, who instinctively looked away when their eyes met his. "Ah. I'm relieved to hear you say that." Hong Shanqing's worry was instantly replaced by a fawning smile, as if his previous concern was just an illusion. He rubbed his hands together. "I've paid for 5 days' worth of rooms at Haifeng Pavilion. You can all stay here without worry. I wanted to treat you well to repay your kindness, but the ship can't wait. Please accept this small token of my appreciation." He magically produced a bulging money pouch and stuffed it into the pouch. "It's my duty, Mr. Hongshan, no need." Xiuxi raised his hand and gently refused the money. Hongshan Chang withdrew his hand and said gratefully, "If I have any more requests, I will definitely seek out the ninjas of Konoha. In that case, I will take my leave." He climbed the gangway, looking back every few steps, until the cargo ship sounded its dull horn, slowly sailed away from the berth, and merged into the busy waterway outside the harbor, before he finally disappeared completely from the ship's side. Almost at the same time that the Hongshan Cheng cargo ship sailed out of sight, in the heart of Chujia Port, inside the Wasabi family's home, the atmosphere was heavy. The dimly lit Japanese-style room was filled with a tense atmosphere that even the finest incense couldn't completely suppress. 7 or 8 men of varying ages, impeccably dressed, sat upright on the tatami mats. They were prominent figures in Izuku Port, besides the Waisuk family, who controlled the fishing guild, the dockworkers' union, and several of the largest trading companies. At this moment, their gazes were all focused on Wasabi Jirocho, who sat at the head of the table. Jirocho was dressed in a dark gray formal kimono, his back straight as a pine tree. His lean face lacked its usual humility, replaced by a solemn resolute air. On the low table in front of him lay a thick scroll of documents and several blurry but recognizable rubbings of portraits. "Gentlemen," Jirocho's voice was not loud, but it clearly pierced through the silence of the room, "I have taken the liberty of inviting you here today, only to expose a lie that concerns the life and death of Desai Port." He picked up a rubbing, which depicted a face with a muscular, scarred expression. "This man is Xiong Zhu, a notorious bandit from the Wild Tea Slope Tea Mountain Gang. 3 months ago, his men robbed 3 caravans coming from Nanshou-e, killing and wounding 17. He picked up another rubbing, and this one. One by one, rubbings were displayed, and the fierce faces looked particularly grotesque in the dim light. Jirocho's voice was filled with suppressed grief and indignation. "These people, along with their nearly 300 ruthless henchmen, have not been wiped out as the Wajiki family claimed. They are right under our noses. They are entrenched at the city gates, docks, and streets. Under the guise of special tolls, they are squeezing every last drop of blood from passing merchants. They are destroying this city." A suppressed gasp and a slight commotion filled the room. The old chairman of the Fishing Association couldn't help but speak up. "Jiro, this is no small matter. Words alone are not enough. The evidence is here." Jirocho slammed the thick document on the table. From the tokens left behind at the Wild Tea Slope camp, to the confessions of the forced laborers who were coerced into joining but managed to escape, to the comparison of the tattoos that couldn't be erased from their bodies. He took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the astonished and uncertain faces of the crowd, and emphasized his tone. "More importantly, the collection and verification of this evidence was completed with the assistance of the ninja squad led by Jonin Shuji, who was on a guard mission in Konoha." Konoha? This word was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, instantly creating even bigger ripples. The previously somewhat skeptical looks immediately became complicated. "Indeed," Jirocho said in a deep voice, noticing the change in everyone's eyes. "I have already sent men with evidence and letters to the capital to report to the daimyo. I hope that after you return, you will prepare your men and weapons to completely wipe these jackals out of Ichigo Port." A hush fell over the room. The prominent figures exchanged glances, their eyes conveying unspoken messages. Some nodded vigorously, their eyes blazing with anger, others frowned, their fingers unconsciously tapping their knees. Finally, the Old Fishermen's Association president slowly spoke. "Since there are ninjas from Konoha as witnesses, and these physical evidences," he pointed to the documents, "we naturally believe them and will go back to make preparations." He paused, then changed the subject. "But right now, it's the Kazuki family that's in charge, and those people are appointed by them. We can't act rashly before we get the daimyo's order. But as soon as the daimyo's order arrives, we'll immediately clean up these parasites. Exactly. Let's wait for the daimyo's orders. The others echoed his sentiments, their stance clear and unified. They supported Wasabi Jirocho's decision to file a complaint, and they believed the evidence was genuine. But until the daimyo's official order arrived, none of their men would be moved. Jirocho understood, even anticipating this. These old foxes wanted to use him to eliminate the cancerous growth fostered by the Kazue family, yet they were unwilling to take any risk before the matter was settled. He showed no disappointment, instead nodding solemnly, "What you all say is absolutely right. Without a proper name, words cannot be followed. Without followed words, things cannot be accomplished." Jirocho understands. Everything awaits the daimyo's decision. I only hope that you all make thorough preparations so that we can strike successfully when the time comes. Nature. With Wasabi in charge, you can rest assured. Everyone rose to their feet, politely taking their leave, their faces grave and reflecting their own calculations, as they hurriedly departed the Wasabi residence. The tatami room returned to its spacious state, save for the lingering scent of incense. Almost at the same time that the prominent figures left Wasabi's house, several secret messages, like insects caught in a spider's web, were transmitted through different channels, trembling and escaping. On the edge of Akuta Harbor, in a dark, shabby room overlooking the sea and with windows facing an abandoned old shipyard, most of the light was blocked by thick oilcloth, and the air was filled with the smell of cheap tobacco. Jubai sat cross-legged in the deepest part of the shadows, his ever-present katana lying across his knees, while a lean man knelt before him, giving a hurried, low report. Wasabi Jirocho gathered people, and brought out a lot of papers and portraits, claiming them as irrefutable evidence, and even saying that Konoha ninjas helped obtain them, and that they're going to report it to the daimyo. The receipt will arrive tomorrow, and that they'll take action once the receipt arrives. Jubai's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly snapped open, and the scabbard in front of his knees seemed to emit a very faint hum. So that's how it is. So Wasabi Jirocho was looking for Konoha ninjas to get their endorsement. Take it to the daimyo. Jubai's lips curled into a ferocious grin, revealing gleaming white teeth. Old man, you've got some nerve. He wasn't sure what the daimyo of the land of tea would do. Would he stubbornly deny the evidence? Send that elder of the family who was related to the Kazuki clan to investigate? Or, seeing that Konoha seemed to have made a statement, would he abandon the Tea Mountain gang? Jubai didn't know, nor did he need to know. As long as he killed the messenger and prevented the daimyo from seeing those things, that would be enough. Jubai suddenly stood up, his tall figure casting a heavy shadow in the cramped space, making his kneeling subordinates almost unable to breathe. Where are the Konoha ninjas now? They are still in the Sea Breeze Pavilion, and we have been keeping an eye on them. Go out and arrange for people to keep a close eye on Wasabi's family. Yes. Watching the person retreat and leave, Jubai ordered from the shadows, have Kobiki kill the messenger from the Wasabi family. Genshiki, you keep an eye on the Konoha ninjas. A man emerged from the shadows, his deep-set eyes adorned with fluorescent green pupils, and a tattoo of a hungry wild dog beneath them. His disheveled hair was mixed with bird feathers and a hairpin made of withered bones, and he held a copper coin between his canine teeth. He wore a cassock made of patchwork cloth, and a bell with the character of a food engraved on it was tied to his wrist. Something's not right. Huansher's voice was muffled as he kept biting on the copper coin. The samurai said coldly, "It doesn't matter anymore. We've already invested too much, and we already had plans to deal with the Konoha ninjas from the beginning. This is just a matter of bringing it forward a bit." End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1652 words. Chapter 35. 3 roads. The sea breeze, carrying a salty, fishy smell, violently poured into the cabin. The wooden hull groaned dully in the surging waves, and with each rocking motion, the messenger sitting next to Shiosi paled even more. He was a capable young man, but now he gripped the hem of his clothes tightly, his gaze frequently drifting towards the churning dark blue sea outside the porthole. Someone's chasing us. Quick! Get your weapons ready. Harpoon guns. On deck, the sailors' rough shouts mingled with the clanging of metal, conveying a palpable tension. The previously steady voyage had been completely disrupted. Shiosi sat cross-legged on the slightly damp deck with his eyes closed, his body rising and falling gently with the ship's rocking, as if rooted to a rock. The messenger's alarm did not disturb him in the slightest. "They're here." Shuji slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm and unfathomable. He stood up, his movements carrying a peculiar rhythm that counteracted the swaying of the ship. "Stay here," he gave a brief order to the messenger who was trying to get up. Pushing open the creaking hatch, Shuji stood behind several sailors armed with harpoons, ready for battle, his gaze fixed on the sea. A tall, slender figure was cutting through the waves, walking on the water. The man wore a sleeveless black bodysuit underneath a dark breastplate that reflected a cold luster. His face was covered by a mask, revealing only a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes. Shiosi's eyes narrowed slightly. A member of the Black Eclipse clique? Or their subordinate? To be able to chase a ship across open water for so long demonstrates remarkable control and chakra reserves. Such ability is at least among the elite level of Chunin, even within Konoha. If they are core members of the Black Eclipse clan, it is still within expectations, but if they are just subordinates, then the strength assessment of this organization must be raised another level. Just as Shuji was facing off against the enemy on the sea, inside the sea breeze in Hwanshu, like a ghost blending into the shadows, stepped into the somewhat noisy lobby on the first floor. His attire and appearance should have made him the most eye-catching person in the crowd. However, the innkeeper, the waiters, and even the few guests seemed to ignore him, busy with their own things, their eyes vacantly sweeping over his location. The three of them are all in the rooms upstairs. Hwanshu did not climb the stairs. From the 3 rooms upstairs, one could clearly hear the concentrated and active life force and chakra belonging to ninjas. The ninja, who resembled a practitioner, was filled with suspicion. Wasabi Jirocho's announcement was nothing short of a calculated move, summoning local leaders, presenting evidence, publicly declaring that a messenger had been sent to the daimyo, and using the name of the Konoha ninja to exert pressure. This was clearly forcing the opponent to choose between waiting for the daimyo's judgment or immediately eliminating the threat. Given that they anticipated a strong reaction from their opponents, why did the entire Konoha ninja squad remain here? Was that messenger, who had just set off, merely bait? Has the real messenger carrying crucial evidence already quietly set off? If that's the case, why is there still no word from Daming Prefecture? The 3 auras he sensed were real and authentic. Could it be that Konoha had secretly sent more men? Hwanshu's mind raced, and a strange unease quietly began to grow. He turned abruptly and strode out of the hostel, his movements swift and silent. Standing on the street, he looked up warily, his green eyes instantly locking onto a half-open window on the top floor. Behind the window, a pair of eyes were looking down at him indifferently. Hwanshu felt a chill run down her spine. She pushed off with her toes and took several steps back. At the same time, she slightly raised her wrist, and the sure bell attached to it emitted a low, rapid hum, with invisible waves sweeping across her body. Only after confirming that he had not fallen into any illusion or barrier trap did he focus his gaze again. This time, 3 pairs of eyes appeared behind the window, Shuji, Enko, and Itachi, 3 faces calmly watching him, their eyes equally indifferent. A clone technique. Hwanshu instantly realized, a surge of anger at being tricked mixed with wariness welling up inside him. No wonder he sensed 3 chakra entities, yet their scents were so uniform. Good trick. Hwanshu muttered under his breath, the copper coin between his canine teeth making a slight grinding sound. He divided his chakra into 3 parts, yet each part still maintained considerable strength. The one who stayed was probably the captain, so those who left must be that brat and the female ninja. With the strength of the first eclipse, dealing with those 2 people is more than enough. So my task right now is to keep this captain pinned down. Keep him firmly in this sea breeze pavilion until the first eclipse succeeds, or until he can't hold back and makes a move that exposes his weakness. Instead of trying to peer inside the inn, Hwanshu retreated and disappeared into the shadows of the street. The bell on his wrist emitted a continuous, low, soft sound, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue before a hunt. An invisible force field began to quietly envelop the area around Haifeng Pavilion. Inside a room on the 3rd floor of the Sea Breeze Pavilion, Shiosi stood by the window, watching Hwanshu's figure completely disappear into the shadows of the street corner. Thanks to the unique sensory link between his wooden clones, the information about his main body being intercepted on the sea and Hwanshu's appearance at the Sea Breeze Pavilion had been instantly synchronized. The target has taken the bait, begin to restrain them. Shuji, the wooden clone left at the inn, understood perfectly. With a slight thought, the two wooden clones behind him, used to disguise themselves as Enko and Itachi, silently retreated to a dead corner of the room, then turned into pieces of wood and landed on the ground. The dissipated chakra was not wasted. Like rivers flowing into the sea, it quickly merged into the wooden clone by the window. Although he had not succeeded in his sage mode training, his daily exploration and experimentation had greatly improved his control over chakra, especially his ability to control wood-release clones, far surpassing what he had achieved before. For him, meticulously dividing, collecting, and recondensing chakra was not difficult. The story goes back to shortly after the Hongshanqing cargo ship departed port. The plan is to split into 3 routes. Shuji spoke calmly and clearly to Enko and Itachi in their room. I will personally lead the messenger route. Wasabi Jirocho's act of reporting the daimyo will likely prompt some action from the other side. This is the route where we are most likely to encounter core members or elites of the Black Eclipse clan. We need to proceed cautiously and obtain crucial intelligence. Red Bean crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow slightly. What about this side? And what about Old Man Wasabi's side? Haifeng Pavilion needs to leave the illusion that we're all here to mislead ordinary spies, and at the same time, act as bait to attract enemy ninjas who might come to investigate, so as to gather first-hand intelligence. Shuji's gaze swept over the two of them. I will leave a clone to impersonate the 3 of us. If we're going to gather intelligence, will we use shadow clones? Won't that be too taxing for you, Shuji? Enko asked. Shadow clones distribute chakra evenly, so having your main body, 3 clones, and dealing with battle. That's enough. He left behind a wood clone, but Shuji didn't intend to talk about the wood jutsu yet. Since the captain was so confident, Enko stopped questioning him and simply asked, should Itachi and I go to Route 3? The Wasabi family? Yes, the other side might choose to attack Wasabi's family. They have more than enough manpower to deal with an assassination, but they would be overwhelmed if it were a large-scale attack. Based on the lowest estimate, the opposing side has no Jonin, so they can't do anything to Jirocho, who is protected by Jonin. Logically speaking, the opposing side should have Jonin. So, if they don't resort to assassination and instead want to directly attack Wasabi's family, Shizune, who mainly relies on medical abilities, probably won't be enough on her alone. As for Tsunade, once it's a head-on group battle, there will be a lot of bloodshed. If Tsunade steps in then, she will become the breakthrough point. Therefore, Itachi and Enko had to go to Wasabi's house just in case. However, there are some things that need to be explained in advance. Shuji's gaze swept over the two of them. The Wasabi family are excellent medical ninjas who can be trusted. There's no need to ask too many questions about their background. Consider this my personal request. Red Bean listened and scratched her face. The captain's request, huh? Well then, I can't see anything either, but, if it involves, well, anyway, Shuji, you know that's fine. Shuji said he understood. She had just experienced her teacher Orochimaru's betrayal of the village. It was really important and involved the safety of the village. Enko would most likely still explain to the village. As for Itachi, Uchiha simply nodded and quietly agreed. He knew Shiosi's hidden identity and was naturally the most aware that he was the least likely person to harm the village, so keeping something secret was no big deal. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1426 words. Chapter 36 First Eclipse, Part 1. Shuji stood steadily on the undulating sea, chakra flowing beneath his feet as if he were attached to an invisible reef. Opposite, the first eclipse stood on the water, its dark breastplate gleaming coldly in the dim light. With a flick of his wrist, Shuji released the scroll entrusted to him by Wasabi Jirocho, containing evidence of the Chizan gang's crimes and a report to the daimyo, into his palm. Meeting Shoshure's piercing gaze, his voice cut through the surging waves. There are 2 copies. One is with the messenger, and the other is with me. You choose to attack the ship, and I will immediately depart for Naki Island to personally meet the daimyo in the capital, or we'll handle this separately. I assure you, this ship won't leave until we've settled things. Shaoshi narrowed his eyes even more, a hoarse, metallic sneer rolling from his throat. Konoha ninja, is my target? Interesting. He tilted his head slightly, his neck bones emitting a series of teeth-grinding clicks, like rusty gears being forced to turn. All right, that will save me the trouble. As you wish. The moment the last word was uttered, the first eclipse moved. It didn't charge straight ahead, but instead lunged forward, and then a dark shadow tore through the surging waves between them. It's his right arm. The arm had strangely stretched several times its original length, its skin a bluish-gray hue, its 5 fingers curved like hooks, its nails black and sharp, carrying a pungent, sweet-smelling odor, as it tore through the air and went straight for Xiuxi's face. It moved so fast that it left only a distorted afterimage in sight. Shuji's pupils contracted slightly, and his chakra exploded instantly beneath his feet, propelling him diagonally across the water to the right. Sharp black claws grazed the fabric of his left shoulder, tearing a gash in his sturdy ninja vest with a rip. The first strike missed its mark, and his eyes remained unmoved. The outstretched arm, like a whip that had lost its support, suddenly halted in mid-air, defying all logic, before whipping back at an even more cunning angle, aiming straight for Xiuxi's back. At the same time, his body, which had been standing, used the force of the swinging arm to glide and approach like a ghost across water. Shuji was suspended in mid-air, with nowhere to gain leverage. He took a deep breath, his core muscles suddenly engaging, forcefully twisting his body in mid-air. At the same time, his right hand flashed into his ninja tool pouch, 3 kunai held between his fingers. With a flick of his wrist, 3 cold beams of light were not aimed at the eclipse's main body, but rather precisely at the joint of its strangely extended arm that was reaching for its back. The kunai struck the opponent's bluish-gray arm, as if it had hit a tough, oily vine, leaving only a few shallow white marks before being easily deflected and falling into the sea. The arm's momentum was only momentarily halted before it came grabbing again, accompanied by a stench. It's very hard. Shuji's body landed on the water's surface, and he gathered chakra again to stabilize himself. He immediately formed a hand seal. Water escape water rush wave, a large expanse of seawater beneath their feet surged violently, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, creating a turbid wall of waves several meters high. With tremendous force, it slammed into the approaching first eclipse. The wall of waves was extremely large, instantly covering the first eclipse's body and its strangely extended arm. Boom, the water burst open, spraying white foam. The figure of the first eclipse was swallowed by the surging wall of water. One of the rules of ninja combat is, if you don't see the enemy injured, assume they are uninjured and immediately prepare to dodge. Never stand still and watch. And don't be greedy for attacks. While the repair crew was withdrawing. Gulu. A chilling, guttural sound, as if squeezed from the depths of a throat, rang out just above his nose. A dark shadow, like a venomous python lurking in the waves, pierced through the still-falling curtain of water and snapped down with lightning speed. It was the head of the eclipse, his neck stretched several meters as if it were an arm, and his entire head, like a meteor hammer detached from his torso, slammed into Xiuxi's face with a nauseating stench. The masked face was inches away, the only visible eye flashing a cruel and cold green light, and 2 rows of sharp, white teeth were clearly visible in his wide-open mouth, with a faint green viscous liquid seeping from between them. Shuji's body, leaning back, was almost parallel to the sea surface. At the critical moment, he slammed his left hand into the water, using the recoil to slide backwards several meters like a fish, skimming the waves. At the same time, he swung his kunai upward with his right hand. Puff. The blade struck precisely on the side of the neck that was being bitten by the head. However, the sensation was extremely strange. It didn't feel like cutting into flesh and bone, but rather like cutting into a ball of incredibly resilient and slippery rubber. It was stuck after only cutting in an inch, and a huge resistance came from it. The force of the blow to the head of the first eclipse caused it to tilt, but its cold green eyes remained fixed on Xiuxi, and the stench from its breath grew stronger. Hiss. He let out a non-human hiss, twisted the neck of the kunai with a sudden twist, opened his sharp mouth, and bit at Shuji again at an unbelievable angle, with eerie green venomous saliva. The kunai was firmly gripped by the opponent's twisting neck. Shuji did not force it, but gave up and used the momentum to retreat again to cast the spell. Water release water dragon bullet technique. The sea beneath their feet boiled violently, and a thick, solid, enormous water dragon took shape, roaring as it soared into the air. Its mouth opened wide, carrying a crushing, overwhelming power, as it viciously bit at the eclipse's head, which had detached from its body and was hanging in mid-air, tearing and gnawing, as well as the body behind it. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the sea and sky. A massive column of water shot skyward, countless fragments of water spraying outwards like a torrential downpour. The violent force of the water surged and slammed a huge crater into the sea surface, where white foam and murky water churned wildly. As the mist dissipated, the first eclipse reappeared. He still stood on the sea, his position unchanged. His outstretched arm and elongated head, like a venomous snake returning to its nest, were slowly, with a chillingly supple resilience, retracting into their original positions, segment by segment. At the neck, the flesh cut open by the kunai was rolled up, showing a strange bluish-purple color, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Only a little viscous, tar-like black liquid writhed at the edge of the wound and slowly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His chest armor was covered with dense dents and white marks left by the high-speed erosion of the water. First Eclipse raised a hand, casually wiping the healing wound on his neck, his fingertips catching the viscous black liquid. He looked down at it, then placed his fingertip to his lips and licked it with his scarlet tongue, the action carrying an inhuman, sinister quality. His eyes lifted, looking at Shiosi again, the previous cold mockery gone, replaced by a pure and cruel light, as if sizing up new prey. Konoha's ninjutsu is nothing special. What will your blood taste like? Kuchiki's voice held a twisted excitement. He leaned forward slightly, his arms hanging naturally, his fingers spread, the sharp black nails reflecting a chilling glint in the dim light. Every joint in his body seemed to emit a silent, poised click. The opponent before him possessed a body far more bizarre and resilient than anticipated. Conventional water-style ninjutsu and taijutsu attacks were largely ineffective. His bluish-gray skin and modified internal bones were virtually immune to blunt force and cuts. His weakness, perhaps, was only. Shiosi's gaze swept over the dark breastplate on the other's chest, which remained sturdy despite the impact of the water dragon. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,685 words. Chapter 37 First Eclipse, Part 2. A sharp hiss tore through the roar of the waves, and the head-eating beast's arms and neck burst forth with an eerie suppleness and strength, as if a serpent were biting at it from different angles. The bluish-gray limbs tore through the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek, and intertwined with the eerie light on the fingertips to form a death net that covered the space where Shiosi could dodge. The boy's body, like a spinning top that has lost its center of gravity, used the rise and fall of the waves to dodge with minimal, extreme twisting. Sharp tearing sounds rang out incessantly. Dark claws flashed past his forehead, shoulder blades, and ribs like lightning, each time narrowly slicing through the air, the resulting stench stinging his skin. Several new tears instantly appeared on Shiosi's dark vest. The fabric fibers were corroded by the toxins, and the edges quickly turned black and hardened. Shuji's figure traced an elusive path amidst the surging waves. The First Eclipse's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, its elongated limbs lashing the sea like uncontrolled whips, sending water splashing everywhere. Excited roars echoed in its throat as it reveled in the death throes of its prey. Water escape, 1,000 needles of water. Splashing waves and water droplets in the air transformed into tiny Senbon needles under the influence of chakra. The First Eclipse laughed wildly. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. This kind of technique. Shuji remained unfazed and simultaneously activated another technique, wind release, explosive stream. Composite ninjutsu, 1,000 needles of stormy rain. Water as his bones, wind as his blade. He took a deep breath, his chest bulging like a bellows, and exhaled sharply in the direction of the First Eclipse. Call, a violent hurricane, condensed to the point of being almost tangible, carrying countless fine, azure water needles, rushed towards the First Eclipse. Each water needle spun at high speed, and under the unparalleled propulsion and acceleration of the wind escape, it transformed into a devastating rain of destruction. This storm of blue and white needle-like rain was so vast that it instantly enveloped the First Eclipse's main body and all its wildly flailing, bizarre limbs. The rain needles spun at high speed like the Grim Reaper's spindle, threatening to shred everything within its range into dust. The First Eclipse's fanatical gaze suddenly froze, its instincts sounding an alarm. It let out a strange cry, and all its elongated limbs, like startled venomous snakes, abruptly contracted towards its body. Its arms crossed tightly in front of its head, its legs slightly bent to lower its center of gravity, its entire body curled up, concealing its vital organs, especially the area covered by the dark breastplate, as much as possible behind this defensive posture. At the same time, a richer, bluish-gray sheen instantly appeared on the surface of its exposed limbs. Puff 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 puff, a sound as dense as a torrential downpour hitting banana leaves suddenly exploded. Countless high-speed spinning azure water needles slammed into the erosion head's curled-up defensive limbs. Most of them struck the tough, bluish-gray skin, like hitting an oil-soaked, resilient old vine, tearing countless fine white scratches from the high-speed spinning needle tips, producing a teeth-grinding friction sound before shattering into even finer water mist. However, the sheer number and range of the needle rain were terrifying. There were always some tricky angles, like maggots clinging to bones, that pierced through the gaps in the limb's movements and struck the breastplate that the Eclipse was trying so hard to protect. Clang! 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 The hard metal plates collided with the water needles, producing a series of ear-piercing metallic clangs. Dense sparks flew wildly across the dark armor surface, like a miniature firework suddenly igniting. Each impact brought a barely perceptible yet extremely high-frequency vibration, which traveled through the armor to the depths of the head erosion's body. Shoshu's curled-up body trembled violently under the relentless, frenzied barrage, as if being repeatedly pounded by an invisible giant hammer. On his arms, which were protecting his head and face, the bluish-gray skin was repeatedly cut and rubbed by countless fine water needles, and deeper grooves began to appear, even faintly revealing the strange bluish-purple muscles below. Thick black liquid slowly seeped out from those tiny wounds. The breastplate endured the most concentrated impacts, and the hard metal surface was quickly covered with pits, dents, and white spots. Even some small edges of the armor plates, under the relentless bombardment of countless water needles, finally emitted a faint crack sound as they could no longer bear the weight. A piece of armor the size of a fingernail, after enduring dozens of precise water jet impacts on the same spot, finally shattered. With a piercing metallic tearing sound, it bounced off the main body of the breastplate and tumbled into the churning seawater below. Just as the armor plates shattered, the first Eclipse, curled up in defense, suddenly stiffened. His cold green eyes, which had been fixed on Shiosi through the gaps between his crossed arms, abruptly contracted. A near-instinctive panic, beyond his fighting will, surged through his nerves like an electric current. The first Eclipse instinctively and frantically clutched at the spot on its breastplate that had just cracked open. The movement was so fast it was almost out of control, carrying a naked terror of having its deepest secret exposed, really. A cold glint flashed in Shuji's eyes. The ninja opposite him was sleeveless because of a technique, so the presence of a breastplate meant that the area below the armor was its weak point. "You're asking for death," Shaoxi roared, his voice filled with utter rage, shame, and savagery. He abruptly dropped the hand that was protecting his body, his masked face contorted with rage, his exposed eyes transforming into ferocious, vertical pupils like those of a wild beast. The bluish-gray hue on his body surface instantly surged, and viscous black liquid gushed out from the wounds on his neck and arms as if boiling, covering the broken skin and accelerating the healing process while also emitting an even more pungent, sweet-smelling stench. No longer caring about defense, the first Eclipse stretched its arms out wildly, like two barbed battering rams, unleashing a terrifying, all-consuming force as it bombarded Shiosi. The attack was several times more violent than before, a fight of trade-offs, a life-or-death struggle. However, the turmoil in his heart was far more turbulent than the violent attack. The water needles were still gathering, and the powerful airflow showed no sign of weakening. Such a technique, with such power, must have consumed a lot of chakra. But the Konoha ninja on the other side seemed to feel no strain at all. If this continues, he'll be worn down to death. A cold, venomous snake called retreat silently coiled around the raging heart of the first Eclipse. Though the attack was fierce, a crack had already appeared deep within its reckless momentum. He needs space, he needs to escape this damned battlefield, completely overwhelmed by the enemy's ninjutsu, just as the first Eclipse's double-arm attack faltered slightly due to that fleeting thought of retreat. Shuji took a step forward as he faced the wildly waving, pitch-black giant arm, water release, reverse whirlpool coffin. The seawater, carrying Shuji's chakra, suddenly roared as it engulfed the ocean beneath his feet. Before Shuji, the sea, several meters wide, appeared as if an invisible giant bowl had been overturned. Incredibly thick, rapidly rotating ring-shaped water walls rose up from the ground with a deafening roar. The water walls were several inches thick, with turbulent and violent currents inside, like giant millstones. In an instant, the first eclipse, along with all the space around him, was completely sealed off. The first eclipse's two wildly beating giant arms slammed heavily against the water wall. Asterisk splash. Splash, asterisk with muffled sounds, the thick, rapidly spinning water wall trembled violently, caved inward, and sprayed water outwards like an explosion. However, the water wall was not only not breached, but Shoshir let out a muffled groan as the enormous recoil force traveled back through his mutated arms, causing his blood to surge and his arms to be involuntarily bounced back. Langren stared in utter horror at the thick, rapidly spinning walls of water that surrounded him. His escape route was completely blocked. The immense suction force generated by the rotating water walls even began to pull at his body. On the contrary, the force of the rotation was used to dissipate and deflect the impact of the first eclipse's slam into him. Shuji stood outside the raging water prison, his figure as steady as a rock amidst the surging waves. His right hand, fingers spread wide, precisely maintained the form and power of the massive water cage that trapped the first eclipse. The sea breeze ruffled the stray hairs on his forehead, revealing his eyes, calm as a deep pool, filled not with the ecstasy of victory, but with a cold scrutiny and control. Inside the water prison, first eclipse resembled a monstrous insect trapped in amber. The rapidly spinning water walls blocked out most of the light, making the cage dimly lit. The roar of the rushing water was amplified infinitely, becoming deafening. He frantically swung his mutated limbs, slamming them heavily against the thick water walls time and again, but each attack was skillfully deflected and neutralized. The enormous recoil only made First Eclipse's figure stagger even more unsteadily within the water prison. Thick, black liquid gushed rapidly from his numerous cracked skin wounds, attempting to repair the damage, but the continuous scouring of the high-speed water greatly slowed the healing process. In the dim light of the water prison and amidst the intense movements, the fine cracks on his dark breastplate and the glaringly small gap in it appeared even more glaring. In the midst of a sway, a stream of water shot out, passing directly through the gap and into the body of the first eclipse. Blood flowed gently. Langren, finally exhausted, collapsed. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,465 words. Chapter 38 Beast Guard. Wandering ninjas are hunters, lone wolves, shadows that ordinary people avoid yet must respect. They are the henchmen that the powerful and wealthy despise yet need. They are also prey, stray dogs, wild animals that steal food in the eyes of ninja clans, rotten flesh that cannot be cleansed from the hearts of ninja villages, and insects that cannot be eradicated. Jubii didn't care about these buzzing conclusions. Power was the only truth, and he understood this principle well. For years, he had led the Black Eclipse clan on a journey of plunder, hiring, and killing. As long as he didn't touch the behemoths that ruled the continent, the true ninja villages, he could live 10 times better than most wandering ninjas. He thought he had long since mastered the laws of survival in the cracks of the ninja world, until those dim, yellowish snake eyes seized him. An interesting life. The effeminate voice carried a chilling inquiry, like a snake's tongue licking down your spine. Let me see where your limits lie. Pinned to the spot by an invisible force, his bones groaned under the unbearable weight, even his soul was dissected and scrutinized by that gaze. The power that Jubii was so proud of, enough to roam freely through the wilderness, was like a child's toy in front of that person. They were caught, manipulated, and finally discarded like trash. They bring a little bit of trivial pleasure. It's a pity they're just defective products. The man's voice faded into the distance, leaving behind a chilling coldness. If it weren't for those annoying flies that keep chasing after you, you might have some other use. Orochimaru, once one of Konoha's legendary Sannin, is now a rogue ninja. Such a terrifying figure, yet he could only flee in disarray from the pursuit of the ninja village. Shall we find a village to join? Someone asked hoarsely after a desperate gasp. In the darkness, the heavy breathing paused. The small ninja village is peaceful, but it's as poor as a rock in the sand. Would they dare to take in a group of us? Someone immediately retorted. A great ninja village? Going in means being skinned alive and interrogated. Starting from the lowest rung, having to read people's faces, risking your life for scraps? Whispers gnawed at the silence like poisonous insects. Join? Become someone else's subordinate? A strong sense of resentment and a burning, almost arrogant thought surged within Jubai. Then let's build one ourselves. Jubai's voice cut through the noise, filled with a desperate and ruthless determination. Let's build a village that belongs to us. So they began looking for a suitable target. Places that were too remote were no good, as they had little money. Places in the middle were no good, as they were too dangerous. After much deliberation, the Land of Tea was the perfect place. Its homeland was far from the conflicts of the ninja world, and its location was relatively wealthy, enough to support a medium-sized village. However, directly approaching a famous person won't work. Jubai chose the Chazan slope. He united the scattered bandits into a single force, the Chazan gang. Then, the Black Eclipse clan, disguised as pirates, unleashed a reign of terror on the sea route to Nagasaki Island. Merchant ships sank, trade ceased, and panic spread like a plague. Finally, an envoy from the daimyo prefecture appeared before them. Your strength is extraordinary, and you have relieved our sea route from its predicament. The Land of Tea will remember you. The envoy spoke humbly, but his eyes lingered on Jubai's face. However, Konoha village has long been a close partner of our country. Such a sudden change is probably not a simple matter. If you can first establish a foundation and build up the village, the envoy lowered his voice, the task will naturally fall into place. The daimyo promises to open the door wide for you. Yes, it was a convenient way. By suppressing the Wasabi family, who were unwilling to cooperate, and having the Kazuki family step in, the Chayama gang was brought into the open. So, where does the money come from? Establishing a ninja village requires a massive amount of money. Purchasing ninja tools, building bases, recruiting manpower, all of these cost money, and everything costs money. The Black Eclipse clan's meager savings are far from enough, so they can only control this port and search for money from the streets and alleys, taking it from every traveling merchant and ronin. Jubai withdrew his gaze from the window. The outline of the sea breeze in the distance was blurred in the gray sky. The scarred captain of the guards ran over quickly, reporting in a low voice. He stood up. There was only one person in the sea breeze pavilion, so the other two must have been protecting the messenger. The first Eclipse is capable of dealing with jonin from ordinary ninja villages, yet there has been no news of him until now. Something must have happened. Jubai pondered. The safety of the first Eclipse was uncertain. With his strength, even if he was no match for the first Eclipse, he shouldn't have died in battle. The force in the city was now clearly a Konoha ninja, and Jirocho might have hidden one or two more ninjas. Why one or two? If he really had that many combatants, Jirocho would have already taken action against the Chayama gang. Should we support the first Eclipse? Should we continue to reinforce the messenger route? Do not. If they fail to intercept the messenger immediately, then sending someone else will not be enough to stop him. Instead of focusing on interception, we should demonstrate our strength. So now there's only one thing left to do. Kill that old bastard, Wasabi Jirocho. Once he's dead, that so-called ironclad evidence will become ownerless, a lie fabricated by the Wasabi family to seize power. The daimyo will have plenty of excuses to throw that thing in the trash, or even turn around and accuse the Wasabi family of framing a loyal subject. The source of all the chaos will vanish with Jirocho's death. Gather the troops, Jubai's voice was cold, carrying an undeniable iron will, and impose martial law on the entire city. Sir? This reason? The scarred captain was startled by the question, cautiously prompting, his forehead beaded with even more sweat. Our forces in the city can't suppress the backlash from everyone. Their ability to act with impunity in the city was largely due to the fact that other forces in the city, wary of the daimyo's recognition of the Hyjia family, chose to remain neutral, while the Chashan gang tacitly avoided directly threatening the core interests of those local tyrants. Now, the sudden imposition of martial law throughout the city is tantamount to shattering this fragile balance, inevitably provoking a strong backlash and heightened vigilance from all factions. Jubai's eyes, deep in the shadows of his brow bone, were like two icy pools, reflecting only the outline of Wasabi's house outside the window. The murderous intent surging within them was as sharp as a knife, causing Scarface to swallow all the words he was about to say. Humph, Jubai let out a short, contemptuous snort. That's what we need to keep them on their toes. The scarred captain was taken aback, then suddenly understood. With martial law declared, the local tyrants and guild leaders would immediately assume that the T-Mountain gang, these lawless bandits, were about to go berserk and take advantage of the chaos to loot. They would inevitably gather all their forces back to their properties and residences, locking their doors and guarding them at all costs. In this atmosphere of panic and self-preservation, no matter how many allies Wasabi Jiro usually had, they would be unable to offer any assistance at this moment. A surprise attack on Wasabi's family requires elite troops and real strength. The ordinary bandits of the T-Mountain gang, aside from bluffing and creating chaos to attract attention, are nothing more than cannon fodder in a real ninja battle. Their role is merely to muddy the waters and scare all the fish back into their burrows. Yes. Yes. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. The scarred captain dared not ask another question. He lowered his head deeply, turned around and strode out. His leather boots made a rapid sound on the rotten wooden floor, and the scabbard at his waist hit the doorframe with a screeching sound. The shabby room fell into darkness and deathly silence once more, with only the howling wind pouring in through the broken window. Jubai slowly tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Wasabi Jirocho. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,221 words. Chapter 39 Jirocho. Before leaving, Shuji gave some instructions, so when Enko and Itachi met Shizune at Wasabi's house, they tacitly kept their distance and did not rush to talk to her or ask any questions. Instead, it was Jingin who took the initiative. Sensing the subtle distance between the two younger villagers, the young woman slowly approached. I am Shizune, she said calmly. I used to live in Konoha, but later I traveled with my teacher. It's been 7 or 8 years since I left the village. She first explained her background. Upon hearing the other person's background, Enko's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. Since he was a senior from the village, a straightforward smile appeared on her face. Senior Shizune is already a jonin, right? No, Shizune quickly waved her hand, her movements serious. I was a chunin when I left the village, and I still am. Her gaze unconsciously swept around before she lowered her voice slightly and added, my ninja number is 010800. Mitarashi Enko, chunin. Since the other party could give a proper identification number, her credibility increased significantly, and the purple-haired female ninja readily introduced herself. Uchiha Itachi, a genin. The black-haired boy's response remained concise. Yes, Shujikuin mentioned you before he left. Shizune nodded slightly, her expression warm. I am skilled in medical ninjutsu, so if you are injured, don't worry, you can come to me anytime. She paused, her tone carrying a sincere assurance. As for combat, although it doesn't seem like it, I do have some self-defense and support capabilities. Shizune was not usually a woman of many words, but now, facing the younger generation from 2 villages, the long-lost connection she felt with Konoha made her talk more than usual. Under her gentle and honest influence, Enko gradually lowered her guard. Sister Shizune's teacher. Hongdo finally couldn't help but speak, but immediately realized that she had asked something she shouldn't have. Sorry. It's all right. It's just that my teacher has already retired, so as his disciple, I've also retired. Just then, a suppressed commotion came from the direction of the Wasabi family's front yard. Jirocho hurried back, his face as dark as the sea before a storm. The city gates have been closed by the guards. His voice was low and urgent. They've declared martial law in the name of an emergency. Beastman Guard, it's time to make a move. Jingin immediately stepped forward, speaking quickly, please move to the backyard immediately. Leave the front to us. Enko and Itachi exchanged a quick glance. Without a word, Itachi silently retreated, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor. This was the team's established tactic. Itachi would remain hidden in the shadows to observe the battle and decide how to strike. Jirocho shook his head firmly, no. Their target is me. If I hide, they will come towards the back of the house. His gaze swept over Shizune and Enko. Besides, for ninjas, being able to hide in the shadows and observe the enemy first gives them an advantage. If I hide, you will have to expose yourselves first. Taking a deep breath, Wasabi Jiro said, I will have men on standby in the front yard. When to make a move is up to you. Wasabi bowed deeply to Shizune and Enko, then turned her gaze to the direction where Itachi had disappeared, offering the same solemn bow. I entrust everything to you all. For the sake of Akuta Port, for the sake of the Wasabi family. Jirocho will remember your gratitude. Please. After saying this, he did not linger. He turned around and strode towards the front yard, his back straight and carrying a resolute determination. Red Bean watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but whisper in admiration, this Wasabi-san is a nice person. Yes, Shizen replied softly, that's why he's the teacher's friend. The air in the courtyard suddenly became thick and heavy. From the front yard came the hushed shouts of the Wasabi family guards, the soft scraping of metal, and the chilling sound of weapons being drawn. Tension, like invisible vines, quietly coiled around everyone's nerves. Silent and silent, she opened her ninja tool pouch and checked its contents. She pulled back her right arm to examine the hidden weapon tube. Hongdo also suppressed her smile, and quietly slipped her right hand into the wide, dark purple sleeve of her trench coat. Time ticked by in the suffocating wait. The heavy breathing of the guards at Wasabi's house in the front yard was clearly audible, their knuckles white from gripping their weapons tightly. Every gust of wind that swept past the wall sounded like the approaching footsteps of an enemy. Suddenly. Boom. A deafening explosion ripped through the silence. The heavy front gate of Wasabi's house was struck as if by an invisible battering sledgehammer. The entire door panel, along with the wooden frames on both sides, instantly twisted, shattered, and burst inward. Countless sharp wood chips shot out like a torrential rain. Amidst the billowing smoke and dust, three figures, stepping over the wreckage of a door panel, like demons emerging from a rift in hell, slowly entered the front yard. The leader, a tall man, was none other than the castle garrison commander, Jubai. His white haori fluttered in the blast of the explosion, and although the samurai sword he always carried at his waist was not drawn, a chilling killing intent, as if it were a tangible force, was already overwhelming, causing the front row Wasabi family guards to stagger backward, their faces turning ashen. To the left of Jubai stood a terrifying figure. His left arm was tightly bound with layers of blood-soaked, filthy bandages, revealing 5 fingers that were an inhuman, bone-white color, sharp and unusually pointed. A dark red strip of cloth, seemingly soaked in blood, hung from his tattered sleeve. Most eerie of all was his left eye, a murky amber color, lifeless, like the eye of a dead fish, indifferently scanning the terrified crowd in the courtyard. To the right of Jubai, he was shrouded in a large, moldy, and water-stained oilcloth cloak. The hood of the cloak was pulled down very low, revealing only a bluish-gray chin that looked as if he had been drowning for a long time, and 2 dry, cracked, and bloodless lips. He carried a huge brown gourd, about half a person's height, on his shoulder. The gourd's surface was also covered with slippery moss, making it look heavy and eerie. The moment the three appeared, the temperature in the entire front yard seemed to drop 10 degrees. The guards of the Wasabi family felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their hands gripping their weapons trembling uncontrollably, their courage crumbling rapidly in the face of absolute, inhuman pressure. Jubai's gaze, like a cold razor, passed over the trembling guards and landed precisely on Wasabi Jirocho, who was surrounded by the crowd in the center. A cold, emotionless smile appeared on his lips, and his voice, though not loud, was like muffled thunder rolling across the courtyard. Wasabi Jirocho, your path has come to an end. His gaze slowly swept over the pale-faced guards, finally settling on Jirocho's face, his tone chillingly calm. And these insects, let's crush them all too. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1489 words. Chapter 40 The Dream of the Wild Dog, Part 1. The martial law order tightened suddenly, like an invisible net, covering the entire port of Chujie. The hustle and bustle of the dock was abruptly interrupted. Heavy barricades were pushed onto the street, and the henchmen of the T-Mountain gang, armed with spears and knives, shouted to disperse the crowd and order the shops to close. Panic spread rapidly, like ripples spreading from a stone thrown into still water. The crisp sound of horses' hooves on the stone pavement, mixed with rough shouts and scattered suppressed sobs, replaced the usual sounds of the city. A suffocating tension, like the impending storm, filled the air. The doors of Haifengting Hostel were tightly shut, and the owner's face was pale, with cold sweat beading on his forehead. He quickly calmed the panicked guests, telling them to go back to their rooms and lock their doors. Only then did he take a deep breath, carefully step onto the third floor, and knock on the door of the room with the best view. Master Ninja, his voice trembled slightly, the city is under martial law. It's very chaotic outside, they say they're searching for bandits. If you don't need it, please don't go out for the time being. If you need anything, just tell the shop, and we will do our best to take care of it. Shuji calmly replied, understood. Thank you for reminding us, we will make our own arrangements. Just now, through the sensory communication of his wood-release clones, he instantly synchronized everything his main body encountered at sea with the current upheaval in the city. The planned bait tactic was half successful, and Ninja with a strange secret technique had been captured. However, torture was not Shuji's forte, especially when the other party kept their teeth clenched and wouldn't say a word. Far out at sea, Shuji watched the ninja before him. His original plan was to lure 1 or 2 ninjas out and capture them. This mission could end after clearing out the Chayama gang, depending on the situation. The information about the Black Eclipse clan can be given to Itachi to try to extract using Sharingan Genjutsu after he returns. If that doesn't work, the people can be taken back to the village and handed over to the intelligence squad. I just didn't expect the other side to be so decisive. The city was placed under martial law, and the entire T-Mountain gang was dispersed. This would indeed deter other forces in the city to the greatest extent, since their base was in the city and they would prioritize their own safety. However, this approach could not last long, so the guy who made this decision planned to finish the job quickly. Wasabi House. The manner flashed through Shuji's mind. The enemy couldn't possibly capture it within the allotted time with just the Chayama gang's henchmen, they would have to rely on the power of the ninjas. On the surface, the Chashan gang only has 1 ninja-level fighter, Beastman. But now, including the corpse in front of them and the lurking shadow outside the Sea Breeze Pavilion, there are now 2. The forces remaining at Wasabi's residence are theoretically sufficient to deal with Jubii. But that's only theoretically. Information about the Black Eclipse clan remains shrouded in mystery, and we must consider the worst-case scenario, it's time to go back. Last chance, Shio said, looking at the people on the deck, leave your name? Kuchiki grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, then immediately closed his eyes tightly. Whether the Konoha ninjas intended to kill him or intimidate him, silence was the last bulwark he could hold for his comrades. Shio sighed inwardly. He had hoped that this final conversation would pry open a crack in the relationship, at least to confirm whether the other party belonged to the Black Eclipse clan. Now that things have come to this, leaving behind a survivor with secret skills and a tenacious will is tantamount to planting an unstable bomb in the ever-changing battlefield. So, that's it. The responsibility of gathering intelligence now rests solely with this body. Kill him. Let his corpse tell the intelligence squad what the village wants to know. He didn't get close, a kunai pierced his heart with pinpoint accuracy. Having confirmed there was no sign of life, Shuji deftly unfurled the sealing scroll to store the entire body. He had only left a portion behind last time, wanting to preserve the secret of wood release. After all, outsiders wouldn't know how he died, but if he brought the whole body back, the villagers would surely know. As for this, he didn't have any secret techniques from the battle, so he brought it all back so the village could study his techniques. Wandering ninjas are troublesome too. After planning for so long, the Black Eclipse clan is still shrouded in mystery. He turned to the pale, almost limp messenger beside him. The young man was clutching the crucial letterbox. The plan has changed. Shiosi's voice was calm. You will return to port immediately and go back to the waters near Izuku port. There is no need to rush to the capital. Just stay at sea, patrol back and forth, and wait for my contact. The messenger looked up in astonishment, my lord? This evidence. Evidence is still important. Shiosi interrupted him, his gaze sharp. But going to the daimyo's residence now would be even riskier, do you understand? Without him, it's questionable whether the daimyo would choose to kill the messenger directly. There's no need to waste lives. Looking into Shiosi's eyes, the messenger's flustered emotions seemed to find anchor, and he nodded vigorously, yes. My lord. I understand. Shiosi said no more, and with a flash, he disappeared through the cabin door. The next moment, he appeared atop the tallest mast at the stern. The sea breeze whipped at his clothes. After glancing in the direction of Ichigo port, Shuji's figure suddenly transformed into a blurry afterimage, riding the surging waves and speeding towards the port locked down by martial law. Inside the Sea Breeze Pavilion, the faint light filtering through the curtains illuminated the equally serene face of the wooden clone, Shuji. He instantly understood the original's decisions and actions. The action is gone. However, the stubborn ninja made Shuji realize that capturing him alive was possible, but prying him open was far too difficult. Intelligence remains crucial. At the very least, we need to confirm his identity. Is he a member of the Black Eclipse? What is their organizational structure? He gently pushed open the window. The wooden hinges creaked softly, almost inaudible amidst the occasional rough shouts from the street below. He didn't lean out, but calmly cast his gaze into the shadows at the street corner below. Aren't you tired after watching for so long? In the shadows, his fluorescent green pupils contracted sharply. Huanshe hadn't expected the other party to break through this thin veil of confrontation. He instinctively clenched his canines around the cold copper coin in his mouth, the rough metal edge bringing a sharp, conscious pain. The ninjas of Konoha are indeed sharp. Huanshe's voice was like sandpaper scraping, made even more indistinct by the copper coin he was biting. He slowly stepped half a step out of the shadows, the edge of his oilcloth gleaming with a damp, dull sheen in the dim light, the food bell on his wrist remaining perfectly still. However, now is not the time for idle chatter. He tilted his head slightly, the shadow under his hat obscuring most of his face, revealing only his eerie jawline and tightly pursed, bloodless lips. The cloth merchant you were protecting has already shipped his goods. The mission is complete, isn't it? Why wade into the muddy waters of Akuta port again? What benefits did Wasabi Jirocho promise you? Is it worth risking your lives for him? The wooden clone remained expressionless and unmoved. Listen, Konoha ninja, Genshiki's voice was low, with a seductive hoarseness. The Wasabi family is probably in a lot of trouble right now. Whether the old bastard Jirocho will even survive tonight is questionable. Staying here won't change anything. Why not? He paused deliberately, the bell on his wrist seeming to vibrate very slightly. Leave Ichigo Port. I guarantee you can walk out safely. Take your mission reward and return to Konoha. Oh. It sounds like you know a lot about what's going on at Wasabi's house? Then tell me. His almost tangible gaze was fixed on the eclipse in the shadows. And who are you representing, here to guarantee our safety? Inside and outside the window, gazes met across the distance. An invisible smoke of war silently permeated the deathly silence of the port, shrouded in martial law. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,326 words. Chapter 41 The Dream of the Wild Dog, Part 2. My name is Illusionary Erosion, said the rogue ninja who appeared to be a cultivator. I am a member of the Black Erosion clan, and in my name, I can guarantee your departure. Black Eclipse clan. The wooden clone's voice was calm, yet it precisely caught the gaps in the other's words. So, Mr. Illusion Eclipse, can you make a promise on behalf of the entire Black Eclipse clan? Will the leader of the T-Mountain Gang, Lord Beastguard, agree? What about your companions? Each question was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, probing the undercurrents beneath the surface. Just as Huanshe was about to continue speaking, he suddenly became alert. Wrong. His goal was to extract information. Delaying will only increase the chances of things going wrong. My carefully planned technique is ready, I can't wait any longer. Naturally, he mumbled in response, but before he could finish speaking, his right hand, which had been hidden under his wide robe, suddenly rose up. The old bronze bell on his wrist, engraved with the character food, trembled violently. Ding! The bell rang shrilly, like a death knell. Almost the instant the bell rang, the floor, walls, and even the ceiling of the room where the wooden clone was located suddenly lit up, several dark red lines twisted and spread like the blood vessels of a living creature, instantly outlining a complex ceiling array. A scorching heat accompanied by a surge of dark red light made the air seem to ignite. Several chains made of pure energy, radiating an ominous red light, shot out from the core of the array like venomous snakes that had smelled blood, swiftly piercing through the spot where Shiosi stood. However, after successfully launching the attack, the ominous signs in the mind did not disappear, instead, they began to rage. Tisk dash. The window on the other side shattered with a deafening crash. Wood chips and shards of glass exploded and scattered in the midday sun, reflecting a blinding, cold light. A figure shot out from within, his movements swift and decisive, tracing a rapid arc through the air before landing steadily in the center of the empty, deathly silent street below, shrouded in martial law. Dust billowed as he landed, his figure facing the shadowy corner where Huanshe was hiding. A decent trap, Xiaoxi commented. Unfortunately, it was a bit too slow. A flicker of anger at being looked down upon had just risen in Huanshe's heart when he forcibly suppressed it back into the cold abyss. He couldn't get angry, that was a trap. He said nothing more, his hands moving in a blur. Several cross-shaped shuriken, gleaming with an eerie light, flew from his hands, spinning and tearing through the air, striking Shuji from above, below, and below. At the same time, his left hand moved so fast that only blurry light and shadow remained as he formed hand seals. Several smaller sealing spells, each shimmering with a dark red light, instantly appeared in the shadows of the bluestone slabs beneath their feet and the mottled walls on either side. These techniques, like thirsty insects, frantically sucked up and stirred the surrounding air and dissipated chakra energy the moment they appeared, creating an invisible, swampy vortex of distorted force fields around Shuji. Faced with the shuriken hurtling towards him and the force field traps silently unfolding. On the ground, Shuji's eyes narrowed slightly. As a clone, he had a limited amount of chakra. He didn't have the ability to continuously refine chakra like his main body. His main body was too far away, so he couldn't use techniques that consumed too much chakra to maintain his existence. He lightly touched the ground covered with gravel with his toes, dodging the shuriken while avoiding the sluggish feeling caused by the miniature force field traps under his feet. The ninja tools were driven deep into the wall and ground behind him, making a dull thud sound. In the brief moment of dodging, his hands had already quietly completed the hand seals. Wind release, Chiba cutter. He slammed his palms together in front of his chest. A pale blue whirlwind, condensed to its extreme, suddenly appeared less than a foot in front of him. This whirlwind was not a violent hurricane, but rather a rapidly spinning circular windshield, forcibly compressed and condensed from countless fine, hair-like, high-speed rotating and cutting wind blades. Several more shuriken struck the rapidly spinning miniature windshield, creating a deafening cacophony of metal scraping and tearing sounds. The shuriken, like fragile pieces of paper, were mercilessly cut, twisted, and torn into countless glittering fragments amidst the swirling, violent wind blades, clattering and scattering across the surrounding walls and ground. Wind release, turbulent arrow. The Indian style changed again. Several pale white air arrows, visible to the naked eye and formed from highly compressed air, shot directly towards the Phantom Eclipse's true form in the shadows of the street corner. However, just as the air arrow reached halfway, several other miniature sealing spells that had already lit up under Huanshe's feet and beside him suddenly blazed with red light. Puff puff. A series of muffled explosions rang out. The pale white air arrows collided with the dark red force field vortex, like stones thrown into a viscous swamp. Their speed decreased sharply, their shapes distorted, and they were eventually completely swallowed and annihilated by the writhing dark red light, leaving only a few wisps of chaotic air. Just as the energy arrow vanished, Huanshe's fluorescent green eyes suddenly lit up. Right now. We've got it. Ho. A suppressed groan of ecstasy and pain squeezed out from deep in his throat. The cold copper coin that he had been holding tightly in his canines to suppress the turmoil within him was suddenly spat out. The copper coin, glistening with a trace of saliva, tumbled through the air, tracing a dim arc, before landing with a clink in a nearby crevice. The restraints are lifted. The dream of the wild dog. Huanshe's hands flashed into a twisted, bizarre hand seal, like a wild beast pouncing on its prey. A chilling growl, like a ravenous dog gnawing on rotting bones, rolled from his throat. The trembling food bell on his wrist suddenly distorted and rose in pitch. It transformed into a soul-piercing, utterly shrill sound. Ouch! The invisible sound waves, mixed with the power that illusion had accumulated over a long time and amplified wildly through the bell, as well as the chakra aura that he had just captured belonging to Shuji, surged like a viscous, filthy black tide that burst its banks. In an instant, it crossed the smoke and dust left by the explosion and the chaotic streets, ignoring the physical distance, and crashed into the wooden clone. The wooden clone Shuji's body suddenly froze on the spot, an indescribable, profound emptiness, originating from the deepest recesses of his soul, as if his entire abdominal cavity and internal organs had been ripped out, like the most ferocious plague, instantly eroded all his senses and thoughts. That emptiness transformed into a raging fire that burned away his reason, driving his most primal instincts of destruction and devouring, at the same time, a violent, all-consuming desire to attack, like boiling, viscous asphalt, erupted from the darkest abyss of his consciousness. The dam of reason, strained under this double impact, groaned under its strain, teetering on the brink of collapse. Vision began to distort and spin violently, stained with a frenzied crimson. Ears rang, and besides the pounding of his own heart, pounding like a drum, all that remained was the increasingly loud and clear roar and whimper of countless hungry dogs tearing and snarling, as if from the deepest hell. The dream of the stray dog has already arrived. Cold saliva seems to be dripping down the edge of consciousness. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,595 words. Chapter 42 The Dream of the Wild Dog, Part 3. Hungry. The icy, biting wind whipped up snowflakes, lashing my face like a dull knife cutting into my flesh. Vision was blurred, my legs felt like lead, and every step I took sank deep into the snow, which was above my ankles. The stomach was no longer empty. It had transformed into a scorching, all-consuming black hole. Consciousness, strangled by both freezing and hunger, sank into the abyss of darkness. You're about to die, kid. A deep, rough voice, like gravel, pierced through the howling wind and snow. Shadows fell, blocking some of the wind and snow. Barely lifting his heavy eyelids, he could only make out a tall, blurry silhouette, a knife seemingly hanging at his waist. Hungry. The instinct for survival overcame the fear, and an incoherent whimper escaped his throat, like a dying animal. Oh. If you want to live so badly. The voice seemed to carry a hint of amusement. Then follow me. If you can make it to the next town alive, I'll let you live. Hungry. Jubi, Ming Shi, my brother, my mentor. Reality, like a shattered mirror, is forcibly pulled back into the eroded mind, and a violent tearing sensation comes from the depths of the soul. The backlash from the wild dog dream had never been so clear. The frenzied hunger and destructive urges he inflicted on his enemies were now, with exponentially greater force, frantically devouring him through that invisible sensory link. It was as if countless invisible, ravenous dogs were gnawing at his nerves. His fluorescent green pupils were completely obscured by spiderweb-like blood vessels, making them appear murky and cloudy. Clear saliva spilled uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth, forming long, thin threads that dripped onto the dirty front of his row. 2 rows of snow-white teeth clenched tightly together, making a grinding sound, and the gums bled from the excessive force. Every breath carried the hot, rusty taste of metal. Kill him. End this link. This is the only release. A roar from the depths of his soul, twisted and amplified by his own secret arts, overwhelmed the last shred of reason. With great difficulty, as if dragging a heavy object, Wanshi took one step after another towards Shiosi, who stood frozen in the middle of the street. With each step, the stone slabs beneath his feet groaned under the weight. His body trembled violently from extreme pain and desire, yet he was still driven forward by the mad obsession with his ultimate goal, stemming from the wild dog's dream. Above the sea. Shuji's true form was riding the waves at breakneck speed, with the sea breeze blowing in his face. At the other end of the mental link, the violent torrent of perception from the wild dog dream that the wooden clone was enduring instantly rushed into the depths of his consciousness. Shuji groaned, his vision suddenly turning blood-red. The chakra gathered beneath his feet instantly dissipated. His speeding figure, like a bird with broken wings, plunged headfirst into the icy, bone-chilling seawater. Glug glug. The icy seawater stimulated his nerve endings, and Shuji suddenly opened his eyes. Kicking his legs hard in the cold seawater, he broke through the sea, his soaked black hair clinging to his cheeks, water droplets rolling down his jawline. Illusion? A clone, it can actually be affected by illusions. The essence of illusion is that the caster uses their own chakra to invade the target, distort the 5 senses, and disrupt the flow of their chakra. Conventional solutions. Firstly, the person under the spell must realize they are being ensnared and attempt to break free by force. This method is often futile against top-tier illusionists. Secondly, the most common method is for a third party to use their own chakra as a blade to forcibly sever the mental link of the caster, helping the victim escape. For ninjas with exceptional energy and chakra, there is a third option, the shadow clone technique. Whether it's a shadow clone or other secret physical clones, they are extensions of the user's spirit and chakra. Although they have form, they are not actually flesh and blood and do not possess true five senses or meridians. The effect of illusion on it should be like trying to ignite nothingness. But his wooden clone was indeed hit. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shuji wiped the seawater from his face, quickly suppressing his surprise and doubt. He no longer merely accepted the clone's perception, but forcibly reversed the flow of the link, replacing the clone's distorted consciousness with the will of his true self. He took a deep breath of the sea-scented air, his chakra once again gathering beneath his feet. His figure cut through the waves, continuing his rapid journey towards Izuku port. At the same time, he was highly focused, controlling the wooden clone that was far away on the port street. On the street, Huanshe had already approached. His bloodshot, cloudy green eyes were fixed on the frozen Xiaoxi, his breathing heavy like a bellows, saliva dripping from his mouth. He trembled as he raised his right hand, pulling a kunai from his sleeve. The movement was slow and stiff, as if resisting invisible shackles, yet it carried a chilling, undeniable resolve. Ha, dai, a hoarse, incoherent syllable was squeezed out from between his clenched teeth. The tip of the kunai, carrying a chilling killing intent, approached the throat of the wooden clone Shuji inch by inch, and then slowly and firmly pierced it in. Oops, a very faint yet unusually clear sound rang out. Something felt wrong. There was absolutely no resistance as it pierced into flesh and bone. Instead, it felt like piercing into dry, dense old tree roots. The eyes of the wooden clone, which had been filled with primal madness by the dream of the wild dogs, suddenly flashed with a cold, sharp light deep within, beneath the turbulent surface of the clone, distorted by illusion, as if parting a murky fog. Within that sharp light, a clear hint of admiration belonging to Xiaoxi himself was revealed. I see, Shuji's voice rang out, calm and undisturbed, as if the kunai piercing his throat had never existed. A two-way sensory link? Forcibly transferring one's own state onto the target. He slowly raised his eyelids. Even a wandering ninja should not be underestimated. As he spoke, the simulated flesh and blood marks on the part of the wooden clone's neck where the kunai had pierced it receded and disappeared like a tide, revealing the dense, smooth, and clearly textured wood beneath. What? Illusionary erosion's pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. How is that possible? His senses clearly detected the flow of the other party's chakra and life force, substitution jutsu? No. Under the continuous erosion of the wild dog dream, any abnormal chakra movement should be detected instantly. This material, is it a puppet? No. A puppet couldn't possibly have such realistic chakra reactions and a connection to will. Almost instinctively, Huanshe wanted to sever the link to Wild Dog's dream and retreat. However, it was too late to puff. A hand covered in wood grain moved silently and swiftly, piercing his unsuspecting chest in an instant. The cold, hard, and resilient texture of the plant replaced the warmth and flesh that should have been there. Huanshe's body suddenly arched, the intense pain causing his vision to go black. From the wooden arm that pierced through the chest, countless fine, yet incredibly tough wood fibers, like living things, burst forth instantly. They frantically probed, spread, and took root inside his body, along the gaps in his blood vessels, meridians, and muscles. The cold, foreign sensation, accompanied by the weakness of having his life forcibly drained, instantly swept over his entire body. Well done, illusion. The wooden clone's voice was close at hand, cold and devoid of any warmth, like a pronouncement of a verdict. Your companion, the ninja who chased after us from the sea, also worked very hard. The first eclipse is dead? Illusionary Eclipse suddenly raised its head, its turbid green eyes bursting with unbelievable despair and madness. Whether it was the cruel news or the extreme pain caused by the rampant woody fibers within his body, he let out a dying, animalistic hoarse sound from his throat. As expected, he's a member of the Black Eclipse clan. Xiaoxi, far away at sea, narrowed his eyes. First eclipse, illusionary eclipse, two have already been resolved. Is Jubii also one of them? In any case, judging from the strange secret techniques and strength displayed by these two, the rest are by no means ordinary people. However, this wooden clone that carried his will had reached its limit after forcibly enduring the backlash of the illusion, launching a counterattack, and activating wood release. The wooden clone, Shuji, watched the light in Huanshu's eyes dim rapidly, feeling the last pulse of life transmitted back through the wooden fibers at his fingertips. He slowly withdrew his arm, bringing with him a cloud of dark red blood mist mixed with fine wood fibers. Huanshu's body seemed to have its spine removed, collapsing limply to the ground before falling forward, kicking up a small cloud of dust. The food bell on her wrist rolled to the side, emitting a dull thud before falling into utter silence. The wooden clone looked down at its palm. Fine cracks were spreading rapidly upwards from its fingertips, like a spider web. Supporting the Wasabi family, it seems I can't rely on clones anymore. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,309 words. Chapter 43. The Siege of Wasabi. The stench of blood from Wasabi's front yard had already spread to the towering watchtower behind it. Uchiha Itachi stood motionless at the edge of the rampart like a silent statue. His dark eyes were fixed on the three figures in the courtyard below, figures that cast a shadow of death, and the katana that was mercilessly reaping lives. Each flash of the blade was accompanied by the piercing screech of metal breaking and the guttural, teeth-grinding sound of a human body being torn apart. The screams and roars of the Wasabi family guards seemed pale and powerless in the face of absolute power. The weasel's fingertips unconsciously tightened on the cold stone surface. Only 3 people showed up. This result exceeded Wasabi Jiro's worst-case scenario and deviated from their contingency plan. If dozens of people arrive, it means that the majority are henchmen of the T-Mountain gang, with at most 1 or 2 ninjas mixed in. With the strength of Senior Shizune and Senior Enko, and with the help of the Wasabi clan's guards, they can still manage to hold their own and even repel them. But only 3 showed up. This means that the Black Eclipse clan, who have been hiding behind the scenes and acting mysteriously, have finally come to the forefront. These 3 are very likely the core fighting force of the Black Eclipse clan, or even their entire force. Just look at the overwhelming, devastating power displayed by the lead warrior with a casual swing of his sword, and the aura emanating from the 2 behind him. Danger. The mission priority must be adjusted immediately. The original plan to repel the enemy is no longer realistic, and the primary objective must be to cover Wasabi Jirocho's evacuation in the chaos. Kid. A female voice sounded from behind. The combat instincts honed through years of training instantly overwhelmed any observation of the environment. Itachi's body twisted violently like a taut bowstring, and the kunai in his hand transformed into a streak of black light, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, piercing straight towards the source of the sound behind him. However, an arm seemed to appear out of thin air, moving faster than the eye could perceive. That hand did not block the kunai's edge, but rather, as if brushing against a willow branch, it precisely placed itself on Itachi's wrist joint where he held the blade. A powerful yet gentle force came from it, and Itachi felt his entire arm go numb instantly. The power he had gathered dissipated in an instant, and the kunai slipped from his hand, falling to the stone bricks at his feet with a clang. Not bad. The voice carried a barely perceptible hint of approval before returning to its usual calm. I am Shizen's master. Itachi's tense nerves did not completely relax, but upon hearing the words Shizen's master, his body instinctively relaxed a little. He quickly looked up and saw a woman with casually loose blonde hair whose face was breathtaking in the light and shadow. She was dressed in a simple green robe, leaning against a pillar inside the watchtower. Her eyes swept over the weasel, then turned to the blood-soaked front yard below, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. The woman who appeared at this moment was carefully examined by Itachi. She was an absolute powerhouse. So, perhaps he could continue with the original plan. No, I won't do it. The woman's answer made Itachi frown. Shizen's master should also be a Konoha ninja, so why did she refuse to help? This doubt flashed by, quickly replaced by a deeper calm. There's always a reason for strength, dwelling on it now is pointless. Tsunade didn't explain. She suppressed the churning discomfort, raised her right hand, and there were 4 white slugs, each only the size of a palm, exuding a gentle life force. Here you go. She handed the slugs to the weasel with a swift and decisive motion. Stick them to your body. I will use them to transfer my chakra to you. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the fierce battle below. As for the other three, you know who to give them to. With them around, as long as they don't die on the spot. She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Where's your captain, Shuji? Tsunade suddenly asked. The captain has his own mission. Itachi's answer was concise and clear, devoid of any emotion. He obediently placed a small slug under his shoulder. Almost the instant it touched his skin, a vast, warm, and inexhaustible stream of pure chakra, like a hot spring, flowed from the slug's tiny body, quickly filling his limbs and bones. This amount of chakra. Itachi's heart was in turmoil, but his face remained calm. He quickly and carefully put away the remaining 3 slugs, and turned his gaze downwards again. The front yard, a scroll of hell. More than half of the guards of the Wasabi family have been killed or wounded. Limbs and broken weapons were mixed together, and blood stained the bluestone slabs dark red. Jubai walked with the ease of a stroll, each swing of his sword precisely taking 1 or more lives. Behind him, the man on his left, whose left arm was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages and whose bone claws were grotesque, looked on indifferently as if admiring a work of art. The figure on his right, shrouded in an oilcloth cloak and carrying a huge gourd, was as silent as a rock, his aura even more obscure and difficult to understand. Enough. A dark purple figure, like a cheetah hunting its prey, burst forth from the shadows of the side hall. Mitarashi Anko's eyes blazed with fury, and the hem of her brand-new trench coat fluttered in the wind. Latent shadow snake hand. The brown venomous snake hissed fiercely, shooting like an arrow to seize Jubai's throat, heart, and lower body. The attack was ruthless, fueled by a long-suppressed rage. Almost at the same time that Hongdo made her move, another figure in dark blue swept into the arena like a wisp of smoke. Shizen's expression was grave, her movements swift as the wind. She didn't attack directly, but instead instantly flashed to the side of several heavily wounded and fallen guards. A luminous green medical chakra instantly shone in her hands, like a beacon of life, attempting to stabilize their rapidly draining vitality. Jubai paused slightly in his sword-wielding motion. Snake? Those sharp, hawk-like eyes precisely captured the Leaf Village symbol on Anko's headband, as well as her angry, young face. It's her. The female ninja who stood guard at the city gate alongside the Konoha Jonin. She and Orochimaru. What about the other little devil? Is he lying in ambush nearby? Or is he at sea? If the messenger was protected by that little devil alone, why hasn't the first eclipse returned? Could such a mere little devil possibly stop the first eclipse? Who is the other ninja? Is he from Konoha, or was he hired by the Wasabi family? The ninja who had been waiting finally appeared, but Jubai's doubts only grew stronger. The situation seems to be getting out of control. But the arrow has already left the bow. The doubt in Jubai's eyes was instantly replaced by a deeper ruthlessness. Regardless of what other plans Konoha may have, the immediate priority is to achieve the goal as quickly as possible. Wasabi Jirocho must die. With a flick of his wrist, the blood-stained katana flashed with a chilling light, easily shattering the attacking venomous snake. The momentum didn't end there. The icy blade, carrying unparalleled killing intent, pointed directly at Shizun, who was shielding the wounded, and Red Bean, who had just landed and assumed a fighting stance. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,454 words. Chapter 44 The Siege of Wasabi, Part 2. The sharp clang of metal clashing rang out urgently in the blood-soaked courtyard, then abruptly ceased. Hongdo gritted her teeth and took a half-step back. A tingling numbness came from her arm that was tightly gripping the kunai, and her tiger's mouth was already throbbing with pain. To protect Wasabi's family, she was forced into several head-on clashes, her short and light kunai proving utterly ineffective against the opponent's powerful and heavy katana. With each parry, the immense force transmitted through the blade made her arm tremble. A miscalculation. Hongdo's heart sank. The number of enemies was far less than expected, but each one was terrifyingly powerful. The guards from Wasabi's family, who were fighting desperately, not only failed to provide effective assistance, but instead became obstacles restricting her and Shizen's movement, and targets for the enemy to slaughter at will to disrupt their minds. Jubai didn't intend to let the enemy figure out a countermeasure. Now that the ninja had appeared, there was no need for the other two to watch and hold back their moves. Water erosion. The figure who had been standing silently to his right, shrouded in a white oilcloth cloak, uncorked the gourd, and the huge brown gourd slung over his shoulder tilted slightly. The gourd's mouth silently aimed at Red Bean, and behind her, at the area guarded by Wasabi's family who were struggling to retreat. There were no hand seals, no shouts. A viscous, jet-black liquid, exuding a strong, putrid stench, gushed out of the gourd's mouth as if it were alive. The black water wasn't fast, but it carried a chilling sense of stagnation. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly spread through the air, transforming into a murky wave covering several meters, which descended upon Hongdo and the guards. "Get out of the way." Shizen's expression changed drastically, and she shouted a stern warning. Red Bean's pupils contracted. She forcibly interrupted her ninjutsu, and used her toes to propel herself to the side. However, the black water wave was too vast, and although its speed was not fast, its coverage was extremely strong. Even more terrifying was that it seemed to possess some kind of weak tracking ability, slightly adjusting its direction in the air, yet still enveloping the area where she was dodging. At the same time, more black water splashed onto the slow-moving guards who were supporting each other. Sizzle, a sizzle, a sizzle. The black liquid landed and touched the scattered metal weapon fragments, producing a corrosive sound that made your teeth ache. Refined iron melts quickly, turns black, and emits pungent white smoke, just like butter that has come into contact with a blazing fire. One guard, unable to dodge in time, had a few drops of the splashing black water touch his calf, instantly corroding his sturdy leather boot. The moment the black water touched his flesh. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. The guard's calf skin turned black and ulcerated at a visible speed. Even more terrifying, deep within the festering wound, countless tiny, invisible creatures seemed to be writhing and burrowing frantically. They appeared to be greedily gnawing at the flesh and blood, and drilling deeper into the muscles, bones, and blood vessels. The guard writhed in agony, and the wound rapidly worsened and expanded. The sight of red beans is enough to make your scalp tingle. Imagine getting this poured over your head. Art fire escape ho fireball. The intense flames instantly illuminated the blood-soaked courtyard. A massive fireball, 2 meters in diameter, carrying an intensely hot aura that seemed capable of burning everything, struck with perfect precision the black water wave that was about to be poured over Hongdo and the guards. Boom. The flames and the black liquid collided violently. The extreme heat instantly evaporated and carbonized a large amount of liquid, creating a deafening sizzling explosion. Thick, scalding white steam, thick and thick, mixed with a pungent, acrid smell and a putrid stench, spread rapidly in all directions like the shockwave of an explosion. It instantly engulfed Red Bean, the nearby guards, and Shizune and Wasabi Jirocho not far away. The thick fog obscured everything, and the courtyard was a complete blur. Another one. The beast guard narrowed his eyes slightly and saw a thin figure land in the mist, which confirmed the identity of the T-Mountain gang leader. If it was that brat, then what was left at the Sea Breeze Pavilion? And who blocked the first eclipse? As soon as Itachi landed, his hands once again became after images. Fire release, Phoenix Claw Crimson. A dozen shuriken enveloped in blazing flames, like dazzling yet deadly crimson meteors, pierced through the thick fog and shot towards Jubii, Mizushiki, and Kurashiki. The goal is not to harm the enemy, but to disrupt and suppress them. Retreat. Everyone, retreat to the inner quarters. Quickly. Jirocho's hoarse yet incredibly clear roar echoed through the thick fog, carrying an unquestionable resolve. He held a long sword. Although he was not a ninja, his rich experience allowed him to instantly perceive this fleeting opportunity for life. This white mist is currently the only barrier. The surviving guards, as if waking from a dream, suppressed their pain and deep-seated fear, and stumbled and staggered towards the inner courtyard, their footsteps sounding chaotic and frantic in the mist. However, he wasn't the only one who judged the situation on the field. Humph. Trying to leave? Jubii sneered, easily deflecting the incoming flaming shuriken with his sword, his gaze piercing through the mist like a hawk, locking onto the retreating crowd. Corpse erosion. Stop them. On the left, the man whose left arm was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages and whose eyes were as indifferent as a dead object, Haishur, raised his eerie left arm upon hearing the sound. He waved his hand to deflect the flock's fire aimed at him, and beneath the bandages, his bone-white hand twitched slightly. Crack, a chilling sound of bones breaking rang out. A piece of hand bone, about a foot long, pale white with an eerie bluish-gray sheen, and with wisps of cold mist swirling around its edges, was forcibly pulled out from under the bandages of his left forearm. He gripped the bone knife in his right hand, and with a flick of his wrist, the bone knife transformed into a pale white streak of light, silent yet faster than lightning, shooting straight towards the densest part of the retreating crowd in the thick fog. At the edge of the dense fog, Itachi did not hesitate at all and accurately shot out 2 kunai with explosive tags attached. The target was not the bone sword itself, but the stone slab in front of it. Boom! Boom! 2 violent explosions rang out almost simultaneously. Sparks and debris flew everywhere, and the violent shockwaves instantly disrupted the trajectory of the bone knife, creating a smoke-filled isolation zone between the eroded remains and the retreating crowd. Under the cover of the flash and smoke from the explosion, Itachi's figure, like a gentle breeze merging into the mist, swept past Anko, Shizune, and Jirocho at an incredible speed. 3 cool, moist little things, exuding a gentle life force, were precisely placed into their hands or patted on their shoulders or under their clothes. Lord Slug. Shizune instantly sensed that familiar, vast, and warm chakra flow, and her heart relaxed. Without hesitation, she pressed the little slug against her body. The warm current instantly surged through her limbs and bones, greatly relieving the fatigue and tension from the continuous battle. Hongdo felt a weight on her shoulder as a gentle yet incredibly powerful force surged into her body, instantly easing the soreness and numbness in her arm and the pain in her internal organs from the earlier shock. She glanced down at the small, white figure, a flicker of surprise in her eyes that quickly transformed into a deeper fighting spirit. Jirocho also felt a warm current flow into his body, which invigorated him. Mr. Jirocho, please leave immediately as well. Itachi's cold and urgent voice pierced through the aftershocks of the explosion and clearly reached Jirocho's ears. Wasabi nodded emphatically without the slightest hesitation. Staying here would not only be of no benefit, but would be a burden. I entrust this to you all, he roared, and using the smoke and lingering mist, he turned and joined the retreating guards, rushing towards the inner courtyard. Red Bean shook her arm, which had regained some strength, and felt the warm support from the slug on her shoulder. She took a deep breath, and her burning gaze once again locked onto the tall figure holding a sword in the thick fog, Jubii. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,478 words. Chapter 45 The Siege of Wasabi, Part 3. The smoke and dust from the explosion mixed with the lingering moisture to form a chaotic barrier, giving Wasabi Jirocho a precious chance to catch his breath. Without lingering in the fight, he took advantage of the chaos to quickly escape from the front yard. Once they retreated to the relatively safe corridor area, the Wasabi boss immediately showed his decisive and efficient side. He suppressed the trembling in his heart and the grief and indignation he felt at witnessing the guards' tragic deaths, and ordered, immediately carry the seriously wounded away. Transfer them through the prepared secret passage. Everyone who can still move, prepare to evacuate. After arranging the emergency evacuation, Jirocho took a deep breath, changed out of his blood-stained clothes, took a clean outer robe, and walked steadily with a hint of imperceptible heaviness towards the corridor in the depths of the courtyard, half hidden by bamboo shadows. The blonde princess with 1,000 hands sat cross-legged in the shadows of the corridor, her eyes slightly closed and her expression serene. Chakra was continuously transmitted forward through the live slug on his shoulder. Jirocho stood respectfully to the side, not uttering a word to disturb him, until Tsunade slowly opened her amber eyes and her gaze fell on him. Lady Tsunade. Jirocho bowed slightly, returning the small, white slug with both hands, his movements filled with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your help, this creature is now returned to its rightful owner. He then quickly described the guard's injuries, focusing on the bizarre wounds caused by the terrifying black water. The wounds fester extremely quickly, and there seems to be something wriggling inside. Ordinary hemostatic powders are completely ineffective. Do you have any way to deal with this? Even a temporary relief would be helpful. Tsunade frowned slightly. That's not just water. It's insects. An extremely tiny swarm of poisonous insects. The battle is too intense right now to handle them precisely. She pointed to an inconspicuous wooden cabinet in the corner of the corridor. There are emergency wound medications in the cabinet. As for the wounds caused by the black water, Her gaze shifted to a sealed ceramic jar next to the cabinet. The jar on the left contains a potent insecticidal ointment. Remember, apply it with a clean cotton cloth or gauze. Never touch the wound or the ointment directly with your hands. Understood. I am extremely grateful, Lady Tsunade. Jirocho thanked her solemnly and immediately summoned the servants waiting outside the corridor, explaining the medicine and precautions to them one by one. After doing all this, he turned to Tsunade again, lowering his voice to a questioning tone. Lady Tsunade, in your opinion, given the current situation, should the Wasabi family prepare for the worst? It all depends on whether Shuji can get back in time, Tsunade said, offering her assessment. It will be difficult for Shizune and those two children to hold this place. Even if they can hold it off for a while, it's hard to guarantee its safety. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man remained silent for a moment. The Wasabi family has no reason to be reluctant to give up a manor, he said decisively. I will arrange for all personnel to evacuate through the secret passage immediately and move to a safe base outside the city. He bowed deeply to Tsunade. Thank you again for your help, Lady Tsunade. Excuse me. After saying this, Jiro turned and strode away. Upon finding the chief retainer who was directing the evacuation of the wounded, Jirocho's order was concise: execute the evacuation plan immediately. All wounded, women, and children must be evacuated to the outpost outside the city via the secret passage. Be quick. Upon hearing this, the elder's face showed reluctance. Master, you. Jirocho raised his hand to interrupt, his eyes sharp as knives. I'll stay. Also, select a few volunteers to stay and cover our retreat. The elder said urgently, you are the pillar of the Wasabi family. Leave the rear guard matters to me and the guards. You must. Shut up. Jirocho shouted, his voice like a thunderclap, carrying an undeniable authority that instantly silenced the elder's attempts to dissuade him. He stared directly at the other man, each word ringing out firmly. This is the responsibility of the head of the household. Do you expect me to abandon my subordinates, abandon the guests who came to help, and run away first? If I die, someone will naturally take my place. The elder looked at the unwavering determination in Jirocho's eyes, his lips moved a few times, and finally he let out a heavy sigh, bowing his head deeply. Yes, sir. Jirocho said no more and turned to walk towards the weapons rack. He took down a well-maintained, stiff bow, tested the tension of the bowstring, and then brought out a sealed, heavy wooden box from the inner chamber. Opening the box, he found dozens of explosive talismans neatly stacked inside, each covered with sealing runes. He personally distributed the detonating tags. Follow me, he whispered, leading the men quickly up a watchtower within the manor with a relatively open view. From here, one can vaguely overlook the battle in the front yard, and it is also the choke point that blocks the road to the inner courtyard. The battlefield in the front yard. As Jirocho and his guards withdrew, the area became much more spacious and less restrictive. Red Bean was panting heavily. The soreness and numbness in her arms eased slightly under the warmth transmitted by the live slug, but the exertion from fighting the beastman was still enormous. She looked at the warriors who were closing in again, her fighting spirit still burning, and she was about to grit her teeth and charge forward once more. Red Bean, step back. Let me handle this. Shizune stood in front of Red Bean. She could clearly see that Red Bean's strength and weaponry were at a significant disadvantage against their opponent, and if they continued to fight, the consequences would be unpredictable. As the oldest ninja in the team, she had to bear the greatest pressure at this moment. Senior Shizune, Hongdo was somewhat unwilling, but seeing Shizune's serious eyes, she finally understood that this was not the time to be stubborn. That gourd cloak is yours. Jingyin spoke rapidly, her sharp gaze sweeping over Shueisha, who was carrying the gourd and whose aura was murky beneath the cloak. His magic is very strange, so be careful. The opponent's attempt to switch players did not faze Jobai in the slightest. He remained motionless, but his overwhelming killing intent locked onto Shizune, who was blocking his way, and Enko, who was on his flank. Corpse erosion. The beast guard's icy gaze fell upon the man whose left arm bandage was soaked with dark red blood. Don't let the rats get away. Chase them down and kill them all. Skeleton's murky left eye, as lifeless as a dead fish's, shifted slightly, its gaze fixed on the direction the guards had retreated, deep within the inner quarters. His intact right hand reached once more towards the blood-stained bandages, as if to pull out the deadly, pale bone blade from them again. Just as the skeleton's attention was diverted, a short figure took the initiative to meet the erosion. The kunai, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, pierced straight at the exposed arm joint of the skeleton. His movements faltered slightly, and he had to withdraw his right hand to block the tricky attack. My body is very light, and I don't feel any strain when using the Sharingan. It can stop this ninja. Itachi was certain. However, just as Itachi was fully focused on intercepting the corpse erosion, and Shizune and Enko were restrained by Jubiai's powerful aura and their vision was obstructed by the smoke and fierce battle, the figure shrouded in a wide oilcloth cloak, carrying a huge brown gourd, silently took a half-step back, like a ghost blending into the shadows. The huge gourd on his shoulder tilted slightly, and a thin, almost imperceptible stream of black liquid, almost blending into the dust on the ground, seeped silently from under the hem of his cloak and quickly seeped into the cracks of the bluestone slabs beneath his feet. His true form, hidden beneath the cloak, faded and disappeared eerily, like smoke blown away by the wind, taking advantage of the chaos created by his companion's battle and the blind spots in his vision. It did not cause any obvious chakra fluctuations or sounds, as if it had never existed. Based on reader feedback, long reading sessions on mobile phones were uncomfortable, so we made some minor adjustments in the hopes of providing a better reading experience. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,530 words. Chapter 46. Inhuman Red Bean had no time to pay attention to the water erosion, as the beastman's offensive, like a landslide and a tsunami, was suppressing the two ninjas. Damn it. Hongdo cursed under her breath, her eyes sweeping over the messy ground. She suddenly bent down and grabbed a long spear that a guard from the Wasabi family had left behind. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy includes academic knowledge, and the requirements for ninjutsu are limited to the 3 body techniques. Students spend most of their time training in various physical techniques, ninja tools, and weapons. However, swords, spears, and halberds were not her forte. But even without expertise, she could only rely on the length advantage of her weapon to contend with Jubiai's sword. With a low shout, Hongdo gripped the spear shaft tightly in his hand, treating the spear like a heavy club, and swept it horizontally with all his might. A hint of disdain flashed in Jubiai's eyes as he slashed his blade diagonally, striking the middle of the spear shaft precisely. Clang, amidst the clash of weapons, the purple-haired female ninja felt a tremendous force emanating from the spear. Her arms trembled violently, and the spear nearly slipped from her grasp. She staggered back several steps before managing to regain her balance, her chest heaving violently. Just as Jubiai deflected the spear, silently, his left hand flashed across the specially made concealed weapon tube on his right arm. Whoosh! 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 A dozen or so tiny, almost imperceptible points of cold light, like the stingers of poisonous bees, moved silently yet with lightning speed, striking several joints and vital points around the beast soldier's body from extremely tricky angles. It was none other than her secret recipe poisonous thousand stick. Jubiai reacted extremely quickly. He suddenly spun around, his long sword flashing in front of him, creating a chilling screen of light. Ding! 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 Most of the Senbon needles were precisely deflected and deflected, sparks flying everywhere. However, a few Senbon needles still managed to pierce through the gaps in the blade's light, embedding themselves deeply into the outside of Jubiai's right arm, left thigh, and the soft ribs on his waist. Jubiai's tall frame faltered slightly, his movements pausing for a moment. He looked down, expressionless, at the small Senbon needle embedded nearly halfway into his arm, and the ominous purplish-black color rapidly spreading around the wound. He extended his left hand, 2 fingers like iron pincers, precisely gripping the end of the Senbon needle, and pulled it out sharply. Laugh, a thin stream of black blood shot out with the 1,000 sticks. The purplish-black color around the wound spread at a visible speed, and the blood vessels under the skin turned an eerie bluish-black. This is poison 1,000 bones, a specially made nerve-paralyzing toxin that you cannot cure. Silently, her tense nerves relaxed slightly, and her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the direction where Itachi and Mukuro were fighting, to determine if she needed help. Shizen-senpai. Watch out. Red Bean's terrified scream rang out like a thunderclap. Shizen's pupils contracted sharply, and she turned around abruptly. She saw that the beast guard's weathered face showed no sign of pain or panic from the poison. His eyes remained like icy pools, utterly indifferent. It was as if the spreading purplish-black hue didn't exist at all. The blood-stained longsword, carrying an even more resolute killing intent than before, slashed down towards Shizen's head. How can it be? This illogical scene left Shizen's mind blank for a moment. The slight delay brought about by her long absence from the ninja sequence turned into a fatal flaw at this moment. She only had time to hold the kunai above her head while desperately flying backward. Clang! Snap! The ear-piercing sound of metal breaking and the groaning of bones rang out at the same time. The longsword cleaved the kunai in two, its momentum diminished, yet it still struck Shizen's hastily raised right arm with deadly force. The kunai shattered like paper, the blade embedding itself deeply into the arm bone, producing a teeth-grinding scraping sound. The intense pain caused Shizen's vision to go black. Fortunately, with the protection of her kunai and the hidden weapon tube, although Shizen's right arm was severely injured, the blade only penetrated to the bone and failed to cleave her and her hand in two. Even so, the injury to her right arm caused Shizen to lose most of her fighting ability instantly. At this moment, the slugs on Shizen's body unleashed even more powerful chakra, supporting her body and healing her injuries. Enraged, Hongdo swung her spear like a javelin, hurling it with all her might towards Jubiai's back. Simultaneously, hidden shadow serpent hands. 10 thick, venomous snakes shot out from her sleeves, their fangs bared, and viciously bit at Jubiai's neck and right arm holding the sword. It was as if Jubiai had eyes in the back of his head. He didn't even look at the whistling spear coming at him, but just turned slightly to the side, letting the spear tip cut through his feather robe. He also completely ignored the venomous snake that was biting him. Puff. The serpent's fangs pierced deep into the flesh. Jubiai let out a low, beast-like roar. He completely ignored the venomous snake biting his body, his eyes fixed only on the heavily wounded Shizen lying on the ground. He raised his long sword again, aiming directly at Shizen's vulnerable neck. The 10 snakes were stretched taut by Jubiai's frenzied movements, and the immense pull dragged Enko along. She gritted her teeth, maintained the spell, and restrained Jubiai's actions. Jubiai's sword-wielding motion was momentarily halted by the sudden force. The blade narrowly missed Shizen's neck, less than half a foot away. Seizing this critical moment of life, Shizen endured the excruciating pain and dizziness from blood loss. Her left hand was enveloped in green chakra, and without hesitation, she pressed her palm against the wound on her right hand. Palm Immortal Technique. Supported by the immense, tidal wave of pure chakra transmitted from the slug on his shoulder, the light of the healing palm technique blazed brighter than ever before. Severed blood vessels were forcibly reconnected and sealed at a visible speed, and torn muscle tissue writhed and regenerated wildly under the impetus of powerful life force. The gushing blood was contained within seconds. The wound was healing rapidly, and Silent's face was as pale as paper, her body trembling slightly uncontrollably. What's even more chilling is Jubiai. The wounds on his neck and arms, widened by the pulling, were bleeding, and the toxins under his skin continued to spread stubbornly, even turning half of his face into a strange bluish-black color. Yet he himself seemed to feel no pain whatsoever, ignoring the wounds and deadly poison of the killing machine. Even the cold indifference in his eyes remained unchanged, and his movements showed no sign of hesitation. Jubiai tore the snake off his body, and Enko was thrown to the ground. The samurai raised his sword again, his target still the weakened Shizen. The scales of victory, thanks to Jubiai's inhuman performance, are irrevocably tipping towards the abyss of despair. Jubiai's long sword, carrying the will to end, tore through the air once more and slashed at Shizen, just as the cold blade was about to touch the stray hairs on Shizen's forehead. A figure suddenly appeared between Silence and deadly blades without warning. There was no earth-shattering fanfare, no dazzling entrance. The instant he appeared, his foot stomped down with unparalleled precision and immense force. Clang, boom, a deafening, terrifying roar, seemingly capable of uprooting the entire courtyard, suddenly erupted. The foot covered with ninja boots did not step on the ground, but rather, like Mount Tai pressing down, it firmly stomped on the blade of Jubiai's samurai sword, which was falling with the force of thunder. Centered on the spot where the foot was stepped, a ring of extremely condensed air surged out with a deafening roar. The bluestone slabs beneath their feet cracked, shattered, and collapsed instantly, as if struck by a meteorite. Spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly for several meters. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. For the first time, a violent distortion appeared on the face of the beastman, which had been frozen for 10,000 years. His right arm, holding the knife, was bulging with muscles like iron veins standing out, as he tried to pull back or press down the knife that was being stepped on. However, the power emanating from the blade was like a giant tree rooted in the earth, heavy, immense, and unmoving. No matter how he channeled his power, the deadly blade that had slain countless enemies seemed to be cast right beneath his feet. Smoke, dust, and gravel drifted down slowly. The figure standing in front of Shizun had one foot firmly planted on the blade. He turned his head slightly, revealing half of his young yet terrifyingly calm face, his gaze sweeping over the still shaken Jingyin and the struggling Hongdo behind him. "Sorry, I'm late." The gentle voice instantly dispelled the suffocating despair. He met Jubiai's fierce eyes, which had turned completely crimson with rage and astonishment. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1698 words. Chapter 47 Whispers of the Bones. A little earlier in time, beyond the smoke and dust of Jubiai's frenzied battle, another deadly clash was unfolding. His perfectly intact right hand gripped the pale, bluish-gray bone blade tightly, his movements wide and sweeping. The left arm, wrapped in layers of bandages soaked in blood, was like a hidden scorpion. Sometimes, without warning, the bandages would burst open, shooting out several short, sharp, and silent bone spikes that would cleverly block the path the weasel could dodge. Relying on the dynamic vision granted by the Sharingan and the chakra transmitted from the slug on his shoulder, he managed to maintain a fragile balance while his stamina and chakra were rapidly depleted. The young Uchiha clan leader kept a close eye on his surroundings out of the corner of his eye. The water erosion has caused them to disappear, leaving Shizun and Aoko in a predicament. How long can the one in the backyard sustain such a huge chakra consumption while supporting 3 people at the same time? Will the disappearance of the enemy cause the current precarious situation to collapse? Since Senior Shuji hasn't arrived yet, I'm the only one who can achieve results. We can no longer afford to play it safe. Itachi made up his mind. He narrowly avoided 3 bone spikes that were shot at him, and seized an opportunity when the enemy attacked from the front. His Sharingan met that lifeless eye. Genjutsu, Sharingan, his sword-wielding motion suddenly froze. Darkness, endless darkness, a cold, metallic restraint platform, blinding white light. The degree of bone mutation is beyond expectations. The activity is acceptable. Let's try this. The venomous snake hissed in my ear. Snap. A sharp pain. The arm was forcibly twisted, the pale bones of the hand were pulled out one by one, ripped away. Ah! The agonizing scream from the depths of his soul seemed to tear everything apart. A dash. In reality, the eroded body suddenly arched its back and let out a shrill, twisted howl that was not human. The terrifying memories buried deep within his mind erupted violently under the precise manipulation of the Sharingan's genjutsu. The intense mental shock caused his right hand, gripping the knife, to tremble violently, his attack instantly crumbling, and he froze on the spot. This is the moment. Itachi moved without the slightest hesitation, rushing straight towards the wide-open center gate of the corpse erosion. The kunai in his hand was aimed straight at the opponent's throat, which was completely exposed due to the opponent's painful roar. However, just as the tip of the kunai was about to touch the skin, the bloodshot, murky eyes of the carcass suddenly locked onto the weasel who was right in front of it. The extreme threat of death unexpectedly overwhelmed the mental storm brought about by the illusion at the last moment, unleashing the most primal, suicidal ferocity in his bones. He completely abandoned defense and evasion, and with his right hand holding the knife, he swung it upwards in an almost frenzied manner, aiming at Itachi's unsuspecting waist and abdomen. Puff! At the last second, Itachi twisted his body and narrowly avoided a fatal blow to his waist and abdomen. But the edge of the bone blade, which was gleaming with an eerie light, still carried a chilling aura as it grazed his combat uniform at the side of his waist. Let's go to hell together. Hot blood gushed from the mouth of the skeletal body, its hand tightly clutching its throat, which was pierced by a kunai and bleeding profusely. With endless resentment and relief, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Itachi glanced down at his side. The combat suit at Aoki Ninja Toolshop had a tear about an inch long, and a clear scratch was left on the edge of the embedded metal plate. The gift is damaged. A slight coolness came over my skin, and there seemed to be only a faint mark. A minor, harmless injury. Just then, a suppressed cry of pain suddenly came from the direction of the main battlefield, followed by a dull thud as something heavy fell to the ground. Uchiha Itachi looked in the direction of the sound and, through the billowing dust, caught a glimpse of Shizen Senpai's right arm bleeding as she staggered and fell to the ground. His first instinct was to rush to her aid. An indescribable chill, originating from the depths of my bones, suddenly erupted from the tiny abrasion on my waist. Like countless tiny, barbed icicles, they frantically drill and spread upwards along the blood vessels and meridians. The chill, like a living thing, with its intense corrosive and destructive power, rampaged through his body. It not only frantically gnawed at his meridians, but also, like a leech, violently assaulted his central nervous system. His vision instantly blurred and distorted, as if veiled by a blood-red gauze. An irresistible heaviness and numbness surged through my body, as if my blood was congealing. He tried to steady himself, but his legs felt like they were filled with heavy lead, or as if he were standing in a bottomless swamp. A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and he knelt heavily on one knee, his right kunai plunged deep into the cracked stone slab in front of him, barely managing to support his swaying body. Every breath was accompanied by a cold, stinging pain. The air I inhaled seemed to turn into tiny ice shards. The Sharingan still maintained its crimson glow, but the focus in the pupils became blurred and strained due to the dramatic changes in his body. He gritted his teeth, using the last of his willpower to lift his head, and looked through the billowing smoke and blood mist towards the eye of the storm. Meanwhile, in the backyard of the Wasabi family's house, in the deep corridor leading to the inner courtyard, the air seemed to freeze, thick with tension and a rusty, bloody stench that even the sea breeze couldn't dispel. Water erosion, like a ghost crawling out of the depths of a swamp, tilted the enormous brown gourd on its shoulder, its mouth facing the entrance to the corridor and the faintly visible, panicked figures further in. Thick, pitch-black water, reeking of a foul, putrid stench, gushed from the gourd's mouth like a living thing, gathering and churning before him, forming an ever-expanding, ominous, filthy wave. Wherever the black water passed, the wooden surfaces of the pillars rapidly blackened and decayed, emitting a faint but unsettling hissing sound and rising wisps of pungent white smoke. This slow but unstoppable advance carried a deathly, stagnant weight. Just as this wave of filth was about to overflow the threshold of the corridor and devour everything in its path. Call out. A sharp, piercing whistle tore through the silence. An arrow with a white talisman tied to its tail shot down from the top of the towering watchtower on the side like a burning meteor. The arrow pierced the edge of the churning black water just half a step in front of Shueisha. Boom, a deafening explosion rang out. Instant flames engulfed the area several feet around the point of impact. A violent shockwave, carrying pebbles, wood chips, and burning fragments of talisman paper, suddenly spread outwards. The filthy black water was violently blasted apart by this sudden and fierce impact. A large number of tiny black droplets sizzled in the high temperature, instantly carbonizing and evaporating. A strong, nauseating stench of burning and decay filled the air. The shockwave from the explosion caused the suspended, water-eroded figure to sway slightly, and its cloak to flutter violently. Boo! Ha! Ha! Without any pause. On the watchtower, the sound of bowstrings vibrating was like a sudden storm, and 3 more arrows with explosive tags attached to their tails shot out in a triangular formation towards the water erosion and the black water that had regathered in front of him. Wasabi Jiro stood behind the watchtower, with several Wasabi family guards who had volunteered to stay behind. Their faces were also pale, but their eyes burned with the same determination as the family head. Their movements were swift and steady. One man drew his bow and knocked an arrow, the arrowhead pointing steadily at the repulsive monster below. The other man deftly fastened a series of explosive tags, each covered with sealing runes, to a specially made clip at the end of the arrow shaft. Hold on. Aim at his feet. Interrupt his technique. Jirocho's voice was deep and clear. Boom. 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 3 explosions erupted almost simultaneously around the water erosion site. Flames shot into the sky, and shockwaves surged. The black water that had just gathered again was torn apart and evaporated by the violent force. The scorching air currents swirled up dust from the ground, forming a murky curtain of smoke. Keep going. Don't stop. Suppress him. Jirocho roared, taking an arrow with an explosive tag attached from the guard beside him and drawing his well-maintained, sturdy bow himself. The bowstring was taut, emitting a teeth-grinding groan. He took a deep breath, his gaze piercing through the smoke and dust, fixed on the churning darkness below. One arrow after another, burning with the flames of death, fell like indomitable meteors from the top of the watchtower. The explosions were one after another, and the deafening roars were continuous, firmly suppressing the water erosion and the filthy black water he summoned in the limited space outside the entrance of the corridor. Each explosion caused the writhing black water to churn violently and diminish. Water erosion attempted to control the black water to spread forward, but the continuous shockwaves from the explosions and the scorching flames formed an invisible barrier, greatly interfering with and weakening the black water's condensation and propulsion speed. The tiny swarm of insects, occasionally flashing in the flames of the explosion and restless like black dust, seemed to fall into brief chaos in the face of such a dense physical impact and energy burst. To gather material, I downloaded the mobile game again. Which A-rank ninja should I choose? End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,482 words. Chapter 48. Hazuki's flame fades. Jubai loosened his grip on the hilt of the sword. The murderous blade, which had once been as docile as an extension of his limbs, now fell limply to the ground, emitting a dull metallic sound that was unusually jarring in the deathly silent courtyard. He took several steps back, creating some distance between himself and Shiosi. His gaze swept across the courtyard, which resembled a battlefield of carnage. The lifeless body of the skeleton lay stiffly in a pool of blood, and not far away, the brat from the Uchiha clan knelt on one knee, his head bowed, his body trembling slightly uncontrollably, each breath a tearing, difficult struggle. "Hi, sure, he's dead." Jubai's voice was hoarse. He actually died at the hands of a child. The explosions in the backyard continued. Water erosion seems to be out of the question. That chilling killing intent suddenly crumbled. The beast guard's straight shoulders and back seemed to sag slightly, then quickly tensed up again. He stared at Shiosi, his eyes, deep in the shadows of his brow bone, like two pools of blood about to dry up. Phantom Eclipse sent a message, "You are at Sea Breeze Pavilion. Now you are standing here, Phantom Eclipse, are you dead too?" The question was phrased as a question, but it was a statement of absolute certainty. Before Shiosi could answer, he pressed on, "What about the first eclipse? That one whose arms and neck could extend and retract at will?" Shiosi's tone was flat and emotionless. "Dead. I killed it. Died." An indescribable sense of emptiness, a mixture of absurdity and bone-chilling cold, filled his entire body. The muscles on Jubai's face twitched nervously, twisting into a strange, ambiguous expression that was neither a smile nor a laugh. "How could this be? How did you do that?" The thought flashed through my mind for only a moment before being overwhelmed by a deeper weariness and coldness. Not important anymore. This seemingly hastily assembled squad from Konoha, which even included an 8-year-old child, destroyed his black devourer. Illusionary erosion and skeleton erosion possess powerful destructive capabilities against enemies who are unaware of their abilities. The first eclipse is the strongest fighter in the world besides him. Without these three, even if we fight with all our might to kill the ninja in front of us and crush the 2 remaining Konoha ninjas in the courtyard, what good will it do? The grand plan to build the village, which had consumed so much effort and risked everything, and the blueprint that had been repeatedly revised in countless late nights, now seemed as absurd and laughable as ice and snow under the scorching sun. What did he do wrong? Every step has been carefully considered and weighed repeatedly. Before the peace talks between Konoha and Kumogakure were finalized, they set up the framework for the village and obtained the official endorsement of the Land of Tea. As long as this banner is firmly established, any further action by Konoha would be a blatant act of aggression against the legitimate armed forces of a sovereign nation. At that time, by extending olive branches and offering benefits to Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Sunagakure, and Kirigakure, and by using multiple parties to restrain them, Konoha will inevitably be hesitant to act rashly. If they can withstand the first few waves of the most dangerous assassinations and probing attacks, they will have the opportunity to sit at the negotiating table, cede a portion of their mission assignments to Konoha in exchange for peace, and then seek opportunities to grow stronger. What exactly went wrong? Should we have been too unconfident in the daimyo's choice and hastily dispatched the first eclipse to intercept the messenger? Should we not have been so indecisive and delayed in taking action against the Konoha ninja, or did we let that old bastard Wasabi Jirocho live for too long, giving him the opportunity to collude on evidence and deliver a fatal blow? Chaotic thoughts churned and collided in my mind, eventually turning into a cold, deathly silence. With a sudden flick of his toe, Jubai lifted a long sword that had fallen to the ground and placed it firmly in his hand. The hilt felt cold to the touch, as if it were his only remaining support. Konoha ninja, Jubai's voice deepened, carrying an unusual calm. State your name. Shushi. Shuji, Jubai slowly chewed on the name, as if savoring a bitter aftertaste. Beast Guardian, leader of the T-Mountain Gang. He announced his first identity, paused, and then a deeper and more tragic aura emanated from him. Nether Eclipse, leader of the Black Eclipse clan. The moment his voice fell, suddenly, a dense, dark blue vein, like a spider web, appeared on Jubai's exposed skin, as if some living thing was running and burning under his skin. The air around him suddenly distorted and heated up, and a scorching and violent aura erupted from him. A series of sharp, crackling sounds emanated from deep within his bones, as if an invisible force was forcibly stretching and reshaping his body. His already imposing physique seemed to have expanded even further, his bulging muscles bulging beneath his clothes, and his skin taking on an eerie dark red hue due to the immense energy surging within. Secret technique, extinguishing the Hozuki. Open 3 acupoints near the heart to unleash the body's potential. The young ninja in front of me is definitely not an enemy that my current physical abilities can handle. Miss Shizune, Shuji's voice rang out amidst the ever-increasing, terrifying pressure emanating from Jubai, yet remained steady. Are you still able to move? Shizune's face was pale, and she nodded through gritted teeth. Yes. I'm sorry, it was my carelessness. Please keep an eye on Itachi, Shuji said, his gaze sweeping over the black-haired boy kneeling in the distance, his breathing so faint it was barely perceptible. His condition is very bad. Understood. Without hesitation, Shizune pressed the slug on her shoulder with her left hand and staggered but determinately rushed towards Itachi's direction. Red Bean, Shuji's gaze shifted to his purple-haired companion. Mr. Jirocho needs help in the backyard. Okay, Hondo's tense nerves relaxed a bit with the captain's return. He's ordering people around as soon as he gets back. I'll leave this guy in the captain's care. She turned nimbly, lightly touched the ground with her feet, and was about to rush towards the backyard where the explosions were still happening. Wait. Jubai's hoarse voice rang out abruptly, like rusty iron scraping against each other. Hondo suddenly stopped, turned around sharply, and her eyes instantly blazed with vigilance and confusion as she stared intently at the warrior who resembled a burning beast. That little girl, Jubai's eyes, burned red by the violent energy, locked onto Enko through the swirling, distorted air. Who are you to Orochimaru? Orochimaru? Her pupils suddenly contracted, and the blood in her body seemed to freeze for a moment, then rush wildly to her head. Her clenched fists made a soft crackling sound from the excessive force, and her nails dug deeply into her palms. What are you saying? Her voice trembled slightly, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Snake ninja technique. I won't mistake that cold, slippery smell. Jubai's voice carried an almost dreamlike indifference, as if stating a fact that had nothing to do with him. Orochimaru, that man once manipulated our Black Eclipse clan and left behind some souvenirs. His words were tinged with regret. What a pity, I should have snapped your neck first. You're his disciple, right? You. Extreme anger almost made Hondo lose her mind and lunge forward, a metallic taste rising in her throat. She bit her lower lip hard until she tasted the rusty flavor. Betrayal, pain, and self-doubt assaulted her nerves. But the next moment, the captain's calm back, Shizune's blood-stained arm, and Itachi's weak breath, like a cold tide, forcibly suppressed her surging anger and killing intent. Hondo took a deep breath, her chest heaving violently, and when she spoke again, her voice was forced into a calm tone. I will kill him with my own hands sooner or later. Without glancing at the beastman again, she abruptly turned around, the hem of her dark purple trench coat drawing a sharp arc in the turbulent air currents, shooting towards the battlefield in the backyard where fire and explosions intertwined. In the center of the courtyard, only the two of them remained. On one side was a ferocious beast engulfed in eerie blue flames, as if it had stepped out of a furnace from hell. On the other side was a Konoha jonin, whose figure was as tall and straight as a solitary peak and whose aura was as deep and still as a deep pool. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,258 words. Chapter 49. Armor. At the edge of her vision, Shizune was kneeling beside Itachi, the emerald green light of her healing palm technique flashing rapidly, the boy's thin body trembling uncontrollably, while Anko's figure was rushing towards the continuous explosions and flames in the backyard. If they had arrived any later, would Shizune have died? Would Itachi have died? What about Anko? Will Tsunade have time to make a move? When he awoke from this body and began to live under the name Shuji, he believed he was mentally prepared. When it was time to take a life, there was no hesitation. When formulating the battle plan, he also prepared himself mentally, but when he actually saw someone who was supposed to live a long time die in one of his missions, Shuji suddenly felt a little dazed. Yes, the original stories can only serve as a reference. The future direction must ultimately be decided by the people living in this world. The little devil in front of him seemed a bit distracted, yet he still strolled around leisurely, dodging attacks, which infuriated the leader of the Black Eclipse clan. Don't pretend I don't exist, brat. Jubiai's roar made our eardrums ring, and the blade, carrying boundless rage, came crashing down again. His body was enveloped in a dark blue flame that seemed to have been doused with oil, expanding and rising explosively, causing the ground to groan with every step he took. The whistling sound of the blade tearing through the air grew more and more piercing with each passing moment. Xiuxi's eyes sharpened, and he forcibly suppressed his surging emotions, slapping the ground with both hands. Earth Escape Swamp and Abyss Chakra surged wildly. The hard ground seemed to be swallowed by an invisible giant maw, instantly softening and collapsing. The murky mud churned with foul-smelling bubbles, forming a viscous and deadly swamp that appeared precisely in the path of Jubiai's charge. The immense inertia from the high-speed charge caused Jubiai to plunge headlong into the mud like an out-of-control chariot. The sticky, slippery mud instantly reached his upper thighs, and the powerful suction was like countless dead hands, dragging his body downwards and sinking. Jubiai let out a low growl like a wild beast, his body surging with eerie blue flames as he tried to break free with brute force. The mud was violently stirred up by his ferocious power, splashing mud everywhere, but it was like a bone-deep affliction, binding him tighter and tighter. Zinshinwei Yusu lightning release, firefly net. Countless thin, yet bright and dazzling blue-white arcs of electricity, like a swarm of disturbed fireflies, burst forth densely from Shuji's fingertips. The leaping lightning greedily traveled along the wet mud, carrying a violent energy capable of destroying all life, rushing towards the trapped beast in the center of the swamp. What? At the critical moment of life and death, Jubiai's roar almost tore his throat apart. His muscles bulged like rocks, and the eerie blue flames exploded like a volcanic eruption. Boom! A visible circular shockwave spread violently outward from him. The viscous mud, leaping electric arcs, and even the pervasive smoke and dust were violently pushed aside and scattered by this pure and violent burst of energy. The mud was instantly blasted into a deep crater, and turbid mud droplets splashed everywhere like a rainstorm. The price was that the already tattered clothes on his upper body were completely reduced to ashes. As the smoke and dust dissipated, the battered body was revealed. His bronze skin was almost entirely covered in unblemished patches. The crisscrossing scars resembled countless ferocious centipedes, coiled around every knotted muscle. The most jarring sights were the scars on his chest and lower abdomen, vital locations, which were particularly large, twisted, and deep enough to expose the bone, as if they had been repeatedly pierced by a sharp blade and forcibly healed. One old wound, slashing diagonally from his right shoulder to his left rib, looked as if it had cleaved his entire body in two. This person should have died long ago, but he is still alive. Their actions remained as swift and their strength as formidable as ever. Ha, ha ha ha. Jubiai gasped for breath, each breath sending up hot white steam, his crimson eyes fixed on Shuji. See that, you brat from Konoha. I'm used to this kind of greeting. Habit? No. The words of the beastman, which sounded like a boast and a threat, did not disturb Shuji's thoughts. Instead, they made Shuji realize that this man was trying to cover something up. What injuries that body suffered is not important. the real key lies in the current state of the Black Eclipse leader, and in his core secret of ignoring pain and poison while acting normally. This technique, those injuries. What is your life stored in? Jubiai's pupils suddenly contracted to pinpoints. The savage grin on his face froze instantly, as if he had put on a clumsy mask. Shuji lunged forward, his right hand hooking a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and thrusting it straight at Jubiai's right shoulder joint. Jubiai reacted incredibly quickly, twisting his burning body to narrowly avoid the attack. The next instant, Shuji's sweeping leg lashed out like a steel whip at the wound on his left thigh, which had been previously injured by the Shizun poison Senbon. Boom, a dull crashing sound sounded. Jubiai's left leg swayed slightly before he regained his balance, a mocking sneer even appearing on his face as if to say, nothing special. Really? Shuji's offensive suddenly accelerated, unleashing a torrent of punches, elbows, knees, and legs. The target was no longer limited to vital points, but rather the joints, ligaments, and muscle attachment points all over his body. This forced Jubiai to make his most instinctive reaction. His right fist, carrying a powerful gust of wind, struck directly at the inside of his intact right elbow joint. The muscles in Jubiai's shoulder blades tensed up instantly like steel bars, and his entire right arm contracted and twisted inward at a tiny but swift angle, preferring to let his fist graze the outside of his arm and leave a bloody mark rather than let his elbow joint take the impact head-on. The low kick, accompanied by a whooshing sound, swept towards his right ankle, which he was using as a fulcrum. At the critical moment, Jubiai used his left foot as a pivot and forcefully lifted his heavy right foot several inches off the ground. The heavy kick only struck his strong calf muscles with a dull thud, failing to reach his vulnerable ankle. These are the details. These subtle movements, which remained crystal clear and were carefully protected even under the ferocious onslaught, he is not afraid of toxins eroding his internal organs, nor of muscles being torn apart or pierced, and may even ignore damage to some organs. The only thing he tried his best to avoid, or even instinctively did, was the structural damage caused by the complete severing of his limbs and the complete destruction of his joints. This battered and inhumanly powerful body is, in essence, a meticulously controlled weapon, a mobile suit of armor. As long as the main structure of this armor remains intact, the operator can continue to control it in battle. So, how is it manipulated? Chakra threads, no. If it's not controlled by external chakra threads, then the cockpit must be inside the body. Recalling the probing earlier, the answer gradually emerged in Shuji's mind. It could only be that location. Therefore, you should die. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,699 words. Chapter 50. The end. He slightly adjusted his body angle, and with a swift movement of his left hand to his waist, a second kunai slid into his palm, its blade tip disappearing into the shadows of his sleeve. Concentrate and refine. A pale blue chakra flame, visible to the naked eye, rose and enveloped Shuji's entire body. Centered on his position, a violent gust of air exploded outwards. The rubble, the dust, and broken weapon fragments were violently pushed aside and crushed by this sudden, overwhelming pressure. The leader of the Black Eclipse clan was momentarily stunned by the sudden physical impact caused purely by the mass of chakra as he swung his sword. It turns out that the initial burst wasn't even at its peak power. This chakra is something a teenager could actually possess. This is the great ninja village. The lament did not show on his face, and the surprise flashed by in an instant. He roared, bluster. Forcibly suppressing his body, which was being shaken by the airflow, he changed his slashing motion from a chop to a sweeping motion, creating a scorching curtain of blades, and slashed at the waist of Shuji, who was standing close by. At this moment, Shuji found the flaw he was looking for. Call out, the left hand, hidden in the sleeve, shot out with speed beyond the limits of vision. The concealed kunai, without any fancy trajectory, pierced straight towards the area below Jubiai's right chest, at the edge of his ribcage, a spot covered by a huge, old scar. Right there. Jubiai's body burst forth with unprecedented speed as he attempted to dodge, raising his left arm in a gesture of blocking. But it was too fast. Too close. Too late. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely and freeze at this moment. All of Jubiai's movements stopped. His long sword hovered in mid-air, and the eerie blue flames on his body flickered violently like frozen flames before beginning to dissipate and extinguish uncontrollably. In his bloodshot eyes, the violence and madness receded like the tide, revealing a bottomless weariness and emptiness beneath. He slowly and with great difficulty lowered his head. His gaze fell on the kunai that was deeply embedded below his right side, down to the hilt. Warm, slightly viscous liquid slowly seeped out from the kunai and dripped onto the cracked bluestone slab beneath their feet. Its massive body swayed, the burning flames went out completely, revealing the skin underneath that quickly turned gray. The result. Beast Guard, or rather, the leader of the Black Eclipse clan, raised his head, looked over Shuji's shoulder, and gazed at the sky above the courtyard. There was no resentment or unwillingness in those eyes, only an endless, weary desert, and the last embers extinguished deep within it. It didn't work. As soon as he finished speaking, his heavy body collapsed to the ground like a mountain crumbling. Dust rose and then fell again. Recycle the kunai and shake off the sticky substance on it that doesn't look like blood. Shuji quickly walked to Shizen's side, the female ninja's left hand covered in a strong green light, and placed on the boy's waist. Itachi's face was as pale as paper, and his lips were bluish-purple. Miss Shizune, how is Itachi? It's not a toxin, it's more like being eroded by a foreign energy. Itachi-kun is temporarily unable to move, but Slug-sama and I can keep the situation from getting worse. At that moment, from the direction of the backyard, the roar of explosions and chaotic shouts were becoming more urgent. I'll leave Itachi to you for now. Shuji turned and headed towards the inner quarters. Only by ending the battle can a safe environment for treatment be created. At the entrance to the backyard corridor, the master of the filthy tide, thoroughly enraged by the continuous explosions, pointed the gourd's mouth toward the watchtower. As soon as the black water emerged from the gourd's mouth, it was manipulated by an invisible hand, converging and twisting upwards. In an instant, it transformed into several giant pythons composed entirely of wriggling black worms. The serpent-like creature raised its numerous heads, each composed of tiny, closely spaced mouthparts, in mid-air, emitting a high-pitched, piercing sound as it fired arrows at Jirocho and his guards. Before he could fire another arrow, Jirocho was pulled away by one of his guards. What? A blood-curdling scream rang out instantly. A serpentine insect pierced through the man's chest, and a swarm of filthy insects covered his entire body in an instant. The terrifying sizzling sound and the frenzied devouring of flesh were chilling. In just a few seconds, a living person was transformed into a smoking, rapidly dissolving skeleton before everyone's eyes. No. Another guard's arm was brushed by the insect python, and his entire arm turned black and rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye, with countless tiny insects frantically burrowing into the depths of his flesh. He screamed and rolled on the ground. Jiro, who had fallen to the ground with bloodshot eyes, suddenly grabbed an arrow covered with explosive tags and hurled it with all his might at the nearest serpent. The flames from the explosion caused the black swarm of insects that made up the giant python to become violently agitated and retreat. The insects at the edge of the flames were curled up in swarms, charred black and lifeless. However, the explosion was far too close to the watchtower. The violent shockwave and flying debris struck Jirocho and his two remaining guards like a hammer blow, knocking them to the ground. Tinnitus, dizziness, surging blood, and blurred vision, and even breathing is painful. Jirocho struggled to sit up, but a sweet taste came from his throat and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Just as the python was about to swoop down again. Latent shadow snake hand. 3 brown snakes lunged at the water erosion. The water erosion didn't even turn its head. His wide oilcloth cloak moved without wind, and a viscous black liquid, like a living shield, instantly gushed out from the gourd's mouth, precisely blocking the path of the venomous snake. The venomous snakes plunged into the black water as if into strong acid. Their tough scales and flesh dissolved with a sickening, tooth-grinding sound as they were relentlessly devoured by the swarm of insects. In the blink of an eye, both snakes were completely swallowed and dissolved, leaving not even a trace of bone. Tisk. Hongdo felt a chill run down her spine and her face turned slightly pale. Suddenly, she remembered the cover attack that Itachi had once launched. And on the watchtower, the explosive arrows that Jirocho and his men kept shooting down, each explosion of flames made the insects restless and retreat. In a flash of inspiration, the purple-haired female ninja formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and her chest bulged high. Fire release dragon fire technique. The crimson flames tore through the damp, cold air of the backyard, rushing straight towards the water erosion and the swarm of filthy insects churning in front of him. The fire dragon rammed precisely into the head of a python that was raising its head to devour its prey. Boom! The flames collided violently with the swarm of insects. A piercing hissing explosion rang out instantly. Countless tiny insects let out shrill screams under the extreme heat, their bodies curling up, charred, and turning to ashes. The entire head of the insect python was blasted apart, and the swarm of insects that made up its body fell into violent chaos and retreat. It works! Red Bean perked up. She really was afraid of fire. However, the water erosion was even faster. The remaining few insect pythons suddenly changed direction, like several giant black whips, lashing out fiercely at Enko, who was in a brief state of paralysis after releasing her ninjutsu. The insects swarmed and rolled, and a foul stench filled the air. Be careful! Jirocho's roar echoed from the watchtower. He struggled to his knees, his bloodied hands gripping the last explosive tag tightly, trembling as he tied it to an arrow shaft. It's too late. The insect python is too fast. Hongdo's pupils shrank suddenly. She tried to twist her body to dodge, but she stumbled due to her previous exertion and the slippery ground. Jirocho used his last bit of strength to draw his heavy, hard bow, the bowstrings twanged, and arrows burning with explosive tags shot towards the water erosion. A deafening explosion erupted violently beneath the water-eroded ground. The raging flames and shockwaves shot upwards violently. The water erosion's wide cloak was instantly engulfed and torn apart by the flames. The impact threw him several feet off the ground, slamming him heavily into the depths of the corridor. A piercing scream, almost bursting through eardrums, erupted from beneath the cloak shrapnel. It was the collective wail of countless insects being instantly incinerated, without its controller. The insect pythons that had been pouncing on Hongdo suddenly lost their cohesive form and turned into a scattered rain of black insects that crashed to the ground with a crackling sound. Most of them were already curled up and charred before they even hit the ground. Opportunity. A fierce glint flashed in Hongdo's eyes as she forcefully steadied herself and formed hand seals once more. The target was the water erosion, which had fallen in the shadows of the corridor and was struggling to get up, its cloak torn to reveal a strange, bluish-gray body beneath. Fire Release Dragon Fire Technique. The second blazing fire dragon roared and charged into the depths of the corridor, engulfing the gray-blue figure. Flames rolled, wooden pillars snapped, and the smell of burning and the stench of charred insects instantly filled the air. The piercing sizzling sound and the dying screams of insects blended together, only to be quickly drowned out by the roar of the flames. The firelight illuminated Hongdo's cheeks, and also brightened Lang Chang's pale face, which had finally shown a hint of relief. He leaned weakly against the cold battlements, panting heavily, watching the rolling flames deep in the corridor. Ended. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,342 words. Chapter 51 Contract. Shuji pushed open the familiar courtyard gate, his gaze sweeping over the empty garden. The dry landscape garden remained the same, the stone steps were still cool, but the figure with dazzling golden hair and a wine dish was nowhere to be seen. The corridor was deserted. Shuji's gaze fell on the tightly closed paper door. Silence reigned within, not even the soft clinking of bottles could be heard. He walked to the edge of the corridor, but instead of opening the paper door rashly, he sat down on the smooth wooden floor with his back to it. Do you need to replenish your chakra? There was no response from inside the door, as if no one was there. He continued, the live slug can transfer your chakra to others, so this transfer must not be one way. Silence remained behind the paper door. Tsunade leaned against the shadows by the door, her amber eyes half closed. Theoretically, this is feasible, but her grandfather was Hashirama Senju and her grandmother was Mito Uzumaki. Both of them possessed powerful chakra, and with the Een sealing technique they later developed, she has always been the one providing healing and support to others, and others have been unable to fill the void left by her. The kid outside has very strong chakra. Itachi's condition is not good. Shuji's voice broke the silence again. According to Shizen Senpai's assessment, it seems that you will need to take action yourself to completely remove the alien energy from his body. Itachi's injuries were not external. A barely audible hum came from inside the door. Of course she knew that the live slug was Tsunade's eyes, and what it saw was what Tsunade saw. After a moment, the paper door was pulled open from the inside, just wide enough for one hand to pass through. A huge spirit scroll was pushed out and landed on the floor behind Shuji with a thud. To transfer chakra through the live slug, you need to sign a contract with it. This made Shuji hesitate. If I've misunderstood anything, I have no intention of coveting the live slug. However, I must admit that, if you'd like, I have some questions I'd like to ask. Stop being so presumptuous. Tsunade's voice suddenly rose a little. I don't want to be bothered by that old hag Momoka again, saying she's saving someone's life. Whether it's strength, strategy, or decisiveness, this kid should be able to withstand everything that comes his way compared to my current self. Consider it the price I pay for running away, and I'll entrust this power to him. This is your only chance, Princess Thousand Hands said indifferently. Consider it payment for saving Shizune. Since that was the case, Shiosi stopped being coy, unrolled the scroll, cut his index finger, and used his blood to write his name and handprint on it. Then, he would summon the live slug through psychic communication. It wasn't originally this simple. The earliest form of spirit communication involved establishing a good relationship with the spirit beast before forming a spirit contract. The 3 great summoning holy sites, which have fixed summoning clans, will have a legacy contract scroll with ninjas who have a good relationship with them. Thus, a summoning contract is established first, and then the recognition of the summoned beast is obtained. The same applies to Mount Myaboku and Yongji Cave. Shikatsu Forest is the only exception. The only summoning beasts offered by Shikatsu Forest are the live slugs. All other live slugs, large and small, are split bodies of the Shikatsu Forest slug sage. The size of the slug that can be summoned depends on how powerful the summoner's chakra is. Moreover, the live slug has one advantage: it has a soft voice and a good temper. Even though its true form is an immortal, it is very polite to people. Compared with the spirit beasts of other holy lands, it lacks the element of getting to know someone through a fight. Summoning Jutsu. A wisp of white smoke dissipated, and a tiny, soft, white slug, no bigger than a palm, appeared beside the scroll. It slightly raised its tiny antennae, its beady black eyes looking at Shuji, its voice gentle and clear, carrying a strange sense of comfort. Nice to meet you, Shuji-kun. Thank you for summoning me. It had clearly shared information with the other split entities and knew about the relationship between the boy in front of it and Tsunade. Greetings, Lord Slug. Shuji nodded slightly, his attitude respectful. This summons is not for battle, but because I have a request. The little slug wriggled slightly. Please speak, Shuji-kun. I hope that you can act as a medium to transfer my chakra to Lady Tsunade. Shuji stated his intention directly. She needs to replenish her power to heal my comrades. The little slug seemed to pause for a moment, its tiny body revealing a human-like surprise, replenishing Tsunade-sama's chakra. It carefully sensed the chakra transmitted by Shuji, and after a moment, its gentle voice conveyed certainty. Understood, with your chakra. This is indeed feasible, Shuji-kun. As long as you trust me, are willing to open your chakra, and guide it to flow towards Lady Tsunade, I will ensure the stability of the transmission. The slug added, furthermore, since Lady Tsunade has allowed you to sign the contract, you can summon me at any time from now on. I will do my best to assist you, no matter how small the matter is. I am extremely grateful, Shuji said sincerely. The little slug slowly climbed onto Shuji's shoulder and reminded him, we can begin now, Shuji-kun. Inside the door, Tsunade's body trembled slightly. An indescribable, powerful, and warm torrent surged into her body. The body's energy, which had been excessively depleted, was quickly replenished, and the tired mind was nourished. She leaned against the doorframe, closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, letting the warm current surge and circulate within her body, repairing the invisible deficiency. Time passed quietly in the courtyard, with only an invisible, warm energy flowing between the two. After an unknown amount of time, the glowing light on the little slug gradually subsided, and it gently moved its antennae. Shuji-kun, Lady Tsunade's condition has basically stabilized. Upon hearing this, Shuji slowly reduced his chakra output. The paper door was pulled open with a whoosh. Tsunade stood at the door, her long golden hair seemingly regaining its former luster. Her face still carried its usual languor, but the faint weariness between her brows had dissipated, and a sharp, powerful light, like molten gold, rekindled deep within her amber eyes. She glanced at the little slug on the ground, then looked at Xiaoxi, her gaze lingering on his face for a moment, as if trying to discern something beneath his calm expression. In the end, she merely snorted, bent down, and picked up the wine dish from the ground, which still contained a little bit of clear wine. She tilted her head back and drank the remaining wine in one gulp, then casually tossed the empty dish onto the veranda. I'm going to check on that Uchiha brat. As for you, you have other things to take care of. After saying that, she stopped looking at Shuji and strode off towards the room where Itachi was staying. Shuji watched her figure disappear around the corner of the corridor, then looked down at the little slug on the ground and said, Lady Slug, you should go back now. Thank you for today. There are still some things I need to ask you about later. I'm always ready to serve you, Xiaoxi, the little slug replied gently. Then, with a bang, the scroll of the wet bone forest disappeared along with it. Shuji stood up. The ability to summon slugs was an unexpected bonus. With Tsunade's help, Itachi's problem should be resolved. He still has to clean up the rest of the mess. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1413 words. Chapter 52, The End, Part 1. The traces of martial law remaining on the streets have not been completely erased, but the suffocating chaos has subsided. On a quiet street corner near the Sea Breeze Pavilion, Shuji was dealing with the last bit of the mess. The corpse of Huanshi was not brought back to the village. It was disposed of directly. The fire burned very brightly. The boy watched expressionlessly as the flames licked the corpse. There was no thick smoke, only a slight crackling sound and an indescribable smell of burning. Before long, only a small clump of grayish-white embers remained on the spot, which were swept away by the wind and disappeared without a trace. Jubi, whose life core is a lump of flesh, was brought back to the village because he seemed to know about Orochimaru. Both Haishur and Shueishur were contained in a sealing scroll and handed over upon returning to the village. You can probably exchange it for some resources or money. After this battle, both Anko and Itachi's equipment will need to be repaired and updated. Hong Shanqing's commission fee is far from enough. He needs to go back and have a good talk with the village to see if they will reimburse the expenses incurred this time. In this situation, can the Annihilation mission and the Intelligence Gathering mission be considered as being completed together? By this time, Izuku Port had recovered from the chaos of martial law. After the Black Eclipse gang's surprise attack failed, the T-Mountain gang, now leaderless, was just a group of ordinary people with considerable strength and courage, and was unable to face the counterattack from the local forces of Jiegung. Since the martial law period, the Kozuki family has always been very careful to guard their home, and they have no intention of relaxing their guard even now. The local trading company had no intention of offending the powerful figures, and the Wasabi family was busy dealing with the aftermath of their own casualties, so no one paid them any attention. Through Wasabi's family, Shuji obtained several core members of the T-Mountain gang from the Fisheries Association president, one of whom was the scarred former city gate guard captain. I plan to try and see if I can get some more useful information from them. Inside a guest room at the Heifengting Inn, Shuji bent over his desk, summarizing the various intelligence materials he had collected. Hongdo, who was in charge of interrogating the prisoners of the T-Mountain gang, came in and slapped a few sheets of paper with hastily written confessions onto the dossier that Xiaoxi was organizing. A bunch of spineless cowards. Hongdo snorted, pulled over a chair and sat down casually, her boots even sticking up to the edge of the table. He wet his pants before the snake even crawled into his nostril. They know very little, they are terrified of the beast guards, and all they know is that the guy used absolute power and ruthless methods to subdue all the forces in Wild Tea Slope. Of the money they robbed, aside from a small portion left to buy alcohol and food for the gang, the vast majority was taken by Jubi regularly. As for what he did with it or who he gave it to, nobody knew. The Black Eclipse clan? They had never even heard of that name, they just thought Jubi was some powerful wandering samurai. She spoke quickly, but her gaze was somewhat unfocused, not landing on Xiaoxi's face. The room fell into a brief silence, broken only by the scratching sound of Shuji's pen nib gliding across the paper. Hongdo's toes twitched unconsciously under the table. Her lips parted several times, but finally, as if she had made up her mind, her voice lowered, carrying a barely perceptible dryness. Hey, Shuji. That guy didn't say anything more about Orochimaru before he died. The pen stopped, and Shuji looked up at her calmly. After we return, the village will receive some new information. Ah. Hongdo's shoulders slumped slightly, and she turned her head to look out the window. The harbor wind blew in, lifting a few strands of deep purple hair from her forehead. But, her voice was so soft it was like she was talking to herself, or perhaps to the sea breeze outside the window. I don't know why, but whenever I get involved with the words Orochimaru, I can't control myself. She raised her hand and scratched her hair in frustration. I know it's no use rushing, but I just want to know something right now. Anything is fine. Shioji didn't stop writing, nor did he look at her, he simply listened quietly. Hongdo's gaze was somewhat unfocused, he sealed away part of my memories and left a curse mark on me. But he didn't kill me. Shuji, I think. I remember something. It wasn't that he abandoned me, it was that I gave up following Orochimaru and chose to stay in the village. She lowered her head. Konoha is my home, the place where my parents lived. The place where my comrades are all. But after I returned to the village, the secret police locked me up. She felt as if she could feel the coldness and suffocation of that secret room again. That room had no windows. I don't remember the time, but I know that there would be interrogations every now and then, over and over again. Later, the Hokage came in person and told me that this was something that had to be done for the safety of the village, and also to give the village an explanation to the friends and families of the other people killed by Orochimaru. He killed many people, including Genin, Chunin, Anbu, and even Jonin. I understand. But... The words that followed stuck in his throat, turning into a sharp, intense bitterness that surged up to his eyes. My vision blurred instantly, and warm liquid welled up without warning, rolling down my cheeks with a plop, plop, drop after drop, hitting the dark tabletop covered with a thin layer of dust, spreading out into small dark dots. She slammed her forehead against the cold table, not wanting anyone to see her in this disheveled state. The sound of the pen nib scratching the paper stopped. Only suppressed, faint sobs remained in the room. A hand with calloused skin, yet unusually warm, gently landed on Hongdo's disheveled, deep purple hair. There were no extra words, only the warmth conveyed through the palm of his hand. Hongdo's body stiffened abruptly, and then the suppressed sobs seemed to pause for a moment, before surging even more violently. She didn't look up, but buried her forehead deeper into her arms, like a wounded young animal that had finally found shelter. Shuji's hand rested quietly on the top of her head, feeling the slight trembling beneath his palm. The dividing line for the next day, morning light pierced through the thin clouds, illuminating the Wasabi family's estate, which was under repair. The ground, cleaned overnight, no longer bore the horrifying traces of blood, and even the heavy stench of blood in the air had been greatly reduced. The busy figures of the craftsmen and the sounds of mending would indicated that this family was striving to recover from its trauma. Shizen's figure moved among the wounded. Her right hand was wrapped in thick bandages, but her movements were still nimble as she focused on treating the complicated wounds of a seriously injured Wasabi guard. Seeing Shoji and Hongdo walking towards her one after the other, she simply nodded hastily before immediately throwing herself back into the treatment. Itachi was placed in a particularly secluded room deep within the manor. Sunlight streamed through the paper door, casting a soft glow on the floor. The boy sat leaning against the cushion by the window. Although his face was still pale, his eyes were clear and his breathing was steady, indicating that he was no longer in serious danger. Tsunade was sitting next to him. It was just some foreign chakra residue imbued with natural energy that had invaded my meridians. It was a bit troublesome, Tsunade said, picking up the teacup beside her. But it's been completely cleaned up now. Thank you for your trouble. It was heated by the black soil. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 57 words. Chapter 53 release notice. It will be available for purchase tomorrow. Thank you all for your continued support. There will be a batch of updates, about 10 chapters, after the release. I thank you profusely. I am reading your comments and will try my best to correct my shortcomings to improve everyone's reading experience. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,320 words. Chapter 54 ending, Part 2, first update. After explaining the situation, Tsunade opened the door and went out. Shuji followed closely behind and also left the quiet room. The corridor was dimly lit. Shuji quickened his pace to stand beside Tsunade. Will Itachi's condition relapse? Tsunade glanced at him, but didn't stop walking. I have no reason to lie to you. The cleanup was thorough and there will be no after effects. Upon hearing this, the youth team leader felt relieved. He, as the team leader who devised the plan, bears responsibility for everything that happened during this mission. In the period following the war, he repeatedly rehearsed the entire mission process, and as the planner, he could not shirk his responsibility. The biggest mistake was being overly optimistic about the defenses of Wasabi's stronghold. Despite knowing that the enemy might attack, and with severely insufficient intelligence and their own situation being tied down, they still pinned their hopes on the squad being able to hold out. The safest course of action would be to decisively have Wasabi Jirocho and his men, along with Itachi and the others, immediately go into hiding rather than remain in the open and become targets. The deeper problem lies in the deviation of tactical objectives. His primary objective for the Black Eclipse clan was always to obtain intelligence, but the battle turned into a decisive battle from the very first engagement. Although the goal was achieved, the process was fraught with danger and came at a heavy cost. This sense of loss of control forced him to examine the flaws in his plans. That Uchiha brat, isn't he Fugaku's son? Tsunade's voice interrupted Shuji's thoughts. Yes. Tsunade let out a cryptic snort. What are you planning now? Regardless of how Shuji viewed herself, the young captain's strategic planning abilities during the Black Eclipse incident left a deep impression on her, seemingly harmless on the surface, yet as cunning as an old fox on the inside. That's slander, he never planned anything. Shuji said helplessly, Itachi joining my team was arranged by the village. As for what my plans are, I do have some ideas about the Uchiha clan. You should know something about the Uchiha clan's situation. Since the fourth Hokage's death, their situation has become increasingly worse. Back in my uncle's time, some members of the Uchiha clan tried to start a rebellion. What's the big deal? Princess Senju said dismissively. The problem is that the old man is hesitant. If this matter isn't handled swiftly and severely, are we supposed to wait for the Uchiha clan to reach a consensus? Tsunade felt that the third Hokage and his group's current actions were abnormal. This didn't seem like a way to resolve the conflict. We were at war for a few years, but things are almost stable now. Isn't there a plan yet? It's different, Lady Tsunade. This time, the village has suffered a great loss. Decades ago, Madara Uchiha's actions were stopped by Hashirama Senju, preventing any substantial damage to the village. This time, the village not only lost the fourth Hokage, but also suffered heavy losses in the Nine Tails attack and the subsequent 3-year war. The countless newly engraved names on the memorial stone represent the shattering of countless families and the deep-seated pain. This heavy loss has pushed the village's patience with the Uchiha clan to its limit. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan couldn't provide any explanation for the origin of the Sharingan they had during the Nine Tails rampage. In this situation, without a god's eye view, a satisfactory explanation cannot be obtained. The village's hostility was not without reason. Even if he didn't know the truth, Shuji himself would naturally be one of those who held reservations about the Uchiha clan, since his predecessor was among those fighting on the border, and his teammates had also died. Tsunade finally stopped, turned around, and looked sharply at Shuji. What's the point of you telling me all this? I've already retired. Shuji said softly, I'm just explaining the situation to you. Tsunade sneered, you can only say such things to yourself. You're so young, yet you're hiding 100 thoughts in every word you say. You're so indecisive. Anyway, it doesn't matter. She unconsciously tightened her grip on the cold necklace around her neck. Grandpa's dream has failed. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had the ideal of establishing Konoha and ending the chaos of the world. Images flashed through her mind. Her great-uncle Tobarama Senju, hailed as the fastest ninja in the world, ultimately died in an attack by the Kinkoku and Ginkoku forces of Kyumogakure. Her younger brother Nawaki, so young, his life just beginning, died in a cruel explosive tag trap. Her lover Kato, possessing the secret technique of spirit transformation, yet dying with his internal organs ripped out. Shuji remained silent. Only the soft breathing of the two of them could be heard in the corridor. After a long silence, he finally spoke. You have traveled this world for a long time, visited many places, and met many people. I suppose you have already drawn your own conclusions about everything. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now, Lady Tsunade. Shuji nodded slightly and departed. Tsunade watched his figure disappear at the end of the corridor and bit her lower lip. Why? Even though things have already failed, one after another, I can't see them clearly? If there was something to do, it wasn't an excuse. Shuji really did have things to do. After visiting Itachi, Jirocho was waiting for him. The T-Mountain Gang's problems were easily resolved after the Black Eclipse clan was wiped out, as was the situation with the Higia family. However, the necessary procedures still need to be followed. The Wasabi family's messenger has set off again, this time carrying news from the Black Eclipse clan. Judging by the time, we should have some news back by now. Wajie Xiongma misjudged people and was careless in his use of them, and was actually deceived by a group of bandits. He has really failed the trust of the great name. As expected, when Shuji entered the reception room led by the waiter, he saw a man wearing a black hat and a red robe sitting in the main seat talking to Wasabi Jirocho. I have made him decide for himself, and the Hochi family will be taken over by Hochi 96 from now on. This must be a Konoha ninja? The man turned to Shuji. The daimyo is extremely grateful for your hard work. The Black Eclipse clan is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and they actually did such a thing. They still have subordinates they recruited on Nagasaki Island. The daimyo wants to request Konoha to eliminate those bandits. We implore your village to lend a helping hand. Shuji replied, after the daimyo issues the request to the village will arrange manpower. As for us, my team has completed this mission and is preparing to return. Since that's the case, the situation on Chi Island is urgent, so I won't stay any longer. The envoy hurriedly got up and left. Please sit down, Mr. Shuji. Jirocho stood up and sat down in front of Shuji. That man is a retainer of the daimyo. The one behind Kazusuke's house? Indeed, with Kazuki Yuma's suicide, the Kazuki family's affairs can only end here. It is truly thanks to Izuku Port that the chaos has been set right. This time, he bowed and kowtowed. The Wasabi family survived entirely thanks to Mr. Shuji and your men. As he spoke, Jirocho took out several thick booklets. This is the payment we agreed upon with your village. Because the matter is of great importance, we need to trouble your team to take it back. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1419 words. Chapter 55 Immortal Magic. Since he couldn't quite understand these thick books, Shioji didn't put on airs and instead sought out someone here who might know about the matter. Oh. Tsunade's voice held a hint of surprise, her eyes narrowing slightly as she sized up the boy before her. There are things you don't understand? You seem like a 14-year-old now. Shuji's gaze fell on the thick booklet she was casually pointing to. This is the ledger from Chujia Port. What do you think the old man is so concerned about here for? Without this, how can he allocate D-level mission quotas to the various trading companies and guilds in the port? She picked up a half-empty wine bottle next to her, shook it, and then put it down. Those endless low-level tasks in the village can't just fall from the sky, can they? High-level tasks are never short of orders, but jobs like weeding, finding cats, and babysitting don't necessarily require a ninja. She seemed to have gotten into the conversation and leaned back. When my great-uncle was the Hokage, he negotiated with various families in the Land of Fire, including the daimyo's residents. Every month, they provide Konoha with a fixed number of D-rank requests. If they really don't know what requests to submit, they just pay someone from the village to post them. With so many low-ranking ninjas from commoner backgrounds in the village, if it weren't for these constant small missions, where would they find the time and money to train their bodies and practice ninjutsu? What can you do with that meager ninja allowance? The young captain listened in silence, incorporating these rules about the workings of Konoha that he had never deeply considered into his understanding. He nodded slightly, acknowledging the advice, and turned to leave. Tsunade was left alone on the veranda, watching his figure disappear around the corner of the courtyard. The slight sense of accomplishment that had risen in her heart because of the successful guidance was quickly diluted by another emotion. This kid the younger generation in the clan, apart from the superficial respect in their words, really showed her no extra respect whatsoever. She even gave away the spirit contract of Shikatsu Forest. Tsunade scratched her dazzling blonde hair in frustration, but in the end she just snorted and poured herself another glass of wine. After leaving, Shuji asked Jirosho for a secluded place. Then the nimble slug remained only the size of a palm. Lord Live Slug, I apologize for disturbing you. Shuji sat up straight. Please don't be so polite, Shuji. The slug's gentle voice rang out, its tiny antennae turning towards him. What can I do for you during this summons? I have something to ask you today, and I apologize if I may be being presumptuous. Please forgive me if I have been rude, Shiosi said solemnly. I would like to ask you about immortal arts. I wonder if you have any knowledge of this. The slug's eyes, perched on its hind antennae, were looking at Shuji. I am naturally aware of matters concerning immortal arts. The live slug's voice remained calm. However, I need to remind you, Shiosi. My true form is indeed born with the ability to absorb and digest natural energy and transform it into sage chakra. In the words of human cultivators, it possesses sage power. Its small body lifted slightly upwards. However, the immortal arts tradition of Shikatsu Forest is not as famous as that of Mayaboku Mountain, and the number of practitioners is far less than that of Ryuchi Cave. This is not without reason. In Shikatsu Forest, there is only one slug, the live slug slowly said. In the long past, many practitioners have visited Shikatsu Forest with longing, hoping to obtain the methods of cultivation from the original being. For those of us who are born with this power and do not need to cultivate it, we have never deliberately organized a so-called cultivation system. Absorbing natural energy is like breathing. Because the visitor was determined, the main body provided assistance, splitting off a small slug to attach to the practitioner's body, thereby helping him to perceive and absorb natural energy. It sounds like a viable path, but judging from the tone of the live slug, the result is probably not very pleasant. The first attempters all failed without exception, the live slug sighed. Because our power comes from nature, which can help cultivators guide and absorb energy, but it cannot immediately dispel the excess natural energy in the cultivator's body the moment it goes out of control. Through the refinement and improvement by several generations of cultivators, it is possible to slowly absorb the runaway natural energy from a cultivator's body by relying on the slugs that attach to them. But this is conditional on. The practitioner must be able to withstand the violent erosion when the initial natural energy enters the body, so as not to die or be petrified instantly. Having personally experienced the raging natural energy using his wooden clone, Shuji instantly understood the crux of the problem. The toad oil from Mount Mayaboku enhances perception and aids absorption, and the sage Fukusaku can intervene at any time to stop things from getting out of control. Although the dragon cave was brutal, the white snake immortal personally infused it with energy, so there was some restraint. The method of Shikatsu Forest, the process of absorbing excess natural energy is too slow, and whether it succeeds depends entirely on the cultivator's own foundation and luck, almost like leaving it to fate. The key issue he's currently stuck on is absorbing natural energy, skillfully blending it with his own chakra, and transforming it into sage chakra. Lord Slug, Shuji said frankly, I can now sense the existence of natural energy, but I have failed many times in trying to absorb and manipulate sage chakra. Failure? The slug's tiny body seemed to freeze for a moment. It clearly sensed that the boy before it was a living, breathing being of flesh and blood. How could someone survive a failed attempt to manipulate sage mode chakra? Could it be that a toad helped them? But the situation doesn't seem like it. If a toad were to help, it wouldn't be asking itself. When I was trying to manipulate the sage art energy, I used a wood release clone while my main body monitored the situation from the side, ready to release the spell at any time. The Senju clan has produced another user of wood release. If Lady Tsunade knew, she would be very pleased. The slug's voice was full of admiration, and then it returned to the main topic. Using a wood clone to take the erosion of natural energy in place of the main body is indeed very ingenious, Shuji. However, its tone became serious. When you spare a part of your mind to monitor the state of your clone, you have already violated the first ironclad rule of immortal cultivation, to be completely focused. Your chakra is exceptional, Shuji. The slug gazed at him. There's nothing wrong with being cautious when practicing sage mode. But the problem is that your excessive caution at the threshold of Sage Mode, despite having such powerful chakra, has become the key obstacle preventing you from crossing it. The live slug suggestion hits the nail on the head. For natural energy to completely petrify a living person, the amount of energy entering must overwhelm the chakra within the cultivator's body. This is why only those with powerful chakra are worthy of practicing Sage Mode. If you don't have enough chakra, you'll be gone in an instant. Those with strong chakra can buy precious buffer time to suppress, neutralize, or even dispel invading natural energy, even when facing loss of control, by continuously refining their own chakra. In your opinion, Shuji raised his eyes, if my chakra were to directly withstand the erosion of natural energy, how long could I possibly hold out before completely losing control? The slug seemed to consider carefully for a moment before answering, judging from the quality and quantity you demonstrated when you replenished Tsunade-sama's chakra earlier. Sustaining it for more than 2 minutes is not a problem. As a contracted psychic of the wet bone forest, I can draw upon an excessive amount of natural energy for you. Under these circumstances, the probability of successfully cultivating immortal arts is extremely high. End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1294 words. Chapter 56 Unfinished words. Since the cultivation of immortal arts is not suitable to be carried out in Chujia port, after consulting with Husho and having a clear understanding of the situation, Shioshi temporarily put the matter aside. As Tsunade had said, Itachi was recovering well. He moved around a bit, performed hand seals, refined his chakra, and practiced taijutsu. Overall, he was even better than before he was injured. Itachi was quite magnanimous about being injured in battle. At least this time, I didn't lose my companions. He said softly, we were still too careless. If Senior hadn't arrived in time, Senior Shizen would have. Your battle strategy was not flawed. Shuji stopped his self-blame. With the power you possessed, you had already maximized your abilities in that battle environment. All the responsibility rests solely on me as the team leader. If you want to take this responsibility, you should at least become a Chunin first. Enko immediately cleared her throat, straightened her back, and put on a deliberately serious expression, ahem. Special Jonin Shuji-sama, your humble Chunin subordinate Enko feels that she has done her best this time. She changed the subject, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Shuji, speaking of which, Lord Shuji promised before. Yes, Shioshi sighed helplessly and replied repeatedly, the situation is urgent this time, and we need to get back to the village first. The feast I promised you will be put on the tab for now, and I will make it up to you when we get back. Hee. Hongdo immediately beamed and patted the captain's shoulder triumphantly. I didn't say anything. The captain brought it up himself. The youngest ninja sat quietly by the bed, watching this scene, his small feet dangling gently on the edge of the bed, his dark eyes reflecting the sunlight. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. After packing his belongings, leaving behind Enko and Itachi, Shuji bid farewell to Tsunade. Without Tsunade and Shizune, the A-rank mission to annihilate the Black Eclipse clan will likely be impossible to complete. Tsunade didn't drink today, she was checking on Shizune's right arm injury. Compared to the 3 members of Team 5, Shizune was the most seriously injured in this incident. Because Tsunade cannot bear to see blood, she has been taking care of the injured members of Wasabi's family after the war. How is Miss Shizune's arm? The bones are recovering a bit slower, but they're basically healed. Miss Shizune lowered her sleeves and smiled at Shuji. I'll go check on them, Shuji. I'll be going now. She left quickly, leaving Tsunade and Shuji behind. Princess Thousand Hands immediately put on a sour face. That brat shouldn't have said anything when he had the ledger. Now he's bothering us all the time, asking some of the village's higher-ups about the operational details. Lady Tsunade, the initiator of the ninja war, what is it that you are directly demanding? Lady Tsunade, what percentage of the ninja village's revenue does the daimyo's allocation take up? One after another, she wasn't the Hokage, how could she know so much? She could only try to appease them. The more questions I ask, the more annoyed I get. It's annoying enough, but all they do is keep adding adult to their mouths, and that's it. If he weren't the only one in his clan to have fused with Hashirama's cells, and if it weren't for the responsibility I shouldn't have taken, which I had to pass on to this guy. What are you doing here again? I've come to say goodbye, Lady Tsunade. Just get lost. She waved her hand dismissively. Basic etiquette and procedures should still be followed. The vein on Tsunade's forehead throbbed instantly. You little brat. You can't even be bothered to put on a show of politeness anymore? Just to express my concern, you should drink less alcohol, it's almost fully marinated. Shiosi's tone remained as calm as ever. Boom, a crack appeared on the stone table, and Tsunade controlled her anger. It's not your place to lecture me. I am merely stating the facts, Lady Tsunade. With one hand gripping the edge of the stone table, the blonde woman said coldly, want to die? Say one more word and I'll smash this thing over there. Hearing the stone table creak under its weight, Shuji took a step back. Then, farewell, Lady Tsunade. Looking at that unyielding, infuriatingly calm demeanor, Tsunade felt a surge of anger rising in her chest. She took a deep breath and then let out a heavy snort through her nose, trying to suppress her agitation. Watching the figure stagger backward a few steps, about to turn around. She ultimately couldn't resist. Hey. The boy stopped, tilted his head slightly, and cast a questioning glance at him. You should be able to understand, right? What? Tsunade took a deep breath, as if inhaling all the weight that had been pressing on her chest for so long, and then slowly exhaled. What I said before, my grandfather's ideals, everything he sacrificed for, and everything we sacrificed for, are now just an unrealistic dream. Having already died once, can't you let go? Shuji quietly looked back at Tsunade. That gaze was clear and calm, without any ripples, yet it made the first Hokage's granddaughter feel inexplicably uneasy, as if she had been burned by something beneath that calm. She almost wanted to look away. You have traveled through the ninja world. In the land of fire, are the ninjas still fighting and killing each other wantonly? Indiscriminate killing? To say there was absolutely no conflict or grudge would be a pipe dream. In the world of ninjas, conflict and undercurrents have never ceased. But to reach the point of unrestrained slaughter, like the Warring States period where corpses littered the fields and life hung by a thread. Tsunade was silent. The wind outside the window blew through the courtyard, carrying the distant sound of craftsmen repairing the manor. After a long silence, she finally managed to squeeze out a single word, clear and brief, no. Then Lord Hashirama's ideal has at least achieved one aspect. The sun cast a long shadow of him across the silent corridor. Shiosi didn't linger, he turned and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Tsunade stood alone, her fingers unconsciously stroking the cold necklace around her neck. Shuji said goodbye to Shizune. Shuji. The kunoichi hesitated to speak. Miss Shizune? Lady Tsunade, please forgive her for her harsh words. In the end, Shizune only said this one sentence. I understand. Jirocha waited at the door, walked with the three of them for a while, and then stopped to watch the fifth class leave. There were no ordinary people on the return journey. At the pace of a ninja, without resting, they could probably return to Konoha before dawn. Although the matter of leaving the Jiegang ledger was urgent, it hadn't reached that point yet. Therefore, as night fell, Shiosi found a good campsite and arranged for the team to rest temporarily before setting off again at dawn. Red Bean and Itachi were tidying up the camp, while Shuji was setting up guard posts. Just as the boy was about to set up the trap, he looked into the depths of the forest and saw 4 ninjas emerge, each wearing animal masks, sleeveless bodysuits underneath, white overalls on top, and carrying a sword on their backs. Team 5, Special Jonin Shuji. We are ordered to take the Jiegang ledger from your hands. The wolf-faced ninja who was in the lead stepped forward and extended his hand to Shuji. Please hand over the ledgers to us. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,537 words. Chapter 57 A and BU? Speaking of which, Itachi, Enko said casually as she deftly secured the last tent peg, you and Shuji completed a mission together before I joined, right? The Itachi, who was leveling the ground nearby, responded with a This guy has changed so much compared to before, Enko muttered to herself, her back to Itachi. He's the same age, but he acts like an adult. He was excellent before, but he's completely different now, like an old man. Senior Shuji simply knows a lot. But what was he like before? It's good, that's fine. Red Bean pouted, then suddenly turned to Itachi with a dark face. Don't tell on me, Itachi. If Shuji-senpai didn't ask, Uchiha replied flawlessly. Hey. We two are the best tactical partners, Itachi. Enko complained, but before she could finish speaking, she suddenly turned her head to look at the dark forest on her left. Itachi stopped what he was doing, and the two exchanged a glance. One person was in front, and the other was behind, both heading towards the direction where Lin Zongxiusi was. Prove. Shuji's gaze swept calmly over the four people in front of him, ignoring the wolf-faced man's outstretched hand. The night wind ruffled the stray hairs on his forehead, and the moonlight in the woods cast cold, hard lines on his face. I have not received any orders to hand over the items to you. Behind the wolf mask, a female ninja wearing a white cat mask and a dangerous single ponytail spoke in a suddenly sharp tone. We have a mission. We don't need any proof from you. Hand over the items immediately. Almost as soon as the words were spoken, the snake and tiger masks standing on either side of the white cat mask quietly dispersed, assuming an attack stance. Oh. Shuji's tone rose slightly. Since when have the Umbu been able to order around the village's jonin without the Hokage's authorization? The Umbu, directly under the Hokage, have very high authority and do all sorts of work. In reality, according to the village's operational command structure, without a clear order, no one except the Hokage, a few advisors, and the Jonin squad leader can command Jonin to do anything, not even special Jonin. The Umbu do not have that authority. A chill silently spread through the air, and Wolfface cautiously took several steps back. Where Shiosi stood, only a very faint afterimage remained. The next instant, the person appeared in front of the wolf-faced man. With his right fist clenched, chakra seemed to gather as if it were a tangible substance, and the air appeared to be compressed by an invisible force. Not good. Wolfface raised his arms, instinctively crossing them to brace himself, the hard metal arm guards firmly blocking his vital areas in front of his chest. Bang, a dull, drum-like roar exploded through the forest. The moment their fists clashed, Wolfface felt as if he had been head-on hit by a charging giant rhinoceros. The sickening cracking sound of bones breaking came from the arms that were protecting his chest, and excruciating pain shot through his body like an electric shock. He was sent flying backwards, crashing into two tree trunks as thick as bowls, before finally collapsing onto the muddy ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. He struggled for a moment and then fell silent, clearly unconscious. Proof that you are Konoha's Umbu. Shuji slowly withdrew his fist and repeated. You can't offer anything, yet you put on that act. Dying at my hands would be pointless. Shuji looked at the female ANBU with the white cat mask. He has never liked to intimidate in battle. But the current situation has forced him to say more useless things. You actually dared to attack the Dark Guard. The white-masked man was both shocked and furious, his voice slightly distorted with shock. Her squad had strict rules, and without the squad leader's explicit permission, she and two other ordinary members had no authority to attack the village's jonin. The squad leader was none other than Wolfface, lying amidst broken branches and rubble, his fate unknown. The white cat mask could only suppress the turmoil in its heart and adopt a defensive posture. Tiger Face and Snake Face quickly recovered from the shock of their captain being knocked down, gripping the hilts of their knives tightly behind their backs with fierce eyes, but they were only assuming a stance ready to retaliate. Idiot, do I need to repeat myself? Seemingly having exhausted his patience, Shuji finally positioned his hands in a hand seal position. Even if I beat you all down and we return to the village, and the third Hokage holds you accountable, it will ultimately be your responsibility for demanding important items without proving your identities. Almost at the same moment that Shuji formed the hand seals, a deep purple figure appeared on a towering tree trunk not far away. Red Bean looked down from her vantage point, her gaze sweeping across the scene in an instant, the three people confronting Shiosi, their distinctive attire, and the wolf-faced figure lying motionless on the ground in the distance. The Umbu? Why are the Umbu here? Why would Shuji attack the Umbu? The chilling memories of being subjected to strict interrogation and imprisoned in a dark room months ago resurfaced, bringing a suffocating cold. But that's Shuji, his judgment has always been correct, he can't be wrong. Even if, never mind. Based on the tactical positioning, Hongdo formed hand seals, ready to strike. The three ninjas, who looked like members of the Umbu, were startled to find that they were surrounded. In front of them was Shuji, whose strength was unfathomable and who had already made his move, and to their sides and above was Enko, who was watching them like a hawk. And, there's one more person. The White Cat Mask knows that there are now 3 people in Class 5. 2 have already shown themselves, while the third is hiding and his whereabouts are unknown. Now, we've lost the person with the authority to make decisions? There are people who can take down the captain in one blow, and there are also reinforcements. The 3 of them cannot win under these tactical conditions. His silver teeth were almost ground to powder, and a hint of humiliation and struggle flashed in the eyes of the White Cat Mask. Finally, she suddenly raised her hand, revealing the White Cat Mask. Standard actions. Right hand, thumb tucked in, the other 4 fingers held together and upright, representing leaf. Left hand, swift as a knife, sweeping horizontally across the right wrist, representing severing the shadow. Hands, quickly clench into fists, cross them in front of the chest, pause for 2 seconds, this represents darkness. This is a common hand gesture code used by the Konoha Umbu to verify identity in emergency situations when it is inconvenient to show identification. Is this enough? Hokage's warrant, seal. Shuji lowered his hands from the hand seal, but the oppressive pressure remained as tangible as ever. The White Cat Mask froze. A warrant? A seal? She did have one, but it wasn't the Hokage's, and she couldn't show it under these circumstances. Why does Shuji, who was just promoted by the 3rd Hokage, have such an attitude and even dare to attack them without any scruples? Seeing that the White Cat Mask remained motionless, Shuji said no more. He raised his left hand and made a simple and powerful gesture towards the tree trunk where Red Bean was hiding. Back off, clear the way. You've only proven your identities as members of the Secret Service. Let's go. I will explain the details to the 3rd Hokage in person after we return to the village. The wind in the forest seemed to pause for a moment, leaving only suppressed breathing and the faint groans of the wolf-faced creature in the distance. The 3 masked ninjas looked extremely grim, yet none dared to utter a word. The White Cat Mask stared intently at Shuji's calm face. Finally, she suddenly waved her hand, and the Tiger Mask and Snake Mask swiftly rushed to the Wolf Mask's side, checked him over, and carefully lifted him up. The 3, carrying their unconscious companion, quickly retreated into the depths of the dense forest and disappeared. Only after their presence had completely vanished did Hongdo gracefully fall from the treetop, quickly walking to Shuji's side, her face still showing lingering surprise and doubt. Shuji. What happened? Were those really Umbu? How could you? It's the Dark Guard, but there's a sub-team within the Dark Guard that isn't directly commanded by the 3rd Hokage. Hongdo's body suddenly stiffened. It really is the Dark Guard. This time, they're not really going to run away with them, are they? The purple-haired woman sighed inwardly. Itachi. I'm here, senior. As soon as he finished speaking, Itachi Uchiha's figure silently appeared in the shadows on the other side. Pack your things, Shiosi said, turning his gaze away. Let's set off immediately and head back to the village tonight. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,517 words. Chapter 58 Roots. The conflict with the village's secret service was no small matter, and the fact that the 2 members of the team stood by his side without hesitation made Shuji very gratified. He wouldn't let his companions worry. Therefore, while continuing on his way, Shuji explained what had just happened. The Dark Division currently has 4 standard squads, each with 17 members including the squad leader. This was decided during the 2nd generation. During the 3rd generation, the Umbu added a branch, the Root. This Red Bean knows that Orochimaru has close ties with Danzo, the leader of Root. Itachi knew this because he had encountered Root when he was assisting Uchiha Shursui with a training mission. The Root unit is organized like any other secret squad, consisting of 17 people, directly led by Advisor Shimura. As for this advisor, Shuji gave a polite assessment. He acts without restraint, taking the interests of the village as his guiding principle. Why did they attack? Hongdo blurted out, then realized her mistake. Judging from the scene, the ANBU were the ones being attacked. The commission from the Wasabi family is quite important. Advisor Shimura probably wants to handle it himself first, and may eventually hand it over to the 3rd generation, but he probably won't hand it over completely. Having already figured out what the ledger represented, Shuji could easily deduce Danzo's intention in demanding it. It's nothing more than falsifying numbers, making private deals with various businesses in Izuku Port, and pocketing a portion of the profits. After all, the root organization only has 17 officially appointed members, and Danzo couldn't possibly rely on just those 17. He naturally needed to raise funds to support the extra staff. Here we go again. Red Bean felt a slight throbbing in her head and decided to give up thinking about all these complicated things. As long as she could get back to the village, that was fine. Why not just refuse? Wouldn't hitting someone directly get you into trouble? That was what she was more concerned about. To be precise, the beating was to prevent the conflict from escalating. Shiosi's lips curled into a very faint smile, almost invisible in the night. They are aggressive, so taking one down first will significantly reduce the opponent's actual fighting strength. Moreover, since they only use their fists, they can still control their strength. The purpose of using violence first is to control the situation. If they feel that they have the upper hand and become aggressive, then Shiosi will get into trouble. When dealing with this type of person, the only way to contain subsequent conflicts is to confront them head-on with a stronger and more assertive approach, without fear of trouble. Advisor Shimura is accustomed to using pressure tactics to profit, and so are his subordinates. To be honest, their actions are not supported within the framework of village rules. So, if you fight back but don't kill anyone, there won't be any major problems. Of course, if they insist on harassing you, they're dead, so be it. Shuji's tone was as calm as if he were stating the weather. The root members act recklessly for various reasons and often go unpunished. But conversely, the village rules don't really protect them either. Do you understand? His gaze swept over the two of them almost imperceptibly. Hongdo gave an awkward laugh, she didn't dare. Itachi seemed to be deep in thought. Having finished his explanation, Shuji said no more. The three of them accelerated, and as the eastern sky began to lighten, they finally caught sight of the familiar outline of Konoha Village's gate. When Team 5 arrived at the Hokage building, the third Hokage did not keep them waiting and immediately received them. Shiosi first submitted a detailed written mission report, followed by a concise oral report on the mission's progress, emphasizing the strength and annihilation of the Black Eclipse clan. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly filled his pipe with new tobacco, lit it, took a deep drag, and then slowly unrolled the scroll to examine it line by line. The mission to annihilate the Black Eclipse clan has been confirmed as complete. Thank you for your hard work. Amidst the swirling smoke, his voice carried a hint of approval. Judging from the briefing, the enemy's strength should not be underestimated. For this mission, the village will upgrade its registration level to S rank. I will inform the mission center about the mission reward, which will be calculated according to the S rank standard. The specific amount will be finalized after the intelligence team completes the information extraction. Thank you for your hard work, Shuji, Enko, Itachi. As for B-level intelligence gathering missions, the certification process will also be carried out after the intelligence team has completed the information sorting. After assigning the two tasks to the village, the third Hokage finally picked up the thick ledgers presented by Shuji. His rough fingertips traced the covers, but he didn't open them immediately. The Wasabi family's request. This matter was originally planned to be handled by the Dark Division, but I didn't expect you to complete it in the process. Adding only one S-rank mission experience as a reward is a bit insufficient. He pondered for a moment before making a decision regarding the rewards. Shuji, you are granted special permission to enter the village's forbidden jutsu room and choose one ninjutsu to study. Enko and Itachi may each choose one A-rank ninjutsu and one B-rank ninjutsu, depending on their own abilities, or have them converted into a corresponding amount of reward. Everything has been arranged properly. Red Bean, Itachi, you must be tired after running around all night. Go back and rest first. Hiruzen Sarutobi said gently, Shuji, please stay a moment. The two guessed that the conversation might be about Root, and since their ninja rank was not high enough to participate, they bowed and took their leave as instructed. The heavy wooden door to the office closed gently. The third-generation head put down his pipe, slowly stood up, and stretched his back, which had become slightly stiff from sitting for so long. You don't mind walking with this old man, do you? He asked Shuji. It would be my honor. Shiosi nodded slightly. An old man and a young man walked out of the Hokage building side by side. As dawn broke, the streets gradually came alive. Early risers greeted the third Hokage respectfully. The old man who had been in charge of Konoha for decades was very approachable and responded to everyone with a cheerful smile, as if the deep wrinkles on his face had smoothed out. When people get old, they sleep less. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice carried the rambling characteristic of the elderly, but it was not annoying. Since leaving Biwa Lake, I've rarely gone home, I just rest at the Hokage building. Every day when I wake up, I go out for a walk and look around. His cloudy gaze swept over the shops and houses on both sides that were gradually coming to life. In the past, the whole village had only a few thousand people, less than 10,000. Through decades of ups and downs and several wars, the population has continued to grow. That's wonderful. Shuji walked quietly, his steps matching the old man's rhythm, simply listening. Outstanding young people are emerging one after another. At that time, I thought that although I was far inferior to my two teachers, I had at least tried my best to do something. Especially the fourth generation. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice suddenly lowered, and his eyes seemed to be covered with a thin layer of mist. When he appeared, I felt as if I could see the ideals of teachers, within reach. He was a perfect ninja and an outstanding Hokage. He is so young, energetic, and ambitious. He will surely be able to solve those long-standing and unresolved problems that have been piling up in my hands, which is a mediocre person. But the old man sighed deeply and silently. In the end, it is only my old and frail body that can continue to barely hold on. I'm a useless person. Hiruzen Sarutobi's tone was filled with self-mockery and exhaustion. So I can only rely on my comrades, and sometimes I have to let Danzo do things. He is ambitious and has much more energy than I, a monkey. I was almost too tired to run anymore, but that old guy just wouldn't stop. My old friend, let's run one last bit, it should be about time. The third Hokage stopped and turned around to look at the boy before him. This child was still devoted to Konoha, and had become more decisive and stronger than before. The village still needs him. From the way you handled the affairs of Jigang, I can see that you understand this need. I will reprimand him for what happened last night and tell him to keep a closer eye on his subordinates. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1419 words. Chapter 59 Attitude. Being in Konoha, the conflict with Shimura Danzo is a major feature, something one has to experience. Shuji wasn't unprepared, especially from the moment he woke up and discovered he possessed Hashirama's cells. He had already made contingency plans. A direct confrontation with that man was almost inevitable. Unexpectedly, the root of this first conflict was not related to the secret within him, but rather to a mission reward. Shuji knew perfectly well that attacking Root wouldn't be punished by the third Hokage. His actions effectively protected the interests of the ninja village, which in turn represented the interests of the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands-off approach to Root was commonplace. Even after his own assassination attempt, he remained silent in order to stabilize the situation following the Nine-Tails rampage. What's more, this was merely a matter of stealing ledgers, and before he could even succeed, Root members were attacked. But Hiruzen Sarutobi's statement, "I will reprimand him and order him to discipline his subordinates," carries weight because it is a promise. It promises that Danzo will not take any further targeted actions. If so, Hiruzen Sarutobi will intervene. As for the extent to which this interference can go, Shuji had no unrealistic expectations. All of Hiruzen Sarutobi's support depended on what he could do. As Hokage, he could only guarantee that the village's regular forces wouldn't become an obstacle. Under those conditions, how much he could achieve was entirely up to him. Uchiha Shursui is the most prominent example. The third Hokage promised him complete authorization to carry out all his actions. What happened? Shursui went to meet Danzo, but he didn't expect that Danzo had Izanagi as his trump card, and his Manjikyu Sharingan was stolen. Feeling powerless to use Kodo Amatsukami to stop the clan's coup, Shursui chose to commit suicide, attempting to delay the Uchiha coup with his life and then entrust everything to Itachi. What about the third generation? He did nothing. If Uchiha Shursui wins his battle with Danzo and truly resolves the Uchiha rebellion in his own way, the third Hokage will endorse and support him, suppressing any dissenting voices from Root and others. Can't do it? Lost the game? Lost your eyes? Then become the price Danzo pays for protecting Konoha. Uchiha Shursui, who possessed the Manjikyu Sharingan, was like that, and Shuji didn't think he was any exception. He didn't know how ambitious the young ninja heroes were, but he could see that the old Hiruzen Sarutobi only wanted stability. Wait until the Jinchuriki grew up, and endure. Wait until a new generation of people who could carry the banner appeared. Shiosi, who hadn't slept all night and was rushing back to the village, slept for half the day after returning to the old house. He didn't wake up until the afternoon. Grandma Tao Hua wasn't there, and she had gone out, which was unusual for her. Because the old man had left him some food, Shioji ate a little to dispel the fatigue and hunger in his body. He then left a note saying that he would be eating out that evening and that he didn't need to cook for himself. After that, he changed into casual clothes and went out. He promised to treat the team members to a meal when he returned, and also to arrange for the repair of their protective gear. The task payment had not yet been settled, so the advance payment naturally fell on the team leader's shoulders. Well, that's one of the team leader's responsibilities. Anyway, it's not a big deal. However, because of the Shimura Danzo incident, I forgot to mention whether the damage to the protective gear could be reimbursed. The upgrade from an A-level task to an S-level task means the reward for this task starts at 1 million, plus the portion from the B-level task. It should mean they're not short of that much, but it doesn't necessarily mean they'll be reimbursed or not. One day, someone calculated that they would have to talk to the administration department about this matter later. The team's get-together was set up at Enko's single-room apartment. The Senju family mansion was in a remote location, and the Uchiha clan's territory wasn't nearby either, so the ninja apartment became a compromise. When Shuji arrived around 3 p.m., Itachi was already inside. As always, the young Uchiha clan leader was very courteous. He brought a gift with him when he came to visit, but Shuji didn't even look at it. He just smelled the sweet scent in the air and knew what it was. Unlike last time, Shuji arrived empty-handed this time. So Enko, who opened the door for him, circled around the captain, making a gesture as if she were carrying something. "Captain, where are the things? Where are the gifts?" "No." "How rude of you, Shuji. Bringing a gift when you visit is a basic courtesy, isn't it? You clearly remembered last time, but you've become so casual since joining. Can I please rejoin Class 5? After leaving Jaegung Port, Hongdo was clearly completely relaxed, without the suppressed bitterness and resentment she had before. "I'll settle the bill tonight, please let me in, Lady Enko," Shuji said expressionlessly. If that's the case, then so be it." Shuji glanced at the table and, unsurprisingly, saw dumplings, already divided into 3 portions. The two waited patiently for Shuji to arrive before starting to eat. For 2 dumpling lovers, this was the greatest respect they could show to their captain. Hongdo closed the door and sat down with Shiosi. "Itachi, the captain didn't bring anything, so he's treating us to dinner tonight as compensation. Wasn't this already arranged?" Itachi looked at Enko with a puzzled expression. The purple-haired female ninja put on a helpless look. Children really couldn't understand jokes that only 14-year-old adults could comprehend. "Lord Hokage, what did you say about Root?" Red Bean's playful expression vanished, replaced by a serious tone. Although Shuji had explained it on the way, the background of the Root organization still involved the village's advisor, and a trace of worry remained in her heart. "It's nothing. The third Hokage said he would reprimand Root." Shuji didn't go into the complicated details, but simply stated Hiruzen Sarutobi's attitude. The female ninja calmed down. "I see," the Uchiha boy thought, taking the initiative with a proactive and decisive attitude is actually more effective at solving problems and controlling the situation. He felt he had learned something new. "What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan, Senior?" He was actually a little troubled. After returning to the clan's territory, his father, Uchiha Fugaku, inquired in detail about the mission. Needless to say, the injury was a secret. Itachi didn't mention the blonde-haired man either, but he knew who it was. With that kind of chakra, that kind of medical skill, and that relationship with his senior, it couldn't be anyone but Tsunade, the princess of the Senju clan. But having promised his senior to keep it a secret, Itachi will naturally keep it a secret. Most importantly, it was my father's instructions. Fugaku hoped Itachi could test Shuji's attitude towards the Uchiha clan. He believed that Shuji's willingness to accept Itachi into Team 5 was itself a signal of goodwill towards the Uchiha. This probing had been mentioned by Fugaku before leaving Izuku port, and he urged it even more upon his return. He hoped that Itachi could take on the responsibility of acting as a bridge of communication. If a breakthrough could not be found with Shuji, then another method would have to be sought. The mind is churning, the ears are listening, the eyes are seeing, and the body is moving. Team 5 first went to Aoki Ninja Tool Shop, and this time the senior asked the owner for the bill. Senior Red Bean changed out of her tattered purple trench coat and chose a new, soft, beige one. Her protective gear remained largely unchanged, except that Shuji, based on his fighting style, suggested that the boss adjust the thickness of some key armor areas. Afterwards, they had a meal together and then parted ways. Itachi, you have something to ask me. Even Hongdo noticed, so she made an excuse, waved goodbye, and quickly disappeared around the street corner. As the street lights came on, they cast long shadows of the two people. The evening breeze carried a slight chill. Senior, what is your view on the Uchiha clan? End of this chapter. Konoha notes. 1,360 words. Chapter 60. The Uchiha's predicament. Shiosi didn't reply immediately. Instead, he found a quiet park, found a swing, sat down, touched the ground with his toes, and gently swayed. The weasel quietly followed and sat down on a bench a few steps away. Shiosi initially had no idea what his identity was. An old house, old people, a clan that was once prominent but has now fallen into decline. This kind of situation existed in various places in his previous life. His family was like that when he was a corporate slave. It wasn't really a clan, but there were people making arrangements for them. The situation of the Thousand Hands was more complicated. The clan leader took the initiative to divide the family property, both movable and immovable, on the condition that they change their surname. Those who did not change their surname were left with the old house and some of the remaining property. If the Senju brothers had lived long enough, the Senju clan would have been completely wiped out. The situation was that the two brothers did not live to see Senju Momoka. After their deaths, the Senju clan members who changed their surnames were without a Hokage, which inevitably caused some unease. So they made connections with the only remaining clan elders in the old house. Shuji only began to vaguely sense these things after the letter of recommendation and after Fugaku Uchiha's probing in the Uchiha clan territory. Tsunade's attitude, her words, and the summoning contract she gave him for the Shikatsu forest confirmed one thing for Shuji. In the eyes of others, he probably represented the Senju clan as they were now. Could he? He's never even had any contact with those people. Grandma Tahua's attitude also leans towards keeping him away from them. But can he really not quite. Since Hashirama Senju, the power that best symbolizes the Senju is wood release. Yamato is of a bloodline outside the Senju, while Shuji is a true Senju. If he shows his fist and then reveals wood release, he can become the representative. Should we do that? In fact, he had already made a choice when he left Jigong, since the reality did not allow him to truly give up. Itachi, Shuji's voice broke the park's silence with the creaking of the swing. What problems do you think the Uchiha clan faces right now? Arrogance. Itachi blurted out instinctively. Shuji laughed, his laughter sounding somewhat abrupt in the empty park. Arrogance has never been a problem. He stopped the swing and placed his feet firmly on the ground. Let's look at it from another angle, Itachi. Do you know how many departments the village has? Itachi didn't know why Shuji asked that question, but he had always been a good student. The administrative department, the umbu, the medical department, the education department, the interrogation department, and the police department. Below these 6 departments are the analysis team and the sealing team, which are directly under the Hokage's office. What's your ninja number? Shuji then asked. 012110. This means that, Itachi, up to you, the number of numbered ninjas is 12110. Shuji did a simple calculation for him. That is to say, 6 departments. Including all ninja clans, over the past few decades, more than 12,000 ninjas have only been able to enter these 6 departments, which are directly under the authority of Konoha. The Uchiha clan has exclusive control of one of the police departments. The police department is a large department, Itachi. It was as if a silent thunderclap exploded in Itachi's mind. This was an angle he had never imagined. Itachi had always felt that the Uchiha clan was too arrogant, which was why they had no allies in the village and were relegated to the sidelines after the Nine-Tails attack. He was dissatisfied with his clansmen for remaining arrogant and oblivious to danger even under such circumstances. But, this is the second Hokage, Itachi's voice was hoarse. The police department is a symbol of the Uchiha clan's glory. It's the reward for the clan that founded the village, even though they didn't receive the Hokage position. It represents the Uchiha's unparalleled status among other clans and ninjas in the village, Shuji added. Since the Second Shinobi World War, who are the Konoha ninjas who rose to fame on the battlefield, shining brightly and bringing unparalleled glory to the village? The answer came to Itachi's mind almost instantly: the third Hokage, the legendary Sannin, White Fang, and the Yellow Flash. Apart from Shursui, who has emerged in recent years, and Obito, who sacrificed himself at Canopy Bridge and whose fame is not particularly illustrious, the Uchiha clan seems to have never produced another legendary hero who could inspire the entire village of Konoha. It wasn't until the Third Shinobi World War, when Konoha's military strength was extremely strained, that the police force, led by Fugaku Uchiha, went to intercept the Iwagakure ninja. By then, the war was already nearing its end thanks to Minato Namake's actions. The glory of the Uchiha clan has been somewhat dimmed by the countless heroes who have emerged over the decades, not to mention what happened 3 years ago. Seeing the barely concealed shock and a hint of gloom in Itachi's eyes, Shuji offered a word of comfort: as the garrison of Konoha, it is understandable that the police force cannot be deployed under normal circumstances. At this point, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. The second Hokage, Tobirama, had truly imprisoned the Uchiha clan in a cage called Glory, and the entire Uchiha clan was content with it. Uchiha Setsuna attempted to instigate a rebellion during the second Hokage's reign but was captured by the Umbu. However, the second Hokage did not punish the Uchiha clan; instead, he strengthened the police department, an independent kingdom. Due to the limitations of their duties, the police department rarely sets foot on the main battlefield, but they are required to deal with ninjas who violate the rules in the village, which is tantamount to taking on hatred on their own initiative. Given the typical character of the Uchiha clan, facing overt or covert hostility and alienation only reinforces their inherent arrogance and closed-off nature, making them look down on outsiders even more. This vicious cycle, with each link connected to the next, made the isolation and exclusion of the Uchiha clan in Konoha almost an inevitable outcome. Add to that the incident involving Obito, who wasn't completely dead and came back to life, and it's no wonder that when the Uchiha clan was massacred in the original story, the other ninja clans in Konoha didn't make much of a move. Itachi wasn't comforted at all. He originally thought the Uchiha's problem was their arrogance and aloofness, coupled with their tense relationship with the village's higher-ups. But now, a sense of despair welled up in his dark eyes. In such a predicament, is this clan destined for annihilation? Senior, is there no other way? Of course not. When Tobirama Senju designed the game, he did leave a way out for the Uchiha clan. This independent kingdom itself is a huge political asset, a ready-made platform. The key lies with the Uchiha clan itself, whether they are willing and have the courage to break free from their constraints and transform them into a true source of power. Itachi suddenly raised his head, a faint light flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a hand gently patted his shoulder. The end of the Uchiha clan is not a dead end. From the very beginning, the real opportunity has always been in the hands of the Uchiha clan. This path should not be pointed out by outsiders. How to survive and how to transform are things that the Uchiha clan should think about and decide for themselves. So, back to your original question, Shuji withdrew his hand, meeting Itachi's complicated gaze. I have no opinion on the Uchiha clan. The ones who should have opinions, have thoughts, and must make decisions are the Uchiha themselves. End of this chapter. Konoha Notes. 1,388 words. Chapter 61 Can't Let Go. It would be a lie to say he had no opinion, otherwise, he wouldn't have studied the Uchiha situation. But Shuji always kept one principle in mind: a business that is rushed is not a business. He wants to help, but that doesn't mean he has to fawn over them. It's only meaningful if they come to him willingly. Shuji strolled home. Grandma Taohua had returned, but instead of sitting under the eaves to enjoy tea as usual, or pruning the flowers and plants, she stood quietly under the tree, as if lost in thought. Mother-in-law. Shuji. The old man didn't turn around. You're back. Yes. Today, Senju Momoka's voice was soft. I went to see Kachi and Hayami. The mission center's Tori said that your Class 5 completed an S-rank mission and did a great job. Shuji was puzzled at first, but then he suddenly understood. Can't you let go? Tsunade had asked him this question before, but he didn't answer. There's nothing I can't let go of, mother-in-law, but now is not the time to do nothing. He walked to Taohua's side, his voice unusually sincere. He wasn't the original owner of this body, he didn't truly value the glory of the Senju and was determined to prove something. It's just that the situation he's in is what it is. If he woke up in Boruto, he'd just give up. This Otsutsuki, that god, I don't understand anyway, it's useless to do anything, just wait for Master Bo to save the world. At most, I'll try my best to see if I can become Naruto's brother-in-law, having a sister-in-law would be great. There's still a chance, there's still something we can do. Senju Momoka lowered her head, her aged fingers unconsciously stroking the rough bark. She understood when she received the briefing on the training mission from those people. The dormant flame deep in the child's eyes had not been extinguished, he ultimately did not choose the path of detachment she had hoped for. Live a good life, stay safe and sound. Wouldn't it be better to find a quiet job in the village? Of all the people still by my side, you're the only one left who's dead. A long silence filled the courtyard, with only the autumn insects chirping softly in the corner. After a long pause, she finally said, tomorrow, Kachi and Hayami will be back. You should meet them. It just so happens that they wrote the recommendation letter last time. After saying that, Senju Momoka turned around with a slightly unsteady gait and walked towards the lit Japanese-style room. Her figure looked particularly thin and lonely in the shadows of the corridor. Shuji stood there, his throat feeling like it was being choked by something, unable to even utter a simple "you should get some rest." On the edge of the Uchiha clan's territory, towering walls cast heavy shadows in the night. Itachi, why do you look so lost and dejected? Itachi did not step straight into the familiar gate as usual. He simply stood quietly outside the clan's territory, looking up at the closed and imposing outline of the area, illuminated by the lights. This is a cage, this is a prison. When another figure appeared beside him, Itachi did not greet him, but remained silent. Uchiha Shursui didn't press the matter. He silently walked to Itachi's side, stopped, and followed Itachi's gaze, looking at the scenery Itachi was looking at. The faint sounds of children playing and adults talking could be heard from within the clan's territory, making the two people outside the wall even more silent. Time flowed silently, so long that Shursui almost thought Itachi wouldn't speak again tonight, when a low, hoarse voice finally rang out like a dream, shattering in the night wind. Shursui. I see no hope. What's wrong, Itachi? Shursui's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned to look at Itachi's face. He discovered that in Itachi's eyes, which were originally only 2 Tomo pupils, a third Tomo had suddenly appeared. 3 Magatama Sharingan. Wasn't Itachi's mission supposed to go very smoothly? The clan even spread the exciting news that an 8-year-old Uchiha has completed an S-rank mission. Has someone else been killed in action? What happened? Shursui's voice turned somber. My father wants me to understand the thoughts of my elders as soon as possible, so I just asked him for his opinion. Were the results unsatisfactory? Shursui sighed inwardly. The path for the Uchiha clan to seek external understanding and support was indeed long and arduous. It's all right, Itachi. Shursui patted Itachi's shoulder firmly, trying to convey some confidence. Shuji-kun is ultimately an enlightened person, and things will change for the better in the future. That's not how it is, Shursui, Itachi interrupted Uchiha Shursui. The senior did not show any malice, he simply revealed the reality to me. Itachi closed his eyes. He hoped I could find a way, but I couldn't, Jishui. It turns out my senior had already warned me. He had mentioned it back when we were at the barbecue restaurant, but I hadn't understood it then. Is it too late? Itachi didn't know, and he held no hope whatsoever. Therefore, he stood there, neither going back nor telling his father, Fugaku, what he had heard that night. It was no use, the father couldn't make any changes. At every clan meeting, he could clearly see his father's silence and helplessness in the face of the indignant clansmen. Itachi understood earlier than the other children that his father was not omnipotent, that the man was trying to solve problems, but was always being led astray by his clan. They sought to compromise with the village, but to no avail. Itachi Uchiha's father was an outstanding and powerful ninja, a mature and steady man, but he was not a clan leader who could turn the tide and solve problems in desperate situations. Shisui understood this as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have always avoided having too much communication or interaction with the clan leader, preferring to travel alone in his own way. But at this moment, looking at the deathly stillness in Itachi's eyes and feeling the overwhelming weight emanating from him that was almost crushing him, Shisui knew that things couldn't continue like this. Tonight, he must take Itachi home, and he must meet with Fugaku Uchiha. Without further hesitation, Shisui reached out and tightly grasped Itachi's slightly cool wrist, pulling him around and heading towards the mansion deep within the clan's territory, a symbol of the clan leader's authority. Itachi did not resist, but simply followed obediently. He kept his head down, letting Shisui lead him through familiar alleyways, avoiding any potential encounters with his clansmen. Shisui's movements were swift and silent, doing his best to prevent anyone from seeing Itachi's appearance at that moment. Until they arrived at the solemn patriarch's residence. Brother. The little figure rushed out of the porch with excitement, but froze the moment she saw her brother. Sasuke was about to pounce when his mother, Uchiha Mikoto, who was rushing up behind him, grabbed him. Mom, my brother is back. Sasuke struggled, confused. Sasuke, be good, Mikoto's voice trembled slightly, but her gaze never left Itachi. Brother is very tired today. Mommy will take you to your room to play first, okay? But, Sasuke wanted to say something more, but his mother gently but firmly led him away from the entrance. Only Uchiha Fugaku, solemn and imposing, remained at the entrance. He looked at Shisui, and then at Itachi, who was being pulled along by Shisui. He had never seen his most prized eldest son like this before. He didn't ask anything, but simply turned around and walked silently into the inner room, where he sat upright on the tatami mat. Shisui pulled Itachi inside, then gently closed the paper door behind him, isolating them from the outside world. Shisui remained silent, unaware of what Shuji had said to Itachi. After a brief, suffocating silence, Itachi slowly raised his head. 3 tomo slowly swirled in his scarlet eyes. As my father requested, I have learned about the senior's attitude. He stared directly into his father's Sharingan, which also had 3 tomo. The following is the senior's response. End of this chapter. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox audiobook.